Everyone always told me that I look like my mummy, with my daddy's hair color and eyes. The girl confessed with a small, shy, saddened, and hopeful look, all at the same time at Memory Harry, who was in shock looking at the little girl. Don't you really remember me, Daddy? It's me, Lillian Daphne Potter, your daughter. Naturally, real Daphne's reaction could only be one, curious enough, the same of Memory Harry's. What? How can that be? Asked real Daphne, nervous and anxious, not taking her eyes out of the child. They will explain it soon, replied real Harry with a fond look at the little girl. Her child, their child. But I thought we had no children, she said, making Harry chuckle. We didn't, he replied, looking at her. We never had children, but thanks to Millie, she had a child. We had her. But how? Asked real Daphne, and Harry just pointed at the memory. Patience, my love, he said, and although she wanted her answers now, real Daphne turned back to her daughter, standing in front of a shocked and very confused Memory Harry. How? He whispered, recognizing every trace of the child's face as his wife's and some of his as well, like the eyes. How can this be? It is impossible. You left her with us, remember, Harry? Added Millie, making Memory Harry look at her. So did real Daphne, and she was shocked when she saw the distress not only on Millie's face, but all of the adults standing there, while the other 3 children were only gaping, having a hard trouble believing what they were seeing. Not only that, it was impossible not to see Millie's gestures that seemed to mean to go along with it. You left her with us the day you went to take your revenge for Daphne and asked us to raise her should anything happen to you. Yes, Harry. We had a huge fight when you decided to surrender yourself instead of escaping and raise your daughter, added Tracy, who was showing some distress, especially when the child lowered her head and seemed to be sobbing quietly. You said you wanted to set an example for her and your godson, to always take responsibility for your actions. I mumbled Memory Harry, not really understanding what was happening and not really liking the idea of being made a fool or manipulated in such a way. However, there was no way that the child wasn't Daphne's, and if the eyes were a hint, she was his as well. But isn't Daffy Uncle Blaze and Auntie Millie's daughter? Asked the female, not child, Felicia. No, honey, Daffy is Uncle Harry's and Auntie Daphne's daughter, her mother replied, looking at her daughter and seeing her confusion. We hid her identity from everyone else using the enchanted necklace, making her look like a Zabini. We hid her identity from all of you children as well, except Cyril, to protect her, added Blaze, looking to his son, who nodded, getting the hint. Yes, Uncle Harry, I was there when you arrived that day and asked us to protect her should anything happen to you. You also told me to protect her and be a big brother to her. Don't you remember, Harry? Asked Millie, the begging on her voice palpable. Real Daphne looked at her friends and saw the distress the adults were in, fearing for the moments that would follow. They had done something, that was for sure. Something big and most likely dangerous, and it involved the child. Her child, hers and Harry's. My daughter, asked Memory Harry, turning his attention back to the little girl who looked up to him, her eyes still tearful. There was no denying it. There was no way he couldn't look at her and see Daphne, his wife and his love. Don't you remember me, Daddy? She whispered, feeling her father's touch in her face, caressing her cheek. You're my daughter, Memory Harry asked, not only to her but to everyone. Yes, she is, and we can prove it, Harry, added Hannah, and Millie nodded. You can trust us, Harry, said Millie hopefully. We wouldn't lie to you on this. Interesting choice of words, thought real Daphne. My daughter. Harry was still mumbling, locking in a starring contest with a little girl that, despite her tears, seemed to want nothing more than jumping into her father's arms. For Merlin's sake, yes, she's our daughter, even I see it, do something already, shouted real Daphne, making really Harry looking at her with a raised eyebrow. You're so dense, was all that she said before blushing embarrassed, making real Harry chuckle. She just intertwined her arm with Harry's. Then Harry pulled the child into his arms and hugged her with all his worth. At first, Daffy squealed, but when she felt her father's arms around her, the dam broke and she started to sob once again, only this time she had her arms around her father's neck and the sobs were of joy. I wanted to meet you for so long, Daddy, Daffy sobbed, only to feel the hug tightening around her. I'm here, don't worry, sweetheart, Memory Harry said in a soft tone. I'm not leaving. Thank you, Daddy. Daffy mumbled in tears, hugging her daddy tighter. Real Daphne held real Harry's arm tighter and couldn't help but feel her own eyes prickle and watering. However, she also saw the looks that Memory Harry gave to everyone else in the room, looks that demanded answers to a lot of questions or else. A look she found herself supporting. Dobby, called Memory Harry, and at once, the familiar elf appeared before him, already as he was in real time. "What the hell is that?" asked Justin, voicing what they all thought. "That's Dobby, my house elf you've met," replied Memory Harry, turning to Daffy. "But what happened to him?" asked Theo. "I changed," replied the elf, shocking them further with his coherent and unelf-like speech. "Dobby, this is—" Memory Harry started. "I know, I can feel it," Dobby whispered. "Good," replied Memory Harry, letting go of his daughter. "Sweetie, I want you to go to the next room with all the other children. Dobby will go with you and get you something to eat and drink if you want, all right?" asked Memory Harry, and he knew that his daughter wanted to argue the moment she looked at him. "Sweetie, it is just because I need to remember some things, and I promise you I won't go anywhere." "All right, Daddy," she whispered, looking down. "Hey, look at me," asked Memory Harry, looking at her and making her raising her head to him. "I'll be here and I'm not going anywhere. It will just take some minutes, all right?" Daffy just nodded and smiled when her father caressed her face again. "Take them to the next room, Dobby." "But," started Cyril Zabini, only to be admonished by his father. "It's better, son," Blaze said, and real Daphne could see the nervous on Blaze's face. She could see the nervous in all of them. Dobby took the complaining children away, and real Daphne could only see her daughter leaving with the elf, the only one not complaining or mumbling how unfair it was. When the door closed after them, Memory Harry drew his wand and waved it in several patterns, rising several silencing wards and privacy spells. "Now, can any of you explain how the hell I have a daughter when I don't recall my wife giving birth ever?" Memory Harry shouted. His face morphed into an angry scowl directed at the adults in the room, who just winced. "Would you believe obliviation?" asked Blaze, hopefully. "No," was Harry's reply, making them all wince again, their hopes dashed. "Why would I want to forget my daughter? Why would I leave her?" "You left Teddy," replied Tracy, and Memory Harry glared at her. "Teddy lived well with his grandmother and was my godson, not my son. He was fine and taken care of. I wouldn't abandon my child even with friends. She is my child, mine and Daphne's daughter. I can see it," shot back Memory Harry in anger and sorrow. Real Daphne felt her heart warming seeing it. "I did it," said Millie, stepping forward. "Millie," her husband said, only to be rebuked. "No, Blaze, he deserves to know the truth. He's her father after all," Millie replied. "Yes, he should," replied Theo, looking at Memory Harry. "We never knew what Millie was up to until she went through with it, but I regret nothing. Your daughter is a sweet girl and you would be proud of her. Granted, I didn't do it only for the goodness in me. I had other reasons, but I did it because I guess it wasn't fair for you or Daphne what happened," Millie said, looking down. "What did you do?" asked Memory Harry, slightly more calm. "A couple of months after you were arrested, I found a potion in an old tome. It was a blood adoption potion, which was branded as illegal and fallen in disuse in the 15th century, because of a scandal of kidnapped heirs of families and all that, where the children would be given the potion, and for all purposes, their genetic ties to their original family would be broken and become a part of the new family. After that, an obliviation would be enough to make the child forget his or her past, and there you had it. A new son or daughter, just like you wanted. That's horrible," whispered real Daphne at real Harry's side. Harry just seethed. "Continue," he demanded. "I can guess where my daughter came from then." "Yes, I brewed the potion using some of Daphne's blood that was kept from the autopsy and required Theo's help to get some of your blood that was taken from the Auror medical exams, the same that is kept just in case to be used to brew those special potions to heal severe injuries," Millie explained, looking at Memory Harry. "Hair would do, but you took Daphne's body away and we never knew where to. Not to mention that you disappeared in Azkaban. While dangerous, the blood samples were the easiest route that I had to do it. And I did," she said with a small smile. "I found a magical baby to whom I gave the potion, and the effects were instant. In one moment I had a girl with no family or name. In the other I had the daughter of Harry and Daphne Potter. It was a shock when she took her home the first time," said Blaze, looking at Harry and stepping next to his wife, "but she explained it to me and I accepted it. We told Theo and Tracy, who were even more shocked than I was, but we all accepted the child. Theo even took the baby's blood to Gringotts for a blood test and the results were clear. You two are her parents. Theo told us and Jason as well, and we kept the secret," added Hannah with a smile. "Even with the glamour, she reminds me so much of Daphne and you. It's impossible not to see it, especially when you know the truth." Justin just nodded. "Why?" asked Memory Harry. Why did you even do it? At first was because I was curious about the potion. When I realized the potential, I decided that Daphne and you were prime candidates. You had no heirs and your family name would end. What did I had to lose? If I succeeded, my friends would have a child that could carry out their names and legacy. If not, so you committed line theft, sneered Memory Harry, and Millie looked defiant at him. Yes, I did, and I don't have a problem with that. True, my reasons weren't all noble, but I don't regret it. I fell in love with that little girl and I see her as one of my own. I raised her, I comforted her when she had a nightmare, and I told her the truth about her parents when she asked me why she had to use a glamour charm every day, even in the house with her brothers. If you told her the truth, why does she think that I left her with you when I went to kill Weaslet? Asked Memory Harry, finding holes in Millie's logic. Really, Potter, think for a bloody moment, will you? She shot back, leaving all of them surprised with her venom in her voice. Do you think I would tell a 3-year-old that she was given a potion that made her your daughter? I had to come up with a suitable story, and that's what came out. How is your father left you here when he went to kill your mother's murderer a suitable story? Asked Memory Harry. It makes me sound like an asshole who didn't care about her. We never told her that you went willingly to jail. Shot back Millie. We told her you were captured, and that you had no chance in escaping, and that your last request to us was to take good care of her while you were away. You can't imagine how excited she was when she found out that Harry Potter, not the infamous Harry Potter, not the hero of the Blood Wars and vanquisher of the Dark Lord Voldemort, but only her father, always loved her, and was on the run to be able to get to her. We didn't have to come up with a story about why you weren't coming to see her because the last time we knew anything from you, you were crazy and barely recognized your friends. And she understood. Clearly after today, she still hoped that you'd remember. Thank you for not breaking her heart, by the way, said Tracy. She was really excited, to meet her daddy the first time. Harry didn't reply, thinking about it for a moment. What were your other reasons for doing it then? Asked Memory Harry. The same reason why I chose a girl. I had a younger son around the same age, and though that someday, we could merge our families by marriage. That way, your daughter would legally become one of us under the Zabini name. Besides, her inheritance would merge with the Zabini estate. It was clear for real Daphne that the newest revelation was not known by the other adults in the room. Still, she was impressed by Millie's planning and couldn't help to feel grateful for all she did, despite the last plan. Millie gave us a daughter, she whispered, her tears already falling. Yes, she had her own agendas, but in the end she gave us something just, Harry replied, looking up. Daphne could still see the tears falling from his eyes. You'd love her. I already do, thought Daphne. Is the process reversible? Asked Memory Harry, glaring at Millie. She glared back. No, unless you gave her another potion to blood adopt her into another family, and I destroyed the recipe and swore myself in secrecy about the potion and Daffy's origins. I thought that knowledge was too dangerous. Good, was all that Harry said before walking towards Millie and hugging her tightly, making her squeal in surprise as he picked her up and twirled her around. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Harry was saying as Millie was being twirled. Others adults who feared Harry's reaction at first were too shocked to even say anything. They really weren't expecting that reaction, especially after all that happened. Put me down, demanded Millie, getting nauseous blaze. Thank you, thank you, thank you, was everything Harry said before Millie felt his own tears just before he stopped and let go of her. Millie saw Harry smiling, cleaning his own tears and actually hiding a laugh. Sorry, I have a child with Daphne. You're not angry? Asked Blaze. I was, but I have a child with my wife. Yeah, your wife should be arrested for line theft, but if you think I'm going to complain after she gave me a child with my wife, you must be crazy. Thanks, Millie. That was a quick change, joked real Daphne, being hugged from behind by Harry, laughing and crying happily at the same time, seeing everything. She couldn't help but feel happy for Harry, even if she wasn't there or she wasn't part of her daughter's life. Her daughter. That was an interesting thought, making her blush. Luckily, Harry didn't see it. Well, thank you, I guess, replied Millie while Harry turned back to her. She said her name was Lillian Daphne Potter. Why? He asked, and Millie shrugged. I named her after your mother, but Lily was too common. I decided Lillian was much better. Daphne was her mother's name. The problem was that once I called her Daphne by mistake and she loved it. She decided she wanted to be Daphne instead of Lillian, and Daffy is just a nickname. Real Daphne approved with a huge smile and a nod. How old is she then? Asked Harry. 5. She was barely one when I chose her, replied Millie, and Harry nodded, already breaking the spells and opening the doors. He walked out of the room and found the children sat in chairs eating cookies. "Daddy?" asked Daffy, getting up at once after seeing her father, confused with the huge smile he had. He just picked her up and hugged her, making her squeal again. "Daddy!" she shouted in surprise, and Harry hugged her tighter. "Don't worry, baby, I'm not going anywhere anymore, all right?" he asked, and Daffy just nodded, smiling. "So what do you intend to do now?" asked Theo, who had come with everyone else from the room after him. There was a shift in Harry's demeanor at once, to a stoic and a no-nonsense one. "I need to know everything that has happened for the past 4 years. What the Longbottoms have been up to, their strengths and weaknesses, their enemies and their allies, but for now, another sudden change, this time to a happy one. I'm going to be a father if my daughter wants me." Daffy's reply was hugging her father with a happy squeal, making Harry chuckle. The memory started to swirl, and both Harry and Daphne saw themselves outside once again. Daphne's first reaction was crashing her lips against Harry's, snogging him senseless for a good amount of time until she became breathless and had to break the kiss. "That was," she said in tears, her happiness starting to shift to sorrow. "I wish I could have been a part of it." She left a tear fall, being hugged by her boyfriend. "You were," he said, and she scoffed. "I was dead, how could I?" she asked. "She asked about you. I told her about you, about us. She loved you." "Really?" she asked hopefully, and Harry nodded. "Tell me more about her. Tell me more about my daughter," Harry chuckled. "She was smart, pretty, and carried herself like a princess. She also had a kind heart and an inquisitive mind, always asking questions. Of course. She was also stubborn as a mule when she wanted. I remember a time when she wanted a pet, and it had to be a puppy. Of course, it wasn't just any kind of a puppy. It had to be one of the big puppies that she knew some of the people I saved had, the ones that howled during the moonlight. You don't believe the trouble I got when I realized she wanted a werewolf." Suddenly, Daphne was scared. "What?" I was able to explain to her that werewolves were people that transformed during the full moon, and that was the worst because it got me another load of troubles. She wanted to become a werewolf, just to turn into a puppy. Daphne paled, and her eyes widened. I was able to convince her, with help from Millie, Tracy, Hannah, and your sister, who I had freed by then, that being a werewolf wasn't a good idea. Would you like to know what was the argument that convinced her? Daphne nodded. Werewolves can only turn in the full moon, not when they want to. Then she pouted and threw a tantrum because it wasn't fair not being able to change at will. I swear, sometimes that girl got in my nerves, but I loved her, Harry said with a huge smile, not missing the appalled look on Daphne. "Daff, are you all right?" "I blame you, you damn Gryffindor," she mumbled, and Harry just sighed. "Typical," he mumbled with a small chuckle. "It's not funny, and what do you mean the people you saved, and what about my sister?" "Of course it isn't funny. I was desperate, but what should I do now, looking back?" "Crying?" asked Harry with a sigh. "The people I saved were prisoners of several research camps that were spread around the Isles. Vampires and werewolves were sent to the camps, where they were experimented upon in order to try and heal their conditions. Most of them weren't voluntaries, and the few that were quickly regretted it," explained Harry, filling one cup with the tea that Dobby had brought while they were in the Pensive. "Dobby and I attacked a small one that experimented on werewolves and freed all of them, discovering several rotting secrets of the regime. All they cared about was end the sickness, lives, and people be damned. One life or several were acceptable risks for the greater good." Harry sneered. "That's barbaric." Sneered Daphne, and Harry agreed. "I killed the paladins that were guarding the camp, the research personnel, and freed the werewolves," explained Harry. "Some of them must have spread the word because suddenly I was in the paper, announced as a threat to the society because I opposed them and was destroying their work. Because of that, and because I was helping dark creatures, I was branded a Dark Lord." Harry scoffed, and Daphne widened her eyes. "Well, nothing new then." She attempted to joke, and Harry actually laughed. "Yes, nothing," he replied with a shy smile. "How did our daughter discovered about the werewolves then?" asked Daphne, and Harry shrugged. "She probably heard a conversation or someone explained to her what a werewolf actually was, and why I went to help them, I don't know. I'm just glad that she dropped the idea of becoming one." "Yes, at least that," replied Daphne. "What about my sister?" "Well, like I told you, Astoria was disowned by your father for killing Malfoy before being sent to Azkaban." "Yes," she replied with a scowl and balling her fists. "Jason Halleys was also in Azkaban. He was arrested for fighting the paladins in public and was given a trial with Veritaserum and asked for his crimes. He spilled all his secrets, since killing the Muggles as you heard, letting me pass to kill Weaslet and smuggling unauthorized potions into Azkaban while being a guard. As you may have realized it, he was the one that found me in Azkaban and the one that gave me the strengthening potions in order to help me. But when you said he was in Azkaban, I thought he was working and not as a prisoner. Understandable, replied Harry, but he was serving time and a lot of it. He had been arrested a year before, and Theo knew which cell he was in, as well as Astoria's, so I sent Dobby to Azkaban to get them. Dobby popped them into Potter Manor one by one in a makeshift infirmary. I guess you can imagine their surprise when they got there. Not really. Why don't you show me? Suggested Daphne, who was very interested in seeing her sister. How did Astoria react to our daughter? I explained everything to Astoria before she met her. She was shocked at first, but I know she loved our girl, he said, extracting the memory from his temple. Good, replied Daphne, preparing to go back into the pensive. They went in together once again, and Daphne saw herself in a sunny room with both Hannah and Millie. How long? Asked Hannah. Mere moments, replied Harry, his arms crossed in front of his chest. Right on time, Dobby and an extra passenger popped into the room, revealing to be a dangerously thin woman with dirty light hair. Astoria, said Harry, attracting the attention of the woman, who looked at him with widened eyes before noticing Millie all over her. Harry, Millie, but how? She asked, hearing a new pop signalizing Dobby's departure. I will explain in time, replied Harry, looking at her. Meanwhile, you're out of Azkaban and you'll stay out, I promise you. Now, before anything else, there's something you must know. But how did you? Asked Astoria, completely disorientated. Astoria, focus, damn it, demanded Millie, looking at Harry. I have the potions she needs, but she looks bad and I'm no healer. Hannah, don't look at me, I'm a brewer as well. Then one of you get me a healer in whom I can trust, or better yet, a healer in whom Daphne trusted, demanded Harry with a no-nonsense tone. I think I know the person. She was in our house and graduated Hogwarts in our 4th year. Daphne learned from her, suggested Millie, and Harry nodded. Go get her, he ordered, and Millie left the room at once, leaving a surprised Astoria looking at Harry. What is going on? The youngest former Greengrass sister demanded. You're in a worse shape than we thought and need a better healer, replied Harry. Now where the hell is Dobby? In cue, Dobby popped into the room with a ragged, bearded man grabbing him. Holy crap, you weren't lying, the man said in a deadpan tone. Jason Halley's glad to see that you're ugly mug again, saluted Hannah, walking towards him. Hey Hannah, you're a sight for sore eyes. What happened? Where are we? He asked with a smile. Potter Manor. Welcome. Memory, Harry replied, gaining Jason's full attention. Harry, Captain, sir, he said in surprise and a huge grin. I haven't seen you in a while. I was told that you provided me with potions to help me get better. Thank you, Jason, acknowledged Harry, and Jason just nodded. Don't mention it, Captain. Don't get me wrong or ungrateful, but why am I here? He asked, only then noticing the woman who Hannah was levitating to one of the beds. Jason Halley's, meet Astoria, my sister-in-law, presented Harry. She was in Azkaban as well. The reason you're here is because I wanted to get you out. I need your help as well, but that's your choice. I'm in, replied Jason, no second thoughts. First of all, there's something you need to know, said Harry, turning to Astoria, especially you, Tori. Daphne and I have a daughter. What? Blew up Astoria, sitting herself in the bed. Calm down, Astoria, ordered Harry, seeing the doubt and the confusion in Astoria's face. So he knows. How did it go? Asked Jason to Hannah. He loved her and she loved him. I've never seen the captain so whipped, even more than with Daphne, replied Hannah with a chuckle. But, started Astoria. Astoria, listen carefully. I know it may be confusing for now, but you need to know this, just to be safe. Daphne and I had no children before she died, and she was pregnant. Our child died as well, but Millie, in one of her experiments with potions, found a blood adoption potion recipe and brew it with some of Daphne's blood that remained from the autopsy and some of my blood from the Auror's training. She then gave the potion to a baby girl, and she changed. Mine and Daphne's blood runs in that girl's blood, therefore, she is our daughter. Yes, Millie committed line theft, but I don't care because I got a daughter with the woman I love. Even Gringotts acknowledged her as mine and Daphne's daughter by blood, therefore your niece. Do you understand? Astoria only nodded, too baffled to say anything. She doesn't know about the potion and thinks she was born a year early and that I asked the Zabinis to take care of her should anything happen to me. She will continue to think that until she's old enough to understand it. Are we clear? Astoria nodded again. Good. Her name is Lillian Daphne Potter, and she prefers to be called Daffy, after Daphne. You'll love her, I'm sure. Just remember that the last time you saw her, she was a baby, and the reason that I didn't ask you to take care of her was because I didn't like your husband. As if having spoken a magical word, Astoria sneered. I have no problems with that, she replied at once. Good. When you're more recovered, we can talk more about this and I can clarify it some more. Millie can help. She wants to meet you, by the way. Do you think I can bring her to meet her aunt? Or do you need more time? Why, yes, I want to see her. Really? Asked Astoria, still confused but with a smile slowly growing. You're serious, aren't you? There's a child, Daphne's, my sister's child. Yes, Harry replied with a smile. I'll be back shortly with her. Dobby, take me to my daughter. Dobby grabbed Harry by his sleeve and popped away. Real Daphne and real Harry saw the memory shift, appearing in a garden at the same time as Memory Harry and Memory Dobby. That was a little forceful, wasn't it? Drop the news on my sister, complained Daphne. Not really. It was a little shocking and awe-filled, but Daffy was really interested in meeting her aunt, replied Harry with a smile, pointing in the direction real Harry was moving. Daphne looked in that direction and saw Daffy playing with flowers. Hi, Princess, Memory Harry said, having his daughter's full attention. Daddy, have you come to play with me? The child asked happily, and Memory Harry chuckled. If you want, I can, but I was wondering if you wanted to meet your aunt, your mummy's sister. We just got her. Really? Daffy asked, jumping up from the ground and grabbing her father by the hand. Come on already, Daddy. Daffy, calm down. Your aunt is in the infirmary and there's another person in there, your Uncle Jason. You brought him too. Yay. She cheered, trying to speed up again, to no avail. Memory Harry rolled his eyes and grabbed her, picking her up and carrying her on his arms. Don't run inside the house, Daffy, Memory Harry said, and Daffy nodded. If I put you down, will you be calm and come with me? I like more when you carry me, Daddy, the little girl said cheekily, making Memory Harry grunt, real Harry chuckle, and real Daphne laugh. Daphne noticed that Memory Harry made no effort to put the child on the floor again. Now, keep in mind that your aunt is weak and still needs recovery, so no jumping on her. Yes, Daddy. Also, she hasn't seen you in some time. I don't remember seeing her ever. The child replied, and Memory Harry chuckled nervously, continuing the bantering with his daughter while real Harry and real Daphne followed, close to each other, Daphne smiling at the scene. They eventually reached the door to the infirmary, which Harry opened, allowing his daughter to enter first. Is that the little duck? Asked Jason, seeing the girl coming in. Daffy groaned and looked at her so-called uncle. Hi, Uncle Jason, she said, waving but standing near her father, who was looking curious at the younger man. What, no hug? I'm hurt, Ducky, said Jason. I'm not a duck, Uncle, she replied, a little angered, which real Daphne found cute. Little duck? Asked Memory Harry, failing to see how Astoria was looking at Daffy with widened eyes. Yes, you know, Daffy, Daffy Duck, joked Jason with a laugh. He was the only one. Hallies, relate my daughter with that crazy duck again, and I will make your life hell, replied Harry in a serious tone. Fine, it's not like anyone understood it either. Damn purebloods never watched cartoons, that's what I get. He started to complain, mostly to himself, while Astoria rose in her bed and Memory Harry nudged Daffy forward. Oh, Merlin, Astoria whispered, seeing the child looking at her, recognizing most traces from her own sister. You look so much like Daphne. Hello, my name is Lillian Daphne Potter. Are you my Auntie Astor? My Auntie Tori? Asked Daffy with a small curtsy after mangling Astoria's name. Yes, I am, replied Astoria in tears, calling her niece closer to her and hugging her. You're so pretty, my beautiful niece. I can see your mother when I look at you. Are really? Asked Daffy, and Astoria just nodded. Do you know why I've been away and haven't seen you for so long, sweetie? Asked Astoria, and Daffy nodded. Daddy told me that you were sent to prison because you killed a bad man that hurt you, just like he was sent to prison because he killed the bad woman that killed Mummy, replied Daffy, feeling her father's hand on her shoulder. But now Daddy brought you back to us. Are you going to stay with us as well, Auntie? Are you going to help Daddy in killing the bad people that are responsible for Mummy's death? What? Asked Astoria, looking directly at Memory Harry, who looked concerned at Daffy, nodding at Astoria after it. What other people? Demanded Astoria. Long story, but they are responsible for all that Weaslet did. Daphne died because of them and their manipulations, replied Harry, and Astoria seethed. Count me in. If those people are responsible for my sister's death, I will be there when they are brought down to justice. She replied, and real Daphne was touched that his sister would be ready to fight because of her. However, for now, tell me more about you, cutie, she asked Daffy, making her giggle. The memory started to swirl, and the two teens found themselves out of the pensive again. Were you rallying people to fight? Asked Daphne, and Harry nodded. The Longbottoms had an army and a nation behind them. I needed help. It's not like I could assault their new manor alone. With so many discontent people, I thought I would find allies to help me. And I did, especially among werewolves, vampires, and a couple of so-called dark families, which, let's face it, only helped my growing reputation as the newest Dark Lord of Britain. So, basically, you build an army to fight against the Longbottoms because you wanted revenge for what they did to me, and at the same time help crushing their regime, is that it? No, not really, admitted Harry, looking at Daphne. My only goal was bringing the Longbottoms down and making them pay for what they had done. Crushing their regime was only a means and a consequence of getting to them. Daphne just stood there, holding Harry's hand, looking down and playing with it. What happened? She asked. The Second War happened, the one that later would be called the Blood Traders and Mudblood Wars. I won't bore you with memories of battles or assaults that I made, our victories or defeats. All I can tell you is that Greg came to us at one point and joined us. Ursula Corwin, or better Ursula Pintz, joined us as a healer, as did a couple of others. I already told you that at one point, I was ambushed by the older Weasley son, the third son, and the twins. I killed them all, and Fleur, who was married with Bill Weasley, departed Britain to France, taking their sons with her. The pig Weasley was actually part of the Paladins and was one of Oberon's hands. I think that was his title. He was one of his second in command. Daphne couldn't help it but to be surprised. Your parents were neutral. They never contacted me, nor did I contact them. I wasn't fond of the idea of meeting them because of what they had done to Astoria, but your sister actually proposed to make them join us, making them be useful for once. And very well, Daphne mumbled, not heard by Harry. The war lasted until the beginning of the year 2013. That was nearly 2-3 years, and it wasn't easy, but I doubt you want to know about that. Not really, admitted Daphne with a small smile. I rather know more about Daffy. I thought you might, replied Harry, sitting on his chair. I guess I can tell you now. The one little girl that inspired the fashion trend of the shorter sleeves was our daughter. Really? Asked a surprised Daphne. How come? Well, Daffy was living with me, Dobby, Astoria, and Jason in Potter Manor. Since they were fugitives, I kept them there in safety, especially considering the old wards and the protections. Besides, it's not like people knew the actual address of our home after the Fadelius was cast. We were having dinner together with the Zabinis, and the Knots and Daffy just started to complain about the sleeves of her new dress she was wearing being too big and getting into the food and dirty. Harry chuckled, as did Daphne. First she asked me if I could help her wrap the sleeves up her arm, but they fell again, and she asked me if she could cut them. You have no idea of the discussion with Astoria and Tracy. I can imagine they are both a little crazy about fashion, replied Daphne with a small wince. And our daughter was as stubborn as me and you, therefore she asked me if she could cut the extra sleeves. I can guess they turned on you, chuckled Daphne. They did. They went to the point of complaining about how expensive the dress had been, but since I had been the one paying it, I decided to allow her to cut the sleeves, and I even did it myself, replied Harry with a smile. She asked me to cut the sleeve at 3/4 of the arm, and, well, I never liked that stupid trend anyway. I just went with my daughter's trends, even if it was to spite Astoria. Daphne couldn't help but chuckle until she heard the last part. What do you mean, spite my sister? Astoria was against me spoiling Daffy because of her bad experiences with her former husband and their son, who had become a spoiled little shit who had wanted nothing to do with his blood traitor mother who killed his father. The brat's words, not mine. Damn Malfoys, scowled Daphne. I didn't spoil Daffy, said Harry. I was her father, and I attempted to be strict with some things, of course, but not everything. Nor did I give her a free way to do everything as she wanted or buy her everything. I just, tried to be a proper father, said Harry, looking down. I had to learn from Blaise and Theo, but I think I did a good job. I'm sure you were a great father, said Daphne, sitting herself on Harry's lap, caressing his cheek. At least I think so, and that's only for what I saw. I wish I was, Daff. He replied, resting his head against her. You have no idea how much I always wanted to hear that from you, but I don't. Oh, shut up, she demanded, kissing him. When she finally let go of him, he didn't insist more on that subject. I want to show you a memory from a few weeks before Christmas 2011 and the actual Christmas day. What's it about? Asked Daphne, slightly concerned. Our daughter, of course, replied Harry, and Daphne nodded, getting up from his lap. Harry placed the memory on the pensive and looked at Daphne. What you will see was my secret for years, and I never told anyone about it. Only Daffy and I knew of this. Now I'm telling you because it's your right to know, Harry said, and Daphne actually felt nervous but felt warmth spreading on her chest. Is it serious? She asked, and Harry shook his head. Nothing at all, it's just personal. The two of them went into the pensive and saw themselves on Potter Manor once again, walking behind Memory Harry, who still wore a short-trimmed beard and black robes, as well as a cloak with shortened sleeves. He also looked tired and dirtied, as if he had just arrived from somewhere. He got to a door and knocked 3 times, hearing a soft call from inside. "Hey, Princess," said Memory Harry, sticking his head through the opening of the door. "Daddy." Daffy replied, opening the door and throwing herself at her father's hug. "I missed you last night. You didn't tuck me into bed," she said, trying her best to sound reproachful and failing. She was just too happy that her daddy had returned. "I'm sorry, sweetie. I will do it today, and I will even tell you 2 stories. Is that all right?" asked Memory Harry, and Daffy nodded immediately, happily. "How was the MH?" she attempted to ask. "Raid," helped Harry. "Yes, raid. How was it? Did you help people?" "Did you do what you wanted to do?" Harry just chuckled and caressed his daughter's head. "Don't worry, sweetie. Everything went better than I expected. We're closer to get the bad people." "Finally, then you will stay at home with me, right?" she asked, and Memory Harry felt his heart beating of nervous. "Of course, honey. I know I haven't spent much time with you, but don't worry, Daddy. You are trying to capture the bad people responsible for killing Mummy. I want you to do it so you can come back home and not go back into danger again." "Oh," mumbled Harry with a smile. "At least she got sense," joked real Daphne. "Daffy, your Auntie Tori told me that you made a couple of questions yesterday about your mummy." "Yes, I did," she said a little shilly. "Why, sweetie?" asked Harry, and Daffy looked down, embarrassed. "I'm not angry, Daffy, quite the opposite." "Well, I wanted to do something for you, and I wanted to do it right," Daffy replied, a little happier for being the best daddy ever. "Really?" asked Harry, and Daffy nodded. "Do you want to see?" she offered, and Harry nodded. "Of course." Daffy grinned and dragged her father to her desk, where she had several painting papers and crayons, as well as a picture of a younger Harry and Daphne Potter. Daffy searched her drawings and found the one she wanted. "I made this for you, Daddy. What do you think?" she asked, showing him the drawing. Memory Harry gasped, feeling his eyes prickle when he realized what was drawn. Real Daphne was unable to hide her tears, gasping in surprise, and real Harry just looked sad. The drawing was a scene depicting 4 people, 2 adults and 2 children, all holding hands in line. One of the people was clearly a man, dressed in black, with short black hair and beard, with green eyes and a huge smile. It was obvious who it was, even without the huge word under him saying Daddy. Holding hands with him was a little girl with black hair and green eyes, also smiling and wearing a blue and silver dress. Under the image, the word Daffy was written. Holding hands with Daffy was a smaller boy with dark blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing red and blue robes and smiling. Under it was written Wayne. Finally, next to Wayne was a woman with long blonde hair, wearing a silver and green dress and smiling widely, under it written the word Mummy. "Do you like it, Daddy?" she asked hopefully, and Memory Harry could only nod, hugging his daughter and kissing her cheek. "It's beautiful, sweetie, thank you. Do you like the name I picked for my baby brother?" Daffy asked, and Harry didn't have the heart so say no. "It's a good name. Where did you learn it?" asked Memory Harry, and Daffy beamed. "Uncle Jason showed me a funny book with lots of drawings about a Batman that goes around to stop mean people. His real name was Wayne, and I thought it was a good name for my baby brother." "It's all right if you don't like the name, Daddy. It's a good name, Princess. I like it, and I like the drawing as well. It's very pretty. I asked Auntie Tori what Mummy's favorite color was to paint the dress, and she told me it was probably green and that I could add a bit of silver," confessed Daffy with a smile. Real Daphne was holding real Harry's arm and was shedding happy tears, seeing it happening before her. "I'm sure your Mummy would love it as well, Daffy. Do you think so, Daddy?" asked the child shyly. "Yes," replied real Daphne. "I'm sure, Daffy," smiled Harry, placing the drawing on the table. "Why don't you show me more of your drawings?" "Sure, Daddy." she replied happily, starting to show him several scenes, landscapes, several portraits of her daddy, of her aunties, uncles, and cousins, and even a couple of them depicting her mummy. Then, at one point, Memory Harry noticed a drawing with 4 black shapes drawn. "Daffy, what is this?" asked Harry, and Daffy showed it to him, revealing what seemed to be 4 snakes, 2 smaller ones and 2 big ones, from which one of them seemed bigger and be breathing fire. "It was just an idea that I had, Daddy," Daffy explained. "These are our guardian snakes and they only obey us." "Really? Why?" "Because we are the only ones that can talk with snakes, Daddy silly." Daffy remembered her father with a giggle. She was a Parselmouth as well?" asked Daphne, and Harry nodded. "So, why are there 4? asked Memory Harry, actually interested in his daughter's story. "Well, this one here is the mummy snake, the big one with blue eyes." Daffy pointed to one of the big snakes. "I called her Bale and she keeps everything and everyone safe." Daphne gasped, looking at the drawing and at Harry. She named Bale? She named the snakes?" asked Daphne, and Harry nodded. "I only made the golems. Our daughter had the idea of them and named them. All I did was use her ideas," confessed Harry, smiling while looking at his daughter, as did Daphne, intertwining her arm even more with Harry's. "This small one with blue eyes is Kale. He's the smallest one and the baby of the 4, but he can fight well," continued Daffy, pointing at the other small snake. "This other small one with green eyes is Zale, older than Kale and can also fight the bad people." Finally, Daffy pointed at the biggest snake in the drawing, the one that curiously enough was breathing fire. "This big one is the daddy snake. He's the more powerful of them all and protects the other 3, as well as destroying all that are mean. He's not a dragon, he's a snake, but he can breathe fire like a dragon. His name is Vale." "I see, sweetie," said Memory Harry, looking impressed with all the thought his daughter had made. "These are very beautiful and clever, but I can't help to notice some similarities between this drawing of the snakes and this one of our family." Memory Harry put the drawing of the snakes next to the one of the family that Daffy had given him moments before. "Am I right or wrong?" Daffy blushed. "I'm Zale," confessed Daffy, surprising real Daphne. "Wayne is Kale and Mummy is Bale because mummies always keep the children and the house safe. And I am. You are Vale, the big and most powerful one, the strongest ever that can protect us and everyone else and fight the bad people," replied Daffy with a shy smile. "You're the daddy." Real Daphne was just too touched to even say anything. Being curious about the snakes was one thing, but knowing they had been originally created by your own daughter made them much more precious. "But if that's me, why am I breathing fire?" asked Harry, and Daffy smiled. "Silly Daddy, did you forget the one time that you burned the forest with fire when you were fighting against the bad man before you killed him? Uncle Theo told me the story." "Oh, yes, I did, didn't I?" chuckled Memory Harry with an awkward smile. "So if I breathe fire, what special skills do you, Wayne, and your mummy have?" "We're children, so we have none yet. Mummy can heal all the wounds and make everything safe again," replied Daffy with a small smile. "Everyone tells me that Mummy was a great healer, a powerful witch, and very intimidating, even to you." Memory Harry coughed awkwardly. "Sometimes. Still, she was an amazing person," Memory Harry said, and Daffy smiled. "I had a nightmare some days ago," Daffy told him, looking serious. "I don't remember what it was, but I remember I was very scared. Then Mummy appeared in my dream and made everything safe again. She hugged me, sang to me, and told me she would always be with me, that I didn't need to be afraid because Mummy and Daddy would always be with me," Daffy said, with tears in her eyes, looking down. "When I woke up, I cried because it had only been a dream, but it felt so real. Mummy had been with me." The tears increased and she threw herself into her father's arms, who himself was tearful. Real Daphne didn't even try to stop her tears, only thinking how it wasn't fair, how she couldn't do anything to comfort her daughter. Real Harry put an arm around her and looked at his memory self and his daughter sadly. "Why?" asked Daphne, leaning on Harry. "It's not fair." "No, it's not," replied Harry. The memory just ended and real Harry saw the decisive look on his memory self. Sometimes he wondered if he had done the right thing. The 2 teens emerged from the pensive and Daphne buried her face on Harry's chest, who just hugged her tightly. Did it get better?" asked Daphne softly and in a whisper. "Yes, it did get better at Christmas," replied Harry in a whisper. "After that, she was happy and I barely saw her sad." "Really?" asked Daphne, looking at him. "How? Why? What did you do?" asked Daphne, and Harry smiled sadly. "I tried to give her what she wanted," replied Harry, looking at Daphne and caressing her face. "I wanted to." "But how?" Harry let go of the hug and Daphne whimpered. He took another memory from his head and placed in the pensive, giving his hand to Daphne again. I came to Hogwarts and recovered the resurrection stone that I had hidden in the forest, admitted Harry, and Daphne widened her eyes, gaping it was the only way. But, while doing it, I recruited Flitwick to our cause, but that's another story. He said, looking at her shocked face, do you want to come? Daphne only nodded and even sped up to the pensive. They entered the bowl and found themselves in a dark room where Daffy and Memory Harry already were. Why are we here, Daddy? Asked Daffy, holding hands with her father. I thought it was fitting, replied Memory Harry in a whisper, looking to his daughter. Do you know where we are? You always ask me that, Daddy. Of course I know. We are in the crypt where you kept Mummy's body. Daffy replied in a huff that real Daphne found cute. Memory Harry chuckled and opened a door, revealing a crystal casket with a body inside. Real Daphne recognized her older self, wearing white and with her hands crossed over her chest. She felt a pang in her chest, seeing it. Hi, Mummy, whispered Daffy. Daffy, this year I want to do something different, said Harry, having his daughter's full attention. What do you mean, Daddy? She asked. Do you know the tale of the three brothers? Daffy shook her head, and Memory Harry called for Dobby, who delivered to him a book after Memory Harry waved his wand and summoned 2 seats and a small table. Then I will read it to you, all right? Memory Harry asked, opening the book. There were once 3 brothers who were traveling along a lonely, winding road at twilight. In time, the brothers reached a river too deep to wade through and too dangerous to swim across. However, these brothers were learned in the magical arts, and so they simply waved their wands and made a bridge appear across the treacherous water. They were halfway across it when they found their path blocked by a hooded figure, and Death spoke to them. He was angry that he had been cheated out of 3 new victims, for travelers usually drowned in the river. But Death was cunning. He pretended to congratulate the 3 brothers upon their magic, and said that each had earned a prize for having been clever enough to evade him. So the oldest brother, who was a combative man, asked for a wand more powerful than any in existence, a wand that must always win duels for its owner, a wand worthy of a wizard who had conquered death. So Death crossed to an elder tree on the banks of the river, fashioned a wand from a branch that hung there, and gave it to the oldest brother. Then the second brother, who was an arrogant man, decided that he wanted to humiliate Death still further, and asked for the power to recall others from death. So Death picked up a stone from the riverbank and gave it to the second brother, and told him that the stone would have the power to bring back the dead. And then Death asked the third and youngest brother what he would like. The youngest brother was the humblest and also the wisest of the brothers, and he did not trust Death. So he asked for something that would enable him to go forth from that place without being followed by Death. And Death, most unwillingly, handed over his own cloak of invisibility. Then Death stood aside and allowed the 3 brothers to continue on their way, and they did so, talking with wonder of the adventure they had had, and admiring Death's gifts. In due course the brothers separated, each for his own destination. The first brother traveled on for a week or more, and reaching a distant village, sought out a fellow wizard with whom he had a quarrel. Naturally, with the Elder Wand as his weapon, he could not fail to win the duel that followed. Leaving his enemy dead upon the floor, the oldest brother proceeded to an inn, where he boasted loudly of the powerful wand he had snatched from Death himself, and of how it made him invincible. That very night, another wizard crept upon the oldest brother as he lay, wine-sodden, upon his bed. The thief took the wand and, for good measure, slit the oldest brother's throat, and so Death took the first brother for his own. Meanwhile, the second brother journeyed to his own home, where he lived alone. Here he took out the stone that had the power to recall the dead and turned it thrice in his hand. To his amazement and his delight, the figure of the girl he had once hoped to marry before her untimely death appeared at once before him. Yet she was sad and cold, separated from him as by a veil. Though she had returned to the mortal world, she did not truly belong there and suffered. Finally, the second brother, driven mad with hopeless longing, killed himself so as truly to join her. And so Death took the second brother for his own. But though Death searched for the third brother for many years, he was never able to find him. It was only when he had attained a great age that the youngest brother finally took off the cloak of invisibility and gave it to his son. And then he greeted Death as an old friend and went with him gladly, and equals they departed this life. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Chapter 21. Memory Harry finished the tale and closed the book. Did you like it? Daffy nodded. Now, what if I tell you that this story is somewhat real? Really? There is a super wand, a stone that can be used to talk with the dead, and a cloak that— Oh, you have one of those, Daffy realized, making Memory Harry chuckle. The 3 artifacts are real, but if they were made by death or not, I don't know, nor do I care. They don't give any special powers except those of their own. The Elder Wand can be used to cast much more powerful spells. The Resurrection Stone can be used to talk with the dead, and the cloak can be used to be invisible. Daffy nodded, and Harry showed her a moleskin pouch that he had with him. I want you to swear to me that you will never tell anyone what I will tell you now, and I want you to swear to me that whatever happens in here, you will not share it with anyone else but me, all right? I swear, Daddy, she said, not hiding her own smile when her father smiled happily and proudly at her. He removed a cloak from the pouch. Do you know what this is? Her father asked. It's the Potter Invisibility Cloak. She replied promptly, and her father nodded. What if I told you that this is Death's Cloak, one of the Hallows? Memory Harry asked, chuckling when he saw his daughter gaping. Really? Daffy asked, leaning in. No, you're lying. Memory Harry chuckled. Fine, don't believe me, he said, putting the cloak on the table and drawing a black wand from one of his holsters in the left arm. What about this? Do you know what it is? That's a wand, she replied, and after a moment of staring at her father, who stared back at her, waiting for something, she risked it. Is it the Elder Wand? She asked in a low and almost reverent tone, not sure if she should believe it or not. When her father nodded, placing the wand on the table, she felt her chest tighten. And this is the last, said Memory Harry, taking a small stone from his pocket, showing it to her. Then is that the stone? Daffy asked, and Memory Harry nodded. I want you to remember what I read about the stone, Daffy. I will read it again. Meanwhile, the second brother journeyed to his own home, where he lived alone. Here he took out the stone that had the power to recall the dead and turned it thrice in his hand. To his amazement and his delight, the figure of the girl he had once hoped to marry before her untimely death appeared at once before him. Yet she was sad and cold, separated from him as by a veil. Though she had returned to the mortal world, she did not truly belong there and suffered. Finally, the second brother, driven mad with hopeless longing, killed himself so as truly to join her. Do you understand all that I read? Daffy nodded, with tearful eyes. Knowing that, I want you to make a choice, my sweet daughter. Memory Harry said, placing the stone on the table, looking at Daffy. You can forget about the stone and always wonder about your mummy, or you can use the stone once and meet her for some moments, knowing that she may suffer for being brought back to the world of the living for too long. He said, seeing his daughter's face twist. If you choose the first one, you will always wonder about what could have been. I know I did before. I accidentally used it to meet my parents and my uncles that had died. They didn't suffer because they weren't much time with me, and neither did I because I believed I was going to die. He admitted, and Daffy gaped. Sadly, however, if you choose the second one, you will meet your mummy, and if you don't keep her for too long, she won't suffer much, but you will. You won't be able to be hugged by her because she will be a ghost, but you will be able to meet her once. No one said anything for some moments. Have you ever used it to see Mummy? Asked Daffy, and Memory Harry shook his head. I had hidden it in safety and only recovered it a few days ago, Memory Harry admitted, and I want to see her. I want to talk to her. I want to have her in my arms, hug her, kiss her. And I can't, Memory Harry admitted, looking down. Real Daphne felt her heart throbbing in her chest. I want to see Mummy, the child said, looking at her father with a tear falling through her face. Even if it is just once and she can't hug me, I want to see my mummy. Memory Harry picked the stone and kneeled in front of his daughter, the stone between his hands. If you're sure, then pick the stone between your hands, her father said softly. The child did, and Memory Harry enveloped his daughter's hands with his own. Now, I want you to say your mummy's name. D. Daphne P. Potter, Daffy said hesitantly. Again, sweetie. With more confidence. Daphne Potter, she repeated, and her father just looked at her with a smile. Did it work, Daddy? It did, sweetie, a female voice said behind her. Daffy turned around, widened her eyes, seeing her mother's shade looking exactly the same as her body did in the crystal casket. Hi, Daffy heard her father say, placing his hands on her shoulders. I missed you. I know, Shade Daphne replied with a tearful smile. I missed you too. Mummy? Asked Daffy hesitantly. This is, Memory Harry started. I know, Shade Daphne replied with a smile. Hello, honey, I'm your mummy, said Daphne with a tearful smile. Mummy, cried Daffy, jumping from her father's hands and into her mother, only to pass through the shade. When she realized what had happened, she just cried. Don't cry, baby, asked Shade Daphne, trying to caress her daughter only to see her hands passing through, much to her own sadness. I'm here with you. I've always been with you and your daddy. But Mummy. I miss you, Daffy sobbed in tears. I know, honey, I miss you too. You have no idea how much I want to hold you, play with you, be with you. And with that crazy man we both love. Daphne whispered with a tearful smile, nodding at Memory Harry, who was walking slowly to the two of them. Daddy? Asked Daffy, seeing her father kneeling next to them, caressing his daughter's back. What did I tell you, Princess? Memory Harry asked softly, and his daughter buried her face on his chest, making both him and Shade Daphne smile. How are you, Daff? He asked, looking at the shade of his wife with a sorrowful look. Jealous, she replied with a small smile, looking at Memory Harry and Daffy, listening to her sobs. Come on, Daffy, didn't you want to meet your mummy? Asked Memory Harry, and Daffy let go of him, turning tearful to her mother. Hi, Mummy, I miss you. She said, trying to clean her tears. I know I was named Lillian after Grandmummy Lily, but I like more to be called Daphne after you. Daffy smiled. I try to be a good and obedient girl, but it is hard. Auntie Tor, I always say that I am too Gryffindor like Daddy, and she makes it sound like a bad thing, but I don't think it is. She admitted with a smile, noticing the grin on his father and the amused chuckle of her mother. Daddy also says that I act a lot like you would, and to ignore Auntie Tori because she is just jealous. Shade Daphne laughed, as did Memory Harry. Of course he did. Shade Daphne smiled at Memory Harry, who just smiled. I have already used accidental magic several times, and I've read several books in the library that Daddy said I could. I'm also a Parselmouth like Daddy, and I like snakes. I've met a garden snake in the garden last summer and talked a lot with it. His name was Sephron, and he went to sleep in his nest. I offered him to bring him to the house, but he didn't want to, so I never asked Daddy if I could. She said, thinking about what else to say. I don't know what I want to be when I'm grown up, but I know I want to be a powerful witch like you and Daddy, and I want you two to be proud of me. Oh, honey, I already am, said Shade Daphne, not resisting and lifting her arm to touch her daughter's cheek, knowing that it would pass through. It was a surprise to both females when they both felt the touch, looking wide-eyed at each other. You mummy? Asked Daffy in awe. How? Wondered Shade Daphne. Go on, said Memory Harry, looking at the two of them with a smile, his right hand balled next to him and with a lot of magic flowing into it, looking focused. It won't last for long. Mummy, cried Daffy, jumping against Daphne and hugging her mother as hard as she could, crying and sobbing, as did Daphne, holding her daughter. How? Asked Real Daphne, tearful and touched. Thank for hearing my pray death, mumbled Real Harry, not heard by Real Daphne. It's just the power of the Hallow. If fed with magic and life force, the shade may become corporeal for a time. Abuse it and you will die. You did that for her, cried Real Daphne, and Real Harry just smiled and nodded, receiving a kiss. She was able to see Shade Daphne holding Daffy and pulling Memory Harry into the hug, kissing him while both held the child. Thank you, my love, Shade Daphne said, resting her forehead against Memory Harry's. Thank you for this moment. One day, Daff, he whispered. I'll be waiting for you, but make sure to take your time, replied Shade Daphne with a sad laugh, dropping Daffy to the ground. It's time, sweetie. I need to go back before bad things happen, especially if your daddy is sacrificing his life and magic. Daffy could only nod, still crying. Be sure to always obey your father, and while sometimes he may sound crazy, he's a good man and you can count on him. I will, Mummy, she replied, tearful and sobbing. I'll miss you. I'll miss you too, darling. I'll be waiting for you, but please live happy and for a long time, all right? Daffy just nodded with a small smile. Take a good care of her, my love, demanded Shade Daphne, and Memory Harry nodded. I love you, always will, Memory Harry replied, and Shade Daphne smiled. I love you too, the two of you, she replied with a tearful smile. Goodbye. Shade Daphne vanished, leaving Memory Harry and Daffy alone in the crypt. Daffy hugged her father and started sobbing. Thank you, Daddy. She sobbed in her father's arms. Memory Harry cried as well. Do you understand now why it hurts? He asked and felt his daughter nod. I love you, Daddy. I love you too, honey, very much. Both Real Harry and Real Daphne were crying as well, holding each other. That was beautiful, she said, and he just smiled. I have something for you, Daffy, Memory Harry said, letting go of the embrace and smiling to his daughter, helping her, cleaning her tears. I thought about it, and I don't think it's fair that I keep it only to myself. What? Asked Daffy, seeing her father taking another wand from his arm holster. Is that my wand? asked real Daphne, and real Harry nodded. It is. I kept it as my secondary wand instead of using the Elder Wand. It had more meaning to me, admitted real Harry. This is your mummy's wand, Memory Harry said, picking the wand with both hands, seeing the awed and reverent look that his daughter was giving to the wand. I've kept it safe since she died and started to use it as my secondary wand since I came back from prison. Memory Harry explained, extending the handle to Daffy, and now I want you to have it. Me, she squeaked, not raising her hand to grab it. I can't, Daddy. It's Mummy's wand. You need it. What if I break it? I can get another secondary wand, sweetie. Memory Harry replied with a smile. Besides, it's your mother's wand. I want you to have something more from your mother. Really? She asked, hopefully. But what if the wand doesn't accept me? Asked Daffy. You won't know if you don't try it, replied Memory Harry with a smile. Daffy hesitated but picked the wand, doing as her father instructed and waving it, producing multicolored sparks. See, it's almost a perfect match. Grinned Memory Harry as Daffy squealed happily. Now, how would you like to learn some magic? Daffy, delighted squeal and hug, told him everything he needed to know. The memory ended and Daphne looked in awe to Harry before shedding tears of happiness and hugging him. Thank you, you're a great father, she said between tears, feeling the hug. I like to pretend I was, he mumbled. Did it work for her, the wand? Daphne asked, and Harry nodded. Did she learn a lot? Did she become a powerful witch? Harry didn't reply. Daphne noticed it. Harry, did she become a powerful witch? She asked again, letting go of the hug and looking at Harry, to his saddened and sorrowful eyes. Harry, answer me, she demanded again, this time fearful, realizing something was wrong. Harry, what happened to our daughter? Please don't, she begged to herself. It was Christmas Day, 2012. Harry started to explain. We were celebrating at the Knots, all of us, and somehow the Paladins found out and raided the house in force. 100 wands against a couple, maybe 15 adults. The wards held enough time to call for reinforcements, but they rose a powerful ward that blocked portkeys and all kind of magical transportations, house elves included. Daphne felt her heart throbbing, especially when she saw Harry balled his fists. Millie took the children to safety while me, Theo, Tracy, Blaze, Astoria, Jason, Hannah and her husband, Justin, Professor Flitwick and a couple of others decided to give them battle while we waited for reinforcements that we called using communications based on the bracelets I showed you that we used while on Hogwarts. We hid on the entrance hall and cursed everything that tried to enter Manor. Then we heard the battle sounds and knew that our people had arrived and engaged the enemy on the outside, but not soon enough to prevent some of them to blow up an outside all and enter the Manor. Told Harry, closing his eyes to both avoid looking at Daphne and better visualize what had happened. I took Theo, Jason, Justin, and Hannah to stop them to enter further into the Manor, but they had other ideas. They started to torch the Manor from the inside and blowing up walls. When we reached them, we found 10 paladins and what? Demanded Daphne, concerned, feeling her heart beating faster and very nervous. Oberon himself, scowled Harry in anger. The other 4 engaged the paladins while I faced Oberon himself. He was better and stronger than the last time I had dueled him, but I was stronger still. And he knew it. He ran, I pursued him, and he used more destructive spells around us and caused the ceiling to collapse on us. I was injured despite of casting some protective charms and, Merlin, I can't do this, Daph. I just can't. Then show me, she begged. I need to know. Harry nodded and drew another memory from his temple, placing it on the pensive without saying another word. Despite her fears, Daphne could see that Harry was even worse. She grabbed his arm and went into the pensive with him, fearing what she would find. Daphne found herself in a burning room, with debris from the ceiling all around her and a collapsed door on the floor. She heard a cough and saw Memory Harry coming from under some shattered debris, grabbing his own head and wiping the crimson flowing from his forehead. He shook his head and attempted to shake away the daze of the blast that collapsed the ceiling. He still had his wand with him, which proved to be useful, since he was still dazed to dodge the blue spell that came against him. You son of a bitch, growled Memory Harry, glaring to a strong-built man, wearing a white and golden hide armor, with a white mask walking towards him with his wand pointing at him. According with real Harry, that man was Oberon, or better yet, Longbottom. This is the end of the line, Dark Lord, said Longbottom, casting a stunner that Harry this time dodged, only to hiss in pain because of his leg. Oh, you can count on it, you bastard. You'll die tonight and your wife will soon follow. Memory Harry hissed, casting a succession of several spells, engaging in combat with the masked man, always hissing in pain because of his leg. They kept fighting for long minutes, and real Daphne could see that Memory Harry was feeling the pain and the aches on his body, as well as having problems with his vision because of his head wound. Yet, he refused to lose to the man before him, the same one that had caused him so much grief and pressed his attack. Oberon, however, knew how truly powerful Harry Potter was and was attempting to tire him out while waiting for reinforcements. He was unaware of the situation on the outside, though. None of them noticed the small group that ran past one damaged door, Memory Harry, because he had his back to the door, and Oberon because he was focused in his duel. Real Daphne didn't notice it either, since she was watching the duel, but real Harry did, forgetting about the duel and focusing only on the newcomer that had entered the room. "Why, Daffy?" asked real Harry in a tearful tone, attracting real Daphne's attention. She turned to him immediately, noticing where he was looking and almost having a panic attack when she saw Daffy standing at the door. "What? What is she doing here?" demanded Daphne, and Harry shook his head. "They passed through this door on their way out, and she saw me, or at least is what Millie told me," replied Harry, seeing the odd look from his daughter watching the duel. He didn't need to look back to the duel. He had seen it once and had nightmares for years about what was about to happen. Daphne did, sharing his attention between the duel and Daffy, seeing the spells flying. Memory Harry's leg finally collapsed and he fell on his knee. Oberon took his chance and cast a bluish spell against Memory Harry, who threw himself on the ground and cast a Confringo on his opponent, who rose a shield at the last time and was blasted against the debris, hurting himself. He activated his portkey, specially keyed to escape the wards that had been raised and vanished. Real Harry saw the spell connecting, as well as his daughter's shocked face being pierced in the chest by the spell. He just closed his eyes and growled in anger and sorrow, letting the tears fall. There was nothing he could do. Daphne, however, only saw Daffy fall to the ground. "No!" she cried out, running to Daffy at once. Nothing could be done, but she didn't think about it, only wanting to help her daughter. She reached the child, seeing her already vacant eyes looking up, her shocked look and the pierced wound bleeding on her chest. "Wah!" said Memory Harry, dropping his wand. Real Daphne turned to him and saw his shocked and fearful face, looking at the body on the floor. "No. Please, no. Daphy," he shouted, trying to run to her daughter, only to almost fall to the ground. He limped to the body and quickly tried to wake up his daughter, to no avail. The child wasn't breathing. "Daffy, princess, come on, wake up," he asked her, crying and checking her pulse on the neck. "Daffy, please, baby, wake up." Real Daphne was sat on the ground, holding her head and crying her heart out, tears falling from her eyes as she looked to her daughter's dead body. Memory Harry frantically trying to wake her up, or real Harry on his knees, with his eyes closed but clearly crying and in distress. "Why were you here?" asked Memory Harry between cries, holding his daughters close to him, rocking the limp body and sobbing, his wounds, his enemies, his allies, and his anger forgotten. His daughter was dead. No. Daphne and Harry were expelled from the memory, and Daphne fell on his knees, still crying while Harry stood his ground, looking down. Why, she asked, having no answer. She got up from the floor and walked to Harry, grabbing him by the collar. "Why?" she demanded, slapping him hard. "Why is that bastard still alive?" She slapped him again. "Why haven't you killed him yet?" She sobbed, burying her face in Harry's chest, crying her heart out, holding him tighter as he held her. After some moments of crying, Daphne spoke again. No, you're right," she whispered, having Harry's full attention. "We shouldn't kill him yet. First, we destroy everything he has dear. Then we destroy him, and then, only then, after he's nothing more than waste of flesh and magic, an embarrassment and a pariah, then we kill him." "Yes, nothing more than what he deserves," replied Harry, holding her tight. "At least tell me you made him suffer," she asked, sobbing once again. "I made him suffer. I made his wife suffer. I made his right hand suffer, all paladins suffer. I had lost everything I loved and I didn't care anymore. Peace, war, diplomacy, aggression, life, death. All that it mattered was that I had my revenge, so I went for it. I had nothing to go back to, no one at home. My wife was dead, my child was dead. I just didn't care anymore, so I went forward and I made them all suffer for it." "How?" asked Daphne, looking at Harry, feeling his power washing over her and feeling protected. "They called me a Dark Lord wannabe in my youth. They called me a Dark Lord because I opposed them. They relished the fact that I was a Dark Lord and they were the Light Lords. They wanted a Dark Lord so badly. I just spat on the light side for the third and final time, and I gave them the Dark Lord they wanted so badly, one that would be their death and complete destruction. They called me a Dark Lord wannabe in my youth. They called me a Dark Lord because I opposed them. They relished the fact that I was a Dark Lord and they were the Light Lords. They wanted a Dark Lord so badly. I just spat on the light side for the third and final time, and I gave them the Dark Lord they wanted so badly, one that would be their death and complete destruction. Daphne looked at Harry, wide-eyed and shocked. Dark Lord. She asked softly in what seemed to be a whisper, to which he nodded softly. Yes, he replied, still holding her softly in his arms. Why? She asked in another whisper, looking at Harry in the eyes, feeling her own moistening. Revenge, anger, hate, he replied in a whisper, looking at her. What would you do in my place? Daphne attempted to hide a sob, failing completely. Kay, kill him, she replied, and Harry nodded. I won't defend myself, Daph. Harry admitted, looking at her tearful eyes. I became a Dark Lord and I did it knowingly, so I won't defend myself and be a hypocrite over it. I snapped, and all I wanted was revenge. Being a Dark Lord is nothing but having a fancy title that gives you power over the masses. Nothing else. I know, replied Daphne, much to Harry's surprise. I know it's just a title. I know you told me you were in war, and I know that you told me that they already considered you one, but one thing is knowing that, and another is hearing you saying that you became one. I had a choice, he replied, his eyes closed, feeling the nervous beat of his heart on his ears, knowing that the following moments would be decisive in his relationship with Daphne. I could have chosen the right path and continue my war, slowly undermining them and rallying support to bring the Longbottoms down, or the easy path. In my anger, I chose the easy way out, but I don't regret it. All my regrets died the moment my daughter was struck down, and I didn't care anymore. What then? Daphne asked softly. That same night, in front of my friends, followers, and the body of our daughter, I executed the captured paladins in cold blood, mostly to send a message to their masters. Explained Harry at that moment, seeing the horror and the fear in everyone's face. I knew what I had to do, and by doing it, I ended the war in but a few weeks. What? What did you do? Like I said, I killed the paladins. You alone? She asked, and Harry nodded. How? Harry removed a memory from his head and put it in the pensive. It's not something I can tell you about, he replied, offering Daphne his hand. For the first time in the night, Daphne refused the hand and went into the pensive, followed by Harry. Daphne found herself in the grounds of a partially burning Knot Manor, noticing the several people around. She noticed those that were the closest to Harry near him. She saw Tracy and Theo, looking sad and shedding tears, as were Blaze and Millie. Their children weren't around, probably in safety. The others were there as well, Hannah and the man who Harry had said to be her husband, Justin, and Professor Flitwick, as was Astoria, kneeled next to a small bundle covered with a black cloak. Daphne's eyes teared, recognizing what the small bundle truly was. Astoria was crying, being held and caressed by Jason Halleys, who had his head low in sadness. Harry Potter was kneeling opposite to Astoria, not able to move, his tearful eyes looking only to the bundle. Daphne approached him and was able to hear him mumbling, I'm sorry, Daffy. I'm sorry, Daph. I'm sorry. Forgive me, I'm sorry. Why? Demanded Astoria, attracting Daphne's attention, seeing her sister being held tighter by Jason. Why? I don't know, Torrey. Jason whispered, and Astoria sobbed, hiding her face in Jason's chest, who held her even tighter. Harry. Theo said, approaching him, having no reaction. Harry, we have to go before the paladins send reinforcements. You have to take Daffy's body away. No, mumbled Harry. We'll deal with the prisoners. Theo said, not noticing how Harry had gone stiff. We'll incapacitate them as usual. Make sure they won't be a threat in the future, but you must go now. We'll meet up. He never finished because Memory Harry rose from his position next to his daughter's body and started to walk faster in the direction where the prisoners were being kept. What the? Harry, demanded Theo, making everyone notice where Memory Harry was going. Memory Harry reached the group of paladins sat on the ground, without their masks, items, and wands, most of them injured. Those that weren't injured had been stunned during the battle and released afterwards. You dark wizard scum, give me back my wand. Daphne heard a familiar voice say and stiffened immediately. Memory Harry heard it as well, walking in its direction at once. Weasley, Memory Harry snarled, making said redhead turning to him at once. Potter, you dark wizard scum, you and yours surrender now, and I can guarantee you that you will be given a fair trial, more than you deserve. Weasley snarled, getting up to his feet. It's a shame that Neville failed to kill you, but I won't. I challenge you to a wizard's duel. Memory Harry's reply, instead of verbal, was a quick punch to the nose, throwing Weasley to the ground. Denied! Memory Harry snarled, kicking the red head in the ribs. Why did you come here? Demanded Harry, drawing his wand. How did you know? Screw you, Potter, replied Weasley between gasps and some spit. Why? Harry demanded, and for the first time in a long time, a yellow light was released from his wand, making Weasley scream in pain. Why did you come here? Why did you attack today? What did you want? Weasley said nothing, not because he didn't want to, but because he was unable to speak under the Cruciatus speak. We discovered that you'd be here, a paladin said, hopping to make Memory Harry drop the curse on Weasley. How? Demanded Memory Harry in an old tone, ending the curse on the red head. We don't know. The paladin replied, only to feel a blast on his chest that threw him away. He didn't move after it. Lord Oberon didn't say how. Another paladin replied in fear of the same fate. Please. Your Lord Oberon killed my daughter, replied Memory Harry in a cold tone, gaining a confused look from the paladins and many of his own followers. Why you don't have a DDD daughter, PPP Potter, replied Weasley, still on the ground, trembling of the effects of the torture curse but still sneering. Yes, I do, Weasel, replied Memory Harry, his eyes tearing again. P-probably W with a W whore. Weasley said, and Memory Harry stiffened. What did you say? Demanded Memory Harry, looking coldly to Weasley. P-probably W with a W whore. Weasley repeated, only to be kicked in the face by Memory Harry, who pointed his wand at the fallen paladin. Weasley began to cry in pain, and even with his screams, everyone around them could hear the sound of his bones cracking, his legs bending in unnatural angles and the bones breaking in half, exposing the bone through the muscle. With another curse, one of Weasley's legs' flesh started to darken and rot, while the other started to melt into a goo after being drenched by what seemed to be a yellow liquid conjured by Memory Harry's wand. During this, Weasley's screams were heard by all, but only the paladins begged for mercy. None of Memory Harry's friends or followers said anything, feeling sickened by the sight. With another wave, one of Weasley's arms was stretched, and the skin started to be cut with 1,000 sharpened knives, the blood dripping to the ground and the pain filling Weasley even more. You want a Dark Lord? Asked Memory Harry in a voice filled with pain, anger, and sorrow among the screams of pain. They killed my wife. They killed my daughter. Do they want a Dark Lord so bad? He asked again, stopping the torture and only hearing Weasley's sobs and whimpers of pain. They have won. With one final wave of his wand, spikes erupted from the earth and pierced Weasley's whole body, paralyzing him. Weasley didn't move anymore, only whimpering and bleeding away. Only then Harry turned his attention to the other paladins. Please, mercy, one of the paladins begged, terrified as Memory Harry rose his wand. No more, Memory Harry whispered before the orange flames erupted from his wand. No more. Daphne was shocked and unable to say anything, seeing only fiery serpents. Chimeras and dragons consume in mere moments the screaming paladins, some still begging for mercy. When all the paladins turned to ash, Memory Harry went slowly back to the small bundle and picked it lovingly and with tears in his eyes. No one dared to say anything, still shocked with what had transpired, and neither did he speak to anyone. The memory ended with Memory Harry apparating away, and Daphne saw herself in the chamber once again. Daphne looked to Harry and saw him looking solemnly at her, waiting for her judgment. You killed them. So what? Daphne asked in a whisper, and a shiver. They deserved it. Do you really believe that? Asked Harry hopefully, and Daphne balled her fists. What does it matter? She replied, looking tearful at him. They were with Longbottom, they were your enemies, and you were in war. Are you that weak that you need to have my approval for all you did? No, I don't, but I want you to understand. He tried to explain, only to be interrupted once again. I do understand better than you think, Daphne replied, tears falling. The fact that you think I wouldn't makes me wonder if you truly knew me at all or if you regret your actions. Harry didn't reply, just looking at Daphne cleaning her tears. I don't care as long as they paid for it. First it was me and then my baby girl. I don't care what you did, what you became, or what you are, Harry. I won't let them get away with it, not again. I won't let them hurt me. They won't hurt anyone, Daph, least of all you, replied Harry softly. You know I won't let them. You may not let them, but I won't stand around and see you do everything yourself. Wanting or not, you caused this. You told me all this, and now we're in this together. Daphne replied, looking at him coldly. You either accept it or I walk away, and I will still hurt them without you. Harry rose an eyebrow in surprise. Then, seeing Daphne's anger, he started a smirk, much to her surprise. "Do you really think I would deny you this, after all the times I told you you were my partner in all things?" he asked her with a grin taking shape. Daphne's anger slowly disappeared from her face, replaced by sorrow and tears. She covered her face with her hands and sobbed, being embraced by Harry. "It's all right, Daph," he whispered, but she ignored him, burying her face in his neck. "They died once and they will die again, but I need you to be strong. I need you to be brave, cunning, and to help me. I can do all this alone, but I want you at my side." Daphne nodded silently and Harry held her tighter. "How did they die?" "Oberon first and Titania days later," Harry replied. "How?" she asked forcefully. "After leaving Daffy's body with yours, I attacked the paladins in the street and even some of the regime's supporters in their houses. I killed all who supported the regime, not caring about anything and always alone." "Idiot," whispered Daphne. Harry chose to ignore her. "Eventually, I calmed down, and thanks to the fear and panic I had caused by attacking so many, I was challenged by Oberon for a duel in the paper." "Clearly a trap," mumbled Daphne, and Harry nodded. "True, so I made a trap over it as well," explained Harry. "Having Daphne's full attention, I expected for them to raise anti-apparition and anti-Portkey wards the moment I arrived at the site to trap me and avoid reinforcements, so I did second best thing." "Which was?" asked Daphne, raising an eyebrow and looking at Harry. "I announced Godric's Hollow to be the dual site, days after sending my followers in advance with pre-prepared rune clusters set to raise my own anti-apparition and anti-Portkey wards to activate the moment they arrived. I also replaced all the inhabitants of the village by my battle-ready followers. When they set their trap, mine was already settled." Harry chuckled darkly. They had no chance. "You replaced the village inhabitants?" asked Daphne with a raised eyebrow, making Harry shrug. "It was easier than you would expect," he replied. "Godric's Hollow was already filled with supporters of our cause, and as soon as they saw our people entering the village, they actually welcomed them and aided them in their mission. When the paladins arrived to set their traps, they actually sabotaged them with our people's help. Then, on the day of the duel, the paladins had no chance." "Oberon died," stated Daphne, and Harry smirked, adding a nod. "Oberon died," he replied. Daphne pointed to the pensive, and he knew at once what she was demanding. "Are you sure?" As a reply, she glared at him, making him chuckle. He grabbed her by the waist and kissed her softly. "Gods, I love to see that look on your face," he whispered, making Daphne blush. Harry chuckled again and drew the memory from his temple. They both held hands and entered the pensive, seeing the world getting darker. Daphne recognized an older Harry, walking stiffly and determined, approaching a village that had to be Godric's Hollow. The outskirts of the village were calm and devoid of people, not that it stopped the dark-clad man. He stopped at the distance, and Daphne looked to the entrance of the village, recognizing the robes and armors of the nearly 50 people waiting for him. She sneered as she recognized Oberon in the center of his paladins, his arms crossed, waiting for Harry. "Glad to see you showed up, Dark Lord," Longbottom said, and Daphne could swear to have heard a sneer in his voice. Harry said nothing in reply. "You will finally end this, Potter. You will pay for all the lives you have taken." "Will I?" asked Harry in a cold and defiant tone. "And how do you intend to do that?" "By sending your minions against me." Memory Harry snorted, and Real Harry smirked. "It is supposed to be a duel between the two of us, and I did come alone." Real Daphne rose an eyebrow, looking at Real Harry. Oberon/Longbottom snorted. "Do you really think I'm crazy enough to face you alone?" he asked, and the paladins chuckled at his side. "I know you are powerful, and I know that even with my power and with all that my wife taught me, I still am no match for you." "So, you concocted a trap." Memory Harry snorted. "How predictable. Tell me, Longbottom, how long did you and your pathetic generals took to plan everything then? And yet, here you are, alone and defenseless against our superior numbers." Longbottom replied, "Not even you will stand a chance against us. You cannot escape by Portkey or apparition and will have no chance for reinforcements. Surrender now and we will grant you a fair trial." "Allow me to offer you a counter-proposal then." Memory Harry replied, drawing his wand calmly. "Surrender now and I will let you live." "You what?" demanded Daphne to Real Harry. "Trust me," was his reply, and she huffed. Paladins all laughed. "Surrender to you," laughed Longbottom, as did everyone else. "Open your eyes, Potter. Open them and look around you. You're alone, we have rose wards to prevent your escape and your reinforcements. Your Portkeys are useless, and I have the people of Godric's Hollow on my side should I need them. Why would I surrender to you?" As a reply, all Harry did was laugh coldly and powerfully. He rose his wand and a white flash was seen all around them. At first glance, nothing seemed to have happened. Only then, when one of the paladins looked up, alerting all others, Daphne looked up and saw two wands crossed in the sky. "What's that?" she asked, curious. "My version of the Dark Mark, the Black Wand's mark. What is your point in casting your Dark Mark, Potter?" demanded Longbottom, and Harry just smirked. A huge flash was seen around them, and suddenly, dozens of people were around them. Daphne looked around and saw people carrying wands, others carrying swords and axes. Those who carried wands were clearly wizards, and the others carrying weapons. Some were ragged and looked savage, while others looked simply pale as the dead. She also saw giants and trolls within their numbers, and much to her surprise, battle-ready centaurs. That wasn't all, though. The people that lived in the nearby buildings started to come out and, much to everyone's surprise, blocked the paladins' escape, their numbers bolstered by the remaining inhabitants of the village. The paladins were surrounded. "Meet my army, filled with all those people you and your wife wronged for all these years," scowled Harry. "Wizards, witches, werewolves, vampires, giants, trolls, and centaurs. And we all want your blood." "We surrender," shouted Longbottom after some tense moments, being eyed by bloodthirsty looks from Harry's army. Everyone looked at Harry and saw him chuckle. "Do you now?" he asked, and Longbottom nodded. "Yes, you offered us our lives in exchange of our surrender," replied Longbottom, dropping his wand to the ground. "We surrender to you, Lord Potter." "Neville, Neville," Harry replied with a scowl. "I lied." A yellow beam left Harry's wand, hitting Longbottom and making him scream in pain. "Slaughter them all." The vampires, being the faster, were the first to jump in the fray, followed close by the werewolves. A bloodbath took place, the paladins having no chance, being skewered by their weapons, claws, and fangs. The centaurs' arrows fell several of the paladins, and the curses of the witches and wizards supported their comrades. It had been decided that it was too dangerous to cast curses at the paladins, knowing that the werewolves and the vampires would be in the way. Daphne widened her eyes, seeing the cold efficiency of Harry's army, the lethal dance of the vampires, and the savagery of the werewolves, turning all paladins apart and turning white and gold in red gore. She felt her stomach complaining but stood firm, watching the one-sided battle. No, massacre or onslaught should be a better description of what she was seeing. She turned to Memory Harry, who simply stood cursing Longbottom with several spells, not only the Cruciatus but also Reductos that crushed the other man's knees, making him scream and cry in pain. The battle was over in mere moments, the vampires gorging in the blood of the fallen, everyone's attention turning to their lord and Longbottom. "You lose, Longbottom," said Memory Harry with a scowl at the fallen man. "Screw you, Potter, you have no honor." Memory Harry chuckled. "Honor?" he asked, casting a cutting curse that made Longbottom bleed and scream even more. "You dare to speak to me about honor? You who stand atop the bodies of thousands. Ask them, my Lord Oberon, ask them what honor matters to the dead." Memory scowled. "And then, when you do that, ask my wife and my daughter to tell me to spare your life." Harry taunted with a scowl. "I guess this is the right time to make a speech, to gloat about my superiority and my power, my righteousness. To announce my victory to the world and make an example out of you," he added, his features morphing in anger. "But I hate you too fucking much." Lightning hit Longbottom, burning his armor and his skin. The man screamed in pain, and everyone sensed the smell of burnt flesh. Daphne stood near Memory Harry, seeing Longbottom close in his final moments, wearing a cold demeanor. However, real Harry felt her clenching his hand, as if she was nervous. He hugged her from behind, both of them hearing the screams of one of the people who had ruined their lives. "Go to hell, you son of a bitch," she whispered, heard by Harry. Memory Harry dropped the lightning curse. Longbottom could barely scream, his skin was much darker and his armor and clothes had started to burn. With a twitch of his wand, he was lifted in the air, his arms and legs stretched to his sides. With another twitch, his clothes and wearables were all ripped from him, leaving him naked in the air. Then, with a massive surge of magic, Memory Harry cast a powerful spell and Daphne nearly vomited. All of Longbottom's skin was perfectly ripped from his muscles and dropped to the ground. The rest of Longbottom, a body devoid of skin, with darker and injured flesh in the chest, opened eyes and an eternal smirk, didn't even moan in pain, apart the occasional whimper. Several curses were cast against Longbottom, then, all by Memory Harry and always the same, a greenish-gray curse. "What's that curse you're casting?" Daphne asked, curious. "It's a fast-rotting curse." he replied, and in fact, Daphne was able to see the effects of the curse. Is it painful? She asked hopefully, and Harry nodded. He would feel the pain of rotting from the inside, his organs shut down. I would say so, yes. Where the curse hit, the muscles started to become greenish-gray and atrophy. The corruption started to propagate through all the body. If it reached the heart, Longbottom would die. Of course, Memory Harry wasn't done yet, as he cast a new volley of Cruciatus on Longbottom. Much to everyone's surprise, he didn't scream, as he was already dead. Memory Harry left the body hit the floor, ignoring the chants of his army, of victory and his own name, watching the body crumple even more, rotting away in front of him. Potter, 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 Potter. They all sang, and Daphne saw Memory Harry rose his head. Get yourselves ready and prepared. In 2 hours, we join our brothers and sisters in the march against the Ministry. Let us end this damn war once and for all. Memory Harry announced, receiving shouts of agreement and glee from everyone. The memory ended then, both teens leaving the Pensive. That was disgusting, Daphne whispered with a small smirk, looking at Harry, who just shrugged. Then she held his hand and embraced him, not shedding tears but holding him tight. Thank you, she said, and he held her tighter without saying a word. Where were Theo, Tracy, my sister, and everyone else? What about Titania? That wasn't my full army, only a part of it, Harry admitted. The other half was preparing for the assault on the Ministry, and they, along with every other Black Wand, were with them. While Longbottom was a priority, the Ministry was top priority. I can guess they didn't like the idea, joked Daphne, and Harry rolled his eyes. Of course not, but in the end they did as I told them to, replied Harry. The plan worked. And very well, I have to say. But what about Titania? Before her, we invaded the Ministry and captured everyone who was considered a high profile in their regime. Many were executed, and we established a provisional government in less than a day, with a council of humans, werewolves, vampires, everyone in our alliance. Harry told her, and Daphne rose an eyebrow. And everyone accepted that? She asked, and Harry chuckled. They didn't have a choice. Those who complained quickly learned not to. Also, much to our surprise, we were already heroes to the people, and we had celebrations in Diagon Alley and pretty much everywhere else, making all those celebrations for Voldemort's demise pale in comparison. Harry chuckled, and Daphne rose an eyebrow in amusement. In the afternoon, we were able to locate Titania's location, and everyone wanted to go with me. The end, I took half of the army and Theo, Tracy, Blaze, Millie, Tori, Jason, Hannah, and Justin. All others remained to clean up the Ministry, St. Mungus, and other locations and keep the peace. At the end of the day, you found her. And we invaded the new Longbottom estate, and our superior numbers crushed the Paladins' resistance. No one was able to oppose us as we conquered the grounds and the manor. In the end, I walked alone into the library where she was hiding. I want to see it, demanded Daphne, and Harry nodded, taking the memory from his mind. The both of them went into the Pensive once again and saw themselves in a manor, accompanying Memory Harry, his wand in his hand, walking through the corridors. Memory Harry waved his wand and a massive door blew up, allowing him passage. He entered what seemed to be a library and walked carefully. Come no further, demanded a shrieking voice, filled with panic, fear, and anger. Daphne recognized Hermione Longbottom. From the previous memories she had seen, only this one was wearing gold and white robes, as well as being pregnant and carrying a strange leather book attached to a chain by her waist. You don't demand anything from me, bitch, was the Dark Lord's reply. You monster! Reducto! Hermione Longbottom and Memory Harry waved his wand, deflecting the curse. He also shot a curse of his own against her, a confringo that she shielded herself from with a red shield charm that Harry didn't know, which deflected the curse and blasted the shelves of books behind her, not affecting her at all. So says the woman responsible for thousands of deaths, among them her own godson, my wife, and my children, Memory Harry said, casting a purple curse at Titania, who hid behind a shelf of books. I told you it was an accident. Was regrettable what happened to Daphne, Memory Harry snarled, blasting the shelf into smithereens. For some reason, Titania's shield still remained up, although she felt the blast that time, nearly falling on her butt. Don't even dare, he shouted. Teddy was an accident as well, Hermione Longbottom shouted, her wand pointing at Harry. He started to develop werewolf strength and speed. He was our best chance to learn how to cure the disease. It was unfortunately that he died in the lab tests. Unfortunately, roared Harry, as it was my wife's death because she drank the potion that was for me. If she hadn't drank it, she would still be alive, you would have voted for us, and everything would be fine. You aren't blameless in all this. demanded Memory Harry, only to receive a snort in reply. Our path was righteous. We intended to bring change into our world, and sometimes sacrifices need to be done to achieve our goals. Ginny wanted you, and we gave her a way to have you. All she had to do was make sure you voted for us. All rest, we didn't care. Are you even listening the filth you're spewing? Demanded Harry in anger. You caused all this. You and your husband nearly destroyed us and our way of life. We made it better, replied Titania in anger. We brought the wizarding world to the 21st century. We took the power from the old families and gave a voice to the oppressed. The Muggle-borns and those ignored in the old regime. And yet, most of them also fight for me against you. Traitors, that's what they are. They will be dealt with. Is she stupid, or was she? I don't even know. What the hell? Wondered Daphne with a risen eyebrow. She knew Hermione Granger was bossy, authoritative, demanding, and some other things less pleasant, but the Hermione Longbottom she was seeing and listening seemed to be a little off. Harry snorted. You seem to think that you will leave this place alive, snarled Harry, casting a red spell that was deflected by the shield against another shelf, breaking it in half. What is that shield? Ancient magic, Dark Lord. She replied with a cruel laugh. You cannot touch me. Surrender now, swear your allegiance to me, and I will let you live. Don't be ridiculous, Harry shouted, casting several Confringo curses against Titania and her surroundings. The magic may not break the shield, but the impact blasts were felt. He had seen it. Titania held her ground, focusing on the shield, only to be brought down by the blasts, falling on her butt and creating an opening after she dropped her wand. I'm going to kill you, you bitch, promised Harry, summoning her wand from the ground. Titania looked wide-eyed at him as he picked her wand and broke it in one hand. With a snarl, Titania picked a strange leather book she had at her waist and rose it above her head. Rasseltoth, I order you to come to my AID, she shouted, anger and hate in her voice and face. Memory Harry steeled himself, not knowing what she was doing. What is she doing? Demanded Daphne, and Harry scowled. You'll understand soon enough, but I can tell you that she's even more stupid and weak than you believe, Harry replied, crossing his arms with a scowl. Daphne looked at him and saw pure anger towards Titania. She turned to Memory Harry and saw the surprise in his face. Was something supposed to happen? He asked with a snort, walking towards Titania as a predator towards his prey. Traitor, traitor, give me your power. Come to my AID, shrieked Titania, only to suffer a punch from Memory Harry. The red shield may stop magic but didn't stop physical attacks. The leather book fell to the ground, as did Titania, and Harry got her up, his hands on her neck, squeezing it tight. Beg, he whispered as he squeezed, seeing Hermione Longbottom's eyes rifled with blood. Her hands tried to punch Memory Harry's from her to no avail. Please, I'm pregnant, she begged. So was Daphne, he screamed, tears in his eyes. My child is innocent. So were mine. Please, she begged in a gasp, feeling his tight ease. He threw her away to his left, breathing hard, trying to calm down as she breathed hard, trying to recover, taking her hands to her neck. Daphne rose an eyebrow, turning to real Harry, not understanding what was happening. My Daphne, my wife, my life, my heart, my everything. She died because of you. She died because of your stupidity and your manipulations, he said in a whisper, putting his wand in his holster and drawing a knife from his belt, making Titania and real Daphne widen their eyes. She was taken from me because of you too. As did our children, who she never held in her arms, who she never saw growing. And you dare to beg for your life using your own unborn child? He asked, wielding the knife, glaring at the brown-haired, terrified woman on the floor. I will kill you for all that, he said in a whisper, but I'm not as cruel as you are. Then, in mere moments, Titania was held against the ground by Harry's strong left hand. She screamed in fear, only for the scream to become a scream of pain as she felt the cold steel ripping her belly, her womb. Daphne stepped back, seeing what Memory Harry was doing, too shocked and appalled. No, no, she whispered, tears in her eyes, unable to watch. However, much to her surprise, real Harry also looked away, looking disgusted and pale. Why? Daphne asked him, and Harry looked disgusted with his own actions. Why didn't you just kill her? Why that? He just shook his head, pointing to the ground, but Daphne saw only several books where he had pointed. The screams stopped, replaced with whimpers. There. Both real Harry and Daphne heard Memory Harry say, You can die now, having held your son once. Daphne turned to them and saw a very small baby in Titania's arms, who was just whimpering in pain and suffering, having to be helped by Harry to hold the baby. The red shield had collapsed. Her white and golden robes were red of blood, as were Harry's hands. More than you deserve, you damn bitch. Daphne saw the gasps of Titania, indicating she was dying soon. She approached Memory Harry, and much to her surprise, she saw the white of his eyes had become black. "Harry, what's happening?" Daphne demanded, concerned. "Something far worse than an imperious curse, compulsions, possession, or anything you know that can control a person. See control. Control how? To control someone is making them do what you want them to do, most of the time against their will. But that was all me. I wanted to kill her, I wanted to do that. He only filled me with power, anger, rage, and regrets. He encouraged me by breaking my inhibitions, or at least that's what I think he did, because he encouraged me to." What?" she asked, not understanding what he meant. "Who's he?" "The soul or piece of soul inhabiting that damn book on the ground," Harry replied, pointing once again to the ground. This time, however, Daphne recognized the book Titania had held moments before. "Wait, soul as in Horcrux?" she asked, and Harry shook his head. "I thought so too. But no, it's something far worse, far more dangerous." They heard a huge blast, and the light of the twilight came into the library. Harry approached the hole and saw his entire army looking up, as well as all his friends. He waved his wand, and the body of Titania and the unborn baby passed through the hole, in view of everyone. "My friends," Harry shouted, his voice increased with the sonorous charm, "we have won." Then, as the bodies were displayed in the air, the chants began, chants of victory and of his own name. "Victory! Potter, 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 Potter." Much to her surprise, Daphne thought to have seen her sister snogging Jason Halleys, but she was away and couldn't be sure. Harry dropped the charm, and the bodied fell to the ground from all the way up where they had once been, no one caring about that, as the celebration started and messages were sent, informing everyone about their victory. "You did well." A strong and raspy voice made itself heard, and Memory Harry stiffened, looking around and seeing no one in the room. Daphne did the same, not seeing anyone, but real Harry glared at the book. "That worthless witch dared to command me, but she was weak. She had no capabilities to understand real power. My power." "Who's there?" demanded Memory Harry, his wand in his hands. "My name is Rasseltoth, mortal," the voice said in amusement. "Pharaoh Rasseltoth, arch-wizard of the Two Kingdoms, master embalmer, and the creator of what you mortals now call necromancy." Daphne widened her eyes in fear. Turning to real Harry, she saw his anger and hate still directed at the book. When he noticed her, he eased his anger. "Don't be afraid, nothing happened," he said, but Daphne gulped. She was afraid. "Where are you?" demanded Memory Harry, hearing only a chuckle. "You have seen my vessel, mortal. Seek the tome the foolish woman held, demanding my power. That is my vessel." Memory Harry did, and Daphne was able to see that his eyes seemed to have become a darker green. Daphne was really concerned but made no questions, choosing to see what would happen, watching both Memory Harry and real Harry. Memory Harry picked the leather book and held it, watching it closely. It was old leather, brownish and cracking, but above all else it radiated power, inviting power. "What is this?" he wondered. "This is one of my tomes, human leather written in human blood." The voice said, "One of the many artifacts I created in my life, in which I left a piece of my essence. The witch and her husband got my vessel during a trip to what you know as Egypt. They brought me here, away from my enemies." Memory Harry opened the tome, seeing the hieroglyphs and somehow being able to understand them, understanding diagrams of rituals, ancient spells so powerful that current ones paled in comparison. All in the book, not to mention what the pharaoh could teach him still. "Yes, I can see you are already enthralled by my knowledge," the voice chuckled. However, despite being an amused chuckle, Daphne thought to have sensed dark intent in it. "Harry, what is going on?" she demanded, much more concerned. "I can sense it's evil, why couldn't you?" "I couldn't because I was already under its power," Harry replied, ashamed of himself, making Daphne gasp. "The moment the bitch rose it in the air, the moment I felt my bloodlust, the moment I ripped her open, and at that time I was already becoming under its power. I was moments away of being consumed and becoming something far worse than Titania and Oberon could ever been. I taught the witch and her husband, who came to me willingly. She amused me as she tried to deceive me, wanting to know what I could teach her. When she really wanted to end the dark and the dark diseases, as she called them. She never understood real power, believing herself strong-willed, a leader. She was so easy to manipulate, I didn't even need to force my will upon her. All I did was promise my help to her cause. She became much more amusing, fighting and trying to end the dark in the world, unknowingly serving my purposes. The voice laughed maniacally. I have seen it all, and all she did served my purposes well. She ended those that could oppose me in this land and gave me the beginnings of a powerful army of servants and pawns. But you are so much more. You are what she wanted to be, strong, powerful, and a leader. And yet you can be so much more. In you I need to force my will upon. Your power needs to be mine, Harry Potter. You're far too powerful to be left unchecked. Daphne gulped, seeing Memory Harry becoming enthralled as he read the pages of the tome, his eyes getting darker and darker. Take my vessel with you, Harry Potter. The voice commanded, take it and protect it with your life and the life of your kin. Serve me, gather my servants and my remaining artifacts, help me return to the world of the living, and in return, I shall grant you your heart's desire. Daphne, Daffy, Memory Harry whispered, and the voice chuckled. Ah, your wife and child. Bringing them back from the word of the dead is nothing. Even you will be able to do it after I teach you. All I need is your allegiance, a pact in magic and blood. Do it and all you desire will be yours once again. Memory Harry closed the tome, his eyes even darker, the green almost becoming black. Daphne felt herself in panic, watching from Memory Harry to real Harry, who still glared at the tome as if he could destroy it by glaring at it. My love, my child, my children, all I want, Memory Harry whispered, much more enthralled. Then, as he picked his knife to swear in blood and magic, something happened. A whisper, a memory. Daphne wasn't sure. All she saw was Harry gasping, and much to her delight, his eyes becoming white and beautiful green again. What? Memory Harry asked, looking around, looking at the tome. How? The voice demanded, and Memory Harry widened his eyes, feeling an attack on his mind. He simply threw the tome away in panic and rose his wand, casting fiendfire against it, burning everything round it. No. The voice shouted, and much to Daphne's and Memory Harry's surprise, the tome didn't burn in the first moments, the snake flames being repelled. However, the fiendfire proved more powerful, and soon the leather started to burn, consuming all. No! The voice shouted again, a gray smoking figure taking shape among the flames, the shade of a long-dead necromancer roaring in anger. The eyes of the shade turned to Memory Harry in anger, pointing at him as if he would cast a spell against him. Luckily, the shade screamed again before disappearing among the smoke and flames, the same flames that started to burn the whole library around Memory Harry. Well done, Master Potter, a new voice claimed. Memory Harry turned to the voice and saw a lone man standing by the door, wearing a chainmail and red robes, his sword in his hand. I feared I would have to kill you, but I'm glad we didn't need to get to that. Who are you? Memory Harry asked, and the man smiled, revealing his fangs and his nature. My name is unimportant for now, the vampire replied. Just know that on this day you made powerful friends, Master Potter. But we need to leave before we're consumed by the flames. The vampire retorted, I don't know about you, but I have no intentions of dying in a roaring inferno. Memory Harry seemed to hesitate, but he eventually started to run behind the vampire, away from the library. The memory ended in a flaming swirl, and Daphne looked appalled and terrified when she turned to Harry, who just sighed. You know, I was really afraid. He didn't end his speech because Daphne hugged him, squeezing him to her, sobbing. He just caressed her back. It's all right, Daph. What? What was that thing? She asked between sobs. More than a Horcrux, less than a man. A piece of a soul of a very powerful wizard, but at the same time, a piece of a soul capable of so much more than what I knew about Horcruxes. Daphne stopped crying, gaining her courage. After one shared kiss, she was fine again. I just wanted to see Titania killed. I wasn't expecting that, she whispered. Titania was dead, as was Oberon. We won the war, created a new government, and we finally had peace, replied Harry, and Daphne looked at him, wondering. And yet, that thing, she said, and he shook his head. That vampire wasn't lying when he said I had made powerful friends. Harry explained with a soft smile. According with what I was told, that was the very last artifact. With its destruction, a war with more than 4,000 years old and thousands of lives on each side ended. That's so unbelievable, and yet, there's no way to discard what I saw, Daphne whispered in a low tone, held tight in Harry's arms. It was just a coincidence. Harry replied, and Daphne snorted. So Oberon and Titania were corrupted by the tome, asked Daphne, unsure of how to ask. You heard him. He said they went to him willingly, and all they did was their own accord, replied Harry. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to excuse them, replied Daphne hastily. I'm just trying to understand how it happened. They got the book in Egypt, they were taught by the shade in the tome, and in the end, all they did was up to them, and the shade found it very amusing. explained Harry. Somehow it feels like a Pyrrhic victory, doesn't it? Daphne asked, and Harry shook his head. Not really. He replied, Oberon was dead, Titania was dead, eventually I discovered that Rasseltoth was dead. So no problems, life quickly returned to the normal. He hesitated, loneliness and regrets. Daphne smiled softly. Not anymore, she told him, grabbing him by the head and kissing, snogging him for all his worth. Wow, he said after some moments. That's for winning the war, resisting the corrupting influences of the shade, and avenging our... Daphne went silent, being held once again by Harry in a hurry. Daffy, our baby girl. Harry played with her hair for some time. In silence, how did you endure it? I barely did. He replied softly. I tried to bury myself in work, spent some time with family, but barely held myself together. Sometime around my 50th birthday, I found some mind spells that allowed me to create a version of you and Daffy in my mind. But I spent so much time with them that I almost died of hunger and thirst. Daphne widened her eyes, so I tried to learn all I could, keep myself occupied, just because. I really hated my life. Harry sighed, if it wasn't for Astoria. Why? Daphne asked promptly, and Harry noticed the concern in her voice. Astoria was only a sister for me. He replied promptly, concerned with what Daphne could have thought. She was my sister, my closest family, and we spend time together, but nothing ever happened. Nor did we want it to happen. Good, Daphne whispered, wondering from where the jealousy had come. Harry yawned. He waved his wand, and both of them widened their eyes as they realized that it was very late, around 4 in the morning. Wow, time did fly. Harry said with a chuckle, as Daphne also hid a yawn, sitting on the chair, both of them still wearing their ball dress robes. Now you know the truth why I despise Longbottom, Granger, and the Weasleys, the truth about who I am and what I am. Does it change anything? Yes, Daphne replied, and Harry nodded, waiting for the rest. I can't stay idle and let you do everything alone. You say I am your partner in all things, and I want to be. I want to help you against Voldemort first, then having our vengeance against those 2 bastards that nearly destroyed our world, killed me and our daughter. Then I want... Daphne blushed. What? He asked as Daphne shed one tear. I want Daffy back, Harry. I never knew her, but I want her. Harry rose from his seat and knelt by her side. Daffy may be lost to us, Daff. Millie never told me where she got the baby that became our Daffy, nor the recipe of the potion. We can have another daughter, but she will not be Daffy. He whispered, and Daphne nodded, tearful. I know. She whispered, and Harry held her close to him. Do you want to rest? He asked in a whisper. It was an emotional night for you. I do. I feel tired, she replied, and felt Harry nod. Dobby can take you to your dorm. Daphne felt something inside her telling her not to. No, I don't want to be alone tonight, she said, looking at Harry with a blush. Can I stay with you? Nothing will happen, only sleeping. She felt the need to add, making Harry chuckle. He nodded with a smile, and Dobby was sent to Daphne's dorm to get her pajamas. I should tell you, I usually sleep in my underwear, Harry said, not noticing how Daphne had flinched at that, but I think my older self had some pajamas in the trunk. Let me check. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. You wouldn't, she replied in a whisper as Harry went through his trunk. Do you mind if I sleep only in pajamas trousers? He asked, turning to Daphne, and she nodded. Is this it, mistress? Asked Dobby, popping in the room with a silver pajamas. That's right, Dobby, thank you. Dobby conjured a shield for Daphne to change and took her dress back to her dorm after she was done. When Daphne got ready to go to bed, she sat on it, waiting for Harry and thinking in all she had discovered. Harry arrived some minutes later, shirtless, making her widen her eyes, and not because of the scar on his arm. Comfortable? He asked as he climbed onto bed, and she nodded, hiding a blush. Are you sure you want to do this? Daphne only nodded again. If you're sure. He laid down, and Daphne snuggled to him. Harry turned the lights off, and both of them stayed in silence for some moments, and for some reason both of them started to think how right it felt. I missed having you at my side, he whispered in the dark and silence of the room, holding Daphne. It feels so right, whispered Daphne as well, with a small smile. Harry asked after some moments. MH, in the memory I thought I saw my sister and Hallie's kissing. Was that right? She asked. Oh, yes, replied Harry. They started dating during the war and married after it. They asked me to do the ceremony myself. What? Daphne asked, stiffening. And you didn't think to tell me that, why? She asked, rising from her position and looking at Harry's head was supposed to be. Even in the dark, he could feel the blue eyes looking at him. Not really important yet. He asked, unsure, hearing her snort. Turn on the lights, Potter, she demanded, and Harry did it at once, finding himself under Daphne. Was she happy with him? She truly loved him, Harry replied, and he truly loved her. Good enough, I guess. Daphne replied, wondering why did they ask you to do the ceremony? Did you become some sort of priest? She asked with a grin. Greengrass, very funny. He replied with a chuckle. Making her laugh, Astoria made sure Jason would respect tradition, and he asked me for my permission to marry her, since for all purposes I was Astoria's older brother and the only family she cared about. Then they asked me to preside the ceremony because I was the Dark Lord in the Ministry of Magic and there was no higher authority in Britain. What? She asked, baffled. What? Asked Harry. Minister of Magic, she demanded, and Harry rolled his eyes. Yes, about that. He started. As it turned out, the new Wisengamot decided that there was only one person they wanted as their leader. And that's how I got the Ministry of Magic and Chief Warlock jobs for nearly 50 years, he said, rolling his eyes hooray. If Harry didn't love Daphne so much, he would think she was mocking him with her sudden laughter. Harry was in a dark room, sat in a comfortable chair, drinking a red liquid from a glass cup. He was waiting in the waiting room of the Ministry of Magic. For some reason, the new Wisengamot had requested his presence, intending to offer him an Order of Merlin for all his efforts, despite him being a Dark Lord. The only reason he showed up was because Astoria had forced him to, using the wife and daughter card. Your wife and daughter would be proud to see you receiving the reward for all your efforts, she had claimed, and Harry had no reason to say no. As he waited, a newcomer entered the room. He was wearing red and gold robes, looking an aristocrat. You are the Dark Lord Harry James Potter Black, correct? The man asked, attracting Harry's attention. I am indeed. I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage, Harry replied. Just because he was a Dark Lord, there was no reasons not to be polite and well-mannered. All he needed was to be ruthless and powerful, but he needed to be charismatic as well. I am Count Bahadir Asul. The man introduced himself with a bow from the Meharjai clan. I have never heard of it, replied Harry. I'd be surprised if you did, Lord Potter. The Count replied with a smile. Our clan is ancient and secretive, even for a clan built by all kinds of magical creatures. Then Harry took a look of the man and realized he was pale and had prominent fangs. You're a vampire. Indeed, and I bring you a message from my sire and clan master, Patriarch Ray Mesusethe, the vampire claimed, extending Harry a scroll. Harry took it and opened it, finding only hieroglyphs on it. My apologies, but I don't know how to read this. If I may, I can translate. Harry gave the scroll back to the Count and waited as the man read it once. As I suspected. The man replied pleasantly, My patriarch offers you a formal greeting in his mother tongue. That's not really important, salutes your bravery and your victories and considers you a great warrior. Strange, thought Harry. He also wishes to extend his gratitude to you and your kind for the victory against the great enemy, Rasseltoth. That had Harry's interest. Hold on, the necromancer's soul in the tome, he asked, and the vampire nodded. My patriarch offers a short resume of the great enemy and the Meharjai clan's history. If you wish, I can translate it to you. At Harry's nod, the Count continued millennia ago. In what we today know as Egypt, a powerful wizard was born, being named Rassel by his parents. He became an embalmer and used his magic to experiment with the sacred proceedings of the dead. He discovered how to partially reanimate corpses, force them to do your bidding, entrap souls, dominate minds, and create spells to destroy and control life. Ancient legends state that he experimented upon my kind, searching for a way of achieving eternal life. At the height of his power, he named himself and gathered an army, which he used to conquer the kingdoms, becoming the pharaoh. It were dark times for nearly 100 years until the first Meharjai, a group formed by priests and soldiers, decided to oppose him. After long battles, the physical shell of Rasseltoth was destroyed, but our ancestors came to discover about the many artifacts created by him, all of them housing a small sliver of his essence. Like a Horcrux? Asked Harry, and the Count shook his head. Regrettably, Herpo the Foul created such horrid thing by studying one of the great enemy's artifacts. While inferior, the Horcrux serves the same purpose as the enemy's artifacts, even forcing one to mutilate his soul. Then, what was that thing? I believe that the best explanation would be a window. Harry rose an eyebrow, making the Count chuckle. The great enemy is dead and beyond the world of the living, but by not completely. While the artifacts remained, the enemy would have a window by which he could partially manifest in the world, and he could do this through any of them, possessing living creatures or casting spells. Luckily, our ancestors managed to destroy some of the artifacts all those millennia ago, crippling the great enemy of returning. Although that didn't stop him. Now, we Meharchai have been in war against the great enemy since the beginning. We managed to destroy several artifacts throughout history. I am not sure if you are aware, but Carthage was actually corrupted from within by one of these artifacts, forcing the Meharchai to sponsor Rome to destroy the city. The power these Meharchai wielded had to be significant if they were able to achieve such a thing, even in the ancient world, but that's irrelevant. All that it matters is that some years ago, we located one last stronghold where the tome was housed. We attacked in strength, but the high priest, an individual known as Verartoth, claiming to be the great enemy's greatest disciple, escaped with the book. The disciple was found and destroyed, but he had protected the tome, and we were unable to locate it. In Egypt? Asked Harry, and the Count nodded. This must have passed it to someone, and the Longbottoms got it. Our suspicions as well. We managed to discover a trace of the tome and came to Britain nearly 4 years ago, keeping in hiding. We were unable to infiltrate the Longbottom estate, so some of our warriors joined your army, hoping to achieve the same goal. The vampire, remembered Harry. Victor Arpad. The Count said vampire and a good infiltrator, spoke highly of you and of your battle of wills against the enemy. He mentioned that you nearly yielded. May I ask you where you found the will to resist? For a moment, I believed I saw my wife and daughter calling for me from behind a glass wall, doing everything to break the spell. It was enough. Yes, it is very true that love is a great power. Thankfully, you were able to destroy the tome, and for that, we Meharchai are in debt to you. We would like to reward you and do some business with you as well. Oh, yes, this also leads us through the rest of the missive from the Patriarch. Those who contribute to our mission are usually offered membership of our clan. After becoming a member, you would have access to all our lore and would be requested of you to add to our library, as well as provide assistance to our members should they stand in your area of influence. More, should you be interested, you could approach some of our werewolf and vampire members of prestigious clans and request their gift. I see, replied Harry, and the Count nodded. I believe you may be wondering if there is a catch. Well, apart the possibility to be summoned to battle and provide help, there is nothing more the clan requests of you apart the silence vow and secrecy. I was tasked to make you the offer and give you time to consider. I am staying at the Savoy throughout the next week, and you can contact me there anytime. Your offer seems interesting, but if is vanquished, why would you still recruit? Just because a flood has passed, that doesn't mean you don't prepare for another one. The Count quoted wisely, one never knows when the next great enemy will rise. I am a Dark Lord. You wouldn't be the first in our midst, the Count replied. You mentioned business, Harry asked, and the Count nodded. We would like to learn the spell you used to destroy the tome. Victor Arpad was no wizard and was unable to provide us with a name. What's in it for me? What do you want? You can't give me what I want. No, I cannot, replied the Count knowingly. You are not the first to lose everything, Lord Potterblack. The man said, returning to the letter. This said, the missive ends with cordial salutations and a request to address me with your doubts and answers. Respectfully, Ray Mesusathai. The man said, rising from his seat, like I said, I will be staying at the Savoy throughout the next week, and you can contact me there anytime with both the answer to the membership offer and your price for the spell. Now people are coming. Have a nice day, my lord. The vampire said, fading from view, leaving an amazed Harry in the room. The door to the room actually opened, bringing several of his friends into the room. Theo, Tracy, Blaze, and Millie were among them, being followed by Astoria and Jason. Hello, Harry, how are you? Asked Tracy nervously. Would you like something to drink, Harry? Asked Millie, and Harry knew something was up, especially when Theo, Blaze, and Astoria looked nervous and Jason looked amused. What's going on? He demanded, crossing his arms. Well, my lord, I'll be blunt, stated Jason, ignoring the mumbles from Astoria. We need a strong leadership in this time of need. Strong, unbroken, powerful, and ruthless. In other words, you. No, was Harry's reply. Unfortunately, the Wisengamot has stated the same, and 3/4 of the body have named you to the position of Chief Warlock and Minister of Magic, with all the emergency powers it attains and accepting no other candidate, replied Blaze, making Harry face palm himself. Harry, we need someone strong to set an example, someone that can lead us and prevent another fall just like what happened. Started Astoria, but Harry wasn't hearing her. thinking of another Greengrass girl talking about the problems in the wizarding world and her ideas how they could be approached and solved for a better future. A strong wand, a strong voice, a charismatic person. I don't like politics, Harry said, having everyone's attention, but I owe it to Daphne. Does that mean you'll do it? Asked Astoria, and Harry nodded. I'll lead and our world will rise again, Harry replied, one way or another. The memory ended, and Daphne and Harry saw themselves again by the pensive. Daphne had an amused look, but wasn't hiding all the pride and respect she felt for Harry. For his part, Harry was pensive, knowing what would happen in the future, leading to the Witching Wars and his nearly nomination as dictator of the magical Britain. That was it, really. I guess you also said yes to the Meharjai? Asked Daphne, mangling the name, and Harry chuckled. Meharjai. The secret of Fiendfire for the manual on how to fade. And I said yes, gained access to much more troves of knowledge, studied them and increased my own library, power and abilities, added to what I had from this very chamber and my family library. Did they ever ask you for something in return? Asked Daphne, and Harry shook his head. Nothing special apart what the Count said, but I made several contacts that helped me in the long run. Slytherin approach, then. My heart was always Slytherin, Harry replied, pulling Daphne to kiss. When he finally broke the kiss, the two decided to go back to bed, this time to stay there and rest. As Daphne snuggled with Harry, she couldn't help to think in Harry's words, my heart was always Slytherin. Not only she found them suitable and adequate, she found them simply perfect, especially the double meaning. I love you, Harry, she whispered. In the dark, she missed the smile that formed in Harry's lips. I love you too, Daphne. Boxing Day, early morning, no 12. Grimmauld Place. Sirius Black left his room, already dressed for the day. He was alone in the house, as Remus Lupin had departed for family business during Christmas Day, after lunch at the Tonks. After that, and while alone, Sirius had decided to visit his remaining family, the Malfoys, only to be received coldly by his dear cousin Narcissa and her spawn Draco Malfoy, the heir of the Malfoy family. It was very unpleasant, for the two of them. After a half-hearted and unpleasant tea, Sirius decided to visit one more person. He had no fun doing it since he had to go to Azkaban, and because who the person was. Ignoring his thoughts of the previous day, which happened to be Christmas, Sirius walked down the stairs in the direction of the kitchen, where he usually had his breakfast with Remus. Kreacher was already preparing his breakfast, so Sirius just walked slowly, knowing the old elf would take his time. Kreacher, that was a strange one. The old elf hated him for breaking the heart of his mistress and being a shame for the black name, or so he had claimed in their last meeting before his incarceration. Even before Sirius took the Black Lordship, Kreacher had acted mostly polite to him and his guest, just as he had ordered, which was strange to Sirius, but he wouldn't complain. When he claimed the lordship, the elf became even more submissive. It was really creepy, and Sirius wasn't sure he liked it. Sure, he hated the old crazy elf that his mother and brother loved so much, but he was concerned. Maybe he was dying. Sirius reached the bottom of the stairs and had only a glimpse of a frame in the entrance hall. He wasn't sure what possessed him to walk towards it. He just realized he was in front of it the moment he arrived there, meeting his mother's painted eyes glaring at him. What do you want, boy? She asked him with a cold and hateful tone. Is it not enough that I have to endure the shame of being the one who born you, and the shame of having you being the head of my ancestors' house? Do I still have to endure your sight in this early morning? Eloquent as ever, mother dear. Sirius sighed. His grin vanished from his lips. Would it be that you intend to shame me and your house further, that you intend to leave this house into the Muggles' midst? She demanded, or is it that the Lord of House Black is going to act as a servant and open his door to his filthy werewolf lover? My what? Sirius asked, very surprised, earning a glare. A werewolf of all things, the former Lady Black demanded, still glaring, has your deviance no bounds. And why what? Asked a very shocked and very surprised Sirius, suddenly widening his eyes with his mother's words. At least I can be sure knowing that my line will end with you, boy. Walburga continued, Narcissa's boy will succeed you and bring the noble house of Black back to where it belongs. Now that's enough, Sirius demanded, his demeanor cold and his voice full of authority. First of all, good morning. You damn hag, or have you forgotten the so-called manners you forced me to learn? Walburga glared at her son, but he glared back, going on his rant. Second of all, Remus, well, a dear friend is only that. My friend, my brother, even furry little problem or not. More brother of mine than my own flesh and blood ever was, and yes, I'm speaking of your precious Death Eater son. Sirius became angered, his glare equaling Walburga's, so spare me your deviance talks. Besides, it's none of your business. Third of all, your precious Narcissa's whelp will never inherit anything from me, for you see. Unlike you, I have the power to make it happen, and I will make sure I use it. Be glad I don't cast them out of MY family. Oh, by the way, remember Andromeda, your niece that was disowned for marrying a Muggle-born. Walburga glared at him, but before she could speak, Sirius was already talking. Her daughter is a metamorph magus, the likes not seen in our family in over 300 years. That was a surprise to the previous Lady Black, but she would never show it. But that doesn't matter at all, because what I wanted to say was that I brought the three of them into MY family. Sirius shot back with a grin, taking delight of his mother's shocked looks. Unlike you, I have the power to make it happen, and you will see it happen as they enter these halls next to you. You'll see your blood traitor son receiving his blood traitor cousin, her mudblood husband, and their half-blood metamorph magus daughter, and there is nothing you can do, only scream and shout enraged. Let us see how long it will take you to learn that you have no power over this house or this family, that you never did. Your father cast you out, Walburga screamed, and Sirius only grinned mockingly. Then, how am I the lord of MY family? He asked with a mocking chuckle. Now I have better things to do, despite how I enjoy this. Sirius hesitated banter. Like having breakfast and starting to think on who to court if I want to get a possible girlfriend and have a son to be my heir. I thought about making my godson my heir, but he's already the Lord Potter. No, I'm thinking of a nice mudblood witch. What do you think? Asked Sirius mockingly with a laugh, ignoring the glare and the disgust on his mother's face. Cheer up, mother. I will leave you alone, but I want you to remember one thing. All that I am, all that you hate. It is all thanks to you. I am what you made me, he said with a chuckle, and I will always love you for it, he whispered, still heard by the painting, who fumed. With the last parting shot and a loud laugh, Lord Sirius Orion Black left the hall, walking to the kitchen, his laughs blocking his mother's rage-filled screams. Sirius sat at the head of the empty table, and food popped on it at once, a nice meal with cereal, eggs, bacon, and tea. Creature! He summoned, and the aged elf appeared before him, still wearing a new towel instead of his old and worn one. Has the newspaper arrived yet? Yes, master. The elf replied, snapping his fingers and making the paper appear at the table. Thank you, creature. You may go. The elf popped out, and Sirius opened the paper, only to have his eyes widened at the front page picture, one depicting his godson, his beautiful girlfriend, and a giant snake looking threatening. Violent Yule Vicious Attack at Yule Ball by Rita Skeeter. Sirius read the whole thing twice, just to be sure. He knew that Rita Skeeter had the penchant to overreact and write a sensationalist tabloid stories instead of reporting the facts, but she had behaved ever since the pup sent his letter to the paper. According with Miss Skeeter, Ginny Weasley attacked Miss Daphne Greengrass, and Lord Potter's gift to his girlfriend summoned the giant snake that protect her and ripped the arm from the red-head teen. After that, the festivities ended with Lord Potter sending the other Weasley family members present to the hospital and the summoning of the Aurors, only to have most of the attendants defend Lord Potter and Miss Greengrass. Sirius didn't hide his laugh. He could see that the whole article was screaming Skeeter's frustrations and desires in implying that Harry used dark magic, or even calling him a dark lord in training. And she couldn't, because it would piss many people. Not only that, Harry Potter was turning out a huge and very amusing surprise. Damn pup, you're good, very good, he snickered, watching the picture. What do you think of your son now, James and Lily? Nothing I ever imagined, that's true, and yet. Sirius chuckled. Well, better finish my breakfast before going to Hogwarts. No need to rush. Besides, it's only 9. The kid's probably sleeping. Sirius ate some bacon with a grin. How the hell am I going to act concerned and admonish Harry when all I want to do is laugh my ass off? Boxing Day. Hogwarts. Daphne rolled on the bed and opened her eyes, feeling the absence of her pillow. She sat on the bed and looked around, recognizing the living quarters of the Chamber of Secrets and remembering all that had happened and all she had learned the previous night. She noticed she had an extra cover on her, and she was comfortable, but she noticed the absence of Harry Potter in the bed. Harry, she called in almost a whisper. She had no idea what time it was, but she still felt tired. Picking her wand from the nightstand, She cast the spell and discovered it was only 15 to 10. Daphne laid on the bed again and yawned, thinking on what Harry had showed her the previous night, his war against Oberon and Titania, the artifact of and the Meharchai, with whom Harry had learned a lot, and thanks to whom he had been able to develop many spells through his life, spells that he had offered her the chance to learn. Daphne hid a small smile. Who knew that she would fall in love with Harry Potter, and that Harry Potter would be her husband coming from the future to save her from death? Had anyone told her that months before, she would have laughed, or act coldly and aloof, ignoring the sheer stupidity of the statement. Now she would smirk or even giggle. She felt ashamed and a little angry at Harry. She had an image to uphold, she couldn't giggle. With her thoughts going back at Harry, she decided to get up and look for him. If he wasn't around, nor in the bathroom division, he should be in the cavernous chamber. She wondered what they would do, knowing what the future held. Harry was actively searching for Voldemort's Horcruxes. She could help with that. She wanted to deal with Oberon and Titania as well. She felt a pang in her heart, remembering Daffy. She had no idea what Harry wanted to do to them, but she wanted them to suffer. She would have her revenge for the daughter she had never met. Lost in her thoughts, Daphne reached the cave entrance, only to widen her eyes when she saw what was happening in the chamber. Naked from the waist up, Harry was casting several spells against several training dummies, trying to cast as many as possible, silently, with as little wand movements as possible and always moving, not standing on the same place more than 1 second. Daphne only realized there was a silence ward at the door to the living quarters when she crossed it, starting to hear the spell fire and the sounds of the explosions, cuts and melting of the dummies, which just kept reforming. She also noticed the several craters and several proofs of damage in the ground and in the snake heads. Daphne stood watching in silent awe, trying to learn more about the green-eyed wizard and watching his movements. "Enough!" Harry shouted and cast a single blue spell that blew up all the training dummies. The dummies reformed back, but Harry just turned away from them, conjuring a towel and noticing Daphne for the first time. "Good morning," he said, cleaning his sweat. "Did you sleep well?" She only nodded, still looking at him. "You woke up and missed me, didn't you?" he asked, and Daphne looked amazed at him. "How do you know?" she asked, raising her eyebrow, and Harry chuckled. "Well, before he tried," and she nodded, understanding what he meant. "In our first year together, you missed me in bed if I got up earlier than you and you didn't like it. You know more about me than I know about myself." She mumbled with a blush, rolling her eyes, making him chuckle. "I have a couple of questions and a request for you. I will start with the request. Get a shirt. Then what were those spells you were casting silently and with no movements whatsoever?" Harry chuckled, conjuring a simple dark robe out of thin air and covering himself. "What will we do now? I am not talking only about the squib and the beaver. I am also talking about Voldemort and Rasseltoth." To that, Harry rose an eyebrow. "Collect Voldemort Horcruxes and kill him is a plan until May. The beaver and the squib we have time to deal with, and the Toth. I hired Gringotts to find the cult, but it will take time and I'm not overly concerned with him for now." Daphne nodded in understanding. "Then maybe we should start planning for Voldemort. You did mention all that is missing is the ring, the cup, the snake, and himself. How do you plan to get those? And when do you plan to deal with him? To be perfectly honest, I don't know about the snake, but the ring is easy to get, and I have a plan to get the cup." "To deal with him, I thought during the third task. Care to share that plan for the cup?" demanded Daphne, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow. "Do explain your plan for the third task as well." "Sure, but are you sure you want to do this now?" Daphne rose an eyebrow. "We will probably have to deal with what happened last night, and we should probably focus on it." "What did?" "Oh, Weaslet," she drawled, feeling her head hurting already. "The paper already arrived." Harry informed her. "As usually, I am painted in darkish tones, but considering there were witnesses and who you are, I got off lightly. There was no mention of your challenge nor of more investigations." "That's not all bad," she replied, massaging her temples. "What should we do, then?" "We act as normal for most part, keeping up our lives. We train you as well and keep our defenses up, just to be sure we're not attacked in the back." Harry replied with a shrug. "Personally, I'd prefer to wipe the Weasleys from existence," he replied in a mumble. "After yesterday, you'd probably be the prime suspect, and we don't want that." Daphne replied with a smirk while Harry snort. "Which reminds me, I haven't explained you how to use Kale." Harry remembered, noticing the necklace still on Daphne's neck. The girl took her hand to the necklace in a reflex. "What about it?" "Nothing much." Harry replied, Kale will be automatically summoned if you're in danger, as you can remember from yesterday. If you want to summon it, all you need to do is focus your magic on the necklace and call him forth by name. What about control him? Asked Daphne. I am no Parselmouth. I keyed the array to your magical signature. Kale will obey you and only you, no matter what language you choose to speak. Besides, I only use Parseltongue with Zale for show. Daphne widened her eyes in surprise while Harry chuckled. Sometimes, all that is needed to hide the truth is a properly weaved illusion. If I want people to think these are real snakes and not golems. You act as if they were, Daphne realized with a smirk. Very good, very Slytherin. I said it once and I will say it as many times as necessary. I was taught by the very best I ever met, he replied, pulling her into his arms. Before he could kiss her, however, Dobby popped in next to them. Maz. Oh, he started, realizing what he had just interrupted when both humans looked annoyed at him. Sometimes I really hate your timing, complained Harry, glaring at Dobby. I hope this is important, Dobby. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin entered Hogwarts and summoned me, requesting to speak to you. Not only that, Jonathan and Persephone Greengrass arrived 15 minutes ago and have been in a meeting with Snape and Dumbledore. Daphne widened her eyes, hearing her parents' names, and Harry rolled his eyes. Let's get ready, then, he replied in an annoyed and defeated tone. Would you have Dobby pop you into your dorm? It would be preferable, she replied, also in a defeated tone. That was not what she wanted. Meet me in 20 minutes in the common room. Sure, he replied, giving her a soft kiss in her lips. See you soon. Daphne smiled and felt the distortion around herself with the popping sound from Dobby appearing in her own dorm. Her dorm mates were already up and they all shrieked when they saw her appear in the middle of the room. Daphne, shouted Tracy as she recognized her. Where have you been? Demanded Millie. You slept with Harry, didn't you? Asked Pansy with a grin, making Daphne blush. That was the confirmation they all needed, leaving Millie wide-eyed and Tracy gaping. Did you? You know. She asked, and Daphne shook her head. We talked about what happened, and after it I didn't want to sleep alone. We just slept. Nothing else happened. Oh, replied a slightly disappointed but also relieved Millie. We were talking when Dobby appeared and told us that his uncles and my parents are in Hogwarts. His uncles want to speak with him, and I guess my parents will want to speak with me as well. She added, predicting the next question, starting to prepare for the shower, just what I needed. The girls just laughed, and they too started to get prepared for the day. In 20 minutes, they were all ready and went to the common room, where they met Harry and the rest of the boys talking with none other than Alastair. The older boy was the first to see the girls and warned the younger ones with a nod, leaving them. Beautiful as always. Harry whispered to Daphne, offering her his arm. Sirius and Remus are in the Great Hall, making time, and your parents are with them. Alastair was sent by Snape to summon us, but he was smarter and called for Dobby Way before he came back to the common room. Daphne chuckled, and the group of 9 left the common room to the Great Hall. They saw no one on the way to the Great Hall, and the moment they entered it, they felt all the eyes upon them, especially Harry and Daphne, just as they predicted. They kept their cool and walked to the Slytherin table, where they were received by nods of the Durmstrang students and their own housemates. They noticed Victor Crumb looking at them, but they didn't notice Fleur de Lacre doing the same thing. Their attention was on Sirius, Remus, and the Greengrasses, who were still sat but watching them. Curiously, Harry thought Remus looked preoccupied while Sirius seemed to have nodded slightly at him. Harry didn't care about the Greengrasses. They could be Daphne and Astoria's parents, but he had no illusions with the type of people they were. He remembered very well the betrayals towards him and their daughters. He recalled how he had to control himself not to curse the two after he conquered power over Wizarding Britain. I miss Astoria and Jason, Harry thought, recalling how the couple stopped him several times to curse his in-laws. I have to talk to Daphne about them, but they are still young. Maybe they can become friends, and who knows? Daphne! A shout was heard behind him, and he was able to see Astoria hugging her sister tightly. Speak of the devil. Tori, what are you doing here? The eldest sister asked, allowing Astoria to sit at her side. What do you mean, what am I doing here? Father, Mother, and I came to check on you. The youngest Greengrass replied with a huff, turning to Harry. Thank you for saving my sister, Lord Potter. I did nothing but my duty as a devoted boyfriend, Miss Greengrass, replied Harry with a smirk. Besides, I barely did anything. All I did was offering my girlfriend a gift. Can I see it? Astoria asked, turning to her sister, who raised an eyebrow. The necklace, although what kind of snake was it? Was it like? What was its name? Zale, Zale's younger brother, Cale, yes, replied Harry automatically, ignoring how everyone looked at him. Why are we surprised? Asked Theo after a moment, going back to his breakfast. I haven't seen the paper, but I imagine that you are nothing short of a Dark Lord now. Harry chuckled and engaged in banter with Theo and Blaise while Astoria rose an eyebrow to Daphne. Are you all right? The youngest Greengrass asked, and Daphne nodded. While I was attacked because of Harry, it was also because of him that I am fine. Daphne replied, and Astoria accepted her sister's words, engaging in conversation with the older girls. All her friends had left for holidays. Eventually, Sirius, Remus, and the Greengrasses walked to them, wanting to speak with the two of them alone. It was Remus that guided them to one of the abandoned rooms in the first floor, and Harry was sure that the man was very worried. What were you thinking? Demanded Remus the moment the wards went up in the room, to make sure no one would hear them. Merry Christmas to you two, Uncle, replied Harry with a snort, crossing his arms. The Greengrasses said nothing, standing only looking at them while Daphne, standing with Harry, rose an eyebrow. Harry, this is serious, Remus replied. Yes, I know, we met before, replied Harry, and while Remus and the Greengrasses looked baffled, Daphne snorted and Sirius laughed. Good one, pup, Sirius replied, putting his hand on Remus' shoulder, making sure he calmed down. Easy, Moony. First things first. Miss Greengrass, a pleasure as always. Would you do the honors? Lord Black, Mr. Lupin. Curtsied Daphne with a nod. Harry. These are my parents, Lord Jonathan Greengrass and Lady Persephone Greengrass. Harry did his part and acted as the lord he was, making sure the Greengrasses had no complaints from him. My Lord Potter, it is a pleasure, replied Jonathan with a smile. We heard much about your exploits. I'm sure you heard the embellished version, he replied with amusement, making the two laugh. Now, to ease Moony's heart, would you mind explaining what happened last night? Asked Sirius, and Harry noticed the amusement in his eyes. Harry and Daphne explained everything, and Daphne summoned Cale while Harry summoned Zale, just to show the two snakes. Daphne explained all that happened to her, and how Cale intercepted the spell and saved her, biting of Weaslet's arm off. You see nothing wrong with that? Demanded Remus, concerned. What? Should I feel guilty for the little bitch that attempted to curse the woman I love out of jealousy? Was Harry's reply. Ignoring the Greengrass's widened and calculating eyes in serious amusement, she crossed a line and paid for it. You maimed a child, was Remus' reply. I did nothing but offer my girlfriend a magical necklace. That summons a bleeding snake that rips people's arms off, replied Remus. Only if you attack Daphne, which the bitch did. We have witnesses, and the DMLE was here yesterday, taking statements from everyone. Which leads us to the other attack on the Weasleys. Continued Remus, and Harry scoffed. They attacked me first. You sent them to the hospital with serious injuries. Enough, shouted Daphne, shocking everyone, taking control of the situation. Mr. Lupin, as Harry explained, and I was there to see, he was worried about me and was immediately attacked by the Weasleys. He just retaliated, and I know he could have done worse. The Weasleys are no friends of mine, Harry added, crossing his arms with a smirk. The Weasleys are good people. Tried Remus, and Harry scoffed. 4 of their number who were my friends betrayed me while the others never did or say anything. I don't care about them. But Harry, what is happening to you? Demanded Remus. I'm protecting the people I love, Uncle. I did it for Daphne, I did it for Sirius, and I would do it for you as well. When? Asked Sirius. Who got you a trial? Point taken. Anything else, Uncle? Remus just sighed, shaking his head in defeat. Sirius and Harry looked at each other, and Harry thought Sirius had a lot to say, although there was some amusement in his eyes. The 2 more important figures in my life were my grandfather Arcturus and your grandfather Charles, and from them, I learned that there should be nothing more important than family, said Sirius, ignoring everyone else. That's one of the reasons I fled from my family, because I refused to put the dark bastard above my family. A shame that my family didn't see it that way. So I got myself a new family, and we did defend each other from our enemies, Sirius said, looking at Harry, who just nodded, understanding what he meant. Curiously, Harry found himself grateful for Sirius' approval. There will be problems, mostly with the DMLE and the Weasleys and their allies. We know, replied Daphne, entangling her arm with Harry's. Good, replied Sirius, his seriousness vanishing, changing to a grin. So, how was the ball? Any developments in your relationship? He asked with a huge grin, and Daphne blushed while Harry widened his eyes, noticing the Greengrass's reaction. Not that good. Are you trying to get me killed? Whispered Harry, nodding to the Greengrasses. Lord Greengrass, do you feel the urge to grind my godson concerning the nature of his relationship with your daughter? I do, Jonathan Greengrass replied, much to Daphne's surprise. Consider it pay for all the troubles and concerns you gave me since I saw the paper this morning. Sirius replied with his huge grin. I hate you. Harry whispered. Sirius only laughed. Harry and Daphne said their farewells to their families and returned to the common room around noon, since none wanted to stay and have lunch at Hogwarts. Daphne rejected her parents' offer to spend the rest of the holidays at home with them, and Astoria and Harry did the same with Sirius and Remus, informing them of his examinations to change classes that were due in a few days. Alone in the corridors, Daphne chuckled, remembering her father trying to intimidate Harry and failing. It was amusing, no doubt. Daphne wanted to train and talk about Harry's plans of the future. However, their friends had other ideas and wanted to spend time together, probably because they were concerned. Not knowing exactly what to do, Harry and Daphne decided to introduce their friends to the Room of Requirements and maybe spend some time there, settling some issues and easing their nerves. Their reaction, as always, was awe, especially when Harry explained them that the room could turn into anything they needed, and Daphne told them that the Room of Requirement was the room where Harry taught her. Can we use this room to practice? Asked Theo, and Harry nodded. I don't see why not, he replied. Not many people know about the room, but we can use it and its resources. Could we learn all we want in here? Theo asked again, hopefully, and Harry nodded. Are you planning to form a study group to come here regularly? Asked Tracy, and Theo shook his head. Not really, but in here we would have more freedom to practice our spells. We would have everything we need. He turned to Harry. And you could help us. Me? Asked Harry. Yeah, let's face it, you're the best in defense in our year. You threw a show against the dragon and you know more than you show. We can tell. A small mumble came from the mouth of everyone but Harry and Daphne. You're even teaching Daphne, so why couldn't you give us some pointers as well? You know, that's not such a bad idea, whispered Millie. True, replied Pansy. Moody is a good teacher, but I don't know, I'm not that comfortable around him. I think he hates us snakes. More likes he hates the children of the traitors, thought Harry, turning to Daphne, who just shrugged. If you guys really want to, this room is open to all and I can try and help if you need. But no one should know, Harry replied, noticing the satisfied looks from everyone. Are we a secret club now? Asked Blaze with a scowl. I feel like a kid again. Should we get a name for our club then? Asked Tracy, and Daphne widened her eyes, thinking back on the DA during Harry's 5th year. Hold on, I don't think that's necessary. I mean, we're just a couple of friends doing some independent study, tried Harry, being ignored. But with a name, it sounds more official, replied Tracy. It should be something strong and powerful, not something as drool as Defense Club of something with our house in the middle, especially if we ever think of inviting someone of other houses in. It's too cliché and boring. Black Wands, suggested none other than Daphne, looking at Harry, who just widened his eyes. I say that if we really do want to give a name to our little study group, we can call it Black Wands. Why? Asked Pansy, curious. What does it mean? Black is always mysterious, even if it is associated with darkness and wands, because that's what we use. Besides, black is the Hogwarts color we use before we are sorted, isn't it? Replied Daphne on the spot, and all of them wondered how long she had truly thought about it. Harry was still looking at Daphne, confused. Black wands, you say? He asked while the others were deliberating, and she nodded, slightly embarrassed. I thought it was a suitable name, she replied, and Harry nodded. I actually like it. He replied, and with those words, since no one had a better name and the only problem they saw was the similarity to Dark Wizard, something they were all considered to be, the group was named. Thank you, Harry whispered to Daphne, and she leaned in his shoulder as a reply. Throughout the afternoon, the new Black Wands started their studies, and while some of them ended their homework they still had due, others started some practical work, with Harry Potter chosen as the leader. Curiously, none of them complained when Harry suggested to start by the very basic dueling spells, stating that they should all be able to do the disarming charm and the shield charm at ease and with little effort as possible. Of course, they didn't work only on that. As each of them had their own skills and strong points, they too started to offer help to their friends. Millie and Daphne helped everyone with potions, Blaze and Pansy with transfiguration, Tracy with charms. Vince shared some tips on care and Greg on herbology, while Theo helped Harry and Daphne with Dada and Tracy on charms. The arrangement worked very well throughout the rest of the holidays, with Daphne taking an even greater interest in healing, requesting some tips and help from Ursula Corwin and Madame Pomfrey to help to heal some minor injuries in training. When Harry finished his exams of runes and arithmancy, it was a unanimous decision to take the day off and celebrate Harry's success. Dobby got the food and the drinks, and they had a small party at the Room of Requirement until long hours, popping into the common room thanks to Dobby. Alastair simply asked them if they were using the Chamber of Secrets as a meeting place, and Harry told him no, that they were using a 7th-floor room. With that answer, Alastair left them for the night, satisfied. If more people were using the chamber, he wanted to see it himself. Adding to the new black wands, Daphne and Harry continued their training together in the Chamber of Secrets, in which Harry taught Daphne some of his spells and practiced her dueling, making her a fearsome opponent. It was in one of those nights together that Harry explained Daphne about the ring, where it was, and what they could expect. Knowing that Daphne would want to go with him, he insisted for her to train hard, in order for the both of them to go and collect the Horcrux in the first week of the new term. Not only that, Dobby showed up one evening with 3 suits of basilisk skin armor. 3? Asked Daphne. Initially, it was 1 for me and 1 for Dobby. However, since I told you the truth about myself, I knew you'd want to be a part of it, so the 3rd armor is for you. How did you get my measurements? Asked Daphne, crossing her arms with a raised eyebrow. Really? He mumbled, sighing in defeat. I had Dobby take your measurements from one of your school robes. Daphne chuckled and watched her armor, a greenish-black hide shirt and trousers, boots and gloves. There were also armbands with no markings that Harry told her he intended to add a couple of runes for extra protection and a dark robe with short sleeves, like the ones Harry used while on casual moments. Thank you, she said with a smile. For the armor, he asked, smiling, if you're going to be around me, I want you to be safe. For wanting me to be safe, for giving me a chance to be a part of it, for everything. She said, hugging him. I paid the triple for yours to be done in a short notice and have the same quality. Let us hope the armor is as good as we need to be, Harry whispered, making Daphne chuckle. What did you want to tell me before Dobby arrived? She asked. Right, remember what you saw in the memory about Jason and Astoria? He asked her, and Daphne rose an eyebrow. They were happy, and I would like to give them a chance to be together again. Sure, they are still young for that, but in the future, we could introduce them or something. Sure, but why? She asked. If Harry vouched for the Hallie's boy, she had no problem with him. Harry just shrugged. Astoria was my sister, Jason was my brother, and their son was my godson. That had Daphne's attention. Son. Harry nodded with a smile. A good and cunning kid, you'd like him, Harry replied with a chuckle. I'm sure, but we won't force them nor give them potions. Never, Harry replied decisively. The rest of the holidays passed, and soon it was the first day of the new term and everyone would arrive in a few hours. The group decided to have a walk outside in the snow, despite many complaints from Blaise, meeting other people as well. Harry couldn't help but notice that Daphne seemed nervous and even upset about something, not sharing what it was with him. In fact, she seemed to be acting weirdly in the past 2 days. He's coming back, said Pansy with a sigh. Draco, he's coming back, and I don't know how long this peace will last or what to do with him. What do you mean? Asked Harry. Have you wondered why me, Greg, and Vinny are always around him? Asked Pansy, seeming a bit embarrassed. Well, before I thought it was because you shared the belief of pureblood supremacy, that you had been raised like that, but now, Harry replied, and Theo snorted while Pansy looked amused. You spent enough time among the snakes to know that we are all bigots to a point, replied Pansy, you included. True enough, replied Tracy, earning a look from Harry. Hey, I'm a half-blood and my mum is a Muggaborn, but I like the wizarding world much more. I didn't say anything, replied Harry. The truth is that by being raised in a traditional family, we are taught that we wizards are better than every other magical and the Muggles. That Muggleborns are inferior to us because they come from the outside of our world and don't respect our culture, being automatically mudbloods that don't deserve to be a part of our world, replied Theo with a sigh. Half-bloods aren't necessarily better because they are tainted by their parents' blood and most of the times show a preference towards the Muggle world. You and Tracy are good examples of decent half-bloods. Thanks, I guess, joked Harry. But then you have the more radical fanatics who think that the mudbloods should be eliminated, so that magic is owned only by the purebloods and the most ancient families, believing that the Muggles have no reason to be a part of it. Not only that, pureblood human wizards and witches are superior to all. Continued Pansy, while I do agree that I am superior to a muggle, and shall we say a centaur or other creature, I'm not so sure about being superior to a goblin, for example. They can be ugly, bad-tempered, and greedy, but they have a lot of power, and only a fool would challenge them or insult them when they have control of the money and economy. I don't get it. What does this have to do with Malfoy? Asked Harry. You know that our parents were all part of the same group. Asked Pansy, nervous Theo's father as well. Yes, I do, and I have no problems with you because of that, you know that. Thank you, but that's just it. The Malfoys have money, and Malfoy Sr. was responsible for keeping our parents out of Azkaban, even though our parents could have done it themselves. Harry understood it. Ah, I get it. Because of that, your parents ordered you to be around the Ponce, he asked, receiving nods in reply. But Theo, you're not that close to him. Not now, true, but I was closer. I just found a reason not to be around the Git, he replied, looking at Tracy. I couldn't care less about what my father wants me to do to pay his debts. We're not that close. So, as you see, we have to be around him, pamper him, and... Pansy sighed. How he was sorted into Slytherin, I'll never know. His father would probably hear about that if he didn't, joked Harry, receiving a couple of laughs in reply, although Daphne's were clearly half-hearted. As they weren't alone, Harry didn't insist on what was happening, but he was able to realize that as the evening approached, Daphne became angrier and bad-tempered. When the time of the feast finally arrived, the Slytherin fourth years were sat at their table, waiting for everyone. Greg, Vince were supposed to wait for Malfoy, but Pansy was able to convince them not to. They all chuckled when they saw an angry Malfoy entering the Great Hall, wearing much fancier school robes. Why the hell weren't you two waiting for me outside? Malfoy demanded, glaring at Greg and Vince. Because you wouldn't get lost walking here, replied Tracy, earning a glare from the blonde. You better watch it, Davies. He told her with a glare. I will soon be the Lord Malfoy, and then you will grovel at my feet where you belong. Care to repeat that, you blonde? Theo rose from his seat, angered with Malfoy's words. Sit down, Theo, ordered Harry with a gesture, and while glaring at Malfoy, Theo sat down. Malfoy, Greg and Vince are not your slaves and are free to do as they will. Now, sit down and shut up before you annoy me, and we all know what would happen, don't we? Malfoy paled and glared at Harry, but sat down next to Blaise, who simply ignored him when he went on one of his rants. Stupid git, mumbled Theo, having his arm caressed by Tracy, who just smiled. Harry changed his focus and searched around the Great Hall for familiar faces. At the Gryffindor table, he saw Jason sat among the first years, talking about something. At the Ravenclaw table, Justin Smith sat with the third years, and Hannah Callan sat with the fifth years, also wearing blue and bronze. Francis Talbot had once been a Hufflepuff, but he had graduated at least 5 years before. He had the idea of suggesting his fellow new Black Wands to invite a couple of other people, but it was too early for that, although it was the perfect solution to introduce Astoria and Jason. And having a never-ending source of entertainment watching them bickering all the time over the smallest things before they realized their feelings by one another. Harry smirked of the memories and turned to Daphne, surprised to see her glaring, a glare filled with hate and loathing. At first, he thought it was towards Malfoy, but as he followed her eyes, he realized she was looking at none other than Neville Longbottom, who had entered the hall accompanied by the pig and the beaver. Only the pig and the beaver glared at the Slytherin table, as Longbottom was too scared. Weaslett entered the hall later, and a lot of whispers began, most of them indicating the stump where her arm should be. Despite all that, Daphne's glare was still on Longbottom. Daphne, Harry called, only to be ignored by his girlfriend Daphne. What? She hissed, glaring at him, and rose an eyebrow as she scoffed and looked away, trying to find her sister in the crowd. What's wrong? He asked her, and she ignored him, looking away. Damn it, Daph, look at me. You know damn well what's wrong, she hissed, glaring at Harry, although she did it in a whisper and no one noticed it. As Harry tried to speak, she only waved him to shut up with a not now. As the feast proceeded, Daphne's mood didn't get any better. In fact, it only got worse. At the end of the feast, however, Daphne got up and drew her wand, walking towards the mass of people. Harry saw it and held her wand arm down as he entangled his arm with hers and carried her away, making sure Longbottom disappeared from view. What the hell do you think you're doing? Daphne glared at Harry as the two walked to the common room along with the other Slytherins. Preventing you to make something Gryffindorish, he replied as she freed her arm with a strong pull. I don't need your help, she replied, walking away from him. Harry chose an abandoned room in the dungeons and waved her to it, which Daphne scoffed but nodded. The two stayed behind and entered the room, raising several wards for privacy. Before Harry could say anything, though, Daphne slapped him. "Why did you stop me?" she demanded in anger. He was there. I could curse him that no one would know it had been me. "Why?" he asked her, caressing the sting in his face. "You know why." Daphne shouted in anger and tears. "For 2 days I haven't been able to think of anything else but that bastard and our daughter dying because of him. I can't endure him in classes knowing what happened, knowing that he has to pay for it." "Will you please calm down?" ordered Harry, trying to hold her, only to be slapped away again. "I will not let him strut around as if he had done nothing. He will pay for what he did to my daughter." "He will, but you can't just go around and curse him." "Why? Because I'm not you, all-powerful Harry fucking Potter. We have a plan, Daph. You can't just throw it away and put yourself in trouble just because you're angry. There's nothing to gain from it, and I don't want you to get in trouble because of it." "There is all to gain from it. Longbottom would suffer for what he did to my daughter." "Our daughter," replied Harry, his own temper flaring. "Really?" Daphne asked defiantly. "You claim you cared for Daffy, but if you truly did, you would have done more against that son of a bitch." It wasn't that Daphne truly believed those words, but at the moment she spoke them out of anger. Or wasn't she important enough for you? When Harry's glare fell on her, she paled. His green eyes, which usually were so warm and loving towards her, were cold and piercing, making her feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, and his face was stoic and cold. He didn't say anything. He just passed through her and waved his wand, breaking all wards and getting out the room in moments, leaving Daphne alone, trying to understand what had just happened. When she realized what she had said, she ran away in tears, trying to catch him to apologize but failed to find Harry in the corridor. "Dobby!" she called, intent on ordering the elf on taking her to Harry, but for the first time, Dobby failed to appear. She waited, called for Dobby several times, but he didn't come. "I'm sorry," she whispered in tears, crying to her hands as she fell on her knees, alone in the corridor. After crying her anger, fears, and regrets away, Daphne went back to the common room, angry and disappointed at herself and how she had acted, only to be bombarded with questions of where she had been, why Harry had showed up alone and angry in the common room, traded some words, and faded away in less than 5 minutes, and what had happened between them. "I was stupid," was all she said, already in the safety of her dorm with her dorm mates. "I almost did something Gryffindorish and snapped at him. I said some bad things and, yeah, was it because of Weaslett?" asked Millie, having all the attention on her. "I saw you glaring at the dorks throughout the feast." "Yes," Daphne replied with a sigh. She couldn't tell them it had been because of Longbottom and her daughter, so she took the chance offered by Millie. "Do you need to talk?" asked Tracy, being supportive, but Daphne shook her head. "I just need to apologize to him. I was unfair. Considering Harry was truly angry, I'd say you do," replied Pansy. His magic was flaring as well. Daphne hugged herself, and all the girls knew she regretted all that had happened, whatever it might have been. "Malfoy brought a pet snake with him," added Tracy, trying to change the subject. The other girls just rolled their eyes. "Snakes are forbidden by the charter," replied Daphne, looking up. "He got a special permission from his godfather," drawled Millie with a snort. "He was blabbing about it when Harry came in, saying he had it in an aquarium in the dorm." "Great," mumbled Daphne. "With our luck, it will escape from him and scare or bite someone, poisonous or not." "Probably, but your boyfriend is a Parselmouth. He could control it, couldn't he?" asked Pansy. She wasn't a snake lover. "He might," Daphne replied, looking down, thinking of Harry. "I'm really tired, girls. I think I need to sleep." The other girls understood her reasons and didn't say anything as Daphne went to the bathroom and dressed herself for sleep. Only inside her sheets, under the safety of her wards, Daphne allowed herself to cry again, for herself, for her daughter she had never knew, and for Harry. Daphne was the first to wake up in the following morning. Knowing what she needed to do, she got a quick shower and dressed her school robes, leaving her dorm and house intent on going to the Great Hall for both breakfast and speaking to Harry. Hopefully, he would show up and they would be able to talk, and she would be able to apologize. Considering it was little past 7 in the morning, the castle was quite deserted, even if the classes started in less than 1 hour. She got to the Great Hall and noticed that Harry wasn't there. A little disappointed, Daphne sat at the table and started to have breakfast, slowly and paying attention to the doors. Her perseverance paid off around 7:30 when Harry entered the hall, walking to their table without noticing her. When he did, he staggered but continued to walk, sitting at her side, ignoring her smile. "Good morning," she started in a whisper after rising privacy wards around them. "Good morning," he replied in almost a whisper. "I was unfair in what I said last night," she said, looking down. "I'm sorry." "Yes, you were," he replied, getting some bacon to his plate. I know you loved her very much as I know she loved you," Daphne continued, her eyes tearing again. "No, you don't," replied Harry, looking at her, having her full attention. "You have no idea how much I loved our daughter. You have no idea what it was like to find out I had a daughter with you, to know that you were not all lost to me, that there was something of you that I could cherish and love. You have no idea how proud I was of all she did, of how smart she was, of how she was able to cast spells with your wand at such a young age, how stubborn, and how she drove your sister mad." Harry chuckled to himself. "You have no idea what I lost that night, Daphne. That night I lost everything I had. I lost everything that truly kept me going. After that night, no matter what I did, how strong I was or how I pretended to be, all I wanted the most was dying and see the two women I loved the most in my life." He turned to her and she flinched. "Don't you dare accusing me of what you did because you didn't live it. You saw my memories of what I lived. You saw what happened and how I reacted." Harry picked his glass. "Thank Merlin, Morgana, and all the gods you want to thank, because I won't allow you to go through the same feeling of helplessness and loss." Daphne squeezed his hand hopefully. "Does this mean that you forgive me for being a stupid bitch?" she asked, and he sighed. "No, this means I forgive you for being a bitch. I won't forgive you for wanting to do such a stupid thing." Daphne leaned into his shoulder. "I'm really sorry," she said, holding her tears. "I didn't mean it. I was just mad and—" "It doesn't matter anymore," Harry replied, hugging her by her shoulder and kissing her head. "You wanted to do something stupid, worthy of my former self. You got mad at me, said some hurtful things, and I got mad at you. If you truly regret it, that's enough for me." "Something worthy of your former self?" she asked in mock anger, her eyes shimmering with amusement. You may be right, not even my old Gryffindor self would do something as foolish," he replied, receiving a slap on his shoulder. Both of them laughed for a moment. "I'm sorry, I really am," Daphne said. "Me too," replied Harry with a smile, waving his own wand, breaking the wards. "You two made up?" asked Tracy, who led Theo, Blaise, and Millie towards the table at that moment. "Good morning to you two, Tracy," Daphne replied, making Harry chuckle. The fourth years sat around them, satisfied with their friends, and soon started to banter, getting ready for their day. "Where are Pansy, Greg, Vince, and Malfoy?" asked Harry, receiving a snort from Blaise. "Malfoy was still getting ready, and Pansy decided to wait for him. Greg and Vince are with her." "What the?" mumbled Millie, looking at the hall doors. Malfoy was being dragged by Greg and Vince while Pansy was giving the orders. "If I say you need to hurry up, then you do it. Are we clear, Draco?" Pansy demanded with a glare, and Malfoy nodded, blushing furiously. "Good, now sit down and have your breakfast," she told him, sitting with the rest of the fourth years, who just looked at her. "What, do I have something in my hair?" "Who are you and what did you do to Pansy Parkinson?" asked Tracy with a giggle. "I thought about what Harry said yesterday and I found myself agreeing. Draco needs to learn a couple of facts of life." For his part, Draco Malfoy, sporting uncombed hair, mumbled something, ignoring the chuckles and laughs from his year mates. He blamed Potter. Ever since the Git had joined Slytherin, his life had plummeted down. He was no longer the leader he wanted to be. He was no longer respected. While laughing, Daphne noticed Longbottom, Granger, and Weasley entering the Great Hall, going to their table. This time she fought her own anger and ignored them. Harry noticed it and turned to her. "What?" she asked with a shy smile under the inquisitive gaze of her boyfriend. Harry smirked and leaned into her softly. At first, she thought he wanted a kiss, only to feel slightly disappointed when he missed her lips to whisper in her ear. "They are not important enough for you to risk yourself for vengeance," he whispered, making Daphne widen her eyes in surprise. "I will not lose you again because of them." "Oh, what did he tell you?" taunted Tracy, who saw the two of them. "Leave them be, Tracy, it's personal," Millie taunted back with a chuckle. "It's all your fault, LONGBOTTOM, you son of a bitch, REDUCTO. Everyone turned to the Gryffindor table the moment they heard Ron Weasley shout against Neville Longbottom, only to see the shy, pudgy boy's head blow up in gore and pieces, splattering those around him with blood, flesh, and brains. Screams started at once, only to increase even more after Ron Weasley turned his own wand into his mouth, casting a reducto, and having a similar fate as the one he had just inflicted upon Neville Longbottom. The whole hall was in pandemonium. people screaming in fear while Granger, who sat with the two dead boys, screamed in shock. No teacher had been fast enough to stop Weasley, and now the two of them were dead. Everyone was fearful, appalled, or gaping. For once, Malfoy had nothing to say. Millie buried her face on Blaze's chest while Tracy threw up to the floor in front of her. Theo was shocked, his entire body twitching. Pansy nearly fainted, held by Vince, who looked as wide-eyed as Greg. Harry looked at the commotion, wearing his best mask of shock, holding Daphne in his arms. One would think Daphne was crying in her boyfriend's arms, but that was far from the truth. With one glance at her boyfriend, Daphne's tearful eyes showed not sadness but happiness and vindication. "For our Daffy," she whispered, receiving a nod from the powerful green-eyed wizard in reply, "I love you." When the year began, Augusta Longbottom was the disappointed grandmother of Neville Longbottom, a weak wizard and a shy and spineless boy. Yet the boy was her grandson, her son's son, and despite all the disappointments and embarrassments the boy had caused her, the most recent being the break of the Potter-Longbottom alliance, she had hopes that she would be able to turn the boy into something worthy of the name Longbottom. It would be a lot of work, but it had to be done. 1 week later, Augusta Longbottom was the grieving grandmother of a murdered grandson, murdered in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, by another boy her grandson considered a friend, a boy who took his own life after the deed. Ronald Weasley. Suffice to say, the moment Augusta Longbottom knew what had happened, having had access to memories from some of the students and hearing the reports of the DMLE Aurors, the old woman snapped. As regent of House Longbottom, she declared war upon the Weasleys, the same way she had declared war upon the House of Lestrange upon the attack on her son, his wife, and grandson. The Weasleys were lucky not to be attending the service for Neville, because they would be attacked by the regent. Regrettably, the Regent of Longbottom didn't have many relatives alive that could join her in her war against the Weasleys. But she had money and no one to inherit it. No Weasley understood Ronald's actions. Both he and Neville were supposed to be friends, especially after the fallout with Potter. It was true that Ron had been even sourer after the Yule Ball and the attack on Ginny, but his actions had made no sense. Why would he blame Neville? Why would he kill his friend and kill himself after it? One could believe foul play or some kind of spell or Imperius. But no potion was found in his system, and no significant evidence was found concerning spells controlling him. They had no idea about what had happened. It was a sad time at the Burrow, the Weasley ancestral home. No laughs and no shouts were heard. It was a solemn time, and not even the presence of all remaining Weasleys helped to ease the pain felt by all, especially when the aftermath was already being felt. Being an influential woman, the Dowager Longbottom managed to make sure Percy Weasley would be fired from his junior position in the ministry and never being hired again by any department. Arthur Weasley saw himself demoted and transferred to the Office of Magical Creatures Relations, one of the most ungrateful and unfulfilling positions there was at the Ministry of Magic. All that Arthur Weasley knew was that he had to approach the Dowager Longbottom and attempt to mend some bridges. As Bill and Charlie Weasley worked for the Goblins, and abroad, respectively, they didn't feel the revenge of the Longbottoms. The twins and Ginny, who were taken home for the service, imagined they wouldn't be well received at school when they returned. Then Arthur Weasley felt the wards of his home being crossed. Had his wife seen her special clock, she'd seen all hands pointing to danger. Harry Potter hid his boredom while Dumbledore made his speech about the regretful passing of two young and promising wizards, preferring to look to the blonde girl at his side. As everyone else, him included, she was wearing a black armband, in mourning of the two dead students. However, unlike everyone else, the two of them had made sure they mourned not the two students but another child, who meant a lot to the both of them and who was lost to them. They meant it as their final goodbye to their future daughter. Harry saw as Daphne held her armband softly, looking at him with a small smile and a proud look. He had explained to her how angry he had become that night after their fight in the dungeons, how he had ordered Dobby to ignore Daphne's summons and went to the common room, only to fade to the Chamber of Secrets to vent. There, after several hours of venting and plotting, he realized he didn't want to lose Daphne again because of Longbottom or her need of revenge. So he decided that he had humiliated Longbottom enough and was time to end it with some misdirection to avoid blames or suspicions. Under his invisibility cloak, he faded into his old dorm and put Weasley under his Veritas Imperio spell, a more powerful and custom version of the Imperious spell, harder to detect and virtually unknown since he had created it himself. The downside was that it required more power to cast. It was easier to get rid of and could cause madness much easier than the normal Imperious curse, not that he cared. He simply ordered Weasley to kill Longbottom during breakfast the following day and cause a huge commotion with it. Then, he was to finish himself. Harry went back to the chamber and into bed, deciding to get up earlier to make sure Daphne didn't do anything stupid. When he told Daphne all that he had done, later that same day after being able to have some time alone. He was the proud recipient of a snog session that lasted almost 1 hour in the floor of the Chamber of Secrets. He had felt the need for more but respected Daphne's decision that she wasn't ready yet. That had been 3 days before. A depressing gloom had took over Hogwarts, and classes had been cancelled so far. Aurors had requested statements from all students in the hall at the time of the event. Everyone was nervous. For her part, Granger was still in shock in the hospital wing, doing nothing but crying and looking to the walls. Dumbledore decided to put together a memorial for the 2 students, an idea that hadn't been well received since many saw Weasley as a murderer and that poor Neville was the sole victim. Yet, Harry didn't care. He embraced his girlfriend and waited for Dumbledore to finish his speech after dinner. It was supposed to be a big night for the both of them. Harry, Daphne, and Dobby would collect the ring Horcrux from the Gaunt shack that very same night, and both Harry and Daphne were a bit excited. Daphne had been training hard for it, and it was supposed to be a simple raid, but it was still a big event for her, while Harry was concerned. As Dumbledore ended his speech, informing everyone that classes would resume the following day, everyone rose from their seats and Harry and Daphne entangled their hands, walking together to the common room, intending on putting on appearances before leaving. "My pet!" A hiss was heard in the common room the moment Harry and Daphne entered it, making Harry roll his eyes, which caused Daphne to chuckle. "The blonde, hairless monkey didn't feed me. Punish him for me." "Here we go again," whispered Harry, looking to the tank on top of the fireplace, containing a green python and no lid. Much to the amusement of the entire house, with the exceptions of Malfoy, the snake he had brought with him had adopted Harry as its pet. "Flashback, you lousy blonde, hairless monkey. Let me out of this tank," the snake demanded. Of course, only hisses were heard by the boys that were watching it with curiosity, more hairless apes. "Those 2 look they are a good feast." "Get me out from here and I shall not eat you. I bought it at the Magical Menagerie as a special order, of course. It was expensive, but it is also a rare one." "Why is it too excited?" asked Theo with a raised eyebrow. "Also, you don't think you're going to keep it in the dorm, are you?" "Where else am I going to keep it, not?" sneered Malfoy. "Go put your snake in the common room, Malfoy. There is space there and that way everyone can see it. What is it with all the commotion around here?" asked Harry, entering the dorm with a curious look. "What do you want, Potter?" demanded Malfoy, receiving a raised eyebrow from Harry. "This is also my dorm, Malfoy. I have the right to be here," he replied. "Great, another hairless ape. Get me out of this damn tank and get me some food," the snake demanded again. "What is your name, Green One?" asked Harry, amused with the snake antics. "You speak the language of the serpents." Green Snake rose its head in curiosity. "Tell the pathetic blonde hairless ape that it's his duty to feed me properly and that I want out of this tank." "Your snake is hungry, Malfoy. Quite hungry, in fact," Harry said with a chuckle. "Also, it wants out of the tank." "Are you insane?" asked Blaise. "We can't let the snake roam around." "Feed it first," replied Harry with a smirk. Malfoy glared at Harry but went to his trunk and removed a small box from it, which contained several stunned mice. He picked one and threw it into the snake's tank. The snake just struck at the mouse and swallowed it in a record time. "Satisfied?" asked Harry. "You performed your task suitably, Speaker." The snake replied, "I am pleased with you. As a reward, I shall adopt you as my pet and you shall have the honor of attending to my needs." The snake informed him, "Now get me out of this tank." "What's it saying?" asked Theo, and Harry made the translation. "You have to be joking. I'm with Blaise, you can't let it out." "My friends don't want me to get you out," Harry told it, "unless you promise me you won't hurt anyone." "Why would I do that? Let me out of this tank, my pet." Harry stood still, not even the blonde one. "As much as I would like, no, not even him." "Very well, my pet. I shall not hurt anyone if you let me out." End of flashback. The snake acted needy, demanding, self-centered and annoying, but in truth it only wanted company, and since Harry was the only speaker in the house, It was natural that it preferred him to everyone else, even if it was only to sleep in his lap or around his neck. "Malfoy, feed Scylla," ordered Harry. As the snake had no name, Eliza, who had taken a liking to the snake and its antics, being fond of Greek mythology, suggested to name it Scylla after the sea monster. The snake loved it and demanded to be called Scylla or Master by everyone. Needless to say, no one called it Master. "Again," replied Malfoy, stomping to the dorm in search of the bloody snake's food. "My pet, today I want to sleep in your lap," Scylla demanded again. "Not today, Scylla." Harry replied, "We have an important mission and won't be around long. If it's dangerous, you should take me as well to protect you." Scylla replied, rising its head to face him. "Good help is hard to find, but good pets are even harder." "Ah, thanks, Scylla," Harry chuckled, caressing its head with his finger. The snake just coiled in the tank and ignored the commotion, waiting for its dinner, which came moments later, carried by an angry and complaining Malfoy. "Good luck, my pet. Tell your mate I want her to keep you safe, or else I'll bite her and her sister, and their deaths will be quick and agonizing." Harry chuckled, noticing Daphne talking with Astoria and Tracy. Astoria had missed the murder but was still shocked with all that had happened. Malfoy had been sullen, and everyone knew that it was because of Harry and the attention his snake gave him, which led to several jokes as well, after the innuendo was realized, much to Harry's chagrin. Apparently, Malfoy wanted to achieve more prestige, and the way he attempted to do it was to get an exotic pet, a snake, the same symbol of the house. How does the guy think of these crazy plans? How does getting a snake improve his house standing? Wondered Harry, sitting in one of the sofas, silently watching Daphne and thinking of the raid they had planned. There would be no problems, he was sure of it, but it didn't ease his nerves. "Hey, Potter, all-flavored bean," offered Brian Carrick, sitting at his side. "No, thank you," Harry replied, looking to the older boy. "Something I can help you with." "Information, actually," Brian replied, eating a bean strawberry. "Anyway, the second task is scheduled to February. There's a rumor that you have discovered the clue." "Yes, according with the egg, the one thing I will miss the most will be taken to the bottom of the lake, and I will have 1 hour to retrieve it." "The one thing or one person?" asked Brian, raising an eyebrow. "My fears as well," replied Harry, knowing full well they would be taking Daphne to the bottom of the lake. "I see. Well, I wanted to make sure. I intend to place a considerable bet on you, so you better make sure you win. I've been convinced to attempt to win, have no fears," he revealed, nodding to Daphne more. "I am sure that if those imbeciles at the organization decide to take the woman I love, nothing will stop me to get her back." "Excellent," smiled Brian. "What is your strategy?" "Bubblehead charm." "I could use gillyweed, but I prefer the charm," he revealed, remembering how he learned it the first time and not wanting to feel in debt to Longbottom, and a lot of warming charms. "I can guess the water will be freezing." Brian laughed and left him after some more moments. Around 10 in the evening, the common rooms started to empty and Harry and Daphne left for their dorms, from where they would go to the chamber. Nearly half an hour later, both Harry and Daphne were ready, both of them wearing their armors of basilisk skin and engraved vambraces, showing powerful shield rune clusters. Dobby popped near them, he too wearing a similar armor and several knives at his waist belt. "Now, let's go over the plan one last time," Harry insisted, and Daphne rolled her eyes. "Since there are no wards in the fields, Dobby will pop us near the shack. I will stand guard with you, while you break the wards at the shack, and Dobby will stand guard on the general area, on alert to pop us away in case of trouble." "Fine, let's go," Harry replied, and the three held hands. They saw themselves near a building half hidden amongst the tangle of trunks which blocked all light and the view. The walls were mossy, and so many tiles had fallen off the roof that the rafters were visible in places. This was the Gaunts' home. Daphne asked with disgust as Dobby popped away. "It was Tom's mother, uncle, and grandfather's home. More than that, I have no idea," he replied, drawing his wand. Daphne did the same, casting some spells around her to add more security. She heard Harry casting his spells, breaking several alarm and defense wards. It took him almost 10 minutes to break all the wards and enter the house. "We're in. Now, let's find the Horcrux," Harry mumbled, waving his wand around. He found the ring in a small golden box under the floorboards, and he knew the ring inside was cursed. "Now, let us break the curse on the ring and leave this forsaken place. Do you want to do the honors?" "I can try," Daphne replied, pointing his wand at the box. "Ignore the whispers of the Horcrux." Daphne nodded and waved her wand. The box opened, revealing the ring Daphne had seen on Harry's memories, golden with a black stone on the top. Not wasting any moments and not hearing any whispers, she started her charms to break the curse on the ring, only to realize it was too strong for her. "Damn it, I can't do it," she replied, and Harry put a hand on her shoulder to ease her worries. "Yes, you can. Come on, I'll help you," Harry said, raising his wand next to Daphne's. "Find how the curse is weaved in the object and then focus your magic to disrupt it. When you do that, you can weak the curse enough to break it." "You make it sound simple," Daphne replied, but did as Harry had instructed her. She did as he told her, feeling his magic working with hers, and soon there was a blue flash around the ring. Daphne was no fool. She knew Harry had done all the work, but it felt nice to have him encouraging her and letting her try her skills. "Silk bag, please," Harry said after making sure the curse was broken and that only the Horcrux remained within the ring. Satisfied, he levitated the ring into the green silk bag Daphne conjured. Closing the golden box and putting it again under the floorboards, they left the shack, their mission a success. "Well done," Harry told Daphne. "That's it?" she asked, slightly disappointed. "Believe me, we did plenty today," Harry replied, seeing Daphne thinking. "You said that by this time, Tom was living in his paternal grandparents' house with Nagini and Peter Pettigrew, right?" "Yes, what do you want to do?" "Why don't we go for the snake and him today? We could capture him and keeping him trapped. I thought about it, and although I am not entirely sure, I believe that the homunculus he is in is very unstable. If we trapped him, the homunculus would decay and break and he would escape again, and all the work would have been for nothing. But if we destroyed all the Horcruxes, shouldn't his mist and vapor form also die?" "Theoretically," Harry replied. "Do you want to take a chance, though?" "Not really." Daphne replied, crossing her arms. "Then only one more question, though. Why are you so insisting on finish him in the third task?" Harry shrugged. "For one, he would have his ritual ready and I would have only to sabotage it or kill him when he get a body." "I can understand that, but that doesn't explain." Harry just smiled, giving the silk bag to the elf. "Take that to the chamber and place it with the others. Then wait for my summon," Harry said, and Dobby only nodded before popping away. Harry offered Daphne his arm and started to walk away from the shack. Should I defeat Tom at the third task? It would be a double win for me, of course. He chuckled, and Daphne rolled her eyes at his reasoning, just half kidding. "It would be my moment of glory, that's for sure, but like I said, I don't know the ritual Tom used. I never researched it and I never actually cared. He can do it by himself. Besides, he needs flesh from a servant willingly given and blood of an enemy violently taken. I have no idea what flesh from a servant violently taken would do, adding blood of an enemy willingly given." "Good point," mumbled Daphne, "but we still have time. And no idea where to look, not to mention plan to find and kill the snake. Remember, it's alive and it's far more dangerous." "Fine, I'm convinced," Daphne replied with a sigh. "I think you're wasting time, but I can agree with your reasoning and caution." As they left the woods that blocked the sights of the Vale, they noticed the village of Little Hangleton in the Vale, with lights on and some Muggle life in the streets. Then, on the opposite side, stood a manor on the hill, overlooking the village. At the distance, it was quite impossible to see some more of its features or even try and see if there was anyone on it. "So, we have the ring. What about the cup?" asked Daphne. "A couple of weeks ago, I thought of a plan. Send Dobby to Azkaban, snatch Bellatrix Lestrange, take her to a safe location where we would be waiting, place her under the Imperious Curse or my own version, Veritas Imperio, and send her to collect the cup," Harry told her, looking to the sky. He missed the surprise on Daphne's face after some thinking. "I don't think it would work." "Really?" Daphne asked sarcastically, crossing her arms. "Yes, the goblin security system that breaks the Imperious Curse." "I don't think it's worth the risk of it breaking my Veritas Imperio and unleashing Bellatrix in the bank." "Not the best idea," she replied. "You bribed a goblin before, if I'm not mistaken." "Yes, I did, but I don't have the sword of Gryffindor available, and without it, I'd have to bribe a goblin with a lot of galleons. I think the 3 Lestranges in Azkaban are all that is left of their family. Should they die, the vaults would revert to their next of kin. But that doesn't help us," thought Daphne after some moments, "short of break Bellatrix out of Azkaban and deceive her somehow, making her believe we are on her side." "That's the problem," replied Harry, conjuring 2 chairs so that they could seat and talk overlooking the Vale. It was actually quite a nice night view. To break Bellatrix out, the other prisoners would realize it, and the Aurors would realize it. Even if we obliviated her and returned her back to her cell after getting the Horcrux, they would know something and someone might investigate. To that, Daphne only scoffed. Harry, think about what you have just said, she replied in a tired tone. Do you really think anyone would investigate how a prisoner vanished for a few hours? Do you think they would want that on their record or that they would let the information leak? Amelia Bones was a tough and competent one. Iron Lady, I believe. There are always exceptions, Daphne shrugged. My other plan was to infiltrate the prison, create chaos and an escape opportunity, take Bellatrix out and have the unfortunate prisoners being victims of the Dementors in their efforts to recapture them. That way, they'd be dead and no one would think about it because the prisoners tried to escape. Daphne blinked. That's not a bad idea, Daphne replied after some moments of thinking. Some of the most dangerous individuals of their time would be dead and with no chance of hurting anyone anymore. That or getting a portkey into a volcano, Antarctica, or to the bottom of the sea, and having them go through it. He replied offhandedly and Daphne chuckled. Can you do them? She asked with a raised eyebrow and Harry shook his head. I did a few of them in my life, yes. Harry replied with a shrug, amusing Daphne. So what now? She asked and Harry chuckled. How about a date? He asked with puppy eyes, making Daphne laugh. The date didn't happen, as it was a school night and they didn't want to raise suspicions. They were popped by Dobby into the Chamber of Secrets and had a small spar. Daphne was getting much better by the day, in both dueling skills and dueling instincts. Daphne got a small shower in the chamber and went back to her dorm, leaving Harry alone. He went to the locked container, looked to all the Horcruxes. Only 2 were missing, the damn snake and the cup. Only then would he be free to attack Voldemort. Daphne's words earlier on the evening echoed in his mind. Why did he want the recognition for killing Voldemort? All he wanted was to live his life in peace. He had sacrificed enough for the good of the nation in his former life. He led the magical kind for decades, made sure the magical world was safe from the Muggles and fought in 3 wars for it. He lost most the family he had, saw his best friend become a cripple. I don't want it to happen again, he thought to himself, closing the lid of the container, making sure it was safe. I don't want more senseless bloodshed like Voldemort, Titania, Oberon, or the Muggles. I want our people to be great again. But I've done enough. Harry walked to the main chamber with his arms behind his back and looking thoughtful, his steps taking him in front of Slytherin's statue. What say you, Salazar? Asked Harry in almost a whisper. I know much about you and I admit, I learned much from your own words in your diaries. I know your dreams were successful thanks to your grandchildren's work. The magical folk hid themselves successfully from the Muggles under powerful wards, unlike what Gryffindor and Ravenclaw wanted. Harry whispered, looking at the statue. What would you do were you in my place? Naturally, there was no response. We have the potential, but we're stagnated, and there's only a few thousand of us against billions of Muggles. Harry continued, if we continue like this, we will end up found. But damn it, this is our home, and it won't be those damn Muggles to take it from us. Harry declared, hitting his fist on his palm. Only after the war against the Muggles did we start to advance again, and only because many were afraid of it happening again. He hesitated and realized something, starting to chuckle to himself before turning to outright laughter. Déjà vu. He chuckled again, looking at the statue. I've done enough, Salazar. Harry spoke again with a chuckle, turning his back to the statue. Let others do the good work for a change. You're the best, Daddy. If anyone can do it, you can. The memory came for the forefront of his mind, out of nowhere, making him stumble on his steps. Daphne would be proud of you, Harry. The voice of an old Astoria spoke to him in the inauguration of Noden's Magical Medical Research Center, after the success of the research center in St. Mungus. There are many people who I'd like to thank, but the first will have to my Uncle Harry Potter for making this day possible. Felicia Knott spoke at the celebratory speech after the creation of a new wizarding wireless for entertainment and communications, using the concept of the two-way mirrors Sirius had showed him in his 5th year and Muggle television. Harry still cringed at the quality of the wizarding entertainment in the first years. Hey, Uncle Harry, did you know the Muggles put a man on the moon? Why shouldn't we? Asked Adam Greengrass Halleys, his second godson. They never did anything of the sort, but they did think about long-distance portkeys. The day we lose you, Britain will stop, Theo told him once after a lot of fire whiskey. No, Harry replied to himself, a tear falling from his eyes. I'm not that arrogant. What I did, others can do. Then one last memory hit him. People look up to you, love, want it or not, and it has to be those with power to set the example and propose the changes. Else, who will? The people with no voice. Daphne told him once, now make me even prouder and don't fall asleep in the Wisengamot meeting. Harry Potter sighed and went to bed, deciding to think of the cup problem the day after. In the morning, Harry faded into his bed in the Slytherin dorm with his book bag, as usual, and left the room after changing a greeting with Blaise. The boy was already used to the fact Harry always came out of bed with his robes on. He was able to put two and two together and figure it out that Harry didn't sleep in the dorm. Harry sat at the chairs in the common room and waited for Daphne and their friends for breakfast, thinking about the previous night and his reflections. "My pet!" Scylla made herself known, drawing Harry from his thoughts. "Good morning, Scylla," Harry replied, turning his attention to the snake in the tank. "How did everything go last night? We had no troubles and everything was safe," Harry replied as the snake started to leave the tank. Knowing what was coming, Harry rose and offered it his arm, allowing the snake to coil itself. "You seem troubled," Scylla spoke, and Harry smiled. "I had some bad dreams," he replied, and Scylla hissed. "I never have bad dreams. I always dream I'm all grown in a cool and dark place and with a lot of food." Harry chuckled at that. "Lucky you," he whispered. "What were your dreams about?" the snake asked, and Harry decided to amuse the snake and tell her. "The future, Scylla," Harry replied. "After I kill the evil wizard that is after me, what will I do? All I want is to have a peaceful, quiet life, but at the same time, I want the world to become a better place." "For your hatchlings?" Scylla asked approvingly, and Harry thought about it. "No, Scylla, not only my hatchlings," Harry replied, looking at the fire in the fireplace. "Seems you made your decision already, my silly pet," Scylla replied and coiled itself on Harry's lap, making him chuckle. "You are very wise, aren't you, Scylla?" he told her, and Scylla hissed in amusement. "I was always the smartest in the tank ever since I hatched. If those lousy apes had fed me properly, I would have grown much more and be more fearsome as well." "You're doing great now," Harry replied, caressing its scales. There was something about Scylla that made him wonder, but he always missed it. "That's because I have a good pet to help with all my needs," it said, and Harry knew it was a compliment. "Soon, I will be big and fearsome and I will protect you." "Really? Have you been listening, silly pet?" "Of course I will." "Then I look forward for it," Harry replied, and Scylla left his lap to a cushion. Harry watched Scylla for some moments and in no time heard steps coming to the common room. In under 20 minutes, the entire group was ready for breakfast and Malfoy was there as well. "All right, shall we go?" asked Harry, his arm around Daphne's waist. He turned to Scylla only to find the cushion empty. Scylla probably coiled herself under the sofa. He thought and picked his book bag, all of them going for breakfast. When they arrived, they all started to talk about the classes, knowing that Snape would provide them with a new timetable for the new term. "I would appreciate no classes with the dorks above everything," Harry said. "Good luck with that." Tracy snorted. "It's as if they want us to have classes together on purpose." "Well, if we manage to get along," Millie gave her opinion, trading a look with Tracy before both replying nah. "Hey, Harry," Theo called. "What about our little group?" he asked. "What about it?" Harry replied. "We will arrange a time slot and continue normally." "Yeah, what about the blonde wonder?" the other boy asked, and Harry understood him. "What about if we put him to sleep and get on with our lives?" suggested Tracy. "I don't think killing him is a solution to our problems, Tracy," Harry replied, knowing it was a lie. He realized Theo, Tracy, and Daphne were looking at him. "What?" he asked as he ate a toast. "I was talking about putting him to sleep with a somnus charm," Tracy replied with a raised eyebrow. "Ah, sorry," Harry replied as Theo chuckled and Daphne smiled amused. The rustle of feathers announced the arrival of the Morning Post and the Daily Prophet. Several owls landed on the Slytherin table, and within moments, many were surprised with what they read. In the front page, printed in bold letters, Augustus Longbottom's declaration of war against the Weasley family was announced, and occupying the lower half of the page, the same bold letters announced an attack on the Weasley ancestral home, the Burrow, by unidentified assailants, leaving 3 casualties, identified as Arthur Weasley, Percy Weasley, and Charlie Weasley. Harry noticed the commotion on the Gryffindor table but ignored it, being genuinely shocked with the article. "Well, this is..." he mumbled to himself, unsure of what to say. In truth, he was amazed and wanted to compliment the Dowager. Who else would have the reason to do something as that? Maybe, just maybe, he should watch his back, too. "Merlin," Theo mumbled as Tracy paled. Daphne seemed normal, but Harry could see she was nervous as well, and many were whispering in the Great Hall. That also explained the absence of Dumbledore and McGonagall. "Food!" A hiss was heard, and both Daphne and Harry jumped from their seats, attracting the attention of the ones the closest to them. "Holy Mother of Merlin!" Daphne uncharacteristically shouted, attracting attention to herself. Harry widened his eyes. With its head leveled with the table, a gapping, or what it seemed to be gapping for a snake, was Scylla. So much food, the snake mumbled again. Scylla, what are you doing here? Harry asked as Daphne calmed down, glaring at Scylla, who rose to the table and immediately attacked the bacon. The remaining Slytherins all recognized the snake and were surprised seeing it in the Great Hall. Oi, Potter, what is she doing here? Asked a sixth year after some Hufflepuff shouted Snake, making Snape approach the table. Why are you asking me? Harry replied as Scylla devoured the bacon plate. Potter, what is the meaning of this? Snape demanded at once. Hey, that's my snake, Potter. Malfoy shouted, attracting the attention to himself. Harry? Asked Daphne in a somewhat demanding tone, nodding to the snake. Fine. He sighed. Scylla, can you please answer me, Scylla? I'm angry with you, the snake replied, and Harry frowned. Why? Because you had all this food for you and never told me anything. Scylla replied after finishing the plate, but I'll forgive you if you bring me here with you every morning. Harry rubbed his temples in annoyance. Well, Potter. Snape glared, and many people started to pay attention to the commotion. Scylla hid in my book bag because she was bored in the common room and she wanted to. He hesitated in his word, protect her pet. Forgetting their surprise, everyone from the House of the Snakes, apart Malfoy, started laughing. Many believed them to be crazy, and to their shock, even Snape seemed to trace a small smirk. Lovely. Snape drawled, take it back to the common room and make sure it doesn't come out again. Me, Harry replied in surprise, it's Malfoy's snake. I had it with that thing. Malfoy shouted out of nowhere, if that thing likes you so much, you keep it. That thing isn't even useful to protect my valuables. He huffed, stomping out of the Great Hall, leaving a flabbergasted Harry and House of Slytherin behind. What's wrong, my pet? Scylla asked, attracting Harry's attention again. I'm not sure, but I think I'm now responsible for you. Harry replied, and Scylla huffed. You've been responsible for me for some time now, my pet. I guess Malfoy's snake is finally Harry's. Fifth year set in again. Everyone started laughing at the innuendo, making a few youngs blush. Daphne scowled at the bad joke. Well, she asked Harry as her boyfriend sat again. Scylla coiled on the former bacon plate. I'm not sure what happened, Harry replied, looking at Daphne. Well, let's see. Scylla appeared out of nowhere, scared the life out of me, ate all the bacon, and apparently is now your property because Malfoy had it with that thing that's useless to even to protect his valuables. His words. And now Scylla is mine. Harry hid his face on his hands and groaned. Daphne couldn't help it and started laughing, as did Tracy, Theo, and all of the fourth-year group. You are all making too much noise, my pet. Scylla hissed, make everyone shut up. Harry groaned louder and everyone laughed more. Some braver Hufflepuffs wanted to know what was happening, and the Slytherin students happily obliged in their amusement. Soon, everyone knew about Malfoy, Scylla, and her preference for Harry. Scylla, apparently you're my responsibility now. Harry hissed, and everyone turned to him, glaring at the snake. Harry noticed the snake's orange eyes were becoming pale. Maybe he should take it to the healer, as it was his responsibility now. Again, I'm your responsibility since we met, my pet, Scylla replied. No, Scylla. Harry sighed, knowing he was being mocked by everyone. Daphne had a strange, amused smile. Malfoy, the blonde, hairless ape, he brought you from the store, didn't he? He did, but I liked you more, Scylla replied. Yes, he owed you. Harry spoke, and Scylla hissed, annoyed. He didn't owe me. Scylla replied, he didn't serve me, he didn't feed me, he didn't took care of me, he's a useless ape. You fed me and took care of me. Of you I like, and I made you my pet for that. Harry sighed. Sometimes it was like talking to a child. Fine, Scylla. However, he didn't see it like that, and he was jealous of me being your pet instead of him. He gave up, and now I'm the only one to take care of you. Good, Scylla replied. If you feed me and treat me right, I will protect you and your mate and your hatchlings and your secrets. It's very nice of you. Now eat more if you want, because I have to take you back to the tank at the common room before I get into troubles. You know, one of these days I'm going to feel jealous. Daphne whispered to his ear. You give so much more attention to Scylla. Sometimes she's like a child. Harry sighed, and you're the only female for me, my love. Oh, so romantic. Tracy mocked Harry, and he glared at her. That was sweet. Daphne nodded. What about Scylla now? I don't know, Harry confessed. I'll probably leave it in the common room to have the attention. I can't think of anything else. What aren't you putting it protecting your valuables? Daphne laughed at Malfoy's insinuations, and Harry chuckled. Well, she's fierce. How would you like to have her protecting you? He proposed with a chuckle. Daphne snorted. Not on your life, Potter. Daphne replied as Harry picked a goblet with a grin. The way she eats, she'll be too fat for me to carry. Better put her in the chamber. Who knows, put her protecting something valuable to make her feel important. Tell her it's an important secret, something that no one, not even I, can't know about, and that because she's a fierce snake, no one would dare go through her. The idea was actually amusing, and those who heard her laughed. Harry, however, dropped the goblet in shock, looking with widened eyes to Daphne. "Wah, what?" he mumbled in shock. "What did you say?" "Me," Daphne asked, surprised. "Genius," Harry mumbled, looking at Daphne. "You're a genius." "Harry," asked Theo, very concerned with the green-eyed wizard, who didn't seem to be making sense. Harry cupped Daphne's face and kissed her passionately, shocking the girl. "Genius," he nearly shouted, jumping from his seat and running away from the table, much to the surprise of everyone. "Dobby, chamber, now!" The entire Great Hall stood surprised as Harry Potter disappeared with a pop from their sights. The whole day passed and Harry missed every class. To the Slytherins, that was a huge deal and everyone was concerned. After his disappearance, everyone was confused. Scylla started to hiss, and no one understood it, becoming agitated and being transported in a conjured tank back to the common room by a 7th year. Daphne was upset that Dobby didn't answer her summons and that Harry didn't show up for classes and showed all day by not paying attention in class. Luckily, it was only herbology and charms in the morning, with 2 hours of Dada in the afternoon. When dinner began and Harry didn't show up, she became really upset. "He's fine." Tracy tried to comfort her friend, but she had no idea of what to say or do to help. The Great Hall doors opened with a bang, and none other than Harry Potter passed through them, shocking everyone. He arrived with a huge smile in his lips. "Mr. Potter, I demand to know where you have been. 20 points from Slytherin for missing class." McGonagall shouted, but Harry only smiled. "Oh, Professor," Harry grinned. "Have a seat and I'll tell you, because I'm not sure your heart will be able to endure the story." He blatantly mocked and everyone gaped at him. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall shouted back, 10 points for insulting a teacher. "I want to let everyone know where I have been. I really want. Can I?" "Yes," an angry Daphne Greengrass shouted, rising from her seat and glaring at her boyfriend. Harry smiled at her, confusing her. "My love, this moment, this day." Harry spoke in a soft tone and a huge smile. "It is all thanks to you." Daphne blushed and sat again, slightly flustered as Tracy, Millie, and Pansy chuckled. "Well then, Harry, if you want to tell us, then I'd be delighted to hear your justification for skipping classes." Dumbledore spoke, sitting back on his golden throne. He looked tired and saddened but didn't hide his curiosity. "By all means, headmaster, esteemed guests, and my dear colleagues." Oh, Theo spoke, realizing something. "Yes, he's being too polite. This is going to be big." Blaise concluded Theo's thoughts. "I would like to start by reading you a small passage from Salazar Slytherin's diaries, if I may." As no one opposed, he snapped his fingers, and a book appeared before him. "Pay attention. Helga disappointed me today, and Godric and Rowena must be fools. Haven't they realized yet that this crazy plan of theirs will only result in more bloodshed and loss? What do they expect to happen by going to the Muggle and Christian king? Hasn't our kind suffered enough? Do they want us to be even more persecuted? Shouting to the 4 corners of the Isles, 'Here we are, come and get us.' We had a vote about this stupid idea of theirs, and I was the only one to vote no, and I argued against it. I argued with the continued safety of the children and future generations. I argued we should do the opposite and take the magical children from their Muggle homes. I would not want other children to suffer what Helga suffered in her youth before my brother, and I saved her, the same brother who died fighting Muggles. I thought I would have her support. I was wrong, as Helga didn't vote at all. With 2 against 1, I retreated to the secrecy of my chamber after being accused of being a sore loser by that boisterous fool. How could I ever think I could work with him? Bah, I'm too old to deal with that blood traitor. I have much to do and too little time if I want to make sure my students survive the year. If this works, we Magicals will be able to build settlements hidden from the Muggles. Better, we would be able to repel those animals away. I still hear those little girls' cries when I'm outside in the sun. Is it any surprise I prefer the dark places? And they call me the dark and evil one because of the magic I know. I don't rape, torture, and burn children for their gifts of birth. This will be the last entry in this journal I will do. My son, if you are reading this, then you are the new head of the family, and I am very proud of you. Our people have potential. Nurture it, make it grow, and above all else, protect it. Use my knowledge and my wealth. This world doesn't need boisterous fools pretending to be knights shouting for rights for the magical people. It needs thinkers, wise men and women, and above all else, leaders. May you be all that and more. Goodbye, my son. May your life be long and prosper. Harry closed the book and saw everyone looking at him with wide eyes, shock clear in their faces. As it would seem, Slytherin wanted to keep the magical way of life safe, while Gryffindor and Ravenclaw wanted to reveal it to the Muggles. Harry spoke as the book disappeared from his hands. Yet, 3 of the founders are lauded as heroes and saviors, and Slytherin is despised as dark, evil, and treacherous. This time, Harry sneered. I wonder why, though. He said, shaking his head, ignoring the disbelief of everyone. Old Salazar's son did find his father's journal, and he did do as his father asked him to, as did his children and those that came after them. Yet, at some time, the line of Slytherin ended and no one knows what happened. Some fools tried to claim the line and all failed. Harry explained, walking around as if he was lecturing everyone. Many families had Slytherin blood in their veins, yet it wasn't enough. Those who did lacked the wisdom and the vision, until there was one. His name was Tom Marvolo Riddle. You all know him as Lord Voldemort. Everyone gasped and started to shout. Dumbledore shouted, silencing everyone. That's enough, Harry. Headmaster, I swear on my parents' souls I am not glorifying the bastard. I just need to make a point and I need to use him. Dumbledore seemed to think about it and looked to the Slytherin table, seeing them all curious, although also disgusted. Very well, he said, and many looked appalled to him. You will not regret it, Headmaster. Harry replied, Where was I? Oh, yes, Tom, he said with a scoff. Tom Riddle, the son of a near squib witch of House Gaunt and a rich muggle thanks to a love potion. Dumbledore looked at the Slytherins and saw them paying attention to Harry. There was no surprise in their faces, and he wondered why. In contrast, everyone else was surprised and in shock. He pretended to be the heir of Slytherin when he was just an heir. Harry told them. He even found the Chamber of Secrets and unleashed the basilisk 50 years ago, killing poor moaning Myrtle. Yet he was unable to learn the most important lesson Slytherin wanted to teach his descendants, and that was why he failed. And what lesson was that, Harry? Asked Dumbledore, now very interested. Harry just smiled at the older man. Power is never given freely, Headmaster. Harry replied with a smile. Sometimes, to achieve power, we need to grovel. That's where many pretenders failed. That's where many Slytherins themselves fail, and most importantly, there's where Tom Riddle failed, because he believed himself greater than anyone else, and in his pride, he refused to recognize that sometimes, even the most prideful need to grovel. Harry's words were met with silence. However, Tom Riddle was not the only descendant of Slytherin. He said, and many perked at that, unknown to him and everyone else, 2 particular people, a man and a woman, met and fell in love, by chance both being squib descendants of Slytherin. They had 2 daughters, a squib one and a magical one, who came right here to Hogwarts. Unfortunately, she was unable to access her Slytherin family traits and never had a chance to even find Slytherin's secrets. Who? Asked Professor Snape, fearing the answer. Take a guess, Professor. She was beautiful, she was powerful, she had red hair, and you were her friend until you insulted her in your 5th year. Harry replied seriously, and Snape paled. Lily, McGonagall mumbled in shock. No one else mumbled a word, completely ignoring what they had just learned about Snape. My mother, Lily Evans, Harry whispered in reverence, and with a smile. After marrying my father, his blood helped to activate the Slytherin family traits in me, and here I am. He chuckled. 2 years ago you were half right. I was not the heir responsible for unleashing the basilisk, but I was an heir. The shouts began then, Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs shouting at him and accusing him of being dark. From the Ravenclaws, only half joined the noise, and the Slytherins all knew Harry had something in his sleeve. Once again Dumbledore shouted with a concussive charm, making silence. Continue, as I feel there is much more in your story. Dumbledore requested, and Harry nodded. First of all, much to my chagrin, I need to say this, Harry sneered. Draco Malfoy, I, Harry James Potter, Lord of House Potter, to hereby release you from the vow you performed to me on my first night as a Slytherin, the same you performed on your life and magic. With this action, every debt I may have incurred with you is now paid in full. So mote it be. Harry glowed, and many gaped and were surprised. The Slytherins all gaped and were astonished, remembering very well what Harry meant and what it entailed. Second, if you can, feed Scylla. If it hadn't been for her stubbornness, today wouldn't have happened. Every Slytherin was almost jumping on their chair. Harry, what happened? Asked Dumbledore, and everyone wondered the same. I groveled, headmaster, Harry replied with a smile, directed to only one person in the hall. Thanks to the genius of Daphne Greengrass, I groveled. Harry rose his right hand in the air and showed the 2 rings on it. One was the Potter ring and the other was green and silver, with a familiar signet on it. How could it not? Every single one of them saw it every day. Thanks to Daphne Greengrass, I groveled, and because of that, I was rewarded with the chance to claim the line of Salazar Slytherin as my own, from this day until the day of my death. In his first 3 steps towards his house table, the celebration that started from the silver and green table dwarfed every other ever occurred in the Great Hall. Everyone rose, and Harry was risen to Brian and Alistair's shoulders as everyone cheered his name and their house. The others in the hall gaped in awe at what they were seeing, and even Dumbledore was baffled. McGonagall was pale, still in shock that Lily was related to Slytherin, and Snape was conflicted between clap Potter or not. In the end, he decided to clap. Harry was lowered next to Daphne, who was still in awe. Like I said, this was all because of you, my love, he replied with a smile, holding one of her hands and kissing it softly. Daphne laughed, hugging him and kissing him possessively in front of everyone. They both ignored the cat calls and the cheers around them as they snogged in celebration, right in the Great Hall, in front of everyone and without being admonished. In the aftermath of Harry's emergence as the Lord Slytherin, and having consequently freed Malfoy from the oath, having justified it as a matter of honor after he gave him Scylla, which culminated in Harry claiming the lordship, Malfoy would often glare at Harry and be rude towards him in the remaining 4th years. Yet, the group remained strong and together, as proven one morning when Pansy, tired of Malfoy's bitchiness and arrogance, punched him right in the nose and left him behind in the common room. While Slytherin House stood with Harry, the other 3 houses were divided by prejudice, curiosity, and fear. Many among them were curious, most of them Ravenclaws who wanted to know the truth about the founders, but all of them were afraid to ask. When the information leaked to the Daily Prophet, somehow, although Harry knew very well how, Hogwarts was assaulted by reporters, ministry officials, and the minister himself, and all other stories were pretty much ignored. Regrettably for all of them, Harry refused to give an interview to the Daily Prophet, reminding them of all the bad-mouthing and character-bashing they had done to him since the Champions' choosing night. The interview was offered to the Quibbler, and Luna Lovegood was the one doing it at dinner 2 days after Harry's announcement. Flashback, thank you for the offer, Lord Potter Slytherin, Luna Lovegood said, sitting in front of Harry at the Slytherin table between Theo and Blaise. You're welcome, Miss Lovegood. Welcome to the snake table. I am ready for your questions whenever you are. Hey, what is Loony doing at our table? Demanded Malfoy, and Daphne groaned. Mind your own business, Malfoy, Daphne replied with a glare, and Malfoy glared back. Watch your mouth, Greengrass, I am. Daphne just waved her wand at him, and Malfoy was silenced, continuing to rant in silence, much to his annoyance, being unable to finish the charm on himself silently. No one seemed to be willing to help him either. Should I put these events in the interview as well? Asked Luna, and Harry laughed. Please do, he replied, and everyone snickered. Let us start then, Luna said, making sure her recording quill was writing everything. When did you become aware you were the Slytherin heir? First of all, I was not the Slytherin heir. I was a Slytherin heir, and as far as I know, there is only one other at this time. His name is Tom Riddle, also known as the Dark Lord Voldemort, and I just realized we're related. That's disturbing. Focus, Daphne whispered. Just adding a joke, love. Harry replied with a chuckle, answering your other question. I became aware of my possible inheritance the day I went to Gringotts to claim my Potter inheritance. I see. You claimed it was thanks to your mother. Did the former Lady Potter knew of her origins? She did, and she ordered the information to be sealed under Secrets of House Potter. The goblins told me that they believed not even my father knew. Interesting. In that case, allow me to offer you my congratulations for claiming the lordship of House Slytherin. Can I ask you what you did to claim it? You may, but as it's a family secret, I will not respond, Harry replied with a smirk. Luna looked around and saw the resignated looks of everyone, including Daphne. I see, and I respect that. Luna replied, then, if you'll allow me, I would like to ask you more about the excerpt you read from the diaries of Salazar Slytherin. Sure. Can I have a small transcript of it to publish? I'm sure the public would like to read it themselves. That can be arranged, Harry agreed. Then, if I recall correctly, you read Slytherin opposed Gryffindor and Ravenclaw in revealing themselves. Asked Luna. He opposed them into revealing the location of Hogwarts to the Muggle king, Harry replied. For what I was able to understand, Gryffindor was a half-blood, son of a powerful wizard and a knight of the king. When Hogwarts was built and proved to work for nearly 10 years, he demanded his peers they should reveal the secret to the king. That the king should know, and that the king would protect the magical people. Ravenclaw, a noble pureblood, agreed because with the support of the crown, much could be improved and much money could be saved. In exchange, there would be wizards and witches available to help the realm. Hufflepuff didn't vote, as I read, and I believe it was because of conflicted feelings. What do you mean? Asked Luna. Hufflepuff was a Muggle-born, and she was saved from Muggles by none other than 2 young purebloods, Salazar Slytherin and his brother Salarin. They became close, and Helga married Salarin, who died years before what I read, retrieving magical children to Hogwarts. Harry replied, and everyone paid attention. I believe Helga wanted the end of the persecutions, and for that, she agreed with Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Yet, she didn't believe it would happen and believed in Salazar. That's why she didn't vote. Harry replied, Salazar lost the vote, and in his anger and fear, he retreated to his chambers after being insulted way too many times by Gryffindor for being, among many things, a sore loser, dark and disloyal to the crown. You reveal a very different Gryffindor than the one portrayed in history. I am revealing what I read in Salazar's journals. Harry replied sharply, probably a bit bigoted, sure. We have to take in consideration the dislike between both men. Yet Salazar was a pragmatist. He came up with the idea to educate young children in magic. Slytherin had the idea. I thought Ravenclaw did, Luna asked, and many were very interested. Salazar had the idea to train young children, and Rowena had the idea of Hogwarts. Harry replied with a thoughtful look and a chuckle. Pillow talk, I believe. Everyone looked at Harry surprised. Yes, Ravenclaw and Slytherin were together for some time, but she ended it to marry another man. Don't ask me for details. Salazar isn't much forthcoming about it in his memories. Live and learn, Luna replied, still shocked. I haven't arrived to that part yet, mumbled and also shocked Daphne. Like I said, Salazar was a pragmatist and believed that despite everything, Gryffindor would be able to help into their undertaking. And in the end, because of his and Ravenclaw's stubbornness, Hogwarts was nearly attacked by the Muggles. What happened? Luna asked. Who do you think create the Muggle-repelling wards around this castle? Harry asked, and everyone hearing him widened their eyes, regardless of magic. Hogwarts was under-defended and filled with children. Fighting would never be an option. Then Salazar did his best next thing, working around the clock to finish his greatest project to date. He weaved wards that would confuse Muggles and make them leave the vicinities. Not only it would work to protect the castle, it could be used to make magical-only settlements and be at peace. Needless to say, he succeeded but died in the effort. His son found his body in the Chamber of Secrets, read his father's last words, and completed the trials his father left him, becoming the next Lord of Slytherin. I don't know what else happened after that. You still know much, Luna replied. Would you consider to publish Slytherin journals? Harry turned to Daphne with a smile. Probably, he replied, remembering how his wife had insisted on it in his past life. That is all then. However, I do have one question more about the heirs of Slytherin. Make it then. You said there is only one other at this time. Luna replied. Are you implying Lord Voldemort is still alive? No comments on that, Harry replied with a smirk. End of flashback. The article was a success and many letters were sent to Harry, offering partnerships to publish the journals. Many other proposals were sent his way as well, but he completely ignored the marriage contracts. There was only one woman for him, and he knew it. Amusingly, Daphne showed him a letter his parents had sent her, pretty straightforward. She was to seduce Potter by any means and keep him on a tight leash, with the purpose of marriage. Unlike what everyone knew, Daphne was aware of how Harry claimed the lordship. She simply kept the memory locked behind her best occlumency defenses and her own bail. Flashback, are you going to tell me how you did it? Asked Daphne later the same night when they were together in the Chamber of Secrets. Obviously, but do you care to try and guess? Replied Harry. Daphne started thinking I said to put Scylla in the chamber and putting her guarding something valuable to make her feel important. How did that help? That didn't. Harry replied with a chuckle. The other thing you said did. What else did I say? She asked, thinking about the conversation at breakfast. Tell her it's an important secret, something that no one, not even I, can't know about, and that because she's a fierce snake, no one would dare go through her. Daphne asked, and shrugging, no, nothing. All right, think with me. If you were Slytherin, how would you hide something? Like he did, hiding it in a way that can only be accessed by people with my traits. And what if there was something you wanted to keep hidden from everyone, even those people you love with your traits, as you said? Daphne frowned. I would hide it under powerful wards keyed to me only, Daphne replied, and Harry shook his head. You're being too obvious, Daph, Harry replied. Think Slytherin. What, hiding it in plain sight, in front of everyone? Cunning and guile, replied Harry with a grin. Hide something in plain sight and make people believe they don't want to go near it, and there you have it. I'm not sure I'm understanding your logic, here and at breakfast. When you said to put Scylla protecting something, I almost snorted, thinking as if I would feel safe with Scylla guarding something really important when everything I need to do to go around her is feed her. It's not like she's a fearsome snake like a king cobra, an anaconda, or a basilisk. Daphne gaped, understanding what Harry was saying. No, she whispered, gapping and looking at the statue of Salazar's head, its mouth opened, showing the path the basilisk used to leave its nest. Hiding something in plain sight, in a way that no one would even consider to go there and search for it. Harry laughed. Who would be mad enough to grovel through a dark tunnel, into a basilisk nest, in search of Slytherin's legacy, Parselmouth's or not? End of flashback. Daphne followed Harry through the tunnel and ended up in a large stone room, torches igniting the moment they left the tunnel. The room was large and had 2 levels. The lower one, where the basilisk slept, and the upper one, reachable by a set of stairs. They went up and saw several trunks and shelves, still enduring the passage of time. In the shelves, Daphne widened her eyes as she saw several books and scrolls, counting the hundreds and imagining that there was only one reason for them to be there. They were to be seen only by the head of House Slytherin. There was a small stone pedestal, and according to Harry, that was where Harry had found the ring of the head of the house, standing on the last of Salazar Slytherin's journals. Lastly, the trunks. There were at least 20 large trunks, and all of them filled with gold, silver, and relics. It was an amazing trove. One day, this will be yours as well if you agree to marry me, Harry mumbled, but Daphne heard him, blushing immensely, much to his amusement. They left the vault moments later and started their training spars, but Daphne's mind never forgot what Harry said. Paid in blood, several days passed since that evening, and a few things happened. The Weasley twins returned to Hogwarts with their sister, but all 3 were strangely subdued and apathetic, barely going with the motions. Ginny Weasley was said to spend her free time in her room crying as the twins sat looking at the fireplace. Harry had a visit from Sirius and Remus one afternoon after class, and was caught in a small party with a green snake-shaped cake and confetti. For him and all his friends, Malfoy included as well. Everyone laughed, although Malfoy found it immature, and spent some good moments with the 2 adults who had become a fixture in their lives whenever something happened around Harry. Dumbledore announced a dueling club and a dueling competition, sponsored by Professor Moody and Professor Flitwick. According with the headmaster and Professor Flitwick, it would be a fine activity, teaching the students about the dueling protocols and proper dueling. According with Moody, it would teach them to be prepared and to be in constant vigilance. The new Black Wands spent some time practicing in the days before the first meeting, and they made several duels between themselves, getting ready for the day. The day before, they were more than ready. All right, that's enough for the day, Harry said, watching the new Black Wands finishing their routine on dueling. They had successfully charmed Malfoy to fall asleep in his bed and left him there, once again. Yes, Lord Slytherin, Theo replied with a snicker, and Harry growled. Stop calling me that, Theo, Harry replied, noticing the others snickering. Of course, Lord Slytherin, Theo said again, and Harry cursed him with a stinging hex, making him yelp after being hit on his buttocks. Damn it, that hurts, Theo complained, and everyone laughed. Keep calling me that and I'll keep curse you, Harry replied. It seemed that Theo wanted to say something, but the pain spoke louder. Can't take a joke, Theo grumbled, standing with the others. All right, this was it. Tomorrow it will be the first day of the dueling club, and I'm pretty sure they'll want us to go over the basics. So be prepared for a very boring time. Harry spoke, and many snorted, especially because we're 4th-year students, and we shouldn't be allowed to duel the upper years. Like you shouldn't be in the tournament for students of age only, asked Daphne, and Harry snorted, and everyone else laughed besides. Moody is one of the teachers in the club. Constant vigilance. Blaise spoke in a softer tone than Moody, but enough to make his point across. I bet that bastard will be around us and throw curses for us to defend. I'll take that bet, Tracy replied. Flitwick wouldn't allow him to do that. Since when does Moody listen to anyone but himself? Asked Millie, and Tracy actually considered her chances. Anyway, remember, have fun, and if you duel, win. Harry replied with a smile. Now let's go before the curfew is on. The group left the room of requirement and walked down to the dungeons laughing, not finding anyone in their path. When they arrived at the door to the common room, Harry hissed before any of them could speak, and the wall opened. One of these days I'm going to forget the password, and when I'm locked outside, I'm blaming you. Tracy told Harry with a smirk, and all went inside, only to find a group of sixth years around Scylla's tank. Potter, glad you're here, one of them called. Is there something wrong? Harry asked. Scylla is, how to put this, getting bigger and fatter than she was supposed to, one of the other sixth-year students said. Harry rose an eyebrow and realized one of them had a small parchment with him. We've been monitoring her growth to care as a small project, and we thought you should know. Yeah, I know. Harry replied with a sigh. With the amount of food she eats, I'm surprised she didn't burst already, but yes, I know. Stop making so much noise. Scylla chose that moment to make herself known, raising her head in the tank. My pet, I missed you today. Where have you been? Training with my friends, Scylla. Harry replied with a small smile, looking at the snake with a curious look. Scylla, are you all right? You seem to be drooling. I know, I finally started to produce venom. The snake hissed in enjoyment, and everyone was looking at Harry, waiting to know what was happening. It's all thanks to you and all your care. I want to offer you a gift, my pet. I want you to have my first poison. Your fist poison? Asked Harry, raising an eyebrow. You have been threatening to bite people for weeks, and you're telling me you didn't have poison. Scylla lowered her head, as if ashamed. I had to be threatening to be fed, didn't I? Harry laughed, noticed by everyone. Well, congratulations then, Scylla, you smart girl. Harry said with a smile and putting his hand on the tank to caress Scylla's head. You're getting big, then. About time, Scylla complained with a huff. Bring me a vial, my pet, and all the poison I can spare will be yours. Harry waved his wand, and a small crystal and unbreakable vial appeared. Scylla coiled itself around Harry's arm, and he placed it near the vial with a flinch. You're getting stronger, Scylla. Harry complained, feeling the pain in his arm where Scylla had been coiled. Harry, what are you doing? Asked Daphne, curious. Scylla decided that because I took so good care of her, I should have her first poison. Harry replied with an amused chuckle, just making her happy. Her first poison? Asked Millie, looking at the snake's size. How can it be her first poison? I have no idea. Harry replied. What I know is what she told me. The people at the store didn't feed her, and she didn't grow properly. Maybe that's it. Maybe, Daphne replied, standing next to Harry and watching as Scylla's yellowish poison dripped into the vial from the snake's fangs. There, that's all I can spare, my pet, Scylla announced with a pleased tone, coiling itself on the table where she stood. Thank you, Scylla, Harry replied, having no idea about what to do with the poison. He'd probably put it on a shelf or offer it to Millie for experiments with potions. Be careful, my pet. Scylla told him, if I was bigger and older, my poison would be deadly for you. As I am still growing and barely more than a hatchling, it's not as dangerous, but it may still be deadly. Maybe you can still use it on the useless blonde monkey that didn't feed me. Or better yet, maybe I can bite him now that I have poison. Scylla, if you bite him, people will know and they will try to come here and kill you, Harry told Scylla, only for the snake to scoff. As if they could. She scoffed. I have you to protect me and... Scylla, Harry admonished the snake in a firm tone, you can't bite anyone in this castle, do you understand me? You would be in danger and not even I would be able to help you. Much to his surprise, the snake coiled around itself. If you don't want me to, then I won't. Thank you, Scylla, Harry replied with a sigh, offering his arm. We all like you and we don't want you to be in danger. Scylla coiled itself around Harry's arm and once again Harry hissed. Scylla, you're hurting me, Harry complained. Harry, are you all right? Daphne asked. Just Scylla squeezing hard, Harry replied. I'm sorry, my pet. It seems I'm getting really stronger. Scylla replied, amused, my pet, I want a new nest. This one is getting smaller to my greatness. A dark and a cool place where I can grow larger and more powerful would be more suitable. There isn't a place like that around here, Scylla, Harry replied with a frown, placing Scylla in the tank. Besides, if I find you one, people wouldn't see you that often. Ah, well, we wouldn't like to prevent others to witness my growth and my greatness, would we? Scylla asked as Harry dropped all of her in the glass tank. Besides, if you grow much more, you'll become as big as a basilisk in no time. Harry joked and Scylla perked up at that. Good night, Scylla. You're so silly, my pet. Of course I'll grow as big as a basilisk. I may be a hatchling, but I am a basilisk." At that, Harry, who had already turned his back on Scylla and was starting to walk next to Daphne, paled considerably, tripping on his own step, attracting the attention of everyone. "Harry, what's wrong?" asked Daphne, already up. All she saw was Harry's shocked look before he turned back. "What?" Harry asked in surprise, shock, and fear. Everyone turned to him. They were used to the parcel tongue, but Harry never shouted like that. "I said I'm a basilisk, my pet." Scylla replied, "I'm little more than a hatchling, but I'm still a basilisk." Harry felt the strength on his legs vanish and fell on his knees in shock, only able to gap. "Harry?" demanded Daphne in surprise as she saw Harry fall on his knees, scaring everyone. He just started to laugh, falling on his back as he laughed and laughed at the stupidity of the situation. "Harry," Daphne demanded, concerned, "tell me what happened." "Malfoy," Harry laughed in amusement. "What about him?" asked Theo, not understanding. "I'm going to kill him." Harry stopped his laughter, keeping his eyes closed and a huge grin on his lips. "Why?" asked Daphne, his eyebrows raised. Everyone wondered the same. "Because no matter how much I may love Scylla, that pathetic excuse for a wizard brought a basilisk hatchling into our midst." Harry replied with an amused grin as everyone paled like ghosts, and none of us was the wiser. Paid in blood, Dobby popped into the Chamber of Secrets with the tank containing Scylla and left it on the floor, ignoring the surprised looks the basilisk hatchling gave him. Scylla was surprised, but her pet had told her not to leave the tank, neither to do anything against Dobby, and she intended to do as he asked. She liked her pet, and if she made her pet sad, he wouldn't take care of her and she wouldn't be properly fed nor be able to grow. She looked around and saw the statues of several snakes, and much to her surprise, she saw the bones of a giant snake. Because it was so big, she thought it to be a basilisk as well. "Hello, Scylla," she heard her pet say and turned to him immediately. "My pet, where are we? Are those basilisk bones?" "You are in the Chamber of Secrets, Scylla, where I some to train and sleep." Harry replied, and Scylla noticed he wasn't looking to her. "Scylla, when will you gain the ability to kill with a look?" "When my eyes grow all yellow," Scylla said proudly. "Will you be able to control it, Scylla?" Harry asked, and Scylla noticed the concern on his pet's voice. "Yes, I think I will. Seiron said I would." "Who's Seiron, Scylla?" asked a concerned Harry. "He's the one who taught me, my pet. He's not a basilisk, but he was old and wise. I met him at the store and he told me about basilisks and that I was one. He died a few days before the blonde monkey took me." Harry just nodded. "How will you control it?" asked Harry, and Scylla told him about the extra lid Seiron told him about, the one she had to open to be able to kill with a look. "And you have it closed?" asked Harry in surprise when she told him. "Of course, my pet, I wouldn't want to hurt you. Neither your mate or any of the ones important for you. You wouldn't like me and take care of me then." "Scylla," Harry said after some moments of silence, "if people find you, they will kill you." "But why?" "Because they are afraid of what you'll become when you grow." Harry replied with a small smile, caressing the snake's head. "If you want to go somewhere, I can ask Dobby to take you and you'll be safe. All you have to do is find your dark and cool place and hunt for food. But, or," Harry spoke with a small smile, "you can help me and I will make sure you are well fed and have a dark and cool place for yourself." "Yes," Scylla pretty much shouted, making Harry chuckle. He pointed to the bones of the basilisk. "That was the former guardian of the chamber." Harry told Scylla. "A bad man was controlling him and forced him to kill students and me." Scylla hissed. "You're even stronger than I thought, my pet. After I killed him, I killed the bad man, but he didn't die because of magics he did. He's the one I need to kill." "And of course you need my help," Scylla replied. "Maybe," Harry replied. "Do you promise not to attack anyone unless I ask you to?" "Yes, my pet, I promise," Scylla replied with a nod. "Then you can stay here if you want," Harry said, waving around. "The old one's nest was inside the statue's mouth, but my mate and I will go there often and may disturb you. We also stay in that room there." Harry replied, pointing at the places. "Every morning, Dobby will bring you some food and all you have to do is stay here. Only those who speak the serpent tongue may come here, unless they are the bad man." "I understand, my pet," Scylla replied. "Can I go see the nest of the old one? And can I stay there too?" Harry nodded and Scylla started to slither towards the statue. "Thank you, my pet." As Scylla slithered away, Harry's eyes steeled themselves, as did his demeanor. He drew his wand from his holster and told himself a basilisk was far too dangerous, even if it was Scylla. Paid in blood, Harry was popped to the common room once again by Dobby, only to find everyone there, glaring at Malfoy, who stood alone in one side of the common room. When he saw Harry, he glared at him and wanted to sneer and shout at him, but Harry was faster and drew his wand, casting a disarming charm on Malfoy. "What the hell, Potter?" Malfoy shouted, and Harry gave Malfoy's and his wand to the one closest to him, a first-year student girl who looked surprised. Harry said nothing and removed his robe. "Potter?" asked Alastair as he saw Harry pushing his sleeves up. "Malfoy." Harry spoke in a low and cold tone, approaching the blonde dangerously. "You brought a basilisk into this common room." Everyone paled again, remembering the panic they had just experienced. "Scylla could have killed us all." Harry punched Malfoy's jaw with a strong punch, making the blonde fall immediately, although not falling unconscious. "You stupid shit." "I didn't know," Malfoy replied in fear, seeing Harry's cold looks and seeing no one trying to help him. "I really want to hurt you right now," Harry said in a cold hiss, "but I'm only one and everyone here has a saying in what to do with you. It was all of us your actions threatened." Harry spoke, turning away from the blonde and claiming his wand and robes. "Potter, what about Scylla?" asked Eliza hesitantly, and many wanted to know the same. "I took care of her," Harry replied, and many paled as they heard Harry's words, understanding the hidden meaning. You killed it," a sixth year asked in shock. "I said I took care of her," Harry shouted, scaring all, dressing his robe and leaving through the common room's door with his wand in his hand. "Stay here and deal with this, I'll take care of him," Daphne said, following Harry through the entrance. No one dared to move, all seeing the hole of the door closing. "What about Malfoy, then?" asked Astoria Greengrass. Daphne entangled her arm with Harry's and said nothing, just walking at his side at his own pace. Harry looked at her but said nothing. They walked for a good while and she realized they were going in the direction of the room of requirements. "I'm angry," Harry whispered. "I can tell," Daphne replied. No more words were said until they reached the room of requirements. Harry walked 3 times in front of the door and opened it, revealing a garden with a small creek flowing through it. Daphne followed him and found it a beautiful spot. "What is this?" she asked. "It's on the Potter estate." Harry explained with a sigh, sitting on the ground and falling on his back, looking to the blue sky conjured by the room. "It used to be our favorite spot." "It's beautiful," Daphne replied, kneeling next to Harry and playing with his hair. "Lay at my side," he asked, and Daphne did as he asked. There was no kissing, no snogging, no nothing. The two of them just stood there, in silence with each other, one being supportive to the one she loved and the other brooding on his actions. Paid in blood the next day, Harry and Daphne went back to the common room, where both showered and changed clothes. Harry was the first to be ready and sat in the common room, looking to the fire in the fireplace. "Good morning," Alastair said, sitting next to Harry, who recognized his presence with a greeting in a small whisper. "I thought you'd like to know what happened last night after you left. Malfoy was banished from the house, and we took him to Snape and explained everything to him." Harry nodded in silence. "We don't know what will become of him, but he won't be a Slytherin anytime soon." Luckily, his father won't hear about it. Brian laughed on the other side of Harry. "Good morning." "You held a house meeting," Harry asked. "Daph and I were missing. Special circumstances were considered." "Potter, Harry, how are you?" asked Alastair, and Harry chuckled at the question. "Tell me, Alastair, are you and Brian here friends? Would you trust him with your life?" "Of course," Alastair replied, and Brian nodded. "Knowing that, Brian, would you kill Alastair because he's a danger to everyone?" asked Harry, and both young men gaped, looking at each other, and Harry, "Yeah, I thought so." Harry replied to the silence, with a sigh, "I'll be fine." "So, are you for these ready to the club later today?" asked Brian with a smile, and they saw a small smile on Harry. "That depends of what the club will entail, exactly," Harry replied. Theo was the first to come down and see Harry with the 2 young men of the triumvirate. When they saw him, both Brian and Alastair left Harry, Brian having given him a soft tap on the shoulder. "Hey, good morning," Theo said, sitting with Harry. "Good morning," Harry replied with a nod. "Malfoy's gone," Theo said, not knowing what to really say. "Alastair and Brian told me," Harry replied, amused. "It was also unanimous," Theo added with a chuckle. His face was priceless. He snickered for some moments, turning to Harry. "What about you?" "I'm fine." Harry replied softly. "I spent the night at the room of requirements. Daphne held me and we talked." "We all owe you, you know," Theo said. "For what?" asked Harry, raising an eyebrow. "For finding out," Theo replied before anything happened. Harry nodded, and Theo saw his sad and concerned demeanor. "Was it hard?" "I did the right thing," Harry replied, and Theo accepted it, both boys falling into a comfortable silence. In nearly 30 minutes, The group of the 9 fourth-year students was in the common room, ready for breakfast. "Shall we go then?" asked Harry, hand tight with Daphne, both leading the group. They talked softly among themselves until they reached the great hall and entered it. No one noticed anything odd, and the 9 Slytherins went to their table, where they sat and had their breakfast in quiet companionship with some jokes and normal bantering. That was until Snape showed up. "Mr. Potter." The man drooled, attracting the attention of everyone around. "Professor, if this is about beating up Malfoy, tell me the time and I'll be there," Harry replied, and Snape only nodded. 9 o'clock tomorrow night, Snape said, looking at the green-eyed teenager. 100 points to Slytherin for identifying a dangerous creature and possibly saving many lives. I believe the headmaster will want to speak to you soon as well. Harry nodded, and Snape left them to their breakfast. "Wait, Professor," Harry called, rising from his seat and going to his pocket, handling the man a vial with the yellowish poison he kept. Snape rose an eyebrow at it. "I'm sure you can find a useful way to use basilisk poison." Snape widened his eyes in shock and only nodded, turning his back on Harry, but not before giving him 10 more points. "So, what's the first class today?" asked Harry, sitting with Daphne and offering her a kiss in the cheek, which she took gladly. Paid in blood, the day passed quietly, and many students wondered why Malfoy was wearing dark robes without green and silver, looking sullen. They were simply told that Malfoy threatened the lives of all of them and was banished, with no chances of returning to the snake pit. Those who wanted to know more received nothing else. Harry paid attention in classes and did his coursework flawlessly and without complaint. He even helped his friends who needed help, but barely spoke more than what he had to. Then, the time of the first dueling club arrived, and everyone interested showed up in the Great Hall at 6 o'clock. "Let's see what happens then," Blaise mumbled, and the 9 Slytherins walked into the hall, joining almost everyone who was currently in Hogwarts. They only needed to wait for a bit before Professors Flitwick and Moody appeared, offering them a small introduction to dueling, from the perspectives of a professional duelist and an Auror. "Now let us start by pairing up, and then we will practice the disarming and the shield charms," Flitwick said, and Moody snorted but said nothing. "I told you it would be going through the basics," Harry whispered as he paired up with Daphne. "I expected nothing less," she replied with a chuckle. "We're a special case." Harry laughed and cast the disarming charm against Daphne, who defended with a perfectly raised shield. The 9 Slytherins joining the groups of 6th and 7th years in doing the exercise in their board cadences and waited for the others to finish, having the opportunity to watch the other students. Daphne noticed Astoria, paired with one of her friends, managing to somewhat cast the disarming charm but failing the shield. "Maybe I should help my sister," she whispered to herself, heard by Harry. If nothing else, maybe it could help her grades. "Do you want to invite her to a meeting of the study group?" asked Harry, and Daphne thought about it. "Sure, I think it would be fun for her and she could learn something," Daphne replied, and Harry chuckled, looking around for others. He saw Hannah Callan paired with a friend of hers, managing both spells, as did Justin Smith. He thought about a proper excuse he could give to invite his friends from the past life, but the best excuse was he saw how good they were in the dueling club and invited them for everyone's benefit. They would certainly accept the invitation. Then his eyes went to a small group of first-year dorks, and he saw none other than little Jason Halleys managing both spells, surprising him greatly, considering the boy was just a first year. "That brat will go far," he whispered. "Who?" asked Daphne. "Halleys, I just saw him casting both spells and he's just a first year," he replied, and Daphne rose an eyebrow, following Harry's eyes to the Gryffindor group, watching the Halleys boy casting the spells again but failing the celebration his house and year mates did when succeeding. "Fine, he's impressive," Daphne asked, turning to Harry. "Are you thinking of inviting him to the group?" "Can I?" Harry asked with a surprised look. "I don't know," she replied with a surprised look. "You're the leader, you decide that, but if you want my opinion—" "Which I always do," he replied. "The boy may have potential, but don't forget he's a Gryffindor. It wouldn't be easy for everyone to accept. Unless we invited other people." "True, but that's not important for now." "Yes," Harry replied, noticing Moody and Flitwick were wrapping up with helping everyone who needed. "Very well, students, let us try some actual dueling," Flitwick suggested, raising a dueling platform. "We shall make random pairings by years and test the skill of some of you. Let us start with the first years." 3 boring duels later, Harry perked up hearing Jason being called to duel one of the Slytherins' first years. It started as any other, with a bow and entering in position. Harry saw the overconfidence of the Slytherin boy and the focus of Jason. "And begin," announced Flitwick. The Slytherin boy rose his wand, not moving from his position, and chanted the spell. Unfortunately for him, Jason moved from his position and cast the disarming charm much faster, the spell hitting the other boy before he even finished the incantation. "The winner, Mr. Halleys, 5 points for Gryffindor," Flitwick announced, and Harry noticed how everyone in red and gold, with the exception of Jason, cheered. The duels continued, but the time for the club ended, much to everyone's annoyance. "Well, that was a complete waste of time," Theo mumbled as they returned to the dungeons. "I don't know, I saw some amusing things," Blaise replied with a chuckle, remembering a few third years dueling. "Did you guys saw anyone you believe would make a good addition to our little group?" asked Daphne, walking beside Harry. "I did," Harry replied, as she knew he would. "I saw Ravenclaw, but I don't know his name," Tracy replied. "Why?" asked Millie. "Are you thinking of inviting these people?" "If they are suitable and a good addition, why not?" asked Harry. "Even if they are from another house?" Theo asked with a raised eyebrow. "As long as they aren't imbeciles." "Why not?" Harry replied. "What's the point?" asked Mill, wondering, "Are you trying to form a group to influence all the houses?" "No, but now that you mention it," Harry replied, tilting his head and smirking. "It would be nice to have some peace and quiet at school." "Speaks the guy responsible for most of the agitation," Pansy replied, and they all laughed. "Paid in blood, that's—" "Are you sure?" Daphne asked as Harry finished telling her the plan to get the cup from Gringotts. February was starting, and they had hidden themselves in the room of requirements for some light training before the meeting with the Black Wands. "It's a little ambitious, true, but it's very doable. Besides, suspicions will be diverted and we solve the problem of the Death Eaters once and for all." "Can you even do all that you said?" Daphne asked, raising an eyebrow. "It should take me a few days to complete the necessary equipment, give or take." He replied, "It's the best way to make sure they don't escape to cause havoc." "I'm not against that, but," Daphne replied, "much of your plan relies on me." "And that's a problem, how?" asked Harry, surprised. "Are you sure?" she asked again, and Harry nodded. "You have the pureblood upbringing to convince them," Harry replied, and Daphne rose an eyebrow. "You're a Dark Lord who led this whole country for years," she replied. "And I accepted no bullshit from anyone, least of all the pureblood faction. I had my sister-in-law for that," Harry replied. "Or do you prefer to handle the Dementors?" he asked her, and Daphne scoffed at the question. "Fine, I'll do it," she replied with a sigh. "What else do we need? Glamours, proper code names. It wouldn't do to spill our identities to anyone." "Obviously," Daphne replied with a snort. "Maybe teaching you a painful curse to encourage anyone who has doubts about us." Harry mused. "There will certainly be some who will ask questions." "A bone breaker can convince as well as a cruciatus," Daphne replied, and Harry had to agree with that. "Very well. That leaves only one thing. When?" Harry asked, and Daphne crossed her arms. "How many days do you think we need to prepare?" asked Daphne. "In 1 week we should have everything we need. But what about you?" he asked, and Daphne gulped. "Then let us do it as we are capable. Besides, the second task is only at the end of the month, and we better solve the cup situation before it," she replied. Before Harry could speak, Dobby popped into the room. "Master, mistress, your friends and some guests are waiting outside." "Already?" asked Daphne. "Better delaying this conversation to later on," Harry mumbled. "Dobby, get the equipment ready and get some materials." "Very well, master," Dobby replied, popping away. Daphne waved her wand at the door and unlocked it, allowing everyone outside to enter the room. Daphne stood at Harry's side as their friends entered, accompanied by a few newbies. Astoria Greengrass was among them, as were 5 more Slytherins, 2 younger than him and 3 older, as well as 2 Ravenclaws, one of them being none other than Justin Smith, both surprised with what they were seeing. "Welcome to the Room of Requirement," Harry started after some moments, looking to the new additions. "I'm glad you decided to accept the invitation to join us here today. Although I can see not everyone accepted the invitation, a shame. What is this, and why are we here?" One of the Ravenclaws, clearly an older boy, asked, and Harry wondered who he was and who had invited him. "And you are?" Harry asked the boy. "Roderick Bulstrode," the boy replied. "This, Roderick Bulstrode, is a study and dueling club, and after watching your performance at the dueling club a few weeks ago, it was decided you were a fine addition to our group, and we decided to invite you to join." "MH, not interested then," the boy replied, surprising most. "As you wish." Harry replied with a nod, waving at the door. The older boy walked to the door and opened it, almost hitting a late arrival. "Sorry I'm late." They all heard a voice say, "I had some difficulties in being alone. Am I too late?" "Don't ask me, ask them." The older Bulstrode replied, leaving the room. Had anyone noticed it, they would see his eyes glazing as he stepped out of the room. As soon as he would walk away for a few feet, the charms Harry had placed at the door would work to destroy the memory of the meeting and the invitation. "Get in and close the door." Daphne replied, curious, and almost raised an eyebrow when she recognized who the late arrival was. "Sorry I'm late, like I said, The words died on Jason Halley's throat the moment he saw the several students wearing green and silver looking at him, none of them showing surprise but clearly very interested in him and his presence. "Ah, Mr. Halley's, glad you could join us," Harry replied in a neutral tone, secretly happy the boy had made it. "Do come in. You didn't miss much." The boy looked at the others and gulped. Embracing his Gryffindor traits, he charged forward and joined the group. He had no idea what was happening, but he had received an invitation from the Lord Potter himself, assuring his safety. "What's a dork doing here?" asked none other than Astoria Greengrass, very much surprised. "He was invited as you were," Daphne replied, looking at Harry, who nodded. "Like I said to Mr. Bulstrode, who regrettably left us, we are a study group in search of new members, to improve our dueling skills, and we chose to invite you thanks to your displays at the dueling club a few weeks ago." Harry told them. "Those of you who are younger than the founding members, those are we fourth-year Slytherins, were chosen because you showed great potential. The others were chosen because not only you show great potential, we recognize you can help us grow, and we can help you in return. More, if we manage to have members from all houses, we can form an influence alliance here in Hogwarts." "And control the school?" a Slytherin asked. "I would say keep conflicts to a minimum and help to keep order and the peace." Harry replied, "There have been enough conflicts in these halls for stupid things. Although, for now, our focus is practice and study. Who wants in and who wants out?" asked Harry, and he was satisfied as everyone stayed. A quick separation was made, and Daphne took the 4 younger students to one side of the room as Harry stayed with the others to give some instructions and suggestions of exercises. All new additions were surprised as they saw the training dummies appear from the walls, some moving. Harry then joined Daphne and the 4 younger students, Jason, who was a first year, Astoria, a second year, Charles Armstrong and Denise Brownhills, both third years. Jason actually felt a fish out of water standing with the Slytherins. "No one will hurt you in this room, Mr. Halley's," Daphne said, noticing the boy's nervous try to relax. "I did tell you that, didn't I?" Harry asked, joining them. "Yes, about that. Why me?" Jason asked Harry. "You said I have potential, but why me? There are others in Gryffindor much better. I'm just a first year and a muggle born." "So?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. "Fine, if it makes you at ease, I'll answer your questions. I invited you for 2 reasons. One I already told you. You were rather decent in your match in the dueling club and have potential to grow. With help, you can become quite powerful. More than you were the first time around. And the second reason?" the boy asked, feeling proud of himself after hearing Harry's words, ignoring the scoffs from the other 3. "You apologized to me before the break." "You were the first and only to do it as well," Harry replied bluntly, and all of them rose an eyebrow in surprise, not to mention shock. "Is that enough for you?" Jason looked at Harry and nodded. "Thank you for the opportunity and your faith in me, then," Jason replied with a small bow. Harry nodded and started to lecture the 4 in the stunning spell. After 20 minutes, the 4 of them were already casting the spell against the dummies, leaving Daphne and Harry alone. "I'm sorry," Daphne mumbled. "I'm sorry for what I did before. I never did apologize for it, did I?" "Oh, don't worry, I never held it against you or any of our friends," Harry replied with a small smile, hugging her by the side. "But it's nice to know you feel like that." "Stupefy," Jason chanted, and nothing happened. Daphne looked at the young wizard and didn't miss the wondering look nor the smirk her sister gave. "You're not doing any better, Astoria." Daphne admonished her sister, and Astoria actually blushed, going back at her cast. "Ma'am," Jason asked, turning to Daphne and surprising her, "what am I doing wrong?" "Personally, I think you and my sister are too young to cast the stunning spell, but Harry seems to think that because you 2 are able to cast the simple shield charm and the disarming charm, you are also able to cast the stunning charm." Daphne told him, "I can only tell you what Harry told me, and the same to you, Astoria. Channel your magic to the wand. You are either not doing it properly or aren't channeling enough." Yes, ma'am, Jason replied, going back to his work. Astoria looked to her sister, who encouraged her with a nod, and she too went back to work. Harry was speaking to the third years, who had managed the work and was giving them instructions to follow in the other group, as well as instructing them on how to summon books and materials for helping. It seemed that Daphne was in charge of her sister and Jason Halle's. She decided to look at the boy she knew had been her brother-in-law in Harry's past life. At a first glance, he really was just another boy, nothing special. Yet, knowing what she knew, she wondered how such a normal-looking boy could have become the man Harry had told her about. She knew about his grandfather's death, but that had been years after the last battle, and she knew he had fought in it. Looking to her sister trying to cast the spell, she wondered if future Astoria was truly happy with him. "Not for your thoughts?" asked Harry, embracing her from behind, dragging her to the present once again. "I was watching Halle's and my sister, and I wondered about them in your past," she whispered after casting a secrecy charm on them. "MH, have they started ranting at each other already?" Harry asked, and Daphne looked surprised at him. That was fast. "No, they didn't, and what do you mean with that?" Daphne asked, surprised. "She's a Slytherin, he's a Gryffindor. Sparks flew when the two of them disagreed on something, and I assure you, some of their discussions were a great source of entertainment for me." "Oh," Daphne asked, crossing her arms, "how did they get together, then?" "I'm not really sure. I remember hearing Astoria arguing with him for some reason, but I ignored them. It was late, and I had to put our daughter to bed." Harry told Daphne with a soft smile. The following day, Daphne told me she had seen them kissing. And did they argue a lot?" asked Daphne. "Most of the time before they got together. After that, not so much, unless for really important things." "They had a son, didn't they?" "Adam Greengrass Halle's." Harry replied with a smile, bold as his father, cunning as his mother, and the bane of the Greengrass and the Malfoy families. "And what does that mean?" Daphne asked, making Harry chuckle. "I'll tell you later," he replied, and Daphne accepted it with a huff. "Fine, just tell me one more thing. You told me Halle's died." "Yes, he died in the Third War, the one against the Muggles." Harry spoke sadly, looking at the boy still attempting the curse. "How did it even start?" asked Daphne. "How else? It started with Titania's policies. Do you remember when I told you they wanted to change our world to something akin to the Muggle world and reveal ourselves to them?" Daphne nodded with a scowl. As it turned out, she also attempted to take several of our potions and magics to the Muggle world, and had created a company with Muggles and Squibs in the Muggle world, with the use of some small magic and a few Muggle-borns to recreate the potions as medicine, study the magical folks and creatures using science. Needless to say, when she fell, that company was already autonomous, and their agents and mercenaries were well trained to kidnap magicals for them to experiment upon. The kidnappings were the first indication that something was off. "So, the Third War was actually an extent of the second one?" Daphne asked, outraged, and Harry nodded. "Sort of. They employed mercenaries and asked for the support of the Crown, wanting protection against terrorists targeting their company. Then they had the Prime Minister's support when they claimed they were trying to recreate the magical potions in the Muggle way, trying to help the world. The Muggle Prime Minister turned to their side, and that was when we had our first clue who our enemy truly was." Daphne trembled in anger as Harry spoke. "We located their headquarters, ironically heavily fortified under powerful wards and Muggle security systems, somehow both working together and in an unploatable location right in London, warded against even house elves. And back then I wasn't good enough with fatting. I had barely started to study it. Obviously, we attacked in full force and lost many good people, but we ended that damned company, killed their leaders, destroyed all their research, and my personal favorite, I put the Prime Minister and the Queen under the Imperious Curse, to make the Muggles end the influence of the company and make sure it was over." Daphne rose an eyebrow in surprise. "Well, that and to make sure we were protected, having them acting as our first line of defense against further Muggle attacks." Daphne mumbled before chuckling. "Yet, we lost many against the Muggles, many good people, not to mention those that hit the closest. Theo was hit in the spine and spent the rest of his life in a wheelchair with no chances of ever walking again, and Jason." To Daphne, Harry didn't need to say anything else. It didn't help that Astoria discovered she was pregnant after it happened. "Oh, gods," Daphne whispered, being embraced by Harry, looking to the first year and the second year. Astoria managed to cast the spell and started to gloat, but it was only for some small moments, since Jason also managed to cast the spell. Paid in blood, Harry cursed the last of the several men and women in the room, all of them wearing business suits and guns. His own wounds bothered him, but he wanted to make sure he got all of them. "That's all of them, my lord," one of the soldiers with Harry replied, that one carrying a wand and wearing black robes. A Patronus cat came from the floor and approached Harry. "Lord Potter, we located the research labs and have destroyed every sample and freed every prisoner. We are unable to send them to St. Mungies by Portkey while the wards are still up. Badenhill, send a message to the curse breakers to find the ward stones and put them down." Harry ordered one of his soldiers, who nodded and cast a Patronus of his own, a bird Regis. "What can you tell me?" "These computers have access to the mainframe, and I can use them to make a remote connection," one man in muggle clothes said, working on a computer. "In English," Harry demanded, and the Imperiode man blinked. "I can use these computers to get the locations of all bases and safe houses if there are any other left and destroy all information." "Then do it," Harry ordered, passing his hand on his graying hair in annoyance. "My lord, I just received a Patronus from Captain Halley's team. The captain was injured in one of the labs and it's very bad. He needs an immediate extraction." "WHAT?" demanded Harry, paling considerable. "Where is he?" "10th floor, my lord. We are on the 15th. The man Badenhill replied, and Harry left the room where they were, being followed by 3 others. Harry ran to the stairs and ran down 5 floors, running into a destroyed lab on the 10th floor, finding the team with little effort, 2 of them around the body of their captain, and the 4 others in a defensive stance. "What the hell happened here?" Harry demanded as soon as he reached them. "One of the muggles had a new weapon, my lord. I saw it and seems to be one of the Mashkungans." The woman replied unsure, and Harry glared at her, making her continue. The bullets it used were larger, had runic patterns, and were coated in poison. "Hey, Harry!" Harry heard the soft whispers and immediately turned to the fallen body. His brother-in-law did. "We won?" "Yes, Jason, we won. You have to hold on now." Harry spoke, noticing the black blood oozing from the large wounds in Jason's belly. "Not good at all. Being shot fucking hurts." Jason replied with cough, spitting blood. "Could use healer, Tori, angry. We're working on it." Harry chuckled nervously, addressing the others. "Take him to the 1st floor. That's where we're getting all the injured and the dead. Keep him alive." "It's too late, my lord," the woman replied in a low and sad tone. Harry turned around, much to his horror. He saw Jason's body, not breathing. "The captain. He's dead, my lord." "Paid in blood," Astoria cried, holding Jason's hand, caressing her own face with it. "You fool! Couldn't you be more careful, you moronic Gryffindor?" she cried, being heard by Harry, who was staying a few feet away out of respect. Why did you have to die?" she sobbed, and Harry decided to walk forward, putting his hand on her shoulder. Astoria turned her tear-filled eyes at him and sobbed even more. "I'm sorry, Tori," Harry said. "He shouldn't have died." Astoria replied in tears, "I loved him." "He shouldn't have. I need him." "It wasn't his choice, Tori," Harry spoke. "He was taken by the muggles." "At least you killed them," Astoria growled, her eyes bloodshot with anger and sadness. "Tell me you killed them all." "I killed them all," Harry replied, and Astoria sobbed. "He shouldn't have died." She sobbed again. "I need him." "No, he shouldn't have died," Harry said as Astoria hugged her husband's body. "Why did you have to die, you fool?" she cried. "I'm pregnant. You were going to be a father." Harry felt his own heart squeezing on his chest. Paid in blood, Harry Potterblack, the Dark Lord of Britain, massaged his temples. "Care to say that again?" he told the 2 in front of him, choosing to ignore the outraged rant from his sister, who happened to be his undersecretary. "Certainly, my lord," an aged Jonathan Greengrass replied, since young Adam defeated his half-brother Scorpius in the honor duel, resulting on the young man's regrettable death. "Malfoy challenged my son," Astoria ranted. "Scorpius was also your son, Astoria." Persephone Greengrass replied with a scowl. "That boy." "Enough." Harry punched the table in anger, silencing everyone in the room. "You want to make Adam Halley's the heir of the Greengrass estate." "Indeed, my lord," Jonathan replied. "Why?" Astoria raged. "You never cared about him. Is it because the Malfoy is dead and he's the next in line? Or is it because his uncle made him his heir as well and you want the prestige of having such a powerful heir?" "Tori, enough. Summon Adam here," Harry demanded, and Astoria gasped. "You can't be serious. You can't allow this." "It's not in my hands, Tori, and you know it," Harry replied in anger. "I have no power to stop the nomming of an heir, and you know it. Only Adam can accept the role of the heir or not." Astoria huffed and drew her wand, casting a Patronus that took the shape of a mongoose. As the patroness left the room, both she and Harry glared at the two Greengrass elders. "I don't know what you're planning, but you won't achieve it, you cowards." Astoria glared at them. "Astoria, how dare you?" Her mother started to rant, only to be cut out by Harry. "Shut up, you harpy, Astoria is right." He glared at them. "Where were you when we fought 2 wars for the survival of our kind? Where were you when it was discovered she had spent years under a love potion? You were the first to disown her. Where were Daphne was murdered? Regrettably, we—" Silence. Harry shouted, wanting nothing more than to curse the 2 elders in front of him. "I despise you too, and— Adam, come in." A young man with dark brown hair and shaved face, wearing blue robes, came into the room, looking surprised as he recognized those present in the room. "Mother, uncle, why did you summon me?" the young man asked, noticing the glares directed at the elders. "These 2 decided they want you as their heir," Astoria announced in anger. "Because I killed Malfoy." The young man asked with a small scowl. "Yes, by killing your brother in the honor duel, you became the heir yourself." Jonathan replied with a calm demeanor. "You are of Greengrass blood and powerful, more than your brother was. His loss is regrettable, of course, but you proved to be the superior wizard." Jonathan Greengrass said with a smile, "We wish to make you the Greengrass heir, of course. You'll need to move in with us to learn about the business and attend to official events with us." And what do I gain with it?" Adam asked, shocking his mother and his uncle. "What?" Astoria demanded. "You can't tell me you're considering to accept." "Why not, mother?" Adam asked. "It's my birthright, isn't it? Besides, disown or not, we are still of Greengrass blood, and we could use the income to get out of Uncle Harry's house and stop living at his expenses." "Are you out of your mind?" demanded Harry, shocked with what he heard, ignoring the smug looks from the 2 Greengrass elders. "You taught me family is important," Adam continued, looking at his tearing mother and shocked uncle. "It's my duty to make sure my family doesn't die out." He turned to his grandparents. "I accept the heir position, grandfather." "No," Astoria snarled, seething at her own son. "Have you no pride, Adam? Is this what I taught you?" Her eyes teared even more. "Is this what you father fought and died for? For you to sell yourself to them? What would your father say?" "We will never know, do we, mother?" Adam replied coldly. "Father has been dead for a long, long time." The slap came in a blur, and he felt her face sting, seeing only his enraged mother and her red, teary eyes. "How dare you speak that way about your father?" she shouted. Outraged, "Jason was a great man, loyal and brave. He would be ashamed of you." She breathed hard, glaring at Adam. "Fine, be their precious heir, but don't come near me while you carry that forsaken title. They betrayed my sister, betrayed your uncle, betrayed me, and you want to take their side." "Get out," Harry ordered, raising from his seat. "The 3 of you, get out of my office before I make you." His magic flared, and the other 3 needed no further encouraging. Astoria fell to her knees, crying for what had just happened, and Harry actually considered to end the Greengrass bloodline. Paid in blood, the laughter of the Dark Lords echoed through the chamber of the new Wisengamot. At his side, Astoria Potterhallies, the Dark Lord's adopted sister and his undersecretary, was baffled, confused, and astonished. All others were shocked to silence and disbelieved. "We demand something to be done, the restitution of the Greengrass estate and the imprisonment of the boy." "Now I'm the boy," Adam replied, standing a few feet from his grandparents, smiling widely. 2 days ago I was his dearest grandson, and now I'm worse than the filth under his boots. There's so much love in this family. "Silence, whelp," Jonathan Greengrass shouted. "You shut up, old man." Adam replied, "You had your chance and now is mine." Adam turned to the body. "If it pleases this body, I can provide evidence that not only my actions were legal, they were approved by none other than the former Lord Greengrass." Adam snapped his fingers, and a house elf popped at his side, providing him with a folder, which he opened before them, passing several papers. "As you can see, that's the signature of my grandfather, the former Lord Greengrass, selling all the properties and businesses of the Greengrass estate to Adam Halleys. That's me, for 30 sickles. This one gives the heir of the Greengrass estate the power to control the vaults of the Greengrass estate. True, I moved the contents of the vaults to the Halleys family vault, and as you can see, it was legal as all documents have Gringotts seal. Finally, I have here the official document signed by the former Lord Greengrass, nomming me the new Lord Greengrass and disowning himself and his wife from the family." Adam passed all the documents, and once again, many laughed while others admired the young man, who focused on his shocked mother. "It's not my fault that the former Lord didn't read the documents he was signing, and since I can provide all the legal documents to my defense, All accusations against me are void. I ask this body to dismiss these outrageous accusations to my character. The representative of Gringotts, a goblin wearing a business suit, took the documents and read them in silence for several moments. The documents are legal, he announced. Then Adam Hallies is innocent of the crimes he's accused of, Harry announced. I won't take this, Jonathan Greengrass shouted, drawing his wand against his grandson Avada. A blue curse hit him first, followed by a yellow from Astoria's and Harry's wand. Persephone Greengrass cried in shock as her husband fell dead on the ground. How could you? Persephone shouted at her daughter. Having seen who cast the first spell, he was your father. My father abandoned me a long time ago, Astoria replied dryly, looking at her son. He may have taken what I loved the most from me once, but not again. Never again, no matter what. The Aurors took the dead body and the widow away from the chamber, and the Dark Lord ended the session. If I may have a moment of the Dark Lord and the Undersecretary's time, Adam asked, being left alone with the two of them. Your words cut deeper than any blade or spell, Mum. Adam told Astoria after some moments of silence. Did you really think I would abandon you for them? I wanted to avenge you, Dad, Aunt Daff and Uncle Harry, and they gave me the chance to do it. I just grabbed the chance and used it to my benefit. That was what you taught me. Astoria hugged her son and cried on his shoulder. I'm sorry for what I told you that day. I just acted as you taught me, Mum. Adam whispered, you taught me, damn it. You should know better. I'm sorry. I forgive you, Mum, he replied, hugging her back, looking at Harry. Am I forgiven, Uncle Harry? Kid, you just made my year. Harry grinned, very well done. Your father would roll on the ground, laughing his ass off, Astoria whispered with a soft sob, and Adam hugged her tighter. He would be so proud of you, even more than I am. Paid in blood, Daphne emerged from the pensive strangely unfazed. Despite having seen her father's death, she was more concerned with her sister. After seeing several memories of her sister and the Hallies boy, his death and their son, she acknowledged her sister loved the boy and actually respected him. I don't have any problems with Hallies and my sister should it happen, she said after sitting in the chair, and Harry nodded. I'm not going to force anything. We already introduced them close in the club. Now let time do its thing. It's up to them. All right. Just tell me one thing, what happened with my mother? I think she moved in with her maiden family, Harry replied, and Daphne nodded. Enough time wasting, she replied. I have spells to learn if we want everything to go right in this crazy plan of yours. You can still give up. Don't be ridiculous, Harry, she replied, crossing her arms. We're in this together. Have you thought of names then? Harry asked. I thought of Jormungand and Medusa. Because calling ourselves after mythological characters is nothing self-centered nor attention-grabbing. Daphne snorted. On the other hand, I like it. Come on, we have only 1 hour for practice, Daphne insisted, getting up from her seat and starting to walk out of the room chamber into the main chamber of secrets. As you wish, Lady Medusa, Harry replied in a taunt, making her laugh. 2 figures stood in the cliff, watching the dark island in the distance under the dark, cloudy sky, hearing and feeling the raving sea crashing against the rock. Medusa gulped, dragging her black hair from the front of her small brown eyes with her skinny tanned fingers. She was nervous, and not even the supportive silence and companionship of Jormungandr at her side helped her. They were about to invade the maximum security prison in the British Isles, where there were several dozens of Dementors. She looked to her companion and didn't see any apprehension or nervous. Behind them stood their other companion, dubbed Quetzalcoatl. Medusa sighed when she recalled the code names. Quetzalcoatl the elf was to serve as a quick extractor, should things go sour. Ready? Jormungandr asked softly, and Medusa's brain wanted to say, no way. Her heart betrayed her brain as a yes passed her lips. Jormungandr drew the invisibility cloak from the moleskin pouch and wrapped it around the both of them. Don't worry, I'll have your back, he said, and she nodded. I know, but I'm still nervous. Jormungandr wrapped his arms around her and she leaned into him, feeling the fatting sensation. When she looked around once again, she noticed she was in a dark area. Where are we? She asked, making sure they remained under the cloak. A storage room in the 3rd floor. Jormungandr replied, the upper we get, the least probable it is to find Dementors. And the Death Eaters are in the 1st floor. Bellatrix Lestrange is. All right, you're the muscle of the operation. Medusa replied jokingly, you go in the front. Of course, mistress, Jormungandr replied, drawing his wand. The both of them walked under the cloak, slowly and softly, under silence charms and still making sure they made the least noise possible. They left the storage room and Jormungandr led them by a corridor, not meeting anyone or anything. They passed by several cells, some occupied and some empty, and Medusa noticed the prisoners weren't so haggard as she expected. If Jormungandr was right, and he usually was in that sort of matters, the Dementors didn't go that often to the upper floors, preferring the basement and the lower levels. They found the stairs and descended to the second floor, and there they found two Aurors playing dice in an empty cell, modified to make a guard room by the stairs. They passed by them, not that the Aurors paid them any attention, so engrossed in their game, and continued, noticing the difference in the number of occupied cells. Not only that, some of the prisoners presented signs of madness. Some cried in their cells and others shouted. Medusa felt her skin crawl the moment she felt a familiar cold around her and grabbed Jormungandr's arm. He pulled her to the shadows, and the both of them waited as a Dementor passed by them. The Dementor glided by them, not realizing their presence, and Medusa sighed in relief. Why didn't he feel us? Is it the cloak? The third brother hid from death under it. Jormungandr replied, watching his surroundings. Why shouldn't we be able to hide from a Dementor? Medusa shrugged, and they continued forward, reaching the first floor after a long and slow trek, luckily without finding more Dementors. They reached a cell block with two guards playing cards in an empty cell while two others were sleeping. Apart those four guards, there was no one in sight, and there was silence in the block. The prisoners were either sleeping or apathetic in a shadow. "Ready," whispered Jormungandr, and Medusa nodded. Each chose two targets, and spells flew, breaking the silence with the sound of surprise and the sound of bodies falling on the floor. Much to their surprise, the occupants of the surrounding cells appeared from the shadows, having been alerted by the noise of spellfire. "Who's there?" a rasp voice sounded, and Jormungandr looked to Medusa, giving her a nod. Medusa nodded back, and they removed the cloak, appearing from thin air in front of some of the most dangerous men and women of the wizarding world. Death Eaters. And for the looks of it, most of Voldemort's inner circle. Jormungandr packed the cloak in the moleskin bag and waved his wand, closing the door behind them. Medusa walked forward, ignoring the curious looks, and looked into some cells, trying to hide the fear she was feeling. There's nothing to be afraid of. You have Jormungandr, she told herself as she walked with a cold look. "Well," asked Antonin Dolohov, curious but at the same time impatient, "are you going to open the cells or what?" "We came here searching for Madame Bellatrix Lestrange," she announced, glaring at the older man. "You can wait." "Bella," a man, Rudolphus Lestrange, asked what of her. "Madame Lestrange," Medusa called again, ignoring the questions. "The Dark Lord has need of your services once again." Gasps were heard. "The Dark Lord lives?" a man asked in awe. "My lady, we're losing precious time," Jormungandr said in a cold and rasped voice, reappearing next to Medusa after making sure they were safe. "Do you see Madame Lestrange?" Medusa asked, glaring at her companion, and he nodded submissively. "Madame Lestrange, you either come forward or we make you. The Dark Lord gave us an important mission, crucial to his return, and by Merlin, I will not fail him because of you or anyone else." "His return?" a rasped feminine voice was heard from the shadows of a cell. "Isn't his mark getting darker than it was for these past years? Can't you feel it?" Medusa asked back, "Or have you forsaken him like the weak-minded fools who forsook him after his setback?" From the shadows, a very thin woman came forward, surprising both Medusa and Jormungandr. They were expecting a mad woman, cackling for her lord and master in glee. They sure weren't expecting what looked like a cold-hearted woman, glaring at them with steel eyes. "What does the Dark Lord need of me?" Bellatrix Lestrange asked, with a large grin forming, and Jormungandr almost believed he heard anger along with the grin in the woman's voice. "A long time ago, the Dark Lord gave you an artifact. I don't know what it is, and I didn't question him about it. It was not my place, but he told me it was shaped as a goblet and it was important to him. The Dark Lord needs it to return to his full power." "Ah," she mumbled with a grin, "and why should I believe you?" "You shouldn't." Medusa replied, pushing her left sleeve up, revealing a dark mark in all its splendor, not without proof. "Are you going to get me out of here, then?" Bellatrix asked, and a wisp of hope was in her voice. "Wait a minute, why only her?" Rabiston Lestrange complained in anger. "Are we not worthy enough? The Dark Lord ordered me to come to Azkaban and rescue Madame Lestrange." Medusa replied, glaring at the youngest Lestrange. "I do as he commands." How the hell did you enter Azkaban anyway? Rabastan complained again. Only the two of you. How can we be sure this bitch and her dog? Rabastan words died among his screams of pain as a blue curse hit him, courtesy of Jormungandr. Mind your tongue, scum, Jormungandr hissed, holding the curse for some moments. Are you going to let us rot here? Rockwood asked in disbelief. We're as loyal as her. We never said we were going to let you rot here. Jormungandr replied, lowering his wand and going to his moleskin pouch. Lady Medusa said our goal was Madame Lestrange, but the Dark Lord doesn't abandon those who are loyal to him. You heard that, boys, Rodolphus laughed. We're going to leave this hole. How do you propose to do it? Another asked. We're in Azkaban, under heavy wards that surround the entire island, and we have no wands against a dozen Aurors and Dementors. His reply was the sound of a large rope falling to the floor. If you want, stay where you are, Jormungandr replied, turning to Medusa and giving her a nod. Are you willing to come with us, Madame Lestrange? She asked again, and Bellatrix turned to the younger woman before her, evaluating her. Who are you, girl? She asked with an appraisal look. I'm Medusa and I serve the Dark Lord. That's what I know and what I am. And him, Bellatrix replied, nodding to Jormungandr. Before she could reply, a loud shriek was heard and all felt the cold of the Dementors. The time is up, my lady, Jormungandr said as the sound of heavy banging was heard on the other side of the door. We have to go. There are wards, one of the Death Eaters said again. Get me out of here, girl, and for your sake, I hope you do have a good plan, Bellatrix hissed. Jormungandr, Medusa ordered, and he rose his wand. As one, all locks blew up, leaving most of the Death Eaters surprised. The rope is a portkey, and to activate it, say the Dark Mark, Jormungandr said to the Death Eaters as Bellatrix grabbed Medusa's arm and Medusa grabbed his. The door behind them was blasted to pieces, and a Dementor glided in, being hit with a spear of silver light. At first glance, it looked like a Patronus charm, and the fact that the Dementor started to shriek as he was hit, almost like he was shrieking in pain, told that to everyone. When the Dementor started to ooze a black pus, falling on the ground, no one really knew what to think. A purple shield was raised at the door, separating the prisoners from the flabbergasted guards on the other side. MORSMORDRE, Jormungandr shouted, and both Medusa and Bellatrix Lestrange saw their worlds swirl, the three of them vanishing in moments. Come on, you fools, shouted Rodolphus while grabbing the rope, mimicked by everyone else with redoubled hopes after seeing the three successfully vanishing. Let's go. MORSMORDRE. From the other side of the shield, the frantic Aurors, having shaken away their surprise, had to shield their eyes from the green flash that surged in the room. When they looked back after hearing the sound of something falling, they saw the bodies of all Death Eaters save Bellatrix Lestrange laying on the floor, their eyes opened and vacant, all of them dead. Paid in blood, Jormungandr, Medusa, and Bellatrix Lestrange appeared on a living room. It was nothing special, as most of the furniture was broken or seemingly rotten. Where are we? Bellatrix asked, looking around. Where are the others? They were sent to another safe house. Medusa replied promptly. We prepared some clothes and food for you to prepare upstairs in the bedroom on the left. You'll also find several wands. Hopefully one will be a good match. You'll give me a wand, Bellatrix asked, surprised, cackling afterwards. Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? Sure, you betray us and then what? Medusa asked defiantly. You'll try to find the Dark Lord, loose several months at best, and when you find him, he'll demand to know why you're late, why his plan failed, and then you'll still have to recover the artifact and take it to him. Medusa glared at the older witch. I have proven my goodwill towards you by rescuing you and the others from Azkaban. I am offering you clothes, food, and a wand. You may suspect of me all you want, but rest assured, the Dark Lord will have the artifact he wants. Bellatrix cackled at that. I like you, girl, she replied with a huge grin. You remind me of me in my younger years. Oh, to be young and beautiful again. But tell me, he's powerful. What's he to you? Asked, pointing to Jormungandr, who was leaning against the wall, his arms crossed but watching them closely, ready to jump in if needed. Medusa hesitated, he's the brawn, and whatever else I need him to be, was her reply, and Bellatrix cackled again, ranting as she climbed the steps to the upper floor, leaving Jormungandr and Medusa in the room. Are you all right, my lady? Jormungandr asked, and Medusa nodded, sitting on a couch and feeling her legs trembling. Stick to the part. Stick to the part, she thought to herself, looking into his fake eyes. I'm fine, Jormungandr, she replied. The two of them stayed under a heavy silence, broken only by Bellatrix's laughs and rants. The older witch descended the stairs nearly half an hour later, dressed in a black dress and a cloak and carrying a black and twisted wood wand. "Where to, Madame Lestrange?" Medusa asked the moment she saw her. "Where else would I keep such a valuable treasure?" she asked. "Gringotts, of course." Medusa snapped her fingers and Jormungandr waved his wand, transfigurating a piece of cloth into a rope and making a portkey out of it. He's powerful," Bellatrix said in a whisper to Medusa, "and you have him well trained." "I spent a lot of time with him," she replied offhandedly, grabbing the rope and turning to Jormungandr. "Where?" "The alley next to the bank. Madame Lestrange shall collect the artifact while we wait outside." Medusa replied, turning to Bellatrix, "If I'm seen with you, the goblins will recognize me and they will most certainly talk. The Dark Lord ordered us to be discreet." "And what do you have to hide, girl?" Bellatrix asked with a raised eyebrow. "The identity created as a front." Medusa replied, "I can't afford to lose the position I'm in." "Do you agree, Madame Lestrange?" "Very well. But after this is all done, you and I will have a good talk and I want answers." "Ask your questions to the Dark Lord," Medusa replied, nodding to Jormungandr. Bellatrix frowned to the girl but grabbed the rope, seeing the world swirling again, finding herself in an alley next to the goblin bank, just like the young man had claimed. "Be quick, Madame Lestrange," Medusa advised. "We don't know if news of the breakout have already been spread." Bellatrix scoffed but walked to the bank. The Medusa girl reminded her of herself in her younger years, and she was clearly the leader of the two, but there was something else with them, something that put her on edge. If the young man was powerful to hurt a Dementor without using a Patronus charm, and if those with power ruled over the weaker, then how powerful was the girl and who was she? "Is power the only thing you care about?" The hated voice asked her, having been strangely silent since the Dew appeared in Azkaban, "Or do you plan to trade a master for a mistress?" "Shut up, you know I'm right," the voice said, claimed. "Why else would I be here, being your consciousness?" "Shut up. Give them the damn thing and then leave. Get out before you get hurt or worse. You can still live a good life with all the money in the vault. I am loyal to the Dark Lord who destroyed the family you loved. You traitors made your own choices." "More like our choices were made for us because of him. That's a lie." "Oh, come on, Bella, would I lie to you?" "Yes, true, but would I lie to you about this, about family, to rub it in my face like you always did? Humiliating me, what I did had nothing to do with you, don't lie to me. I had no choice." "Then you're a coward. I couldn't no matter how much I wanted to. I chose duty." The voice went silent and Bellatrix Lestrange nearly tripped a step. "And I hate you and admire you for it," she whispered to the darkness, a tear falling from her eye as she remembered their last conversation, somehow mingled with her own thoughts and insecurities. Ever since Christmas Day. Paid in blood nearly 30 minutes later, Bellatrix Lestrange came back, still wrapped in her cloak with the hood up. She walked to the two magicals in the shadows. "Let's go meet the Dark Lord," Bellatrix laughed, wrapping her hand around the handle of the handbag she had acquired somehow, probably in the bank. "Do you have it?" asked Medusa, and Bellatrix snorted. "What do you think?" "Veritas Imperio," Jormungandr chanted, and Bellatrix felt herself fall into a bliss, losing control of her body. It was not unlike the Imperious curse, but at the same time it was stronger and almost suppressed her own will into nothing, leaving not even the little voice screaming at you to fight. "Where is the cup?" "In my handbag." "Give it to me," Jormungandr ordered, and she did as he ordered, obliviate. "You have no memory of how you escaped Azkaban, nor of coming to Gringotts. You never met Jormungandr and Medusa." Bellatrix's eyes glazed as the spell set. "You have my permission to fulfill your heart's desire, and tomorrow morning, I want you to attack the ministry and allow yourself to be killed. Not captured, killed." "Yes, master." "Good," Jormungandr replied, turning to Medusa. "Shall we go home?" "Please," she replied. "I feel filthy, and I'm not talking about dirt." Jormungandr and Medusa disappeared before Bellatrix Lestrange, leaving the older witch alone in the alley, a lone thought starting to dominate her mind. Paid in blood, never again. Daphne complained as she removed the glamour and started to remove her clothes. "Don't look." "Fine," Harry complained as he too removed the glamour. "Dobby, get us a tea, will you?" "Not for me," Daphne replied. "For me, then," Harry corrected, and Dobby nodded, popping away. "I have a feeling that no matter how much I wash myself, I'll never be able to remove the stain from myself. How did I allow you to convince me to do this?" "You did phenomenally. Even Bellatrix Lestrange bought it." "Sure, and I had to imply I was a servant of the dark bastard, pretend I was marked as they were, like cattle. Erg." "Whatever it takes, Daphne," Harry replied, and Daphne's head appeared behind the dresser, glaring at him. No, no more whatever it takes, Harry. She complained. There are limits for what one can do with a full stomach, and this. I disgusted myself. That means you were convincing. I really hated it. I never want to do it again. Daphne replied, and Harry nodded with a smile. And you won't, he replied, lifting the handbag and removing the golden cup of Hufflepuff from the inside. With a wave of his wand after Daphne saw it, he threw it to the chest, holding the other Horcruxes, only one more and then Voldemort. The snake, Daphne replied, thoughtfully. Do you have a plan? I do actually, but I need to let it mature a bit more. Daphne rose an eyebrow and chuckled, understanding what Harry meant. Very well, then. Shall we discuss the second task now, or shall we go back to the never-ending debate of when to kill Voldemort? She asked, and Harry rolled his eyes. I told you, if you can find me a way to kill him, making sure his soul won't endure. Destroy the Horcruxes first and then kill him. Daphne interrupted him, rolling her eyes. And you know this how? He asked. I don't know, I just think it's a waste to wait to the third task to do it with an audience, thanks to whatever charm you want to use. In another hand, we're sure he returns to a body, and after that I only need to kill him. Really, who's being the brash one here? Hey, she glared at him, all I care about is your safety, you idiot. I know, he replied seriously. Can we not discuss it any more for now? Daphne nodded and accepted Harry's hand, walking with him to the chairs and the tea table Dobby had already prepared. Second task. Are you sure you want to be my hostage? No, Daphne replied. Then that's it. If Snape comes for you in the eve of the task, you make sure you refuse. On another hand, it's my own pride on the line, and allow another to be the one thing you'd miss the most. Isn't exactly a good idea. That's true, he smiled, refraining to comment on her Gryffindorish tendencies. If not you, it will probably be Dobby. Failing that, no idea. I think I'll pass as well, the elf replied with a smirk. I'll think about it. For now, I'm tired and I want to sleep. Here or in your dorm. I'll go back, she replied, feeling unsure. I don't want Tracy to start wondering again about the two of us having sex. Tell me more, he asked with a grin, and Daphne rolled her eyes as he laughed. I'll see you tomorrow. You too, she replied, giving him a kiss. She popped away with Dobby, leaving Harry alone in the room. He drank his tea in silence for some moments. Bollocks, I forgot about the potions homework, he realized, spilling his tea as he rose from the chair. Paid in blood on the next morning, Harry and Daphne met on the common room, as usual. Their other friends joined them, and the nine walked together to the Great Hall. I heard a rumor that Malfoy was resorted, Tracy announced. Please let it be Gryffindor, Blaise wished, making everyone smirk. It was. Luckily for them, no one saw them laughing. As they reached the Great Hall, the nine chose places at the end of the table, wanting to see the blonde the moment he entered the Great Hall, and not even 15 minutes later. The former self-appointed Silver Prince of Slytherin, or as many had taken to call him since his banishment, the Lord Idiot, entered the hall, his hair Gryffindor red and his skin golden, wearing the Gryffindor robes. He looked angered and walked directly to Professor Snape, starting to complain to him. None of the nine heard him, but according with the betrayed look Malfoy gave the man, it had to be great. Oh well, enough of Malfoy for the rest of the month, Harry said as he ate his toast, nodding to some Durmstrang students as a good morning. Speak for yourself, this is as good as theater, Millie replied, and Harry shrugged. Not even 5 minutes later, the owls started to arrive, and Harry looked to Daphne, knowing what would come in the first pages. Preparing themselves, the two continued to eat their breakfast. A gasp was the first indication that something unusual was on the paper. When everyone turned to Harry, even he was surprised. What? He wondered, and even Daphne was curious. Whatever it is, it wasn't me. No kidding, check this out, Theo replied, showing him the paper. The moment he saw it, Harry paled as white as a ghost. Bellatrix Lestrange escapes Azkaban and attacks Lord Sirius Black. Bellatrix Lestrange's last attack. For most, last night was a calm one. Lord Black was not the exception, having chosen to spend the evening at home, dealing with some family business. Much to his surprise, he received a most unexpected visitor in the form of an evaded Bellatrix Lestrange, who should be behind bars in Azkaban. All that is known is that there was a short duel inside the Black ancestral home, number 12, Grimmauld Place, resulting on the death of Bellatrix Lestrange and some minor scrapes on the Lord Black. Lord Black was unreachable for comments, but his best friend Remus Lupin, known werewolf who shares the house with him, announced that the Lord Black was fine and healthy, wanting to know how and why Bellatrix Lestrange, who was convicted for life, was on the run. Harry picked the paper in both hands and trembled as he read it. Harry, calm down, Daphne asked, but Harry didn't hurt her. All he knew was that Bellatrix had once again attacked Sirius, and once again it had been his fault. "Dobby!" he shouted, and everyone in the great hall turned to him, in time to see him vanish with a pop. "My father is dead. I am the Lord Malfoy now." An obnoxious voice was heard among the silence of the great hall. "I'm the leader of this house now, and things are going to change." "Shut the hell up, you wanking ass!" None other than Jason Halleys shouted, tired of dealing with Malfoy's incessant prattle. Because the older years didn't hear him or cared about him, the blonde took to prattle and impose his will against the younger years. Unfortunately for him, Jason Halleys had enough. "Mr. Halleys!" McGonagall saw fit to intervene, 5 points from Gryffindor for foul language. "Apologize this instant." "All right, I apologize, you wanking lordship. Now shut the hell up. No one cares." The first year complained again, stabbing his eggs, and the older Gryffindors laughed, completely ignoring McGonagall's angry look, most of them in awe of the firsties' balls of steel. On the other side of the hall, Astoria Greengrass rolled her eyes as her friends chuckled at the firstie intervention, going back to her breakfast. Annoying brat who was younger and better than her at the club. Surprisingly, no one said nothing about Harry's sudden vanishing from the hall. Harry and Dobby popped in at the entrance hall of number 12. Grimmauld Place, and Harry lost no time, completely ignoring the portrait of the former Lady Black or the form of creature popping before them. "PADFOOT, Sirius!" he shouted, and 2 sets of steps ran towards him, coming from the kitchen. "Harry!" A confused Remus mumbled when he saw the teen, and Sirius widened his eyes when he saw him. Harry looked at the older man and hugged him after making sure he wasn't injured. "Pronkslet, what are you doing here?" Sirius asked. "I saw the paper." Harry replied promptly, and Sirius sighed. "Are you all right? What happened?" "Look, Harry, I don't want to talk about it." Sirius replied. "She came here, she attacked me, and I killed her. End of story. Merlin knows I had enough of Moony and Andy trying to cheer me up." "Why?" asked Harry, noticing his dejected look. "Shouldn't you be happy? She was a dangerous witch, a convicted murderer and a Death Eater, and you killed her. You're going to be a hero." "She was also my cousin," Sirius replied, and for a moment Harry thought to have seen anger and a small scowl, none directed at him. For some moments no one spoke, with only Harry and Sirius looking at each other. "He's been acting like this since I arrived last night," Remus complained, trying to ease the tension. "And where the hell were you?" asked Harry in an accusing tone, making the werewolf blush. Sirius took the chance and grinned. "The man had a date," he said, and Moony rolled his eyes. Harry refrained from comment, looking at Sirius. "Are you sure you're all right?" "No, I'm not, but I will," Sirius replied, his smile vanishing. "How about some breakfast since you're here?" asked Remus, starting to walk back to the kitchen. "I was in the middle of it, actually," Harry replied. "Come on, cub," Remus replied, waving. Harry smirked and started to walk behind his werewolf uncle, turning back to his dogfather. "I'm glad you're all right." Harry told him before following Remus. "Dobby, go back to Hogwarts and tell Daphne I'll be back after breakfast. I'll call you." "Yes, master," Dobby replied, popping away at once. Sirius stood in that same place for some moments more, with only Creature and a silent portrait as company. "Creature, go set another seat for breakfast," Sirius ordered, and the elf vanished. "The boy cares greatly about you." The painting of Walburga Black spoke for the first time in a low tone. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Sirius asked coldly, glaring at the painting. "What?" she asked, confused. "You hate me, hag, you always did." Sirius sneered at her. However, the sneer also hid a warning. "Traitor," the painting whispered, raising her voice in anger. "Blood traitor, kinslayer, embarrassment of my house. I should have killed you when you slept. Oh, had I known the embarrassment you'd cause me, the end of my noble line." The painting went on in her rant, and the Lord Black turned his back on her, never seeing the 2 tears that fell from his mother's painted eyes. When Sirius arrived to the kitchen, Harry sat at his left side, as Remus sat at his right. "Were you ever close?" Harry asked, and Sirius rose an eyebrow. Remus looked questioningly at Harry. "Bella," Sirius asked, and Harry nodded. "Once, a long time ago, before Hogwarts." "You never told us that," Remus replied, shocked. "You never asked, Moony. All you saw was the mean bitch she wanted to show herself to be and our eternal fights. But I missed her." No one spoke for some moments. "She was 1 year older than me, that you know. And when we were old enough to understand things, she decided she was going to take care of me, teach me to be a proper lord, and find me a proper wife suitable to be the Lady Black." Sirius snorted. "She had everything planned out. I was going to be sorted into Slytherin, meet my peers, and make my alliances and friendships. But I chose differently, and she never forgave me. In her mind, more than betraying the family, I betrayed her, and that was unforgivable. She never stopped hating me ever since. Harry listened to the story and couldn't help it to remember the Department of Mysteries on his other life and Bellatrix Lestrange's happiness after killing Sirius. It hadn't been only madness then. Sometimes I think all that happened to her was because of me, Sirius replied, picking a toast. Do you regret it? Asked Harry, and Sirius turned to Moony and his godson. I regret never having made my peace with my cousin. I couldn't care less about the Death Eater. I just wonder how she got out. Remus mumbled and Harry shrugged. So, kid, how are things in Hogwarts? Sirius asked, wanting a change of subject. As you know, after the basilisk fiasco, Malfoy was banished from our house. Today we discovered he was resorted into Gryffindor. Ah, I bet the snob ass threw a fit, Sirius replied, remembering how he was received in Malfoy Manor by the little shit he had to call the son of his cousin. I really don't know if I should feel sorry for the house or him, Remus mumbled, and Sirius laughed again. I'm also getting ready for the task. Harry continued, Today I am going to jump on the lake and explore it a bit, trying to make a mental map of where they may keep the one thing I will miss the most. I swear, if something happens to Daphne, I will hurt someone. Don't worry, I don't think they can afford to be responsible for that, and you have already made clear what happens to whoever hurts your girlfriend, Remus added. True, you remind me of your grandfather in that end, protective and deadly, much like my own. Really? Harry asked. No matter his real age or his past life, he never really knew much about his grandparents. Yes, he could be nice and welcoming, but no matter how old he was, his wand was one of the fastest I have ever seen, and he knew how to use it. You know, people always tell me I look like my father with my mother eyes, and that's it. I know nothing about the rest of my family. What was my grandfather like? I heard he fought in World War II. He did. And he never liked Dumbledore. He always saw Dumbledore as a coward who hadn't the courage to stop Grindelwald before the start of the war. He never approved James signing up in Dumbledore's. Sirius, Remus warned him. Order of the Phoenix, asked Harry, and both men looked surprised to the boy. There are diaries, you know. He lied, and the two men shrugged. Yes, that. I respected your grandfather as much as I respected my own. They were much alike, hard men from harder times, leaders and visionaries. The world needs more men like them, brave to do whatever needs to be done, who defended their own convictions and were able to look past their differences and ally for a common goal when there was need of it. The problems with the Black family existed, but only became worse after my old man died, when I was in my 3rd year at Hogwarts. My father wasn't as great as he claimed to be. Neither was my mother. He told them, but enough about depressing topics. We were talking about Mr. Potter the eldest. One day, and Remus can vouch me on this, we marauders were at Potter Manor passing the day. Paid in blood. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second task of the Tri-Wizards tournament. The charmed voice of Ludo Bagman echoed throughout the lake, heard by all who were there to see it. Harry stood at the lake shore, quite impatient, much like the other champions, who realized who they had to ask. Fleur had to rescue her little sister, Cedric had to rescue his girlfriend, and Victor had to rescue his best friend. For all of them, failure was not an option. Daphne had gone missing the previous evening, and although no other girl of her dorm knew where she was, Harry knew very well where she had been. First in a bed in the hospital wing, already charmed to be unconscious, and on that same morning taken under the lake. That didn't mean he wasn't concerned. In fact, he was quite concerned and wanted to get on with the damn task. Valka round want help, Harry, Victor said, twirling his wand on his hand. Can't help it, I'm nervous. What if the charm fails? What if something attacks her? What if? Relax, Rai, you rust your heesmaster, non. Not when the people I love are involved, he replied in almost a whisper, not heard by anyone. You are PR repaired, non? Fleur asked again, and Harry nodded. I've understand you, my vriend. Victor said Sasha is good, but if Vass someone dearest to me, I would be the same. From Durmstrang Institute, we have Victor Crumb. A lot of cheers sounded from Beauxbaton's Academy, Fleur de Lacquer. More cheers from our very own Hogwarts school, Cedric Diggory. The cheers were the louder yet, and our 4th champion, Harry Potter. A mix of cheering and booing sounded, the cheers predominant in the silver and green platforms where the Slytherin students were waving their banners and chanting for their champion and lord. As Bagman went on explaining the task, Harry went through another mental check of what to do. Dazzle everyone with impressive magic while rescuing Daphne as fast as possible. He thought to himself, massaging his temples. Damn it, why does it have to be this complicated? Why can't I just go in a rampage and get her back? Because I want you to win. Daphne's voice echoed in his mind, or at least what and how he imagined Daphne would say it. Dobby, get a couple of blankets for Daphne. And some hot tea, we never know. He ordered to his elf, and Dobby nearly chuckled. He hadn't seen Harry so concerned with anything since his own wedding. Let's begin the task. Ludo announced, and Harry raised his head, taking his place at the lakeshore with the other champions. Good luck, Cedric spoke, and the other champions nodded to him. Champions, take your places, Ludo spoke again as Dumbledore rose his wand. Begin. The concussive charm sounded at the same time as he spoke, and as one, 3 of the champions jumped into the water, cheered by everyone seeing the task. The 4th champion did things a bit different, and when the audience realized it, many shut up in awe while others, mostly Slytherins and 2 middle-aged men, cheered even louder while laughing. Harry Potter was running on the water, using his wand as a compass, casting the point-at-me charm. This is unbelievable. The voice of Ludo Bagman exclaimed, I have never seen anything like this, and for the likes of the headmasters and staff, neither have them. What a fantastic display by our 4th champion, Harry Potter. Could it be another secret family spell? The other champions never realized what was happening because they dived quickly, completely ignoring everything but their task. Harry ran over the surface as fast as he could, following the direction his wand pointed him to, and after nearly 5 minutes running, he reached a place where the wand pointed down. Wait for me, Daff, he whispered as he jumped, diving headfirst in the water. Many screamed in shock, but their fears proved to be useless as Harry dived smoothly in the waters, disappearing quickly under them. The excitement was at its peak, and many were cheering for Harry, believing him to be on the lead and the favorite to win. They had to wait only 5 minutes as Harry emerged from the waters, standing once again on them while carrying his girlfriend, Daphne Greengrass bridal style. The cheers were loud, being louder from the Slytherin stands, but Harry didn't care about it. All he cares was to see Daphne's blue eyes looking at him and assure him she was fine. Good morning, Ms. The one thing I would miss the most, Harry said as Daphne gasped, waking up from the charm. Good morning, she said with a smile. Did you won? Almost all I have to do is take you back to the lake shore, Harry replied, and Daphne widened her eyes, starting to look around as Harry started to walk. Harry, you're walking on. Bah, why am I surprised? Daphne snorted, and Harry chuckled. You know, there's a funny thing about this spell, Harry told her, having her full attention. I created it during our time together in my past life. You saw a religious movie by Easter time and decided the real Jesus had to be a wizard. Being the amazing and supportive husband I was, I started to prove you right and created a spell to do just that. A few years later, I found another version of the water-walking spell in a Meharchai's library, proving your theory right. Really? Daphne asked with a smirk. I want you to teach me the spell. Now or later? Harry asked, and Daphne frowned. Win the task first. I'm comfortable and in no hurry. Yes, mistress. Harry spoke in a mock resigned tone, making her chuckle. Harry walked to the shore and delivered Daphne on dry land, who was quickly dried with charms, wrapped in a warm blanket and given a warm cup of tea, all by Dobby before Madame Pomfrey could even act. Thank you, Dobby, Daphne spoke as Harry laughed. Amazing. In under 20 minutes, Harry Potter finishes the task with one of the most amazing displays of magic I have ever seen. Ludo Bagman announced, I can't wait for the scores. How will the judges evaluate this nothing short of amazing display? How do you feel, Ms. Greengrass? Asked Madame Pomfrey, waving her wand before her youngest unofficial apprentice. Quite well, madam, she replied. The warm blankets helped. Yes, good thinking, Mr. Potter. Madame Pomfrey replied with a nod to the youngest champion. Take 10 points to Slytherin for good thinking to prevent hypothermia. An amazing display, by the way. Was it safe for you, or did you break something? Is that a joke? Harry asked, surprised. Am I laughing, boy? Madame Pomfrey asked seriously. I have come to accept that with you, something always happens. What is it this time? Well, prepare to be shocked, for I am fine, Harry replied with some flair, and Madame Pomfrey snorted, waving her wand. You really are fine. There's nothing wrong, no unusual events nor anything weird. This isn't normal, and I'm not sure how to react to this. Have a cup of tea to relax, Harry replied, amused as Daphne was chuckling. Spell. Definitively, she replied, dropping the blanket and drawing her wand, leaving an amused Madame Pomfrey behind. For nearly 10 minutes, the audience and the judges saw Harry on the water, talking to Daphne. Unfortunately, none heard what was told because they had raised wards to prevent just that. They were only able to see it, and they all saw Harry cast the spell on himself and walk on water. They saw Daphne with her arms crossed, listening to her boyfriend, nodding every often, and eventually, she uncrossed her arms, trying the spell on herself. Of course, she was smart, and on the first times only tried to walk near the shore where the water was shallow. She drenched her feet a couple of times, but nothing else. After a few times, for everyone's amazement, they saw Daphne walking on water just like Harry. Many of the teachers nodded in approval, and both Snape and Flitwick awarded points for a job well done. The truth was that while Ms. Greengrass hadn't been an outstanding student, she had high acceptable and exceeding expectations. Ever since Harry Potter had joined the ranks of the Snakes and started to help her, those grades skyrocketed into high-level outstandings. Some students and adults watching believed they would be able to cast the spell as well, but a few knew better. These were the Black Wands, and they saw Daphne struggling with the spell. They knew that when Daphne struggled with a spell, being one of the best at their club, the spell had to be hard and complicated. Truthfully, it was, and Daphne had some trouble in being able to maintain it successfully. It surely didn't help when Harry started to move away from her, telling her to catch him. "Are you insane? I'm having enough trouble as it is," she replied with a scowl, and he smiled. "Come on. Practice makes perfect." "Small steps, come on, you can do it." "Easy for you to say," Daphne mumbled. "Daffy could do it," Harry replied, and Daphne looked at him. "You probably cast the spell on her yourself." "Busted." Harry chuckled and Daphne laughed. She gave another step and approached Harry, who stood in his place one more. "You know, we're being watched," Daphne told him, and Harry shrugged. "I don't care." He replied, "The rest of this hour will be only about us, you and me. Let them be jealous if they want." "Aren't we cocky?" Daphne asked, giving the last step, being held by Harry's arms. "No, we're confident because we're that damn good," Harry replied as he raised Daphne in his arms and twirled her around, making her squeal and laugh. She grabbed his face and kissed him, and all around them, the girls watching them awed together at the romantic scene. "Not again," a Ravenclaw whispered to himself, seeing his girlfriend's look. At least Potter hadn't showed off for Valentine's Day. Which was odd, all things considered. Yet no young man complained not having to compete with Potter and Greengrass on that day. "You really should start writing all the spells you know," Daphne whispered to Harry. "I started 2 weeks ago. What do you think the new chest on the desk is?" Harry asked her, and she raised an eyebrow. "I am writing a spell per page, and I have already written a few of them with wand movements, theoretical stuff, and all that. I decided to add my own addition to the Potter and Slytherin grimoires." "Very well done, my lord." Daphne chuckled in amusement as she leaned into him, holding her head on his shoulder as the two started to walk slowly back to the shore, making sure Daphne didn't miss a step. "See that, Remus?" Sirius laughed. "That boy may look like his father, but he is nothing like James. He was a disaster with women, and I still believe Lily went on that first Hogsmeade date with him for pity's sake." "Not that Lily was much better, if I recall," Remus chuckled. "Clearly he got the charm from his amazing dogfather." Sirius replied, amused. "Where else? Maybe the two of them just match." "Come on, Moony, where's the fun in that?" Sirius replied, getting up from his seat. "Come on, there's not much time left. We can meet the two lovebirds at the shore before the judges announce the scores. I'm still surprised no one stopped their snogging." Remus chuckled and followed his best friend down the stands. In one of the public stands, a man dressed in dark formal business robes and with several warming charms cast on himself due to the cold Scotland's February watched the two youngsters with an inquisitive look, his dark eyes fixed on Harry. "So that's Harry Potter. Very interesting. I can see why the master is interested in him." "What is happening over there?" Ludo Bagman announced. Seeing some commotion in the water, some moments passed and the staff of the tournament took an injured Fleur from the water. "Probably the Grindylows," Harry whispered to Daphne, who nodded, both of them already at the shore. Fleur looked frantic but was calmed down by her headmistress. "Unfortunately, Miss Delacour is injured after fighting off some Grindylows and cannot proceed," Bagman announced, and many booed him, most of them the Beauxbaton students. "Harry." The two of them heard the voice of Sirius a few feet away, and Harry rose his hand to his godfather and uncle. "Good job, pup. Miss Greengrass, I hope you are well." "I am, Lord Black, thank you for your concern," Daphne replied with a small bow. "Mr. Lupin." "Miss Greengrass, congratulations on a spell well learned. I would grant points, but alas, I cannot." Daphne smiled embarrassed, and Harry chuckled. "It was a great show, you two." Sirius continued with a laugh. Are there surprises plain to the third task, Harry? Probably. Harry thought to himself, hopefully, I'll think of something. The two older men laughed as Victor Crumb came out of the water, half transfigurated into a shark, carrying his friend. And in second place is Victor Crumb with a time of 48 minutes. Bagman announced, and the Durmstrang students cheered their champion's name. Cedric Diggory followed 5 minutes later, cheered by most of Hogwarts, carrying his girlfriend. The task is officially ended. As Ms. Delacour failed the task, we will wait as the merpeople return her hostage, and then we shall settle the scores. I never asked you, how was your date? Harry asked. Fun, Remus replied without thinking, realizing what he said only after I mean. That's good. Harry snorted as Sirius laughed and Daphne raised an eyebrow. I think I'll say she's younger than you. Because I'm not seeing two old people like you having fun. Sirius laughed harder. I'll have you know, young man, I can still have fun as I used to in my 20s. Remus complained, grabbing the bait. Considering you had no fun back then thanks to the war and other things, I hope you can have fun as in your teen years. Harry replied snappily. Touché, cub, touché. Remus replied amused and Sirius cleaned a tear. Aren't we witty today? The Lord Black asked amused and Harry shrugged. I have my days. Oh, look, scores, I wonder if I dazzled them enough. Harry replied and Daphne snorted, as did the two adults. In the end, Harry got a 47, Fleur a 10 for good sport, Victor a 37 and Cedric a 35 for time discounted. All things considered, Harry was in first place. As the chants started cheering for him, Harry chuckled and hugged Daphne by the waist, who leaned to his shoulder. Well done, Harry, Daphne whispered. Paid in blood, have you changed your mind, and are you going to teach us the water-walking spell you taught Daphne during the second task? Astoria asked in the end of their weekly meeting of the Black Wands, 2 days after the task. No, Astoria, I will not teach you the spell because it's a family spell, Harry told her, ignoring her pout. Wait, hold on. Jason Halleys called out, looking surprised. It's a family spell, but you taught it to Daphne, your girlfriend. Yes, Harry nodded. Not your wife, your girlfriend. She's Greengrass, not Potter or Slytherin or whatever. So why did you teach her? Why are you teaching your family magic to Daphne when so many things can happen? When you're not sure you're going to stay together? What do you mean with that? Glared Daphne, and Jason gulped under Daphne's gaze, finding himself in a circle of angry females, all glaring at him. I don't mean anything bad, it's just, how can you know you're not going to break up? How can you know you want to stay together forever? He asked, and Daphne eased her glare, understanding what the boy was asking. So did Harry, who looked to his girlfriend with a smile. He's right, you know, he asked, ignoring the gasps. I'm taking you for granted, and I never even considered the fact that one day you may grow bored of me. That won't happen, Daphne replied offhandedly. Not after all I saw and feel. Never. Still, maybe I shouldn't take you for granted so much. You never took me for granted. Not that I realized it, she asked, unsure. You imbecile, loudmouth, meddling bastard. Astoria Greengrass raged against Jason Halleys, drawing her wand. Why did you have to open your mouth? She cast a spell, but the firstie dodged it, raising his hands, trying to calm her. Hold on just a minute, I only asked a question. He defended himself, being forced to dodge another spell. Stop it. If they break up, I'm going to hurt you and make sure they never find your body, you snotty little bastard. You kiss your mother with that mouth, he asked cheekily, enraging Astoria even further. Oh crap, me and my big mouth. He dodged one spell and had to jump away from the second. A little help, please. Yeah, you deal with your own problems, kid. Theo replied, hiding a grin, seeing the youngest Greengrass readying another spell. Think of it as a character-building exercise. They all laughed save the two duelists. I hate YOU, Jason replied, hastily raising a small shield against a minor jinx. 5 galleons, and how Jason can dodge or defend at least 10 more curses before your sister hits him. Harry proposed Daphne, and she chuckled. You're on, Potter. She told him, come on, Torrey. Cast faster and smarter. You can hit him, come on. Jason, keep doing a good job. Harry told the boy with a snicker, and the boy dodged another spell. Jason was able to defend 8 more times before both he and Astoria cast the disarming charm at the same time, successfully disarming each other. Unfortunately for Jason, his wand landed by Astoria's feet, who caught it in a hurry. Stupefy, she chanted, and the wand worked perfectly for her, the spell hitting a surprised Jason in the chest. With a grin, Astoria gloated, only to see the surprised looks the oldest members gave her. What? His wand. Does it work fine, or do you have to put more power on it? Asked Millie, and Astoria looked to the wand. Now that you mention it, it's almost like my wand. It's as warm, Astoria replied, noticing the surprise. Why, what does it mean? She asked nervously. Nothing really, Harry replied, stepping forward. Probably your wands are made with the same materials. It is just unusual a person find a wand that works as good as hers by chance. Yes, there's usually a lot of tries and failures. Theo replied, thinking, I think I went through at least 10, and Ollivander was actually excited. Poor you, I lost count at 20, Justin replied. There you have it, Astoria, Daphne replied, extending her hand, asking for Jason's wand back. It doesn't mean you two are compatible, only that his wand is compatible with you. Should we try her wand with him? Harry asked as Astoria gave Jason's wand back. The youngest Greengrass glared at Harry. He could, but I don't see the point of it. Daphne replied, but a few others complained, wanting to see. Ouch! Jason mumbled as he rose from the floor, being released from the stunner by Harry. What happened? Oh yeah, Greengrass. You cost me 5 galleons, Jason, Harry told him with a smirk. Yeah, well, gambling is a matter of chance. The boy complained as everyone chuckled, used to the kid's witty remarks. It was safe to say they all liked him, as unlike most Gryffindors, he had an open mind and wasn't a bigot to the other houses. We'd like you to try to cast a spell with Astoria's wand, Harry said, giving her the girl's wand. Why? He asked, because she cast the stunner with mine. Yes, and it worked easily. Harry answered, we're just curious to see how hers will react with you. Jason accepted the wand and noticed everyone looking expectantly at him, including a almost glaring Astoria. The boy flinched. This doesn't mean we're both compatible at any level, does it? He asked, and many laughed. Not at all, kid. Jason sighed in relief. Thank heavens for small mercies, he mumbled, raising the wand and casting a light charm. The spell shined for some moments before he released the magic. How does it feel? Daphne asked. Like mine. Mine is cedar with dragon's heartstring. So is mine, Astoria replied, taking the wand the younger boy gave her back, handle first. Like we said, it is of no consequence at all. Harry replied, it's just one hell of a coincidence. Now, since we're already out of time, thanks to Astoria and Jason's duel. Astoria crossed her arms with a smug smile and Jason scowled. Have a nice evening and we'll see each other tomorrow at classes. See you tomorrow, guys. I still have to finish an essay for herbology, Justin told them, running to the door. One by one, the room emptied. Astoria was one of the last to leave with her sister. As Harry stayed for some extra practice. What the hell was that? Daphne asked her the moment they left the room. What? You assaulted Hallie's, may I ask why? I didn't. Yes, you did, Daphne retorted. You were lucky we found it amusing, and it was a good practice for the both of you. Care to explain why you did it? He was being an idiot, making stupid questions. Astoria replied with a huff. He actually made a pertinent question. True, it meant nothing, but it was a pertinent one. Your assault on him served no purpose. I don't believe it, you're taking his side, Astoria asked, shocked. He's arrogant, he's a Gryffindor, he's a first year trying hard and with skill, as do you. Daphne replied, why do you hate him so much? She replied, looking down. Astoria, look at me. Astoria did. I don't know what your problem with Hallie's is, but it needs to end, Daphne told her. He's better than me. Astoria whispered, everyone likes him and all spells are easy to him. Even you and Harry seem to help him more. What? Daphne asked, are you jealous of him? Astoria only grumbled, Astoria, you're my sister. You know that if you need help, I'll help you, gladly, but you need to control your temper. What if a teacher had seen it? I'm sorry, Astoria replied. No, you're not. Daphne sighed, whatever your problem with Hallie's is, fix it, ignore the boy or whatever. But that happened today. I don't want to see it or hear about it ever again, am I clear? Yes, Daphne. Good, now let's go back. Nice disarming charm, by the way. Daphne complimented her sister. I think I could do better, Astoria replied, and Daphne nodded. You can, but you did very well. The older sister insisted, tell you what about tomorrow? We'll go to the room and have a sister's evening. I'll help you with whatever you need. That sounds great. Astoria replied happily, and the two sisters walked side by side, back to the Slytherin common room. Dear member of the Black family, I, Sirius Orion Black, Lord of the Black family, invite your person to a get-together taking place at the Black Ancestral House, number 12, Grimmauld Place, a week from next Sunday. In this meeting, we shall discuss the addition of new members to the House of Black, the continuation of our noble line, and the continuation of Lord Arcturus Black's great plan to revitalize the family blood. I expect your presence on the mentioned date. With my most cordial salutations, Lord Sirius Orion Black. Hey, pup. Forget about all the jargon if you want and consider yourself invited for a party here at Grimmauld. Don't expect it to be very fun because I was forced to invite Draco Malfoy and his mother, my cousin. I have to ask you to be on your best behavior with him, but I am sure he doesn't need help to embarrass himself. I would appreciate it if you could make it. Unfortunately, the invitation is for family members only, and that means you can't bring your lovely Ms. Greengrass. Please extend her my apologies. If you are wondering why you're invited, that's because you have black blood, no matter how diluted, and you're my godson. I also named you my heir until I have a child, so that's that. We'll set out the details later and come prepared to meet family. Cheers, your dogfather. Well, this is certainly new. Harry mumbled as he read the letter, sat at the Slytherin table in an early March morning. What? Asked Daphne, and he showed her the letter. Well, apologies accepted, I don't mind, she replied, giving him the letter back. Lucky me, I will have to endure being on the same room as two Malfoys, Harry complained. Any reason why the formal letter sounds colder than normal? Millie asked Harry, who just rose an eyebrow. Care to develop your question? Oh, yeah, I forgot. You don't know about this stuff, Millie replied. The formal invitations are usually bland and a bit cold, but this one is even colder. And what's this Arcturus Black Great Plan? I have no idea. All I know is Arcturus was Sirius' grandfather, Harry replied, and maybe it's a normal thing of the Black family. Hey, Scarhead, tell your mud I'm not interested in associate myself with inferior people and blood traitors, Malfoy said, approaching the table. Tell him yourself, Lord Malfoy. Harry replied sarcastically and promptly, glaring at the blonde. I can only assume Lord Black extended you an invitation to the family gathering, and I'm not your owl to send your message. You have hands to write a letter, have you not? Or did you squander the famed Malfoy fortune and need to peddle for favors among your peers and betters? Harry asked coldly. I'll let you know that I will be attending the meeting, not as Lord Potter or Slytherin, but as heir of the Black family. Hopefully, Lord Black will find himself as a father soon, and I'll have one less concern on my shoulders. What? Malfoy shouted in shock. I am the Black heir. Not according with Lord Black, you're not, Harry replied. Now, if you don't mind, we're trying to have breakfast here and you're disturbing our peace. Malfoy stomped away, complaining about something. According with Jason Halley's, the usual my father shall hear about this had been replaced by my mother will act upon this. And that line had been used a lot of times in the past weeks. Bloody Malfoy, Blaise complained, drinking some juice. Hey, hold on. Tracy remembered, reading the letter from Sirius. He speaks about meeting new family members. Maybe he's going to marry. Wishful thinking, Tracy, wishful thinking, Harry replied, and they all laughed. With the end of the breakfast, the nine walked to Transfiguration, which they shared with the Gryffindors. In the past week since the second task, a few things had changed. Astoria started to take private lessons with her sister, and her grades were steadily improving. Her temper against Jason was kept in check, and soon, her animosity towards the younger boy almost disappeared. They gave each other the cold shoulder, but both seemed happy with it, and interacted with each other only when required, and always the most politely they could. Jason had started it, and Astoria followed, much to everyone's surprise. When Harry asked Jason why the reason for his behavior, he just replied that he wasn't taking any chances with her anymore. To deal with crazy people, he had enough in his house. That had been a few weeks before. Speaking of which, Hermione Granger had gotten better from her shock after seeing Ron and Neville dying and had already returned to classes with renewed vigor. Much like her, the surviving Weasleys also recovered some of their spark, but while Ginny was still scared, the twins were already pranking again. Only this time, their pranks tended to humiliate instead of amuse and were targeted almost only to Slytherin. There were rumors that Malfoy was trying to recruit them to his inner circle, but there were no concrete evidence of such a thing. Daphne had to control herself not to unleash Kale against the two menaces after they pranked a couple of Slytherin firsties. That was also another thing that had changed. More than ever, Slytherin House was protective of their own, and not only outside of the common room. The group arrived to the classroom and promptly sat at their places as the loud Gryffindors joined them. They all ignored the glares, continuing to wait for McGonagall. Specifically, the glare Granger directed Harry while passing by him and sitting at the front of the room. "Good morning, class," McGonagall said as she entered the room, coming from the outside, looking tired. "I'm sorry I am late. There have been a few issues that required my attention," she told them, starting to take the lead of the class. As before, Granger raised the hand to answer every question. McGonagall favored the dorks as Snape favored the snakes, and the Slytherins were among the first to finish the classwork. When class ended, Granger rudely passed by Daphne, hitting her on the shoulder as she was passing. "Watch where you're going, Greengrass," she sneered, walking away from Daphne. "What the hell was that?" asked Tracy, surprised with what she saw. Daphne shrugged and ignored it, packing her things for runes before lunch. The class was calm and quite productive, and in no time they were leaving for lunch. "We have arithmancy in the afternoon, and after that, free periods. I'm going to practice with my sister," Daphne told Harry at lunch, and Harry nodded. "You're doing a good job with her," Harry told her, and she smiled. "Thanks, I had a good teacher," Daphne replied, and Harry frowned. "No, it's more like you are a good teacher, you had an amazing one," he replied, and Daphne laughed, as did he. "And modest, too." She added, "What are you going to do?" "I don't know, maybe I'll pick a book or something," he added. Not long after, arithmancy had come and gone. Theo and Tracy went to have a date on the grounds, Millie and Blaise went to the library, and Pansy, Greg and Vince had homework to finish. "Dobby!" Harry called, and the house elf popped at his side, walking with his master as both had done so many times before. "Master." After careful consideration and a lot of deliberations with Daphne, I decided to forgo the plan for the third task and deal with my cousin as soon as possible. "What do you need of me, then?" Dobby asked. "Meat," Harry replied, and Dobby nodded. "Take me to the chamber and then find some." Dobby nodded and popped Harry into the chamber. The moment the two of them arrived in the chamber, they were submitted to a loud hissing sound, echoing in the stone walls of the cave. "What the bloody hell?" Harry asked loudly. "My pet, you're back," Scylla hissed the moment she heard him, starting to slither to Harry. In the past months, thanks to continuous feeding, Scylla had grown some more feet and became thicker than a recently born cat. "Did you like my singing?" That was singing. Harry thought to himself, having understood only a few words of the song. "Let me sing you the rest. Stretched under the sun, coiled under the earth, you better beware, don't you dare to threaten me, or I will be the last thing you'll see." "It's a pretty song. Where did you learn it?" "I made it all by myself," Scylla replied proudly. Harry chuckled, seeing the child basilisk happiness. Flashback as Scylla slithered away, Harry's eyes steeled themselves, as did his demeanor. He drew his wand from his holster and told himself a basilisk was far too dangerous, even if it was Scylla. Only to change to a grin, realizing he had just been given one hell of an opportunity. He was not about to squander it. "Hey, Scylla!" Harry called, waving his wand, transfigurating a rabbit from a rock. "You need to learn to hunt too." Scylla hissed and attacked the rabbit, who ran away, leading to a chase through the chamber. Harry grinned at the scene and stood at his place, trying not to laugh too hard as the rabbit evaded the frustrated basilisk. End flashback, nicely done. Harry told her, however, "I came down here because I need your help." "Of course you do," Scylla replied, "as I knew you would." "Yes, you're a very smart one, aren't you?" he asked, caressing her head. "What do you need from me, my pet? Remember what I told you about my cousin, the evil man that wants to kill me and who I need to kill?" Scylla nodded. He made several rituals to create magical artifacts called Horcruxes. These are very hard to destroy, and only fiendfire or basilisk poison can do it. "Hey, and you have a source of poison right here." Scylla gloated as Harry waved to be followed, guiding the child basilisk to the dorm chamber. "How much poison do you need, my pet?" "Relax, Scylla," Harry told her, opening the Horcrux chest and showing them all to Scylla. "These are all but one of the Horcruxes. The last one is more complicated to get, and it's with it that I need your help." "You don't want my help to destroy these?" Scylla asked, and Harry could swear she pouted, if snakes could pout. "Not yet, Scylla. A Horcrux is an object that holds a little piece of someone's soul. It's a very foul magic and should not be tried. We could destroy them right now, but we don't know if my cousin could feel their destruction and run away. No, I want to catch him unaware." "Oh, I understand," Scylla replied, perking up. "Then what do you need from me?" "The last Horcrux is a snake. Her name is Nagini, and she's a big and dangerous snake." "Not more than me. I want your help to kill it." "I'll do it, my pet," Scylla replied promptly. "I will protect you." "Thank you, Scylla. All you have to do is to bite her, and I think that will be enough. If not, you'll have to wrestle her and coiled around her. Do you think you can do it?" Scylla glared at Harry. "What kind of question is that, my pet?" "Right, of course you can." Harry chuckled. "How about I tell you of my plan?" To that, Scylla nodded. "In a few weeks, giving you time to prepare, I will take you to the place where I know he is. I will give you an enchanted object for you to contact me as soon as you kill the snake, and as soon as you do it, me, my mate, and Dobby will go in to deal with him and his servant." Don't worry, my pet. I will not fail. Scylla comforted Harry as he frowned. Oh, I don't doubt it, Scylla. I only realized one thing. What? The call of the roosters is deadly to basilisks. Harry frowned and Scylla perked. I will probably have to deafen you to make sure those damned things don't hurt you. Why can't you send your elf to kill all the roosters in the place? Scylla asked. For her, it was a far easier plan. Because the muggles could buy more, because my cousin would be suspicious, and because that wouldn't solve the problem forever. No, we need you to be big, strong, and nearly invincible. Scylla had no problems with that logic, so first things first. You need to practice your fighting, hunting, and stealth. I need to find a way to make you invincible to the call of the roosters. Done, Scylla replied happily. I'm going to the forest and practice to Surith and Narissa. Who? Harry asked, confused. Didn't I tell you about them, my pet? Scylla asked, and Harry shook his head, crossing his arms. There's a path to the forest in the caves, and it goes into a small nest. There I found Surith, who is a large snake python, but not as large or as poisonous as me and Narissa, who is a viper. When they saw me, they called me King of the Snakes and served me almost as well as you do. They are my friends, and they will help me when I tell them what my pet needs my help with. Well, if your friends can help you, go ahead, but be safe, will you? Don't worry, my pet. Scylla replied promptly, almost chuckling, raising to Harry's height and licking his face with its forked tongue. I need to protect you, don't I? Harry laughed as Scylla started to slither away back to the Min cave, chanting her song. Stretched under the sun, coiled under the earth, you better beware, don't you dare to threaten me, or I will be the last thing you'll see. It is a catchy tune, Harry whispered to himself, amused. Stretched under the sun, coiled under the earth, you better beware, don't you dare to threaten me, or I will be the last thing you'll see. Enough already. Daphne complained of Harry's repetitive singing with a soft elbow on his ribs. I can't take it of my head. Harry replied, not joking. The others laughed. Where did you even heard that? Asked Tracy, and Harry shrugged. It wouldn't do to come clean just yet. I don't know, it just popped into my head. Harry replied with a sigh as Tracy started to mumble the song. Tracy, Millie spoke, shocked, and Tracy blushed. It's true, it gets stuck in the head. She replied, and Theo snorted. So how is Astoria doing? Harry asked. Better every day. Daphne replied with a smile. This group was the best idea we ever had, and use it to help our grades was even better. True, Greg added. My grades raised from a to E in only a few months. Mine too, Vince replied, and Blaze nodded. You know the most awesome thing to my eyes? He asked. We're mostly snakes in the group, true, but we have members of all houses and we're all sociable, and I would even dare say friendly with each other. That's the real win there. What the Sorting Hat has been trying to preach every year since who knows when? Theo asked, and Blaze nodded. Well, I blame the Lord Slytherin, he added with a smirk. I felt the capitalized letters in what you just said. Harry grumbled, and Theo laughed. The two had become close and were almost good mates. Mon Dieu! A gasp was heard from the Beauxbatons delegation, and everyone turned to the door, where they saw a beaten and bloodied Jason Halleys make his way to the Slytherin table. Harry rose from his seat, as did Daphne, and all the founding members of the Black Wands ran to the bloodied boy, followed by the remaining members and some of the most curious ones. Before Harry could say anything, Jason looked to him with pained eyes and fell on the ground. Jason! Harry called, making the boy float before hitting the floor with his face. When they saw him, they felt revolted. He had opened wounds, he was bleeding from some of them, had a bleeding ear, busted lip, and black eyes, not to mention the spell marks on his robes. Sorry, Jason whispered before falling unconscious. Daff, Harry asked, and Daphne shook her head. Madame Pomfrey, get here. I'm here, Mr. Potter, the matron replied, having reached the patient in moments, waving her wand. Who did this? Harry asked, and Madame Pomfrey shook her head. It's impossible to tell. What happened? The grandfatherly voice of Dumbledore asked, and everyone turned to him, seeing the horrified looks of the staff, the frown from Dumbledore, the disgusted frown from Snape, the horrified look from Flitwick, and the shocked look from McGonagall. That's what I want to know as well. Harry replied in a cold tone, seeing Madame Pomfrey floating Jason to the infirmary. I want to know what happened, who did it, and I want the perpetrator punished. Rest assured, Mr. Potter, actions such as this will not be left unpunished. You better do something, headmaster, or I will, Harry warned coldly, and the staff gasped. Snape only raised an eyebrow. Are you threatening the headmaster, Mr. Potter? McGonagall glared at Harry, and Harry turned to her with a cold mask, hiding flames of anger and fury behind his eyes, ready to be unleashed and burn everything in his path. You, of all people, should agree with me. He replied coldly to the Scot woman, making her gasp. That boy is one of your lions, and yet instead of being concerned for his well-being and who and why did that to him, you're concerned I am demanding justice. No, you shut up and you listen. Harry roared as McGonagall was about to speak. I am Lord Potter and Lord Slytherin, and I can demand an investigation on what happened. I want to know exactly the who and the why that was done to one of my own. Mr. Halleys is a Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. Professor Sinistra spoke, earning a glare from said boy. So what? He's also a Muggle-born and my friend. Does anyone here have a problem with that? Harry asked, and no one dared to open his mouth. Dumbledore said nothing, but one who paid attention could see the proud look he gave the young man before him. Jason Halleys is one of my own. Harry made it known, roaring to the entire hall, heard by everyone, one of ours, one of the Black Wands. He said, his eyes glowing with green flames, you mess with one of mine, you mess with me. And with me, Daphne added at once, understand where Harry was going. And me, Theo added. And me, Tracy replied with a nod. And me, Millie nodded. Me as well, Blaise stepped forward, crossing his arms. And us, Pansy said for her, Greg and Vince, who crossed their arms and looked menacing, much more than they ever did. And I, Justin Smith said, raising from his seat at the Ravenclaw table. One by one, all of the members of the group raised and made themselves known. However, surprises wouldn't end there. I will stand with you as well, Victor Crumb announced, and with him all of the Durmstrang students nodded. We and moi. More than half of the Beauxbaton students nodded. Get those answers, headmaster. Harry replied, seeing everyone who stood with him, or else we will and we will demand reparations. With that, Harry left the Great Hall, followed by most of the Black Wands. No order had been spoken, but all knew where they were going, to the hospital wing. Dumbledore stood his ground, suddenly very concerned. Headmaster, what's wrong? Snape asked. I'm worried, Severus. Dumbledore replied, very worried. Why, if I may I ask? The potions professor asked, noticing they had the attention of the remaining heads of house. Today, I saw Harry Potter become all Tom Riddle ever was. Dumbledore replied, and they all gasped, as well as become everything he ever wanted to be and all he never managed to become. Dumbledore added, and I don't know if I should feel proud or terrified. Then here is my suggestion. Flitwick started, you don't feel any of them because you'll investigate this horrible attack on one of our students before the students start to do it on their own. Then you worry yourself with Harry Potter. You are correct, of course, Phileas. Dumbledore added, Minerva, I want you to speak with all your house and particularly with the first years. Try to find out if Mr. Halleys had enemies. Most of the house, no doubt. Snape scoffed. What was that, Severus? Asked Dumbledore. I said, probably most of the house. It wasn't a secret that Mr. Halleys and some Slytherin students are friendly with each other. We all know about the rivalry. Probably a Gryffindor didn't like a first-year socialize with the enemy. And here you are, blaming my lions, Severus. Why couldn't it have been one of your snakes? McGonagall defended herself and her house. Because Harry Potter was friendly with that first-year student. Severus added quickly, and none in my house would be a fool to go against Harry Potter, Lord of Slytherin, after all we saw him do. That shut McGonagall up. Let's find out what happened. Dumbledore replied, secretly agreeing with Snape. A couple of hours later, a few things had been learned. Jason was well liked by the first years, disliked by the older years, particularly the Weasley twins and the fourth-year students. He was the target of several pranks by the twins, intending to humiliate him, and never once he had risen to the bait for a confrontation. Wanting to confront the twins, McGonagall waited for nearly an hour, but they never showed up. When Jason Halleys woke up, in the middle of the night, the first thing he saw were 2 green and 2 blue orbs in the darkness. And the 4 orbs moved, and the boy screamed in fear, only to be blinded by a bright light and find under the fuss of the matron of the hospital wing. Everything is fine, Mr. Halleys. Madame Pomfrey spoke, reassuring the boy, who slowly recovered his sight. I told them not to leave those snakes here, but they wouldn't listen. Jason looked at where he had seen the bright orbs and saw 2 massive snakes, one of which he had seen glimpses before. He believed it was called Zale, the one Harry could summon. And the other was the one that protected Daphne during the ball from Weaslet. Cale, he believed. What happened? He asked, feeling his entire body hurting. You were assaulted and made your way to the Great Hall. Oh yes, I remember. The boy replied, blanching, am I in trouble? I don't know, are you? Madame Pomfrey asked, raising an eyebrow. "Oh man, Captain Halleys is going to be pissed," the boy grumbled, surprising Madame Pomfrey. "Mr. Halleys, I need to summon the headmaster and your head of house. You seem to be well enough to answer questions." The boy only nodded, looking sullen. Madame Pomfrey looked at him surprised and saw the boy sigh, falling on his back. In less than 5 minutes, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and the remaining heads of house were at the hospital wing. "Ah, Mr. Halleys, glad to see you're awake," Dumbledore said with a grandfatherly smile as the two snakes took protective stances around Jason, much to everyone's surprise. "Mr. Potter and Ms. Greengrass gave orders for the snakes to protect Mr. Halleys from everyone but me," Madame Pomfrey said when she realized what was happening. "It seems that your friends care about you, Mr. Halleys," Flitwick said, and Jason only nodded embarrassedly. "So, am I in trouble?" asked Jason after a moment. All heads of house looked at each other and at the boy. "You tell us, young man," McGonagall replied, and Jason looked at her surprised. "You don't like me very much, do you?" he asked, and the heads of house were surprised, most of all McGonagall. What nonsense is that?" she defended herself. "I have nothing against you." "Well, you're not exactly the most trusting people to take our problems, least of all after Harry was resorted," Jason complained with a snort, and McGonagall gaped. Flitwick and Sprout raised an eyebrow, but Snape had to hold a laugh. "Well, young man, care to tell us what happened? Or should we start? For you see, we believe we know what happened. The Weasley twins pranked you again, things got out of hand, and they cast other spells on you because they wanted you to stop associating yourself with Mr. Potter and his group." Jason nodded. "Then something happened, you were injured, and they ran away and have not been found yet." "Not found? Oh, crap. How long has it been?" Jason asked at once, paling in concern, shocking the adults. "A few hours. Get someone to the Gryffindor Tower, 5th floor, one of the abandoned rooms," Jason nearly ordered, surprising everyone now, damn it. Surprised, the headmaster did it at once, sending one house elf. Seconds later, the house elf returned with the bodies of the Weasley twins, both stunned, one with a broken knee and a twisted arm and the other with a broken elbow. The adults looked in shock to the twins and to Jason, who looked embarrassed and concerned. "How much trouble am I in? Maybe start in the beginning," Flitwick said, surprised. "You, caused this." Jason nodded. "How?" "Grandfather is SAS, retired, of course, and he started to teach me when I was 6. Severus Snape rose an eyebrow. He was the only one. "What's that?" Sprout asked. "Muggle Army Special Forces." Jason replied sheepishly. He was injured back in the 80s and honorable discharged. And since he had been a lousy father, his own words, he decided to try and be a proper grandfather. After my dad died, he did his best to help my mum with me and, well, he demands good grades, regular physical training to be fit and in shape, a proper social conduct and good behavior. He always told me that I should never start a fight unprovoked, but I should always finish it. But I should avoid fights altogether. A sensible upbringing, Dumbledore replied, not knowing what to say. "It's harsh, but I know the old man loves me at his own way." Jason glared at the headmaster. "I was going to the military academy when I received the Hogwarts letter." "That doesn't explain what happened," McGonagall said, crossing her arms. "Yes, would you agree to submit a memory of the event for our reviewing?" asked Dumbledore, and Jason frowned. "A memory? How does that work?" he asked, and Dumbledore smiled, explaining the young boy the process. Jason quickly agreed to. The following day, the Hogwarts Great Hall went silent after Dumbledore's announcement, and everyone turned to the little boy at the end of the Gryffindor table, sat with a few of his peers, all looking in awe at him. "Oh yeah, I forgot. Jason knew martial arts, but this is bloody ridiculous," Harry thought to himself as he, too, looked to the boy. The staff decided that Mr. and Mr. Weasley will not be expelled, despite of a vicious attack on a first year. Instead, they shall be kept under close observance, have all privileges revoked, and all their personal effects not related with school and schoolwork shall be confiscated. Mr. Halleys, while technically the victim, shall also be punished with detention with Mr. Filch until the end of the term for a violent conduct. Many flinched when they heard Dumbledore's words, and many felt bad about the brat. Mr. Halleys is also forbidden to engage in any sort of physical fighting. "The brat should teach a few horrors," Moody grunted offhandedly. "Oh, come on, the kid only defended himself, without a wand and against 2 wizards several years older." Harry rose from his seat. "He viciously attacked Fred and George." Granger rose, arguing against Harry's arguments. "Who attacked him first?" a Ravenclaw added. "Yeah," many cheered. Regardless, the rules say no fighting and Mr. Halleys is going to be punished. Dumbledore intervened. Now that the matter is settled, let us indulge on our lunch and get back to our classes. As lunch began, the topics of conversation went on to Jason, and the twins and many found the sentence unfair for the boy. Almost no one was sympathetic towards the twins, who were still in the hospital wing. Malfoy mocked the twins, as the brat had used inferior Muggle methods to beat the two blood traitors, implying they were inferior to Muggles. Granger was livid. Weaslett glared at the Firsty and said Firsty was eating slowly, answering to the questions made by his odd-year mates. "Bloody brat," Theo complained, stabbing some meat, attracting the attention of everyone around him, made us all worried about him. "Yeah, and he was the one who did the worse," Tracy grumbled, amused. Harry snickered, evolving for a full laugh, shared by Daphne and all of them one by one. In the end, Harry rose his cup when he noticed Jason looking at him surprised and nodded in appreciation. Jason nodded nervously back. Astoria stabbed her lunch, glaring at the boy. When she thought she was doing better, he always pulled a surprise, proving to be much better than her. Still, she had been shocked and terrified when she saw him the first time. "He is cute for a Firsty, though," one of Astoria's friends shared, making the younger Greengrass almost choke on her food. "Give him a few years, and he may become a handsome boy." Dumbledore looked around the hall and noticed how many students were the focus of the attention of the others. He recognized many of them as being the ones in Harry Potter's little group. The Black Wands, if he remembered correctly. His attention went to Harry Potter, who was laughing among his friends, and he wondered what the future held to the young man, and if it was light or dark. Harry exited the flue at number 12, Grimmauld Place, dressed in formal robes and alone. "Lord Potter Slytherin, Creature welcomes you to the House of Black," the elf said with a bow. "Master said you'd be early and that I was to inform him of your arrival at once." "Thank you, Creature." Harry nodded and Creature popped away. "Who's there?" Harry heard a screeching familiar voice and walked to the entrance hall where he found the portrait. "Madam Black." Harry extended a greeting and the painting frowned. "You!" She acknowledged him. "You're my son's godson, and you have diluted black blood in your veins." "That I am Madam Black, Harry Potter Slytherin." "I heard about that." The painting replied again, surprising Harry as she didn't complain or found it outrageous. "My son told me, and I could barely believe it." "I welcome you to the noble House of Black, Lord Slytherin." "Thank you, Madam Black," Harry replied, finding it strangely odd that the woman was so polite. "Ah, Harry." The voice of Sirius made itself heard. "Are you bothering my mother?" he asked with a chuckle. "Not at all, I hope. We were only doing the introductions." Harry replied, "You failed to do it last time I was here." "Ah, well, my bad. Harry, meet my mother." "Mother, my godson, Lord Potter, Lord Slytherin, and the vanquisher of the wanker you worshipped," he replied off-headedly, "who happened to be a distant cousin," Harry added, not missing the frown from the painting. "Now come with me, Harry. There are 2 new additions to the House of Black, and I want you to meet them before the others arrive." "Who are the others?" asked Harry. "The Malfoys and the Tonks, my cousins' families," Sirius replied, walking along the hallway. Harry looked one last time to the portrait and saw Lady Black with a vacant look, although she had a smirk on her lips. Odd. "Madam Black, it was a pleasure." "Lord Slytherin." Harry followed Sirius into the sitting room, and to his surprise, he found a pretty black-haired woman, dressed with fine regal black dress with long sleeves and a tan. She had blue eyes and was sitting in a chair, at the left of an empty one, in front a tea table with tea and biscuits. In front of her, dressed in black robes, was none other than Remus Lupin. Harry rose an eyebrow when he entered, and Remus sighed. "Don't ask," Remus said. "Nonsense, Moony." Sirius added, "Remus here has been a good friend for so many time that I decided to adopt him to the family." Remus blushed, and Harry wanted to laugh. "And this beautiful lady is Señorita Isabella Vincenta Olivera." The woman nodded embarrassedly, her hand being taken by Harry, who kissed it. "She's Spanish and a descendant of a black branch long thought extinct." "A pleasure, senor." "The pleasure is mine, miss. Señorita." "Either is fine," she replied in almost accent-free English. "Isabella, this is my godson, the one I told you about." The woman widened her eyes. "Harry Potter?" she asked. "If Lord Black told you about me, he may have exaggerated a few things." "If you read books, you read only fiction," Harry replied. "I heard a lot, and many things were hard to believe. Lord Potter, Lord Slytherin, a champion for a dangerous tournament, and all this at 14, she replied. "Believe me, I would rather have it happen a few years from now," he replied. "Lord Black surely does keep an interesting family." Believe me, Isabella, some of the most interesting are yet to arrive. Sirius replied, and Remus looked uncomfortable. I have no idea who the Tonks are, but how are the Malfoys interesting? Harry asked. Doesn't the brat put his feet on his mouth every few words? Sirius asked. Point taken. So, before you arrived, Isabella was telling us of her schooling back in Spain and her dueling days in the Spanish National Circuit, Sirius said, and Isabella nodded, having Harry's full attention. Apparently, Isabella was an accomplished dueler, and of the times she and Sirius had dueled in the short time they knew each other, they had tied most often than not. All because of a teacher I had, Senor Tavariz. He suggested me to try the leagues and I liked it, and I continued. It's not enough to make a living out of it, but it's a hobby I can match with my work. What do you do? Harry asked. I am a Politia, your Auror, I believe. Nymphadora is also in the training program for the Auror Corps. Sirius said, that's Nymphadora Tonks, my cousin Andromeda and her husband's Ted daughter. Harry nodded. Of course he knew that, but there were appearances to be maintained. Master, the Tonks family has arrived, Creature said as he popped in the room. Lovely, Sirius replied, raising from his seat. I'll be returning shortly. Is there something that should be known about the Tonks? Isabella asked. Andromeda Tonks was disowned by Lord Orion Black for marrying a Muggle-born, but it backfired on them when they had a daughter with a thought-to-be-lost magical talent. Really? Harry asked. Yes, I'll let you see for yourselves. What else? Ted is a lawyer, Andromeda is a healer, and like Sirius said, Dora is on the training program for the Auror Corps. A loud crash was heard in the other room, and the painting screeched before suddenly go silence, being replaced by serious laughter. Moments later, the familiar faces of Ted Tonks, Andromeda Tonks, and their daughter, You Better Call Me Tonks, showed up. Let it be said, Dora has a talent for shutting up my mother. Sirius laughed as he entered. Isabella noticed the hair of the girl change from pink to red before going back to pink. Metamorph Magus? Isabella asked, surprised. Yes, I'm Tonks. She introduced herself before grinning, Are you the Spanish Auror? Yes, Isabella Vincenta Olivera. She replied awkwardly. This is so cool. Tonks shrieked, her hair changing colors in quick sequence. What's it like there? What's your catch rate? What kind of problems do you have to deal on a daily basis? How many raids have you been into? The questions were fired and Andromeda sighed in exasperation. Harry, meet Andromeda Tonks and Theodore Tonks. That overexcited cracker is Nymphadora. Oi, what did I tell you about that name? Tonks replied in anger, Blimey, Harry Potter. Watch her, Harry. I haven't seen you since the end of your first year. Call me Tonks. Hey, Tonks, he replied promptly. Nice to meet you. You too, Mr. and Mrs. Tonks. Hello, Harry. Last time I saw you were such a small thing, Andromeda replied, and Ted smiled. Andy, Ted, you've already met Isabella. Sirius spoke, and both of them acknowledged her. Indeed, it's lovely to see you again, Isabella. How are you adapting to Britain and the Black family in general? Britain is colder than I thought, and I am a bit overwhelmed, actually, Isabella replied, and Andromeda laughed. I understand the feeling, believe me, Ted replied. Yes, Lord Black. Sirius. Sirius insisted, we're all family. Of course, Sirius. Isabella smiled. Sirius told me you were once in the same place as I am. Well, not quite, as I only met the old man Arcturus, my lovely wife, and Sirius. Ted replied, and Harry, I don't mean to intrude, but care to explain, Harry asked. Well, Harry, you see, Ted here is more than a mere Muggle-born, Sirius added, patting Ted's back. He's the son of 2 squibs descendants from the Black family, who met in a mere coincidence. Or so we were all told, Ted added. True, and my grandfather Arcturus' great plan was to monitor the squibs of the family and check them for the birth of a magical child, to renew the blood ties and our family strength. Sirius said with a smile, he was great man with a great vision. Unfortunately, Voldemort happened and the old man eventually died, and my father didn't share my grandfather's visions. But I do, and I will make sure my grandfather's plan is fulfilled. Fill the ranks of the family with those of black blood who are both worthy and willing to join and make this family great once again. Harry nodded and appreciated the idea, as did all others. Ingenious and quite revolutionary. Harry spoke, I like it. Ted was the first, Isabella is only the second, but there will be more. Sirius replied, now if only the Malfoys showed up. Master, the Malfoys have arrived, Creature announced. Speak of the devil, Sirius replied, and most laughed, I'll be right back. For Harry, one thing was certain, it was starting to be an interesting get-together. He looked around, paying attention to the conversation, and almost laughed when he saw the looks shared between Tonks and Remus. Some things never change. Sirius quickly came back grinning while followed by an annoyed Draco Malfoy and his exasperated mother. "Cousin, Lord Malfoy, you already met the Tonks and Remus Lupin. The beautiful lady is Señorita Isabella Vincenta Olivera, a Spanish descendant of a Black branch long thought extinct." Narcissa raised an eyebrow in surprise, but her son looked bored. "A pleasure," Isabella said. "I had no idea the Blacks still lived in Spain," Narcissa said. "They don't," Isabella added. "The family died out centuries ago, merging with others and falling into oblivion." "I see," Narcissa replied. "I trust the rest of the family has welcomed you." "With open arms, yes." Lord Black tried to make it as homely as possible. "Yes, Lord Black has his moments," Narcissa replied, turning to her sister Andy. "Sissy," Andromeda replied, equally cold. "Wow, I've seen more cheer in a graveyard," Sirius replied, and all turned to him. "Sit down, all of you, I have some things to say." They all did, although some did it unwillingly and paid attention to the Lord Black. Only one noticed the painting of Walburga Black entering a frame in the room, and he wouldn't tell anyone, as he was the one who suggested it in the first place. "Once, a long time ago, my grandfather Arcturus decided to search for the magical descendants of squibs from the Black family. In his search, he found one, our own Ted Tonks." Narcissa and Draco looked shocked at the older man, who nodded. "I don't know much about their time together, but I know that grandfather required Andy's help, as she was the one closer in age. And the fact they fell in love was only a boon," Sirius said, and Ted smiled as he held his wife's hand, who leaned into his shoulder. "So, after a long time waiting, welcome to the Black family, Ted. Use the name Black with pride, for it is now yours by rights of blood and marriage." "Thank you, Lord Black." "Andy, you were brought back into the family the moment I took the mantle of the Lord Black, so no speech for you." Andromeda nodded with a huge smile. "Nymphadora, and I swear I will curse you first," Sirius told the Auror student. "As the daughter of two Blacks, you are a Black yourself. Use the name Black with pride, for it is now yours by rights of blood." Although annoyed, the metamorph magus nodded and looked proudly to her parents. "How? Remus Lupin is not related to the Blacks in the last generations, nor is he the descendant of squibs, but he's family for me, and I am the Lord Black, so from this moment forward, Remus Lupin, he who has another name and a furry problem, is from this moment forward a member of the Black family. So I say it, so it is. Use the name Black with pride, my brother, for it is now yours by rights of brotherhood." Remus nodded in thanks, although sheepishly, and Harry couldn't miss the grin from Tonks. "Isabella Vincenta Olivera, you are the second Black descendant to be found, and we welcome you to our midst, should it be your desire." "It is, Lord Black," the woman replied. "Then, from this moment forward, you may call yourself a Black. Use the name Black with pride, for it is now yours by rights of blood." "Thank you, Lord Black," she said, almost spilling the emotion in her voice. "Now, Lord Malfoy," Malfoy perked up, being related to Narcissa Malfoy, "nay Black, you are entitled to use the name Black. Use the name Black with pride, for it is now yours by rights of blood." Malfoy smirked smugly. "Lord Potter Slytherin, how may I be of service, Lord Black?" Harry asked promptly. "Being related to the Black family by blood, you are entitled to use the name Black. However, for bonds of magic and brotherhood, you are also entitled to the name Black." Harry nodded. "Use the name Black with pride, for it is now yours by rights of blood and brotherhood. Also, let it be known that since the Black line is patriarchal, and therefore Dora Black Tonks is excluded as a possibility, until I have a child of my own, I name you my heir." "What?" Malfoy rose. "Why him? I have the better claim. And I am the Lord Black, and what I say is done. Do you have a problem with that, Lord Malfoy?" Sirius demanded coldly. In that short moment, by throwing a tantrum, Malfoy proved to be the lesser choice, and all agreed with the Lord Black. Malfoy sat grumbling. "Be sure of one thing, Draco Malfoy, you are only here because of your mother," Sirius replied, and while Narcissa understood the underlined words, her son did not, as I was saying, Lord Potter Slytherin, heir of Black. "Would it be possible to ask you to hurry up and have a child?" Harry asked, and almost all laughed. "I'll put it on the list, after finding the perfect woman for the job," Sirius replied with a grin. "Now, let's feast." In the frame, the painting of Walburga Black smirked, admiring Sirius' demeanor. For a small moment, she believed she was seeing her own Uncle Arcturus instead of her son. How could they have been so blind? How wrong they had been. The feast was well underway, and Lord Black made sure everything was well liked by everyone. Sirius sat at the head, with Harry on his right and Remus on his left. Isabella sat next to Harry, being a guest, and at her side sat Andromeda, followed by her husband. The seat in front of Sirius, reserved for the Lady Black, was empty, and on the side of Remus sat Narcissa, Draco, and Tonks. They ate, drank, and had their fun into the afternoon when they returned to the parlor. "Any ideas for the third task, Harry?" asked Ted. "My only idea is win the damn thing. My whole house took to believe I can do it, and now I want to prove them right," Harry replied. "Draco told me you were resorted to Slytherin back in November," Narcissa said. "And I have to say that in little more than a week, Slytherin became more my home than Gryffindor ever was." Harry said with a smile, "It helps when you have supportive and equally minded people." "Indeed," Narcissa replied. "Draco also told me that you were the one who started the movement to banish him from the house. Considering he took a young basilisk to the house, he was lucky I didn't do anything bad to him." "You punched me," Malfoy whined, outraged. "Yes, and I could do something far worse. I just decided to throw you to the rest of the house." Harry replied defiantly, "I'd wager Zale missed you." Malfoy blanched and shut up at once. "Zale?" Ted asked, and Harry drew his wand, summoning the snake. "That's Zale," he replied as the snake hissed, coiling itself near Harry, surprising everyone. Draco nearly wet himself. "You may have seen her little brother Cale in the paper after the whole debacle at the Yule Ball, protecting my girlfriend." "Yes, we did," Andromeda replied, surprised and in awe with the snake. "What kind of spell was that?" asked Isabella, wrapping her hair behind her ear, a movement seen by Narcissa, who found it familiar, although she didn't know from where. "The family kind and not the black one," Harry replied. "Good answer," Ted replied as Sirius chuckled. "Harry is a little well of surprises," Sirius added, "much more than his mother or father ever were. Believe me, I know. You two remind me of each other." Isabella spoke, looking at the Lord Black and the Black Heir, who looked at her. "Both surprised, I don't know why, but you two remind me of each other." "Charming looks?" asked Sirius, because he has none. "Maybe the wits, which I clearly have all of them." "Oh, you certainly aren't serious." "No, I'm Harry, you're serious," Harry replied, and Sirius laughed, as did Isabella and the Tonks. Draco found it a bad joke and scowled, and Narcissa gaped, recognizing the laughter she hadn't heard in years. "Merlin, it can't be," she whispered. "Dora, didn't you have an appointment?" Andromeda asked suddenly, and Tonks rose from her seat, blushing. "You're right. I'm sorry, but I have an appointment in Diagon Alley." Tonks said, rising from her seat. "It was lovely to meet you, but I really must go." "Feel free to return at any time, Dora." Sirius spoke as she left by Flu. "Say, Remus, didn't you have that thing?" "Thing? What thing?" Remus asked, paling after a moment. "Oh," Sirius snorted. "Dumbass," Sirius mumbled with a laughter. "Yes, actually, I do have that thing." "Flu closes at midnight," Sirius warned as Remus said his farewells. "Who do those two think they're fooling?" Andromeda asked. "The extra Dada lessons I would have bought, but the dueling tutoring, bah. Regrettably, it is also nearly my curfew hour," Harry said, checking the time. "It pains me to say, but I must be off." "As does Draco," Narcissa replied hastily. "Maybe you can leave together. How are you going back?" Harry hesitated and looked to an outraged Malfoy. "Sure, why not?" Harry replied as Dobby popped next to him, and he unsummoned Zale. "We leave by House Elf Express. Dobby, take Draco here back to Hogwarts, please." "Yes, master," Dobby replied promptly and grabbed Malfoy by the arm, popping away, leaving a shocked Narcissa behind. Dobby popped in moments later. "All done, master." "In that case, I bid you farewell. Lord Black, ladies and gentlemen." Ted rose his cup, and Harry put his hand on Dobby's shoulder. "Chamber of Secrets, Dobby." And he was of. In the Chamber of Secrets, moments later, Harry turned to Dobby. "Where did you send Malfoy?" "Into the lake." Dobby grinned and Harry laughed. Back in number 12 Grimmauld Place, Narcissa recovered from her shock only to notice Andromeda glaring at her. "She knows," Andromeda said simply, and Sirius turned surprised to Narcissa, as did Ted. Isabella became suddenly nervous. "Narcissa," Sirius asked coldly, "what do you know?" She hesitated, deciding not to say a word. She recognized the laughter. Andromeda replied, and Narcissa looked surprised to her oldest sister. Isabella looked even more nervous. "Shit," Sirius replied, turning to Isabella. "It's not your fault. You did a good job." "SHH, it's fine," Sirius told her softly, and she nodded. "Be Bella?" Narcissa asked in shock and pure disbelief. They said you were dead. That Sirius killed you." "Leave them to me. I'll take care of it," Andromeda said, looking to Sirius and her husband. Ted looked to Sirius and nodded. "Mother," Sirius called. "Yes, Lord Black," Walburga asked from a frame. "You can stay if you want." Sirius told her as Narcissa looked surprised to her aunt's painting, submissive to her son Ted. A drink? I think that's better, he replied, looking at his wife. Don't be too harsh on her. She did a good job. It's not Bella I'm angry at, Andromeda replied, and Ted nodded, leaving with Sirius from the room. What the hell is going on here? Demanded Narcissa, raising from her seat and falling back on it after being slapped by Andromeda. Merlin, I wanted to do that since you were 15. Andromeda said, and Narcissa looked wide-eyed at her sister. Bella, you did a good job. Thank you, Bella replied, looking down. What did I tell you about looking down, you stupid girl? Andromeda demanded, and Bella looked up. You're a black, not a weakling Lestrange anymore. A black doesn't look down for anyone. Bella gulped, and Narcissa felt scared. I guess you want some answers, don't you? The youngest sister only nodded. Then listen closely. Grandfather Arcturus approached me with an idea when I was 11 before Hogwarts. I was to help him train a descendant of squibs with black blood. That's how I met Ted. Ted was supposed to be a Muggle-born, and to keep a low profile, he made sure he was sorted into Hufflepuff. Time passed, I taught Ted, and we fell in love. Grandfather was pleased and gave us his blessing. Then the Dark Lord revealed himself, and Grandfather planned accordingly. Realizing the Dark Lord would divide our family, he decided to gamble our family's future in both sides, light and dark. The family was dark, so there was no need to be concerned with that one. But there is the need of someone more in the light side, someone to make more alliances and take an active stance. Sirius? Narcissa asked, shocked, disbelief clear in her face. Sirius was bound to Slytherin. There was absolutely no doubt in that. He was cunning, he was smart and charismatic. And that's why Grandfather chose Sirius for the role of the Light Black. Andromeda snorted as Bella frowned. Looking sad, Sirius embraced his duty after a lot of complaining. I remember how he complained, how he argued, but Grandfather was unyielding. And Sirius never actually said no. In the end, Sirius did as Grandfather asked of him, and although Grandfather helped him plan his role, some plans were his own, like the sorting. He told me he barely convinced the Hat to put him in Gryffindor. And on that moment, with that single event, the entire country believed Sirius to be light and a pariah in his own family. Dumbledore did, our own family did, you did, Bella did. With that single decision, Sirius did more for Grandfather's plan than we all did or could do together. Andromeda told her sister, and Narcissa saw how Bella clenched her hands in her dress. It wasn't fair, Bella complained in a hiss. Life isn't fair, Isabella, Andromeda replied, and Bella hissed. Sirius deserved better. Yes, he did. Andromeda replied solemnly. Now, things evolved, and Sirius truly bonded with his little group of friends. It was a true friendship, and it helped that Potter was against all things dark. It helped Sirius to step away from the dark of his legacy. The fact they were as brothers helped. Then all Grandfather predicted happened. He died, the family rallied to the dark, and were nearly all wiped out. Andromeda spoke, filling a glass with liquor. There were times Sirius wanted to give up. There were times he felt himself lost. I know this because he came to me and Ted when he needed to talk. Every time he faced Bellatrix in battle, for example, who he still cared about as family, when Regulus died, even when Auntie died in those few months before the end of the war. He did, Walburga asked, and Andromeda looked at the painting. He cried, too. He got to our house, drunk and in grief, and he told us he had only one rule to fit in within the light, to wonder what would his mother do and do the opposite. And it worked. Walburga had no idea if she should be pleased or not, but she felt proud and touched. She ignored the prickling sensation in her eyes. He also told me something that if you repeat outside of this room, I will deny it vehemently. He told me he loved you. Andromeda chuckled, and Walburga was unable to hold her tears. Granted, he was pissed drunk, and he doesn't remember ever saying that. Moving on, Sirius went to jail. I tried to help him, but I had no proof and no way to get him out. For everyone, he was guilty. Then he escaped, and I was livid. He could have escaped any time. She chuckled. Then he went to Hogwarts, proved his innocence to Harry. Pettigrew escaped, and so did he, thankfully, and this year, Harry managed to prove him innocent, and Sirius has been rebuilding our family ever since, doing what Grandfather would do and wanted to do. And, Bella, Narcissa asked. Andromeda waved to her younger sister. I don't know. I was in Azkaban, and then I was in Diagon Alley, wanting answers to the questions plaguing me since Christmas, when Sirius visited me in secrecy and told me few bits of the truth. When he told me, I don't know. I felt anger rage against him, against Grandfather. But I also admired him, what he had done, what he had achieved. I needed to know everything. I wanted to know everything. I wanted to know why Sirius had done it, why he accepted. I found myself in Diagon Alley with no idea how I got there, and I just wanted to come home. I wanted to come here and I wanted to confront Sirius. I wanted answers. Luckily, he was alone. I demanded the answers and... Bella sobbed, not caring and hiding it from her sisters. We cursed him, we renounced him, we hated him, and he stood always true. We was the truest black of us all. But the paper said you fought him, that there was a body. Narcissa added, and Andromeda snorted. Blood golem, besides. Who would doubt the word of the Lord Black, especially when a dangerous fugitive was killed by his hand, solving a lot of problems to the DMLE. Sirius called me and I took Bella away while he prepared the blood golem. And we did fight, Bella replied. I remember fighting Sirius, but I didn't want to hurt him. I wanted to leave, I wanted to go away and die. And somehow, Sirius broke a compulsion on me and gave me another chance. Andy and Ted helped, of course. They took me to Spain and tortured me as they laughed, watching me living as a muggle for weeks. They forced me to a muggle procedure to permanently change my face, helped me to get physically and mentally better. I had to relearn occlumency, anger management. I did everything the Lord Black ordered me to. Create a new personality, a new character, a new backstory, and a new language. All for this. To be a part of the family again and have a second chance at living. Are you forsaking the Dark Lord? Narcissa asked, and Bella shook her head. I'm putting my family first this time, like I should have done before. If the Dark Lord returns, I will serve him if the Lord Black orders me to, but I won't jump in, even if I still bear his mark. What about Auntie Walburga? Narcissa asked, turning to the painting You Hated Sirius. I saw and heard everything between my son and Bellatrix. The painting replied, I could not believe the accusations I heard from Bellatrix, but when I heard the confirmation from Sirius' own lips, I couldn't believe the boy deceived us all. That of all of us, he was the truest Black and the truest Slytherin. She answered, looking proud. I am proud of my son. Now you know everything, Andromeda replied, sitting on her chair, leaving only one more thing to settle. And what's that? Narcissa asked, scared of her eldest sister's cold demeanor. She could be more terrifying than her Aunt Walburga and Mad Bellatrix combined. How worth is it for our new family to let you keep those memories? Andromeda replied coldly, and Narcissa gulped in fear. Harry finished his touches on the plans of the runic array he planned to use with Scylla and raised from his chair, walking out of the dorm chamber into the main chamber. At that hour, the chamber was still empty, as Scylla was still sleeping. It was barely 7, and he had been up for at least 1 hour. He stretched and ran a few laps along the chamber before head back to a shower to meet his girlfriend and friends at the common room. If everything would work out well by the end of the week, Voldemort would be dead, or so he hoped. With the shower taken, Harry dressed himself and had Dobby taken him to the common room where he met Astoria. Good morning, Firecracker, Harry spoke, and Astoria blushed. Good morning. What are you doing so early in here? I couldn't stand to be in the dorm any longer. She revealed my dorm mates started to talk about. You wouldn't understand. I can try, he replied. No, never mind. I'd rather speak to Daphne. Womanly things. Yeah, if that's it, then you're probably better asking a woman. Yeah, but for curiosity's sake, is it about the monthlies, the size of the boobs, ass, or boys? Astoria looked shocked to Harry, who looked serious. She decided to take a chance. Well, the period. I still haven't got mine, and all others did. My boobs aren't growing like I wanted them to, and the only concern about boys I have is to be aware of their stupidity. As a member of the male population, ouch, Harry replied. Don't worry about the other things, you're still young. Astoria snorted. How do you know? She asked, and Harry was not going to tell her he read books on raising up little girls, preparing for Daffy's puberty. It may have escaped your notice, but you're not the only girl growing around here and going through that stuff. I saw some weird things since I was 11, and I'm not talking about magic. Right. I'm serious. Back in Gryffindor, we used to learn the hard way to recognize the signs and the do's and don'ts. Harry told her besides, if we check your close family, the women are quite beautiful. Chances are you're going to be as pretty and good-looking as your mother, and if you're lucky, your sister. You're just saying that to be nice. Suit yourself, Firecracker, Harry replied with a shrug. If you're so knowledgeable, then why didn't I bleed yet? Astoria asked defiantly. It never happens at the same time for every girl. Harry told her, some girls bleed at 10, others at 14, many in the middle. Besides, why are you in a hurry to experience pain, cramps, and a lovely sour mood for almost a week? Astoria looked at him. Granger, she asked, and Harry snorted. Nah, your sister. Harry replied, sometimes she has cramps all day. She flinches if I touch her and sometimes even snaps at me to leave her be. It's like she's oversensitive to touch. That's why on those days I usually bring her a gift and stay there with her, no pressures, no nothing. A flower is usually enough to raise her mood. You gave her a flower yesterday. And what does that tell you? He asked her, and Astoria laughed. My point is, don't be in a hurry. In no time you'll be being chased around by boys, and I know I will have to play the part of the big brother. Astoria giggled. Thanks, Harry. She said as she rose from the couch, you make a fine big brother, even if it's creepy you know this much about girls. Never hurts to be prepared, Harry replied, noticing the surprise in Astoria's face when she looked at him. Daphne's behind us, isn't she? He asked. Yup, Daphne replied, and there was a giggle. And you're not alone. Nope, Daphne replied again. I see, Astoria, does Daphne have that look she has when she's angry? The one that says, I will cut you in little pieces if I catch you. I was thinking more of the one, I will make you regret to have been alive. But that works too. Then no, he asked, surprised. No, she's happy and smiling. Astoria replied, and Harry rose an eyebrow. Look at me, you idiot. Harry did and saw his girlfriend smiling at him, as well as Tracy, Millie, and Pansy, all looking smug while Theo, Blaze, Greg, and Vince looked unsure. Hi, he said, and Daphne smiled, cupping his face and kissing him. How is it he always gets away at the top? Blaze asked to no one in special as Daphne slid through the chair into Harry's lap, all without breaking the kiss. Oi, lovebirds, enough. Pansy said, you can continue later unless you want to be left behind. Daphne broke the kiss with a smile while Harry whimpered. Go ahead, Daphne replied, we'll meet you there. Theo snorted and they left them in the chair. What's wrong? He asked, and Daphne smiled. Nothing, that was just great advice you gave my sister and you should be rewarded. I have more advice to share, he replied with a wink, and Daphne giggled. I had never realized you always brought me a flower during my period week. What kind of a Slytherin would I be if I did things openly? Asked Harry, and Daphne laughed. It was music to his ears. Do you do all of this for kindness, then? She asked, their noses touching. Of course not, Harry replied. I expect repayment for all things I do. Then tell me, Lord Potter Slytherin, how can I repay you for all your kindness to me and my sister? She asked in almost a whisper in his ear, feeling the filling in his trousers and hiding a blush. I can think of several ways in the long and the short runs, he replied, his face buried in her neck. Oh, tell me about the long run. You, me, together forever. I won't accept anything else. I like the sound of that, if you continue to act like this. For you, always. Harry replied, kissing her. And in the short run, she asked after the snogging. Your heart in full, he replied. I thought you'd want more, she replied huskily and mockingly. I can wait for your body, Harry replied, his hand touching Daphne's leg and moving up over her skirt and thigh, making her gasp. Don't get me wrong, I want you in more ways than you believe, but I can wait for that, as long as I have your heart. You have it. Daphne hid a gasp, feeling Harry's hand in her butt as his lips grabbed hers. Breakfast could wait. Paid in blood, was it me or was Moody particularly cranky today? The O asked after a long period of 2 hours of Dada. He seemed normal for me, Millie replied with a shrug. Why? I don't know, it looked like he picked on us more than usual, I'm not sure, the boy replied. You're probably growing paranoid. Tracy replied, kissing him on the cheek. Never mind him, I bet he was born cranky. That made the fourth-year Slytherins chuckle. Any ideas for what to do today? Blaze asked. I want to finish Charm's homework and you can help me, Millie replied, and Blaze grinned. Of course, love, he replied, and Millie smiled. I have that meeting about the third task today, Harry groaned. What's that about, any idea? Asked Tracy. None, but I noticed some work at the Quidditch field. Harry told her maybe they are planning something and want us to know about it. No idea, actually. Probably it's nothing time-consuming. Daphne added, they didn't offer you any clue for the third task yet. Maybe that's it. Probably, Harry replied, hugging Daphne by the waist, but for now I won't care about it or anything else. I suggest you care about Transfiguration, mister. Daphne admonished him playfully. That's where we're headed now, Harry groaned. Lovely. And I had just decided which chair I wanted to sleep in, Harry said with a sigh. Rough night? Theo asked with a smirk. You didn't seem to be tired this morning. Daphne blushed with a huge smile. Not really, but... Harry started looking strange. I have had this strange feeling for the past hours, ever since Dada started. His friends looked at him surprised, but Harry didn't realize it. It's like a buzz in my ears with a tingling headache. Daphne frowned at that. If I didn't know any better, I would have said someone was using legilimency on me. That's weird, mumbled Blaze, and Harry shrugged. It's probably nothing, Harry replied, hugging Daphne tighter by the waist, looking at her with a grin. Maybe a kiss from a beautiful girl would help me to feel better. Harry chuckled. What do you say, Daph? Would you like to try for science? Daphne rolled her eyes with an amused snort and gave him one kiss on the cheek. That's enough for now, she said, and Harry pouted while their friends laughed. They reached the Transfiguration classroom, and as usual, the door was open. They entered and sat at their usual seats, sitting in quiet in contrast with the rowdy Gryffindors. McGonagall appeared shortly before the class started and quickly started to talk about conjuration, a branch of Transfiguration. That's what Potter and Greengrass do with their demonic snakes, isn't it? Asked Lavender Brown, raising her arm. No. It is not, Ms. Brown, McGonagall replied. Mr. Potter, care to explain? You can conjure objects and you can only summon living things, Harry explained shortly, but that was the essence of it. What Potter forgot to explain was that a conjuration is often the act of transfigurate the air itself into the target object we aim, while summoning involves the act of bringing a living creature from one place to our location. Granger supplied promptly with a snobbish look, almost sneering at her former friend. Very good. 5 points for Mr. Potter, another 5 for Ms. Granger. McGonagall replied. Can anyone give an example of a summoning spell? She asked, looking at 2 particular Slytherins apart. Summoning your snakes. Daphne rose her hand, as did Granger. Miss Granger, and people said McGonagall was a fair teacher. Avi's summoning birds, the know-it-all replied with a smug. Very good, that's a Newt level spell, McGonagall replied, turning to Daphne. Miss Greengrass. Serpensortia, she replied, and McGonagall paled slightly but accepted the spell. Indeed, the woman replied. Now, continuing our lesson about conjuration, as it was said, conjuration is the act of transfigurating the air itself into another inanimate shape. There are several rules of basic conjuration, and we will discuss them before attempting practical work. Am I boring you, Mr. Potter? The woman asked, glaring at Harry, who had just yawned behind his hand. Sorry, he asked, surprised at being singled out. I asked if I am boring you. The woman asked with a glare again. You certainly seem so. Not at all, Professor, he replied, hiding his annoyance from his voice and the scowl that wanted to form in his lips. If you are tired, I suggest you go to sleep earlier instead of losing resting time in frivolous activities. 10 points from Slytherin. The Transfiguration professor replied before turning away from him and back to the rest of the class. Harry scoffed at the advice and continued to pay attention to the rest of the lesson. Yet he couldn't help it but feel his anger raising, directed at the woman in front of him. How dared she? Who did the elder bitch think she was to single him out like that? If he was tired, it was because he had work to do, work that neither she nor her precious headmaster were willing to do, as usual, for their greater good. Good-for-nothing hag, always offering useless advice, always ignoring what was in front of her, always belittling everything that went against her precious light philosophy. And she called herself a teacher. She wasn't even available for her students, nor did she did anything to support them. Is there a problem, Potter? The hated woman's voice diverted him from his dark thoughts, and he realized he was glaring at McGonagall, who was standing in front of him with a scowl. Yes, Harry replied in a darkly tone while glaring at her, and McGonagall could swear she saw his eyes getting darker. She ignored it as being a trick of the light. The two of us have been having a problem for a long time, and it has only become worse since Halloween. He scowled, and I am tired of it. What? McGonagall widened her eyes, surprised as did most of the students, Gryffindor and Slytherin. Harry scoffed. You heard me, he replied, rising slowly from his seat to face the woman in her eyes. When I arrived at Hogwarts, I heard your speech about how our house was going to be our family, and for once I had hope. Hope to meet someone like me, someone to support me when I needed and to encourage me. I actually saw you as the grandmother I never had. And what did you do? In my first year, you sent me, Malfoy, the Beaver, and the Waste Bin to a detention with Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest, who happens to be forbidden for a reason, or so Dumbledore says every year, and yet you sent us there, with 1 half-giant and 1 dog to protect us. And we all know who I found, drinking the blood of the unicorn. Hadn't it been for the centaurs, I would be dead. Harry's anger grew, punctuating his words. Then, your support knew no bounds again, when we told you about our suspicions of someone trying to stealing the stone. McGonagall's eyes widened as she gasped. You claimed the stone was safely hidden and protected. And yet, 3 first years passed through the defenses the teachers at this school came up with, and once again, I had to be the one dealing with Quirrell and his master, since none of you teachers would hear us. We were lucky Dumbledore used the mirror, or else, when I got there, Quirrell would have left with the stone. Then 2nd year. It had to be Granger to find out about the basilisk and the pipes, and it had to be me to actually do something. Again, because you teachers wouldn't use your fucking brains for once. Harry cried out, making everyone gasp and shiver. 3rd year. Instead of being my head of house and grandmother-like figure and tell me the truth, you deliberately kept me in the dark about MY godfather and MY uncle. I had to sneak out of Hogwarts under my cloak and overhear a conversation between you and Fudge. More, you, who were my parents' head of house, should know better. You of all people should know the bond between my father and Sirius. Yet, instead of wanting to help one of your lions, instead of wanting answers, instead of wanting to help one of your comrades in the damn Order of the Turkey you gallivanted around in, you turned your back on him just like everyone else, letting him rot in Azkaban for 12 years. Granted, the man is an idiot who could have escaped any time, but that's beside the point. And this year, the cherry at the top of the cake, instead of helping me, you allowed those brain-dead students of your house to cast me out with no evidence when I was innocent. His anger was palpable, and even his friends were afraid of Harry, feeling his demeanor and his magic leaking from him. Daphne did too shocked to even act trying to calm her boyfriend, so you can keep your wondrous advice to share it with someone who gives a damn. Harry got out from his desk and started to walk away from the Slytherins, walking towards the door. McGonagall recovered her composure quickly, seeing him by the door. 50 points from Slytherin for appalling behavior. She shouted, "Sit down, Mr. Potter. The lesson is not ended yet." "Make me," he answered back, waving his wand and opening the door with loud band. "Your parents would be appalled with your behavior." The woman shot back and Harry stopped his stride, turning to McGonagall with anger in his face. "My parents are dead," he shouted, and everyone flinched. However, what he said next shocked everyone further, making many gasp, murdered for their own stupidity and their stupid loyalty to your order and your light. Why were they in Godric Hollow when they had a fully warded manor? Why were they only under the Fadelius when they had other wards on Potter Manor? Why didn't they pay the goblins for protection if the Potter vaults were loaded? Why was the Potter invisibility cloak in Dumbledore's possession instead of being at the house? Why didn't my mother use it to hide us from Voldemort? Why did my father, who was a oh-so-talented duelist, die in the entrance of the house like an amateur? Why did my mother, who was supposed to be an amazing and most intelligent witch, not have plans made to the situation? McGonagall just gaped at Harry's words, much like Daphne, who just knew something was not right with him. It was true that they had never spoke at length about his parents, but he had never spoken badly about them. Then again, that could be the reason why Harry never spoke about it, because he resented them. Then Daphne saw the trickles of blood falling from Harry's nose, followed by tears of blood. "Your generation made Voldemort, who destroyed our parents' generation. And you're still around, fucking up even more, leaving us with even more pieces to pick up and try to do something worthy with our lives. You failed us," Harry shouted, waving at the class, "just like you failed when you allowed Dumbledore to abandon a 1-year-old baby at the doorstep of magic-hatting muggles in a cold November night." McGonagall paled, not that Harry cared. He never saw it, though, as he felt his world fading from around him, never realizing his own fall. "Harry!" Daphne shouted the moment she realized Harry was fainting, and Vince was fast enough to grab Harry before he fell on the floor, face first. All the Slytherins rose from their seats when they saw it, and all rallied around the fallen Harry, Vince and Daphne, who cleaned Harry's blood and tried unsuccessfully to wake him. "Harry, wake up!" she demanded in fear, but Harry was gone. Then he screamed and convulsed. Paid in blood when Harry opened his eyes, he realized he was laying in the hospital wing, surrounded by all of his friends, looking concerned at him. Hi," he tried to say, but his head throbbed at the words. "Don't speak," Daphne told him in a soft voice. He turned to her and saw relief in her eyes, trying to bury the fear and the horror she experienced. "Are you all right, mate?" asked Theo, and Harry looked at him, nodding. "What happened?" Harry asked, and all looked uncomfortable. "Harry, what is the last thing you remember?" asked Daphne. "Going to Transfiguration, wanting a kiss and getting only a peck in the cheek," he replied with a small frown. His friends chuckled nervously at that. What happened? Harry, Millie started, gaining courage enough to speak. You tore McGonagall apart in Transfiguration class. Verbally, that is, Pansy added. You spoke in anger, that was for sure. Tracy replied, and Harry frowned at that, feeling Daphne's fingers in his hair. Then, when you accused her and her generation of failing our generation, you started to bleed and fainted. Then, Harry asked, unsure he wanted to know. You started to scream in pain and convulsing. Theo added as Blaise. Vince and Greg nodded. Greg and Vince couldn't hold you and we had to stun you before Madame Pomfrey showed up. Hell, we had to stun you 3 times because your magic nearly broke the charm. What? Harry asked in shock. When Madame Pomfrey checked you, she discovered your magic was unstable. Daphne replied softly. Your magic lashed against you from within for some reason. Daphne hesitated. Have you been sick or feeling weird? Have you been doing something unusual? No, I haven't. Harry replied with a frown. The only thing unusual I have been doing is that runes project. Daphne nodded. Madame Pomfrey fed you several potions that did nothing. In the end, after nearly 1 hour, you stopped screaming and went back to normal. That doesn't make any sense, Harry mumbled. No, it doesn't. The serious voice of Madame Pomfrey spoke, and the matron came forward solemnly. That's why you are going to stay here for observation for a few days. Harry only nodded, and Madame Pomfrey felt weird at the scene, not hearing any complaint from the young man. Here, drink this potion, she told him, giving him a green vial. Harry simply drank it at once and leaned into Daphne, who gladly accepted his closeness. Do you have any suspicions? Harry asked the matron, and Madame Pomfrey shook her head. You should rest, the matron replied, but his friends didn't take the hint, standing where they were. So what else happened in Transfiguration? Harry asked, noticing how uncomfortable they were. Before we answer you, I need you to answer one question. Daphne replied, and Harry nodded. I want you to tell me the truth, no lies. Will you do that for me? Again, Harry nodded. What do you really think of your parents? He didn't reply the question, and Daphne had to ask again. They're dead. They don't matter anymore. He replied at the 3rd time, and all heard the scowl. Why? You admitted you feelings for them in class. Blaise replied solemnly, and you also pointed out the flaws in their plan of being hidden and the lack of preparation for an attack. Ah, Harry replied and sighed. Not to mention declare yourself even darker in front of everyone. Pansy replied with a smirk. Harry looked at Daphne and saw her concerned blue eyes looking at him. He went for her unoccupied hand and squeezed it. So what? He asked. Eventually his friends had to leave. Orders of Madame Pomfrey, and Harry summoned Dobby. Master, how do you feel? Tired, he replied with a sigh. Any idea about what happened? None, the elf replied. Fine, just bring me the plans for the runic array for me to check them again. I did it and they are just fine, Dobby replied, snapping his fingers. At once a scroll appeared in his hand. Why are you so concerned? I care about Scylla, Harry replied, and Dobby snorted as his master opened the scroll and checked the runes formula and arithmancy. None spoke for several moments. Can you start making it? Of course, Dobby replied, receiving the scroll back. Then do it and test it. I want it to be flawless. It's just a runic patterning that will make the snake immune to the crow of roosters. You could deaf it. And have Scylla not been able to hear her enemies? He asked with a raised eyebrow. I rather have this work and make sure Scylla is fine than take chances. This is too important. All right, it should be done in 2 days, Dobby replied, and Harry nodded. Then the day I leave this place, we will apply the runes on Scylla and send her to Voldemort's lair. Would you like anything else, Master? Dobby asked, and Harry shook his head. Have a good night, Dobby, Harry said. You too, Master, Dobby replied, popping away, leaving Harry alone in the darkness. He fortified his occlumency shields to full power and started to review the memories from the class, finding them both amusing and worrisome. The moment he stood lashing at McGonagall, right before he fainted, he seemed to have felt something, a small breeze or a warmth, but he had no idea what it had been. In the end, he had no idea what happened, but he did have a lot of questions. Paid in blood 3 days later, Harry was allowed to leave the hospital wing. Whatever had happened to him in Transfiguration had not happened again, and Madame Pomfrey had no idea of what to think about the strange occurrence. Harry left with orders to return if he felt anything unusual, and once again, Harry didn't complain, accepting the matron's word with a nod. Realizing it was mid-afternoon, Harry chose to walk for a bit, knowing that his friends would be in class. Charms. He could show up but had other things to do and had no desire of dealing with the Gryffindors. He went to the outside and walked to the lake shore, standing with the arms behind his back and his eyes closed, feeling the wind in his face. He didn't care about anything else for a small moment, just standing there. That was, of course, until he felt an aura approaching him. "Headmaster," Harry mumbled, his eyes still closed. "Mr. Potter." The headmaster replied, and for some reason, with the warmth in the older man's voice, he also felt apprehension and nervous. "I'm glad to see Madame Pomfrey has allowed you to leave her domains." "Yes," he mumbled, seeing the older man standing at his side. "How do you feel?" asked Dumbledore. "Worried, apprehensive," Harry replied, shocked. "Understandable." The headmaster replied, and for several moments none spoke. "Do you care to enlighten an old man on your side of the story?" "You probably know more than I do already," Harry replied, looking to the headmaster with cold eyes. "Sir, I have no idea what happened and I have no idea what caused it. I am concerned about it and I don't want it to happen again. That is all." "Glad to hear it, but unfortunately we need to talk about it," Dumbledore replied, and Harry frowned. "Professor McGonagall wants to give you a month detention for lack of respect." Harry snorted. "Typical." Harry replied, and Dumbledore frowned. That woman is as biased as Professor Snape. At least Snape has the guts to admit it in public. Now, Harry," Dumbledore replied. "Professor McGonagall is a fine professional and an excellent educator. No, she is a fine transfiguration mistress. But when dealing with children, she isn't so available." Dumbledore hummed, remembering a Gryffindor first year saying the very same, "Is to her that I must report for my detentions." "No detentions have been assigned yet," Dumbledore replied. "How would you like to be company for an old man having a stroll for the grounds?" "Fine, but I don't see any old man around," Harry joked, and Dumbledore chuckled. The two started to walk in silence. "I understand your friends were quite concerned about you and they all tried to help you," Dumbledore said. "They are good people," Harry replied, walking with the arms behind his back. "I always found surprising how quickly you were accepted in Slytherin," Dumbledore replied. "I admit I had my concerns. Not every one of us is dark and blind, headmaster," Harry replied with a sigh. "A child is not their parents, neither it is the sum of its parents." "Wise words, Harry. I find it refreshing to find a child with such perception." "I am no child," Harry mumbled. "I haven't been a child in a long time." Dumbledore frowned at that but said nothing. Neither spoke for some more moments. "I think we dawdled enough, headmaster," Harry spoke after some moments of walking. "Feel free to ask what you wanted in the first place." "Why do you think I had anything to ask you?" Dumbledore asked with a small chuckle. "You came to me instead of summoning me, as is your usual," Harry replied bluntly, and Dumbledore lost his amusement. "And in your place I would do the same." Dumbledore just nodded. "I asked Professor McGonagall for a memory of the event, and I was shocked with some of your words, Harry." "Which ones? How do you know of the Order of the Phoenix?" asked Dumbledore, and Harry snorted. "My parents left diaries," Harry replied shortly, and Dumbledore seemed to accept the answer. "Did you mean what you said?" asked Dumbledore, and Harry sighed. "What exactly?" asked Harry. "The part when you mentioned you wanted to see Professor McGonagall as a grandmother and find people like you," Dumbledore replied, and Harry nodded. "I was severely disappointed when I realized I couldn't count with McGonagall. Then again, it was nothing new by then," Harry said, more to himself, not noticing Dumbledore's frown. "I learned very young not to count with anyone, on how to be self-reliant and smart. I had hopes when I came here, but those quickly vanished when I understood the kind of crowd I was hanging out with." "I see," Dumbledore replied hesitantly, and Harry snorted. "No, you don't, headmaster," he replied, looking at the older man. "You have no idea what it's like." "Would you like to explain it to me, then?" the older man asked. "I learned to hate while very young, but I also learned how to be cunning and hide it." Dumbledore was shocked with the boy's words, appalled with what he was hearing, but he asked for it, and he would hear everything the boy wanted to share. "Then again, I also learned the true value of a family and love. I saw how the other kids acted with their parents and how I wanted to act. But I couldn't. I came here, wanting a fresh start and friends, but because of Voldemort, my cousin." Harry snorted at that. "I had nothing of the sort. When the hat told me I was Slytherin material, I was both appalled and afraid. Appalled because it wanted to put me with the blonde dunce, and afraid because it would put me in the house of the man who destroyed my family. Ollivander had already told me of our similarities, and I didn't want to be like him." It came out in a whisper, but Dumbledore heard it and felt his worried heart calm down a bit. Harry picked a small stone from the ground and threw it into the lake. Watching it slide on the water, I was afraid, and all I wanted was to learn, grow, have friends, and he shrugged with a sigh. Well, it doesn't really matter. Not anymore, at least. I am where I belong and I am happy. More than I have ever been in several years. I am glad you found what you wanted, Harry. Dumbledore replied with a small smile. However, do you truly meant what you said concerning your parents? Harry looked with cold steel eyes at the headmaster. That was the only answer the older man needed. Your parents loved you, Harry. That's not the point, headmaster, Harry replied. Their deaths were stupid and showed a lot of under-preparation for such a critical situation. I myself came up with several ideas that my mother could have used to escape, and only 2 of them involved the cloak that for some reason was in your possession. Care to explain that? Dumbledore coughed, embarrassed. I had asked your father to study it and he never asked it back. Neither had I remembered to return it. Harry snorted at that. Your father was the quintessential Gryffindor, Harry. Sometimes he rushed in too easily. Lily tended to be calmer and use a critical analysis to the situation, but the both of them were Gryffindors, no matter how meaningless those titles truly are, and the both of them died because they didn't plan accordingly. Harry replied with a sigh. Do you resent them? Dumbledore asked. For dying. For dying stupidly, yes. Harry confessed. I don't hate them, though. I'm just appalled how things led to their deaths. It was a waste. All needless loss of life is a waste, Harry. I know. He replied, and Dumbledore thought to see ancient, tired, and haunted green eyes looking to the lake, much like his own. To lose what we love the most, because of others. Not again. Never again. Those words warmed the older man's spirit. Maybe Harry Potter wasn't falling into darkness as he originally believed after seeing the memories. Not if he was able to love and care, and that was what he wanted to know the most. In the beginning of the year, Harry seemed to be falling into darkness. Then, somehow, while associating with the fourth-year Slytherins, while still showing dark tendencies, he was protective and seemed to become lighter in a matter of speaking. Then, seeing the memories, it seemed that Harry Potter was falling into darkness again. Although now, the ancient headmaster was not so sure, but he would gain no information by pestering the boy, even less than keeping him away. Well, this was a nice conversation, the older man said with a smile, surprising Harry. Alas, I have much work to do and I merely wanted to inquire about your health. Have no fear, I will let you know about the detentions you have to serve for what happened. Dumbledore said with a smile and an amused grin. Enjoy the rest of your day, Harry, and try not to get caught. We are in a class period, after all. Although, do not be so harsh on your parents. They loved you very much and gave their life to protect yours. Regardless how, my parents are dead, headmaster. He said to the older man, I appreciate their sacrifice for me and I accept they died, but that's it. I don't have to like it. He sighed, turning away, but it doesn't matter. Only the living and those who are yet to be born matter. Had Harry looked to the headmaster, he would have seen a huge smile taking shape in the older man's mouth. That's a wonderful thought, Harry, he said before leaving. Harry thought so too, now that he had Daphne back. Paid in blood, how do you feel? Harry asked, and Scylla hissed, moving around. Normal, my pet. The young basilisk replied, and Harry accepted the answer. He had spent the last 5 hours etching runes in Scylla's scales and was really tired. That was the method chosen by Scylla herself, no matter if it hurt. If the runes were etched in her scales, they would never vanish and she would be powerful for her entire life, unlike if her pet used ink. Then you should rest while the runes charge. It won't take much time, and if you want, you can still go this evening, said Harry, and Scylla nodded. I am ready, my pet. I will vanquish your enemy for you and I will protect you. Let's go over the plan again, Harry said, and Scylla promptly replied. I will go into this riddle's nest and I must be hidden at most times. When I see the puny enemy snake called Nagini, I am to bit her and kill her. Then I need to go back to the place where I arrived first and call for you on the mirror your elf will leave there for me. I will tell you the snake is dead and you will take care of the remaining those soul thingies. Scylla replied, and Harry chuckled, caressing Scylla's muzzle. Make sure you're safe, Harry told Scylla. Of course I will. Who do you think I am? What about your friends? Asked Harry, and Scylla shook its head. They will stay at the forest, waiting for my triumphant return. The basilisk replied pompous, and Harry chuckled. All right, in that case, just stay around a bit. You can cool yourself at the bed. I will take a shower and then I will sleep for a bit. What about your mate, my pet? Scylla asked, curious. She stayed in her nest with the other girls, Harry replied, using snake words for Scylla to understand better. He really didn't want another replay of the conversation bed, nest, and mates. The talk for snakes. What a joy. Harry took a quick shower and entered the bed, noticing Scylla had coiled itself on it. It didn't look like she was preparing for sleep, though. "Do you think the rune thingies are done yet?" Scylla asked as Harry laid on the bed. "No, you need to wait a bit more," Harry replied, amused. "How much more?" "Just a bit." "How much time is a bit?" Scylla insisted. 1 hour, maybe less, Harry replied. "How long is that?" "Remember 2 days ago when I left with Daphne for dinner?" "That was 2 hours, more or less, so it's half of that time." "That's too much time," Scylla replied, outraged, raising itself from its coiled body. "So boring." "Scylla, it's important to wait and you need to learn how to be patient." "But that's too much time." Scylla complained again. "What am I supposed to do? I am not sleepy as you are, my pet. Besides, I am excited to go on this adventure. I know I will sing you a song to help you sleep, and when I'm ready I will wake you." "Oh no." Harry thought to himself. There was once a big snake. The snake was really big. Once it got a deer, it swallowed it whole and it burped loud for all to hear. Can snakes even burp? Harry thought to himself, trying to ignore the second verse of the song. Harry closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep, no matter how little time, as he was tired. He wasn't sure if he slept or not, but he was shaken by an amused Dobby, feeling something heavy on his chest. Harry looked and saw Scylla sleeping, its head on his chest, going up and down with Harry's breathing. "The runes are charged, Harry," Dobby said, and Harry nodded, waking Scylla with a soft pat on her head. "Scylla, it's time if you want to go." Scylla woke and grumbled, leaving Harry's chest and slithering to the base of the bed where it coiled itself again. "I guess not," Harry replied, and Dobby chuckled. "I'll wake you at 7," Dobby replied before popping away again, probably to his own room. Harry closed his eyes again and felt himself drifting to sleep, for some reason dreaming of himself with his wife, as well as their daughter in a dark cave. He saw his wife looking at him before jumping him and kissing him, just as he was assaulted by a small, overexcited and tearful girl. He saw their lips moving. He saw the tears in their eyes, and much weirder, he saw them flickering but heard none of their words, nor would he remember the weird dream the following morning. Even not understanding what they were saying, Harry felt calm and at peace in that dream, hugging the 2 girls he loved the most in the entire world. He never noticed the giant blue-eyed basilisk resting in the shadows. Paid in blood at 7 in the morning, Dobby woke Harry, who woke Scylla. After some last recommendations, Dobby popped away with the basilisk coiled around his waist, returning not even 10 minutes later, reporting a mission accomplished. "Then let's prepare the rest," Harry replied. With a wave of his wand, the Horcrux chest was opened, and next to it, a small barrel of basilisk poison, harvested from the former guardian of the chamber, was placed. It was only needed to empty the barrel into the chest and let the Horcrux dip for a while. After that, all they needed to do was go in Riddle Manor and do the rest. A bit anticlimactic, now that Harry thought about it. In the armor stand, 3 armors stood, prepared to be used into battle. His, Daphne's, and Dobby's. Daphne was aware of Harry's most recent plan, of course, and approved it. She was also ready to depart at any time. Unfortunately, it was a Thursday and they had classes to attend. Harry would take the mirror with himself at every time and would receive Scylla's reply. After that, as soon as they would be able, Harry, Daphne, and Dobby would put on their armors and go into Riddle Manor, battle-ready and prepared for everything, to finish the Dark Lord, once and for all. The day started with breakfast, and neither Harry or Daphne were able to perfectly hide their apprehension. All of their friends noticed it, as did some of the others. They didn't talk much, apart to address questions made by their friends or teachers. They seemed distraught, but at the same time seemed focused. Weird. Of course, it didn't affect their classwork and they still got points for a job well done, even in Transfiguration. McGonagall showed some animosity towards Harry, but treated him like any other student, not caring about his or her house color. That was professional of her. Harry had approached McGonagall and apologized for his behavior and undermining her authority, but not for his words. The message was clear, and McGonagall seemed to have swallowed a lemon after hearing it. Yet, she said nothing, nodding only to the boy. Nearly all of the morning had passed, and Harry was sitting with Daphne at arithmancy, paying attention to class but with his thoughts fleeing towards Scylla, Nagini, and Voldemort. Would Scylla be all right, be safe? His thoughts were interrupted with a soft hand on his. He turned to Daphne and saw her looking at him with a soft smile. "Everything will be all right," she whispered, and Harry nodded. "I know, I'm just worried about Scylla. Anything you two would like to share with class, Ms. Greengrass, Mr. Potter?" Asked the professor. "Nothing at all, Professor." Harry replied promptly, and Professor Vector nodded, continuing with class, ignoring the snickers from the other students. In the front row, Hermione Granger scowled at the two for interrupting the class, giving her complete attention to the professor once again. Our time is ending, therefore, for homework. I want you to do an essay on the significance and the meaning of 3 runes of your choice. Does it have to be 3 taught runes? Asked Granger, and the professor shook her head. 3 runes of your choice, Ms. Granger. The professor repeated herself. You may leave earlier for lunch and have a nice weekend. Some replied, others didn't, but all packed their things and left the classroom. Dobby, Harry called, and his and Daphne's bag vanished in thin air. Shall we go to lunch, my dear? Harry asked in a pompous tone, trying to hide his concerns. Daphne chuckled and nodded, taking his arm and walking out of the room, noticing some amused and envious looks the other students gave them. You need to relax, Daphne said, and Harry sighed. She's still a child. Maybe I shouldn't have sent her, Harry whispered. You're being such a father. Daphne mocked him with a giggle, but she did find it sweet and endearing. What can I say? I like that little obnoxious and amusing snake. He replied, and Daphne smirked. It's a shame the gaze is not yet fully developed. It would be so much easier. She is doing it willingly. Daphne recalled him. I'm just surprised she only went this morning instead earlier. I would assume the excitement would be greater. Well, let us just say that after singing me a lullaby, Scylla fell asleep in my chest, and when the runes were charged instead of leaving, the sleep was far more important. Daphne snorted and chuckled, amused at the thought of Scylla singing a lullaby. Is it like the others? Catchy tunes, you mean? Harry asked, and Daphne refrained from snorting at his question. Not so much, something about a big snake eating, Harry replied. Figures, Daphne replied. Then Harry stiffened instead of giving another step, his amusement vanishing, replaced by a mask of focus. Harry, what's wrong? Raise a silence ward, quick, Harry replied, taking his hand to his pocket. Daphne drew the wand and raised the ward before noticing Harry was handling a little mirror in his hand. It's too early, he mumbled before raising the mirror, making sure everyone passed through them. Daphne understood immediately what was happening and made sure to make the others walk past them, not to disturb them. It was not like she was going to understand Harry and Scylla's conversation. She heard his hissing at the mirror and waited patiently, hearing the hissing from the other side. At first, Harry looked amused, but then his demeanor changed to concerned and worried. The greatest sign was when his eyebrows raised in shock and surprise before hissing back at the mirror and pocketing it. What's wrong? Daphne asked, concerned, seeing his own concern mingling with some rage and frustration. Riddle Manor is empty, Harry replied, almost seething. There is no one there, and for the looks of it, there hasn't been anyone there for several months. Daphne gaped at that. But I thought Voldemort stayed there. So did I, Harry replied, massaging his temples. What now? Daphne asked, crossing her arms and hiding her worries. What will we do? Put a challenge in the paper to draw him out, Harry replied, half in joke and half in frustration, and Daphne glared at him. Harry, sorry, but I have no idea. I have no idea what's happening. Would Crouch know? She asked, and Harry looked wide at her, his annoyance almost vanishing, replaced by a huge smile. Brilliant, he said, holding her and twirling her around. Of course. Harry, put me down, she ordered, more in shock than annoyance. Come on, let's find the bastard. Do you plan to go to him and just ask? Daphne raised an eyebrow, and Harry nodded. I said I took care of him, didn't I? Harry asked back, and Daphne accepted his reply. The two walked to the Dada room and found Moody, aka Barty Crouch Jr., under Polyjuice, alone in the room, and sat at the desk grading papers. Potter Greengrass. What do you want? The man asked bluntly. Are we alone, Professor? Asked Harry, or is there anyone hearing or seeing us? What kind of question is that, Potter? The man replied, raising his eyes from his work and glaring at the boy. It was a simple question, wasn't it, Crouch? Harry asked with cold steel in his voice, and the man sat at the desk stiffened. What did you call me? The man asked, his arm slowly moving towards his wand, not that Harry or Daphne would realize it. I asked. Harry started, only to widen his eyes the moment he understood. In a quick dash, he drew his wand in time to dodge a stunner. Although surprised, Daphne also drew her wand and cast her own stunner on the man, most out of reaction, only to have it shielded. Crouch was no slouch with a wand, but he was in a constricted space. To add to his troubles, the moment he cast a stunner on Daphne's direction. Her chest glowed green, and everyone knew what was coming. Regardless, Harry hit him with his own Veritas Imperio spell in the short time before Cale manifested himself and ordered the man to stop, which he did. "How did you break free?" Harry almost roared in anger after hissing at Cale to stand down. "I don't understand your question, Master. I had you under my power. How did you break free?" Harry demanded again, and Daphne stepped up to his side, still shaken from the short but intense duel. "The Dark Lord cast several spells on me. Maybe one of them did it," Crouch replied with a vacant tone and look. Harry was forced to accept it. "Where is Voldemort?" Daphne demanded, holding Harry's arm, but Crouch didn't answer. "Answer her, scum," Harry ordered at once. "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know? Don't you report to him?" Daphne asked again. "I send owls to the Dark Lord, as does he when he sends me his orders," Crouch replied, and Harry growled as Daphne sighed. "Has the plan to capture me in the third task changed?" Harry asked with a glare, and the man shook his head. "Not that I know of it, Master. Tell me if it does," Harry replied, and the man nodded. Harry turned to Daphne and pointed at Cale. Understanding what he meant, Daphne started to unsummon the giant snake as Harry cast an Obliviate on the Death Eater posing as their teacher, making him forget what just happened. "See you in class, Professor," Daphne said, almost dragging Harry from the room. The man, unaware of being under the spell or what just happened, just grumbled and went back to grading his essays, taking a sip from his bottle. "What the hell is going on?" A concerned Daphne asked Harry after getting away from the classroom. "I have no idea, but I don't like it," Harry replied. Daphne didn't either, and both of them had a really bad feeling for the future, especially the day of the third task. To the other houses in Hogwarts, Harry Potter had not changed at all since the days after his fallout with Professor McGonagall, by then Hogwarts secret, naturally known by everyone. To the students in the House of the Snake, as well as the students in the Black Wands, the truth was another. Harry seemed to be on edge, always performing his work in silence, using all of his time to study and practice. He still talked to people and cracked some jokes, but everyone, the fourth-year Slytherin students included, knew something was up, something that concerned Harry greatly. The Black Wands knew this better than everyone, as they had often met Harry practicing in the room of requirement as they arrived for their club meeting, against several training dummies in a deadly dance of movement, magic, and destruction. Even Daphne had been amazed at the sight, and after a grueling training session, Harry led the group meeting to the end, only to remain at the room for more training. All his friends were concerned about him, but most of them believed he was only training for the tournament, wanting to win. Daphne was the only human who knew the truth, and she didn't share it with anyone but Harry. Her training had stepped up as well, but she wasn't anywhere near the level she needed to be to face Voldemort. And that concerned her. Truth be told, Harry didn't drown himself in training and practice. He still indulged himself in the company of his friends and girlfriend, never missed a class, and showed up to every meal at the Great Hall. He even played several small Quidditch games with Victor, and the two organized a small Quidditch tournament as well, open to everyone in Hogwarts. It was a huge success, and everyone loved the idea. Daphne had also spent some more time with Fleur, and the Vila had told the younger girl about her wish to see the world, make a name for herself, and be successful. Daphne appreciated the older girl's wishes, and they spoke at length about what they wanted in life. Fleur admitted she wished to attempt curse-breaking as a career, not hiding the desire to find a proper wizard who would resist her allure and be her partner in life, with whom she would be able to form a family. She even joked with Daphne, wishing that Harry had an older brother or relative she could be introduced to. Daphne laughed with the older girl, but refrained from commenting that the Lord Black, Harry's uncle and godfather, was currently single. Besides, the man was almost twice Fleur's age. Among everything happening, Harry was showing signs of tiredness. Not everyone could see them, but for those attentive enough they were clear as day, and everyone was getting worried about him. Daphne capitalized on it on a weekend, making him go out with her and their friends to the lakeshore. And much to hers and everyone's surprise, Harry fell asleep with his head on her lap. No one dared to wake him for several hours. Whatever had happened on Transfiguration had never happened again, but that didn't mean Harry didn't keep his defenses up, ready for anything. Then there was the reason of his concerns, Voldemort. The Dark Lord wasn't at Riddle Manor, where Harry believed he would remain until the day of his rebirth. Harry had played based on that premise and had lost. Luckily, He had still his original plan, but what else had changed? Had things changed because of his return? Because of his changes? Those thoughts fueled his rage and his anger in practice, and he rained destructive spell after destructive spell upon the training dummies, trying to be ready to anything. He believed he was stronger than Voldemort, but that didn't mean he allowed himself to slack, making sure his muscle memory was working fine, his reflexes quick, and his spells powerful. Dobby or Scylla would often go back to Riddle Manor for some quick inspection, making sure Voldemort hadn't come back, but for weeks they had nothing to report, and even the elf and the young basilisk were getting worried, mostly with Harry. Eventually, the day of the third task arrived, and while there had been classes in the morning, the afternoon was granted to the champions to prepare, while every other students were to attend classes until 3 o'clock. That was the reason why Harry was sitting in the floor of the Chamber of Secrets, facing Salazar's face and the skeleton of the basilisk, his wand on the ground before him and his eyes closed, meditating and focusing his magic. He was preparing the best he could because he was sure something was going to happen. One way or another, tonight, everything will end. Harry whispered to himself, his whispers echoing in the silence of the chamber. Voldemort will fall and I will be free to live my life with no other concerns but the well-being of my family. His family, Daphne, the woman he had broken the laws of magic and nature for, the woman he loved. He had too much to lose now. He was not allowed to make mistakes. He would win and Voldemort would fall. There was no compromise, no mercy, no second chances. Then he would live in peace. "Master!" Dobby called from behind Harry, and the old Dark Lord turned 14 opened his flaring green eyes. "It is time." "Bring me my armor, then," Harry ordered, and Dobby snapped his fingers, the armor coming floating from the dorm chamber. Harry put the armor on with the help of his most loyal friend and servant in silence, as they had done many times before. "Are you ready?" Harry asked, and Dobby nodded. "What about the Horcruxes?" Dobby asked, and Harry hesitated. Did he dare to destroy them yet? Stealing his resolve, he looked at Dobby. "Wait until the task starts, then dip them in the poison," Harry ordered, and Dobby nodded. "My pet!" A hiss was heard, and Scylla appeared in the chamber near Harry. "What do you need me to do?" Harry had thought long and hard about it and decided he needed Scylla's help. "Scylla, you are staying with Dobby for now. When time comes, if it comes at all, I will summon you two to my side, and the moment you arrive, you are to find the snake and kill it. Do you understand?" "I understand, my pet," the young basilisk replied with a nod and in a serious tone. Scylla understood very well that the situation was serious and that the threat to her nest and her pet had to be dealt with. "You can count with me." "I know I can, Scylla," Harry replied with a smile. He could swear Scylla smiled as much as a snake could smile. "Tell the elf I will wrap myself around his torso," Scylla said, slithering to Dobby, who accepted his master words and allowed the basilisk to coil itself around him. "Be careful, my Harry," Scylla said, shocking Harry for a moment. "You still owe me a lot of meat, and you need to be around to protect me while I grow." "I promise, Scylla," Harry replied, amused after the initial shock. He donned the entire armor, under the looks of both Scylla and Dobby, and made sure everything was fine. Then he put on his Slytherin champion robes his house had offered him for his moment of glory, or so everyone hoped, mostly green and black with the colors of the other houses as well, with shorter sleeves as all his robes had, and picked his wand into his holster, ready for the task. Harry, Dobby, and an unusually quiet Scylla walked back into the dorm chamber. "Will you take a secondary wand?" asked Dobby, and Harry nodded, approaching the trunk where he kept his supplies. Several weeks earlier, Dobby and Harry had gone into Nocturne Alley on a weekend morning and had acquired 3 wands with a good compatibility to Harry. Dobby, being able to use a wand and being tuned to his master's magic, would be able to use them as well. Harry kept those wands away because they were a contingency plan, but sometimes, better being safe than sorry. After placing one of them in his secondary holster on his left arm, Harry walked to the workshop area, where Harry had several tiles made with runes etched on them, the tiles arrayed in a pattern with one tile in the center. All of them were charged with magic, and the runes seemed to glow softly. "Don't you think this is a little too much?" Dobby asked, waving at the tiles. Harry just chuckled. "Better be prepared for everything. Besides, I haven't seen it in a long time." He spoke ominously, and Dobby snorted, amused. "Unfortunately, I will not be allowed to have anything else than my wand, and I have no pockets." Harry spoke regretfully, turning to Dobby with a smirk. "You'll have to carry the tiles." "I will not fail you, master," Dobby replied, nodding. "I promise you." "Have you ever failed me, Dobby?" Harry asked, raising his eyebrow. Before the elf could reply, he continued, "Never. I have full confidence in your abilities to fulfill your part of the plan." "Still, I won't fail you," Dobby replied, and Harry patted his best friend's shoulder. "I know. Shall I take you to the common room?" Dobby asked, and Harry nodded, knowing he needed nothing else. Dobby left him in his supposed dorm room, which was empty by that hour, and went to the common room, empty as well. It seemed that no professors had allowed the students to leave earlier. With a wave of his wand, Harry checked the time and saw that it was nearly 3 o'clock, the assigned time for the champions and all students to meet at the Great Hall, where they had a surprise waiting for them. What kind of surprise? Harry had no idea. He walked to the Great Hall, and the only ones he saw were the ghost of the bloody Baron and his knights, all of whom bowed to him. When he did reach the almost empty Great Hall, however, he was surprised when he realized what the surprise was. "There you are, pup," the voice of Sirius Black sounded from the head table, where he was speaking with Professor Flitwick along with Remus. The man's voice was filled with joy, mirth, and the grin he sported had an almost perfect match in Remus. They were not alone, though. Standing with them were the Tonks, their daughter not included, and in Sirius' arm was none other than the newest member of the House of Black, Isabella Black. Surprisingly, Narcissa Malfoy was there as well. All of the Blacks, even Narcissa, smiled as they saw Harry enter the Great Hall, especially when their lord and Remus walked quickly towards him. Since people of their standing didn't run towards anything or anyone, one of the rules Andromeda had made sure they all understood. "Are you ready to win, pup?" asked Sirius with a huge grin, embracing his godson by the shoulders. "The entire family came to see you kick the others' asses and be amazing." "No pressure," Remus added, and the three laughed. "I really wasn't expecting this," Harry replied, and Sirius grinned. "Well, the Ministry, in their immense wisdom, decided to invite the closest family of the champions for the task." Sirius explained with a laugh. "I decided to buy some extra tickets and bring the whole family, or most of them at least. Dora is working and couldn't take the day off. I'm surprised they all came," Harry replied, noticing the Tonks, Isabella and Narcissa were approaching them. "Family sticks together, pup." Sirius replied, amused, or at least they should. "Let us just say that the new Black family sticks together and supports its members, isn't that right, Sirius?" asked Andromeda as they reached them. "Hello, Harry. I hope you are ready for the task." "Damn right," Sirius replied to Andy's former statement as Harry nodded. "Mrs. Tonks, Mr. Tonks, Mrs. Malfoy, Ms. Black. It's a pleasure to see you again, and I am honored that you took time from your schedule to come here today." "Nonsense, Harry." Ted replied, amused. "There is no other place where we ought to be." Isabella nodded to that. "That's right. Besides, it was a perfect opportunity to visit the so-called Hogwarts as well." The Spanish woman replied with a nervous smirk, seeing Harry between the two marauders. Harry knew she was mostly being polite. "How do you like it so far?" Harry replied, and Isabella nodded as if saying more or less. "It's big and has several renowned teachers." Isabella replied, "Our academies back in Spain are smaller, but to compensate, we have many of them." "Several smaller schools instead of one big?" Remus asked, thoughtful. "Well, at least the magical children of Spain don't know all of each other by their 15th birthday, Sirius joked. "And there are more magical children as well if they can support several schools," Remus replied. Harry, however, noticed the nervous shown by Isabella. "Are you nervous, Ms. Black?" he asked, and Isabella looked at him. "A bit," the woman replied. She had understood months before that there were situations where being honest and show weakness was fine, especially among her new family. "Nothing much, though. I just want to cause a good impression," she replied, and while the others nodded approvingly, Harry rose an eyebrow, not missing a chance. "And you came with them?" Harry asked, pointing to the two surviving marauders. "Hey!" Sirius and Remus complained as Harry snickered, accompanied by the other 4 members of the family. "They're not that bad," Isabella replied a bit hastily, feeling the need to defend the Lord Black. "Don't worry about that," Harry replied with a shrug and a smirk. "Come, let us seat at the table and have a cup of tea. I'm sure Dobby can get us something." "A fine idea," Andromeda nodded, turning to Sirius. "See, your godson is more polite towards guests than you are. You could learn something from him. One time." Sirius mocked complained, throwing his arms to the air. "I forgot to offer tea one time, and I will have to hear about it my whole life. Either that or get married." Ted added his 2 nuts to the conversation. "Your wife wouldn't let you forget that kind of thing, that's for sure." "I beg your pardon?" Andromeda asked with a mock glare, hiding her own amusement. Ted didn't even flinch as he knew his wife. They walked to the Slytherin table and sat, Dobby quickly popping at their side and snapping his fingers, making a tea tray with hot water and cookies show up at the table. Narcissa looked at Harry and saw his serious demeanor, much more intense than she would suspect. She would be the first to admit she hadn't been exactly fond of the Potter boy, but since the revelations about the Black family, and her almost begging to keep her memories, happened, she had started to see things in a new life and couldn't help to feel curious about the boy who was held in high regard by Sirius. Much like a son of his own. Not for the first time, she wished Draco and Potter would get along, and that Draco would prove his worth to the Lord Black and earn his respect. "What kind of preparations have you made, kiddo?" asked Sirius. "I know it's a maze with obstacles, so I'm ready for it." Harry replied, "I am also wearing by hide armor." "Hide armor?" Narcissa asked, amused. "You don't feel safe." "I don't plan to take any chances." Harry replied, "I have too much to lose." "Damn well said, pup. Damn well said." Sirius replied approvingly, picking his cup of tea while Remus nodded with a grin. "Speaking of which, I believe the too much to lose has just entered the hall." Harry turned to the hall's doors, ignoring Sirius' chuckle, and saw Daphne entering them, followed by the Slytherin fourth years. She saw him immediately at the Slytherin table and felt surprised at seeing the Blacks with him, but she didn't miss a smile to her boyfriend. With a wave, Harry called his friends, and the fourth-year Slytherins sat next to the Blacks, some of which they already knew. In no time, the Great Hall started to fill, as had been mandatory by the headmaster the previous night, and none of the Blacks missed the fact that several students came from their own house tables to wish Harry good luck, acting familiarly with him and the fourth-year Slytherins, much to Narcissa's chagrin. Her son had not been one of those students. In fact, the only student wearing red and gold that had come to wish Harry good luck had been a little boy, probably a first year. Draco had not even entered the Great Hall yet. Harry accepted the best wishes and squeezed Daphne's hand, feeling her squeeze back with a smile. He was ready for the task and, more importantly, for Voldemort. All the encouragement he needed was sitting at his side, smiling at him. Sure, she was nervous and she was hiding it, but he knew she trusted him and loved him, as he loved her. As he leaned into her lips, he heard a cough from his other side, missing the angry look Andromeda and Isabella gave the source of the cough, the grin from Sirius, the blush from Daphne, and the snickers from their friends. "Mr. Potter, Ms. Greengrass, please refrain from showing your affections for now." The cold and stern voice from Professor Snape sounded. "Of course, Professor." Daphne replied with a blush as Harry looked at the potion's master, who looked back at him. "Anything we can help you with, Professor?" Harry asked, and Snape nodded. "I came to offer you my best wishes and remind you that it is in everyone's best interests to have a win for Slytherin." "I thought it would be a win for Hogwarts," Remus replied, frowning. "Cedric Diggory is Hogwarts champion," Harry replied before Snape could speak. "I am a reluctant champion of no school, so Slytherin." "Yes." Snape replied, smirking, "Do remember to do a good job and try not to die. It would be rather shameful." Daphne flinched imperceptibly to that, and Harry smirked. "I wouldn't want to deprive you from the pleasure of teaching me for the next years, Professor," Harry replied, and the fourth years almost widened their eyes. "Can you imagine how dull it would be?" "Yes, dull," Snape replied before looking to the Blacks and acknowledged them with a nod. "Was it me, or was that odd?" asked Remus. "It wasn't only you, Professor," Millie replied as Blaise only nodded. "I wonder if the world is about to end." Tracy wondered, and everyone laughed. Harry just chuckled. Paid-in blood Ginny Weasley clenched her remaining fist in anger, watching Harry, his family, and the snakes, remembering the words written in the letter she and the twins had received just a week before. A letter sent to them by none other than their brother Bill. They had last seen him before going back to Hogwarts in the new year, and with him, their mother and themselves, they were the last Weasleys alive. They didn't know much about what their brother had been up to, but they knew he had to keep a low profile while working to support their mother and family, as he was now the head of the family. The few letters they received had been short and almost desperate, but thinking about it, for the past months, Bill's letters had changed, seeming more joyful and hopeful. And in the last letter they received, they finally found out why. Bill had found a patron who offered him protection for the entire family. He said in the letter that he had been learning a lot from his patron, and that he deserved all their respect and loyalty. In fact, Bill wrote that his patron was a powerful wizard who helped him uncover the truth about what happened. Bill had no ways to prove it, but he knew that Harry Potter had been responsible for Neville Longbottom and Ron's death. At first, Ginny didn't want to believe it, but as she read the letter, she became convinced that her loving brother's words were true. And all the love she felt for the Savior became anger, resentment, and hate. She and her brothers had followed Bill's indications to the letter and were more than ready to go forward with the plan to have their revenge for their family. They had told no one, especially Hermione. She could not be trusted, uppity mudblood. Ginny scowled again, seeing the snake whore and Potter's closeness, near their sycophants and the traitor Blacks, and the foreigners approaching them. In but a few hours, the Weasleys would have their revenge and Harry Potter would pay dearly for all the pain he caused them. Paid in blood, unaware of the dark thoughts in the Weasleys' minds, Harry shook hands with Mr. Krum and kissed Mrs. Krum's hand, not noticing the proud looks addressed to him by Andromeda. Victor had decided to introduce his parents to his fellow champions, and his good friend Harry and his beautiful girlfriend Daphne were the first. Harry had not disappointed. With the introductions of the Blacks as well, the Krums sat and chat for a while before going back to the midst of the Durmstrang students, after the announcement of tea being served for students and guests, a small treat offered by Hogwarts before the task, after which dinner and a huge celebration for the crowning of the champion would be offered. Minister Fudge, a few representatives of the foreign ministries and a few of his underlings, particularly his undersecretary, Madame Umbridge herself, arrived soon after tea began, taking their place at the head table among the staff. Meanwhile, Narcissa Malfoy saw her son sitting at the Gryffindor table, not having seen her yet. She waited throughout the duration of the meal, but her son never came to offer his good luck to his cousin. Shameful. She whispered with a sigh, being only heard by Andromeda and Isabella. "What is?" asked Isabella with a frown and a whisper. "My son hasn't come to offer his best wishes to Potter," Narcissa replied with a scowl. "Harry," Andromeda replied promptly, hiding a scowl behind a sweet smile but looking at her youngest sister's severe eyes. "His name is Harry, as you know, being family." "Yes." Narcissa replied, nervous. Never had fearing her sister so much like in the past weeks. "Clearly your husband was a bad influence on the boy. It is a shame Lucius is dead, but maybe now you can educate your son as a proper Black instead of a foolish and preening Malfoy." Isabella couldn't hide an amused chuckle, luckily not attracting anyone's attention. As Sirius, Remus were delighting the fourth-year Slytherins, and whoever wanted to hear them about their adventures and exploits throughout their Hogwarts years. Narcissa chose not to reply to the jab. It was true. A few moments later, the minister rose and started a small speech, received with enjoyment and claps before offering his best wishes to the champions. He introduced the two other men with him, who happened to be the ministers of Bulgaria and France themselves, and each of them made a small speech. When all of them finished, Dumbledore was the one to rise from his seat. "I am sure we all enjoyed to hear the wonderful words of our guests, but I am sure we are all excited for what it is to come. Am I right?" A loud cheer raised in the Great Hall, and Dumbledore chuckled as several people cheered for their favorite champions. "May I suggest that we all start to make our way to the Quidditch pitch, then?" Another cheer in that case. "Mr. Krum, Ms. Delacour, Mr. Diggory, Mr. Potter, good luck and may the best among you win. I know I should be impartial in the task, but as I won't have to assign points, I am allowed to be a little biased this one time. Let us show our Hogwarts spirit, shall we?" The cheers rose again, as well as the laughter. Dumbledore knew how to crack a joke, that was for sure. The students rose from their seats and many went for the door, wanting to get to the pitch and find good seats. The champions and their guests stayed behind, and much to the Blacks and the Slytherins' surprise, Draco Malfoy appeared before them, with his mother behind him. "I just want to offer you good luck," Potter, Malfoy said in a sour tone, and Harry widened his eyes in surprise before chuckling. "Thank you, cousin. It is most kind of you," Harry replied with a smile, and Malfoy sneered before leaving, addressing a sour look to his mother, who just sighed. Harry didn't care, though, as he too started to walk out of the room with Daphne in his arm, having said his goodbyes to everyone. The two walked alone and slowly through the grounds alone. "Don't do anything stupid," Daphne told him in almost a whisper as they walked. "I don't intend to," he replied. "Just kill him and come back." She said again, and he realized she was shivering. She was afraid for him. "I need you to come back to me." "Don't worry, Daph," Harry replied. "I promise you I'll be careful and that I will finish the bastard and come back." Good, she replied, turning to him and kissing him deeply. He held her tightly and kissed her back, and for some moments there was no Voldemort, no tournament, no nothing. There was just the two of them. Daphne was the one to finish the kiss, smiling at Harry and their foreheads touching. Let's go, then, she spoke, and he sighed. Just a bit more. He whispered and tightened the hug, as did Daphne. They eventually gave up the hug and continued silently together until an owl flew in front of them. Landed on the ground, offering her leg and the letter attached to it to Daphne. What the? Harry asked with a frown. Were you expecting mail at this time? Harry asked, and Daphne shook her head, not recognizing the black owl, only realizing it was one of Hogwarts' owls. She drew her wand and cast a diagnostic charm, which returned nothing. I have no idea, she replied, approaching the owl and taking the parchment. The owl flew away immediately, leaving the two surprised. Well, it has nothing dangerous. Daphne replied with a shrug and opened the parchment, reading the first line. It's for... She started to say, only to feel a very weird sensation, feeling herself vanish from thin air. Harry, who was patiently waiting for Daphne to read the letter, could only widen his eyes in shock as he saw Daphne fade from existence in front of him. DAPH! He shouted in fear and shock, trying to grab her but knowing that was already too late. Daphne vanished in front of him a mere moment before he heard a pop next to him and noticing the parchment of the letter falling on the ground where Daphne stood. Master, what happened? Where's the mistress? Asked Dobby, having felt the distress through the bond. With a heavy breathing and not feeling the external surge of magic cast on him, Harry grabbed the letter from the ground and started to read it, paling dramatically, as seen and felt by Dobby. No, 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 no. He seethed as he read the letter, his shock being replaced by anger. Potter, if you want your girl, all you need to do is win the task. You know what I mean. See you soon, Lord Voldemort. I am going to kill Voldemort, Harry shouted, unknowingly heard by many people. He turned to Dobby, who scowled nervously. I can't do it, Master. I know she's alive, but I can't pop us to her, Dobby said, and Harry seethed even more. How could that bastard do this? He spat, trying to think of a plan. What's wrong, my pet? Asked Scylla, coming out from Dobby's armor, noticing immediately his anger, his demeanor, and noticing Daphne was missing the cup then. I have no choice but to use the cup. Harry mumbled in anger. Dobby. I will need to go with you, Master, Dobby replied promptly, or else I won't be able to go to you again. Harry nodded and put his hand on Dobby's shoulder. One pop, they were gone, seeing themselves in the middle of the maze, a few steps in front of the cup. That son of a bitch dug his grave. Harry scowled as he went for the cup. Dobby, find Daphne and keep her safe. Scylla, Voldemort kidnapped Daphne. I want you to bite everything and everyone who is not me, Daphne or Dobby. Make sure you find the damn snake and finish it. Yes, my pet, Scylla replied promptly, ready to fight for Harry. What about the Horcruxes? Asked Dobby, and Harry scowled. Shit, I forgot. Go now and hurry, damn it, Harry ordered, and Dobby nodded at once, popping away. Harry circled the cup in fury, as an angry and caged lion would be, and nearly 1 minute later, Dobby popped next to him again. It's done, Master, Dobby replied, and Harry grabbed the elf's shoulder. Then let us go to war. Harry spat as he went for the cup's handle. Daphne is the priority. All others are meaningless. They will all die. Dobby seconded before both of them. Feel the tug in their navels and the world swirl. DAPH, he shouted in fear and shock, trying to grab her but knowing that was already too late. Daphne vanished in front of him a mere moment before he heard a pop next to him and noticing the parchment of the letter falling on the ground where Daphne stood. Master, what happened? Where's the mistress? Asked Dobby, having felt the distress through the bond. With a heavy breathing, Harry grabbed the letter from the ground and started to read it, paling dramatically, as seen and felt by Dobby. No, 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 no. He seethed as he read the letter, his shock being replaced by anger. Potter, if you want your girl, all you need to do is win the task. You know what I mean. See you soon, cousin, Lord Voldemort. I am going to kill Voldemort, Harry shouted, unknowingly heard by many people and not feeling the external surge of magic cast on him. He turned to Dobby, who scowled nervously. I can't feel her, Master. I know she's alive, but I can't pop us to her, Dobby said, and Harry seethed even more. How could that bastard do this? He spat, trying to think of a plan. What's wrong, my pet? Asked Scylla, coming out from Dobby's armor, noticing immediately his anger, his demeanor, and noticing Daphne was missing the cup then. I have no choice but to use the cup. Harry mumbled in anger. Dobby. I will need to go with you, Master. Dobby replied promptly, or else I won't be able to go to you again. Harry nodded and put his hand on Dobby's shoulder. With one pop, they were gone, seeing themselves in the middle of the maze, a few steps in front of the cup. That son of a bitch dug his grave. Harry scowled as he went for the cup. Dobby, find Daphne and keep her safe. Scylla, Voldemort kidnapped Daphne. I want you to bite everything and everyone who is not me, Daphne or Dobby. Make sure you find the damn snake and finish it. Yes, my pet, Scylla replied promptly, ready to fight for Harry. What about the Horcruxes? Asked Dobby, and Harry scowled. Shit, I forgot. Go now and hurry, damn it. Harry ordered, and Dobby nodded at once, popping away. Harry circled the cup in fury, as an angry and caged lion would be, and nearly 1 minute later, Dobby popped next to him again. It's done, master, Dobby replied, and Harry grabbed the elf's shoulder. Then let us go to war. Harry spat as he went for the cup's handle. Daphne is the priority. All others are meaningless. They will all die. Dobby seconded before both of them feel the tug in their navels and the world swirl. The moment the portkey dropped them on the other side, Harry, Dobby, and Scylla saw themselves in a graveyard, among the tombstones. Harry drew his wand and Dobby drew a knife as Scylla uncoiled itself from the elf's waist. Scylla, go. Harry ordered, and Scylla started to slither through the paths between the tombstones, as human and elf started to walk in guard, only to go against a barrier that flashed in blue. I can't pass through the barrier, Scylla hissed, slithering back to them. Knowing what to do, Dobby grabbed his master's arm and Scylla and tried to pop. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to. What the hell? Growled Harry, pointing his wand to the barrier. The more time we waste. He never finished his thoughts, starting to channel his magic and chanting in a low language. He felt the low power of the barrier, one ward among many others, and found it odd, although he didn't care. Surging his magic, he weaved his magic into the ward lines and made the barrier crumble in but a few minutes. Now, he growled, and human, elf, and basilisk passed through the barrier line as the whole barrier crumbled. They stepped into it, and Harry widened his eyes at what he saw. Standing in a small clearing among the tombstones, 5 people dressed with Death Eater garbs were standing in line. In the middle of them, with his wand on his hand, a surprised look in his red eyes and an amused smirk in his lipless mouth, pale, bald, and with 2 slits in the place of his nose, stood none other than the Dark Lord Voldemort, just as Harry remembered him from all those years in his past. However, Harry's attention was focused on the girl standing in front of Voldemort. Daphne looked apathetic and was clearly roughed, dirty and bleeding from a busted lip, and with a careful look one could realize her eyes were glazed. Adding to that, her necklace was glowing, and a few feet from her, the body of Cale was unmoving between 2 tombstones, headless and damaged, near what seemed the body of another Death Eater. Daph! Harry called, but Daphne didn't move. Harry Potter. Voldemort spoke at last. I have been expecting this moment for quite some time. Voldemort. Harry spat, his attention going to the Dark Lord. I am going to kill you for hurting Daphne. To that, Voldemort and his Death Eaters laughed. Oh, I'm terrified, Harry. Voldemort taunted, caressing Daphne's cheek with the back of his hand. She did put quite a fight, mind you, enough to gain my interest. The moment she appeared among us, she was able to avoid my servant's curses, and that snake of hers was immediately summoned. It killed one of my servants before we killed it and captured your girlfriend. It seems she is unable to resist the Imperious curse, unlike what I heard about you. This is between you and me, Voldemort. Let her go. Harry replied coldly, not hiding his concern. And why would I do that, Harry? Voldemort asked with a taunt. She clearly is powerful and can become even more powerful with the proper guidance. All I need to do is to break her and train her to serve me. A shame that Bellatrix is dead. She would be perfect for the job of training this girl. Daphne, fight it. Harry called, but nothing happened, making the Dark Lord chuckle. Dobby, Harry whispered, and at his side the elf shook his head. Like I said, I have been expecting to meet you again for a good while, Harry. Or should I call you Lord Slytherin, cousin? Voldemort spat, and his amusement became anger as his red eyes glowed. How can you, a mere boy, uncover the secret of Salazar Slytherin when greater wizards more worthy failed? Although I was surprised when I read the newspaper back in November after your task, I must say, it was an extraordinary performance. Harry didn't reply, his angry eyes focusing only Daphne, his fingers twitching to curse Voldemort and the Death Eaters. I was very interested in the fact that you claim to be hiding your real self and your real power, right under Dumbledore's nose. I was even more interested when you were resorted into Slytherin, not to mention the Yule Ball. You will pay for what you did, Potter. one of the Death Eaters shouted, interrupting his master. Surprisingly, the Dark Lord didn't curse him, waving only his wand towards the man and making his skull mask vanish in smoke. "Bill Weasley!" Harry spat as he recognized the redhead. "Must I be hounded by you redhead scum forever? Can't you Weasleys just die?" Then Harry widened his eyes as he thought of something. The owl. Hogwarts howl. "Your sister was responsible for this, wasn't she? She was the one who sent Daphne the Portkey." The Death Eaters chuckled, as did the Dark Lord. "Go on, William." Voldemort encouraged his servant with a grin, and Bill stepped forward. "Yes, you little shit," Bill confessed. "I sent a message to my brothers and sister and told them to send the letter I send them to your snake whore. Sure, there was a minor compulsion charm on it for secrecy and to ensure their loyalty, but it was a fair price to pay to get to you. I know it was you. I know you are the one responsible for what happened to my family, as much as you are responsible for what happened to my sister. Did you really think we wouldn't make you pay? Have our vengeance? You son of a bitch, I will make you pay for everything you caused us. Piss off, Weasley. I wasn't the one who put the hit wizards after your family. I am willing to bet Longbottom did, and you know what. It's a shame they failed to catch you all, as much as it is a shame Kale didn't kill your slut of a sister at the Yule Ball." "You son of a bitch!" Bill roared, his wand pointing at Harry Crucio. The yellow spell never hit because Harry moved out of the way, as did Dobby. Harry countered with a grayish curse that, despite his anger, Bill was barely able to avoid with a shield. Harry remembered his duel with the Weasleys years before from his perspective. There had been 4 of them back then, all trying to kill him, and Bill Weasley had been the best of the bunch. However, that had been during the course of the Second War, and much had changed since then. Harry had gained more experience in battle, dueling, and had increased his repertoire of spells, including deadlier spells, intending to finish his enemies before they could do anything against him or his. Harry had long started to hit hard and deadly at the opening of the duel, be it dark, gray, or light spell. That was why he retaliated with Sectum Sempra, the dark cutting curse he had learned back on his original 6th year, from Snape's Potions book, moments before a piercing curse left the tip of his wand, piercing Weasley's right side of the chest from one end to the other. As Weasley fell to the ground, Harry turned to Voldemort and his Death Eaters, noticing that Dobby had vanished under the disillusionment spell. It was ridiculous how wizards underestimated elves, but Harry wouldn't complain about it. "Impressive, Potter." Voldemort complimented the green-eyed boy, ignoring his fallen servant. "You showed a good form and power. It is a shame for your opponent, though. Young William was a decent curse-breaker, a talented wizard, and an intelligent young man. And yet he joined you," Harry replied. It was almost a taunt, but the iciness in his voice showed no humor at all. He glared at Voldemort, who just raised an eyebrow at the boy. "This is only between you and me." Harry told Voldemort, "Let her go and we can duel each other till death." "Oh, I intend to, Potter. However, I want answers to all that has happened, and I want you to tell me the truth, or I will make your girlfriend hurt. And you would not want that, would you, boy?" Voldemort asked, his wand pointing at Daphne. Before Harry could say anything, Voldemort smiled and mumbled a single word. Harry didn't need to hear the spell because the yellow light and Daphne's painful screams were enough to identify the spell. "No!" shouted Harry over Daphne's screams, but instead of pleading for mercy, knowing very well it wouldn't work, Harry replaced his horror with anger and rage. A blue slash left Harry's wand, and much to his surprise, Voldemort was forced to stop the Cruciatus, having to raise a shield to stop the spell. With a stab in the air, Harry shouted and reinforcements joined the battle. Zale formed in air, being thrown against a Death Eater, who screamed in horror and shock seeing the powerful and dripping jaws of the massive snake. Another Death Eater screamed in pain, feeling cold stabs in the lower back, and fell to his knees, just to see a flash of blue against his eyes. Dobby dropped the disillusionment charm and stood in a protective stance next to Daphne, putting his hand on her shivering forehead, and started to break the curse. A third Death Eater who screamed in pain after being bitten in the thigh by small but eager fangs. But before he could raise his wand against the unusual large snake behind him, he was hit by a green curse that threw him several feet away. As the hairless servant ape of her pet's enemy was thrown away, Scylla saw her pet's elf kneeling next to her unofficial pet, protecting her with shield magic. Knowing Daphne was safe, Scylla slithered behind a tombstone, intending to find the enemy's snake. "Kael!" Harry shouted, and from his wand a second snake took shape, this one smaller than the first one but still massive. As Zale and Kale attacked the remaining Death Eater together, the Dark Lord's servant cast a killing curse in desperation against Zale. However, Zale threw its body to the right to escape the curse, and Kale captured the Death Eater's arm in its jaws. With a strong bite, the man screamed as his arm was ripped from his torso, only to be thrown to the ground, under Zale. The last thing the Death Eater saw were the glowing green eyes of the snake disappearing behind its jaws. Daphne blinked when Dobby broke the curse, immediately feeling the pain of the cruciate as she had been subjected to by Voldemort. Tears fell from her eyes as she tried to rise from the ground, still shivering. "Dobby?" she asked when she recognized the elf. "How are you, mistress?" Dobby asked with a concerned look. "Hurting," she replied, turning her head to the sounds of spell fire and widening her eyes as she saw the bodies of the Death Eaters on the ground and the two summoned snakes standing over the body of one of them. She gasped when she saw Harry dueling Voldemort at the distance and tried to rise, only to be stopped by Dobby. "Harry needs help," Daphne said. "No, he doesn't," Dobby replied promptly, shaking his head. "Harry can take care of Voldemort alone." "But," Daphne insisted, only to be silenced by Dobby's hand on her shoulder. "Mistress, what did they do to you?" Dobby asked, and Daphne looked at him, still concerned with Harry. "They tried to curse me, but I dodged before they hit me with a stunner," Daphne told Dobby. "Kale came and attacked them, but I don't remember more until I was re-enervated, already under their power." "You were under the Imperious curse, mistress. You're free now. Also, I suggest you cancel the summoning," Dobby said, pointing at the still glowing necklace. "You're wasting the magic of the necklace needlessly." "But," Daphne replied, turning to the snakes, "that Kale isn't mine." "No, yours was destroyed. Those are Harry's." Daphne's attention went again to her boyfriend, dueling Voldemort between the tombstones. "Harry," she thought, watching him cursing Voldemort with a barrage of blue piercing curses, ignoring the tears from her eyes. "Be careful, Harry. The boy is fairly good," a man said in the shadows, dressed in black and purple, surrounded by 6 of his companions also clad in the same colors. "With your permission, Hierophant, I believe the boy is the superior wizard," a woman replied, and the Hierophant rose an eyebrow. "Voldemort is too arrogant of his own superiority and underestimates the boy at his every move. He is powerful, true, but any of us could face him to a standstill. I beg your pardon, but I don't understand the man's use." "Mysterious are the Lord's designs," the Hierophant replied enigmatically, and his companions bowed their heads, "and ours is the duty to make them true. My life for the Great One's return." The 6 spoke as one. "My life for the Great One's return," the Hierophant replied in a whisper, caressing the cover of the ancient leather tome chained to his waist by a golden chain and squeezing the dark metal of his staff with his other hand, all the while feeling the cold metal of a dagger inside of his robes, touching his skin. "Today our failures will be redeemed. Tonight, a god shall walk the earth once more." From the book and the dagger, the Hierophant felt a pleased wave filling him. He lived to serve the Great One. Scylla needed no effort to find Nagini in the graveyard. The older snake was easily found by the younger one, who quickly dashed against it. Nagini was surprised at first, but quickly defended itself from Scylla's jaws. Scylla attacked again, and once again, Nagini dodged, throwing her own jaws against Scylla, who was able to avoid them. "Who are you, serpent?" Nagini demanded. "Are you with the Potter Manling?" "Yes, he's my pet, and you are with the enemy to our nest." Scylla replied, "I know what he did and how you need to die for my pet to kill our enemy." "Don't be silly, serpent," Nagini replied. "My companion is powerful and he's a speaker. Join us, join him, and you will have enough food for a lifetime." Scylla scoffed. "My pet is more powerful and greater than yours in everything, and he already provides me with enough food. I don't need yours for anything, you stupid snake." Scylla replied with a hiss. "Your Voldemort will die today, and our nest will be protected." "To kill my companion, you need to kill me first, snakeling," Nagini taunted. "I am older and bigger than you. Why do you think you can kill me?" "Because I am your king," Scylla replied, throwing itself against Nagini. The 2 snakes entangled themselves and rolled through the ground, trying to bite each other. Unfortunately for Scylla, Nagini was indeed older and bigger. That led to Scylla being bitten in her body, making the young basilisk hiss in pain as Nagini held her jaws on Scylla's muscles, near the head. Scylla hissed and tried to get free, being unsuccessful and only causing more blood to spill. Blood that was ingested by Nagini without care. Scylla threw itself against a tombstone, hissing in pain because of the bite but making Nagini stop biting her. In pain, Scylla didn't bite Nagini immediately, and fortunately for her, the older snake felt something weird, pain coming from inside her and starting to spread to all her body. Seeing her chance, Scylla glared at the older snake and attacked, only to feel a strange surge of something on its eyes and see the shocked and limp body of Nagini fall in front of her before she connected her own bite. Nagini's body exploded in a shrieking mist, and nothing remained apart the ash taste in Scylla's mouth. Still in pain, the young basilisk coiled itself on the ground, seeing a small rat running through the tombstones. Scylla looked at it, and the moment their eyes crossed, Scylla felt the same surge in its eyes, making the mouse fall dead on the ground. "I did it, my pet," Scylla mumbled, coiling itself as happiness took a hold in its cold-blooded heart. "I finally have my gaze, and I killed the enemy snake." Scylla closed the extra lid of its matured, deadly yellow eyes and dropped the head to its body, blood oozing from the bite wounds. Harry cursed Voldemort with a blood-boiling curse, followed by a flaming spear that exploded into several flaming arrows and several powerful cutting curses. Voldemort defended these spells, either by shielding or dodging, all the while feeling his anger against the boy rising. How could it be possible? How could the boy be that good? Good enough to stand against him, the Dark Lord Voldemort, when so many others had fallen. More, how did he manage to dispose of his servants so easily? Granted, they were very low-level servants, but they were supposed to be able to deal with a mere boy. And where were his other servants? Where was his inner circle, whom he had summoned before the arrival of Potter and his bitch? Why hadn't they answered their master's call? Had they betrayed him? Then there were his allies, standing behind a powerful barrier. He knew they were watching, and he knew they had their own plans. But they had a common goal. They both wanted the Potter boy. Their agreement had been simple. In exchange for a new and powerful body and ancient and powerful magic, the Dark Lord Voldemort would deliver them Harry Potter, alive. At first, Voldemort had scoffed the offer, but he had a demonstration from the Hierophant himself, and he was very interested. He had not bowed to them, obviously. The Dark Lord bowed to no one. He was weary of them, but they had fulfilled their part of the agreement. They completed an ancient ritual and gave him his body back, as powerful as before, and taught him old and powerful magic lost to the eons of time. Granted, Voldemort thought the members of the cult were crazy for worshipping a dead wizard as a god, but maybe that was the right thing to aim for. He himself was powerful, immortal, and the greatest wizard alive. Maybe he should start his own cult, with him as a god to be worshipped by the magical masses. Who else would be worthy of such honor? Anyway, his own plans were simple. He was not going to simply deliver them the Potter boy. His intentions were to kill him, and then, with the support of his Death Eaters, turn on his allies, who were a threat to him. During the several months he had been with the cult, he had their help to recruit several new members, mostly from the slums of the wizarding world. He had attempted to summon his servants, but they had not replied, and Voldemort had been too busy to go to their homes to demand answers, as he was learning the old and ancient magics. In retrospect, maybe he should have gone to them, throw around a few Cruciatus and start to establish his power, but for some reason, he had found more important to increase his knowledge and his power. The fact that the cult had helped several wizards and witches to find their way to him was not lost on him, but he didn't care. Then, on that same night, he had attempted to summon his servants once again, but he had not come. Again, what was happening? Voldemort's anger against everything and everyone started to cloud his judgment, and he cast several high-powered curses he had recently learned, all avoided by Harry. Harry raised an eyebrow, recognizing some of the ancient curses, but paid them no mind, as they could be learned in obscure texts, and this was Voldemort, the man who had dabbled in the darkest arts. The older wizard started to grow tired and felt his wand arm aching. Harry Potter kept dueling him as an equal, not as the weak green boy he believed him to be. His thoughts were replaced by pure agony as a fiery cutting curse hit the Dark Lord on his chest. That unique moment of agony was more than enough for Harry to cast 2 other curses against him, throwing him to the ground. Harry summoned Voldemort's wand and bound the man to the floor, who was still in agony. "You lose, Tom Riddle," Harry said in a low voice, approaching the man on the ground. With one flick of his hand, a blue curse was cast from his wand, and Voldemort's body started to burn under blue flames, making the Dark Lord scream even more in pain. "I could make a speech. I could say how I know you are a half-blood as me, son of a near squib Gaunt and a muggle Riddle. I could say how much you have fallen, how great you could have been. His eyes glowed in anger. But you dared to kidnap the woman I love and hurt her. Harry snarled. I am not going to let that pass so easily. Harry said with anger as the flames started to burn with more intensity and Voldemort's screams increased. An older man mumbled, I guess there is some truth in the stories about this Harry Potter kid. I guess I owe you 5 galleons, master. Another younger man replied, we could use his help. We could, but no matter how powerful he is, he's just a kid and our fight is not his. The first man replied. If our suspicions are correct, our fight may soon be his. A woman mumbled in the back. None of them turned to her, both knowing the truth of her words. I hope we are wrong. The first man who spoke replied, dread filling his mind, keep the orbs at hand. If they are indeed here and we can't contain them, we will need reinforcements. We have the upper hand, master. The second man spoke, waving to the nearly 15 people behind them. We may be more, but if we are right, these are no mere cultists or necros. These are the elite, and each of them is a fearsome foe. The master replied ominously, his attention directed again to Harry Potter and the screaming Lord Voldemort. Voldemort is defeated, Hierophant. The woman said, and the man nodded. What should we do? Another man asked, and the Hierophant wondered the same. Do nothing yet. The voice of his master answered him in his mind, and he quickly forwarded the reply to his companions. The blood of innocence has been spilled in my name. I can feel it. All that is needed is the sacrifice of kinslaying and the flesh of the vessel. Be ready to act soon. Your will be done, my master. Verard Thoth replied in thoughts. He would not fail his master. Harry, called Daphne, and Harry turned slightly back, acknowledging his girlfriend's presence. She had her wand in her hand, and despite the tremors, she seemed to be on alert, much to his approval. Just because Voldemort was down, that didn't mean all was well. She was also followed by Dobby, Zale, and Cale. Daphne, are you all right? He asked, concerned, both wands still on his hands. Daphne only nodded, slightly glaring at the fallen Dark Lord. For some reason, she felt no fear, only anger and disgust. She fought a tremor only to be wrapped in Harry's arms, sharing a quick kiss. Are you sure you're all right? Just a bit shaken, she replied with a small nod. Dobby, I'm fine. The elf replied, and Harry sighed and relied, caressing Daphne's back in a tight hug. Come, it's time to end this. He told them, and Daphne nodded, all of them turning to the fallen and injured Voldemort. Scylla, Harry shouted in Parseltongue, and for several moments there was no reply. Scylla, I'm here, my pet. The injured basilisk hissed back, emerging from behind a tombstone. Are you all right, Scylla? Harry asked, seeing what seemed to be injuries. I'm fine, my pet. Scylla replied, the snake is dead, and I finally have my gaze. Scylla replied happily despite its injuries, and Harry smiled as Scylla approached the group, looking at both Zale and Cale, feeling a mix of envy and awe. Who are these two big ones, my pet? Those are Zale and Cale, Scylla. Hi, I'm Scylla. Scylla introduced itself, having no reply from the two snakes, annoying the young basilisk. Oi, I said hello. They aren't real snakes, Scylla, they are constructs, golems. Harry replied with a chuckle, and the annoyed Scylla looked from Harry to the two golems. Fake ones. Scylla asked, and Harry nodded. Scylla looked at the two golems and hissed, You don't need these fake things anymore, my pet. You have me. Scylla replied snobbishly, slithering between Harry and Daphne. What was that about? Daphne asked with a raised eyebrow, and Harry chuckled. Scylla was just jealous of Cale and Zale. Harry replied with a grin, and Daphne chuckled, noticing the basilisk hissing while approaching her. She says she's glad you're fine. Daphne caressed Scylla's head softly while Dobby and Harry chuckled, all of them turning again to Voldemort, all amusement lost. Dobby, can you pop away? Harry asked, and Bobby shook his head. No, master, he replied, and Harry grunted. A pity, he said. Why? Daphne asked. I wanted to show him how truly beaten he was, Harry replied. You cannot defeat me, Potter. Voldemort wheezed in pain, and Harry snorted. Maybe I can't show you your defeat, Harry said with a sneer, only to be interrupted by Dobby. Actually, I thought you might need this, Dobby replied, taking a small box from one of his pockets. With a snap of his fingers, the box was enlarged and opened. Harry laughed heartily, and Daphne looked surprised, raising his eyebrows. Inside the box, more like a trunk now, floating in a yellowish liquid, were Voldemort's Horcruxes, or former Horcruxes. The Horcruxes were destroyed the moment they were dipped in the venom. Dobby informed, I just closed the trunk with lock and impervious charms and put it in my pocket. You're a cheeky bastard, did you know that? Harry laughed, amused, patting the elf's back. You may have mentioned it a couple of times. Dobby laughed, and even Daphne chuckled at their interaction while Scylla looked at all of them. So, Tom, do you remember your first Horcrux? The Diary of Tom Marvolo riddle. Harry taunted with a grin, and Voldemort's eyes widened despite the pain. I destroyed it 2 years ago, all thanks to Lucius Malfoy, who put it among Weasley's possessions. Harry levitated the gaunt ring from the chest. Your grandfather's ring, the one you left in the gaunt shack. Remember this one? Voldemort's eyes widened in disbelief and painful anger. Harry dropped the ring into the trunk and took the locket out, Slytherin's locket. By the way, Regulus Black found out your secret and tried to destroy it. He failed and paid with his life, but his house elf kept the Horcrux and gave it to me to destroy it. Speaking of which, Dobby, we need to compensate Kreacher somehow. I did promise him he would be there when we destroyed the Horcrux. I'm sure Kreacher will forgive you, Master, Dobby replied with a smirk. I shall go to him after this. Kreacher? Asked Daphne. The Black family elf, Harry replied, and Daphne nodded. Right, you told me, she replied. Moving on, Harry replied, levitating another Horcrux out. The diadem of Ravenclaw, you left it in Hogwarts, another priceless heirloom you corrupted, Harry said, taking the cup from the trunk. Hufflepuff cup. This one was tricky to get. The hardest, actually, Harry replied, dipping the cup in the poison again. Scylla here killed Nagini, isn't that right, Scylla? That's right, my pet. I gazed at the snake and I bit her. She exploded with a scream. She was also stupid. She bit me and swallowed my blood. Stupid snake, she didn't realize I'm a basilisk and that my blood is poisonous as well. Harry laughed and translated Scylla's words, earning Scylla a caress by Daphne, which the basilisk appreciated. Then the last one. Harry levitated a moistened sock from the trunk. Despite his anger, fear, and shock, Voldemort rose an eyebrow, not understanding and not recognizing the Horcrux. To be fair, this is one of Dobby's old socks, Harry said with a taunting grin at Voldemort's looks. It's a shame we had to waste a sock with this thing, but after living with a piece of your soul in my scar for all this time, all I wanted was to get rid of it as soon as possible, and Dobby had a sock in hand. The sock fell to the trunk, and Harry's demeanor changed to anger. His wand pointed to Voldemort, and a blue lightning curse was cast. I don't care about the prophecy you and Dumbledore obsess over. Harry roared over Voldemort's screams. You killed my parents that night, and because of what my mother did, as well as your stupidity, a sliver of your soul attached itself to me. Harry strengthened the curse, and Voldemort screamed even more. Daphne was disgusted and wanted to look away but didn't, wanting to be strong, trying to ignore the smell of burned meat. Harry dropped the curse and glared at Voldemort. That was for my parents, he said, turning to Daphne, giving her a soft smile before turning to Voldemort once again. But this one is for kidnapping and torturing my wife, Harry shouted in anger. With a wave of his wand, Voldemort was lifted from the ground, screaming in pain, and the Dark Lord felt his entire body crack. All his bones cracked at the same time, under pressure of an unseen force. Voldemort screamed in pain as blood dripped from his wounds, and exposed bones, and Daphne had to use all her willpower not to throw up or turn away. Voldemort's body was a gruesome sight, but the man was still alive when Harry dropped him on the ground. Goodbye, Lord Voldemort, also known as Tom Marvolo Riddle, Harry said in a low tone. May you rot in whatever hell waits you. From his wand, flames erupted, engulfing the broken body of Voldemort, who barely screamed as the fiery snakes, manticores and dragons engulfed him and reduced his body to ash. Don't you think that was a little too much? Dobby asked Harry, nodding to Daphne. Daphne, are you all right? Harry asked, concerned, and Daphne nodded. That was disgusting, she replied in a low tone but tried to smile. Is he gone? For good this time, Harry replied, and Daphne nodded. Good, she said, approaching Harry and grabbing his face for a kiss. Bones erupted from the ground, body spines shaped like chains, chaining Harry's wrists and forcing him to kneel in mere moments. What the? Harry shouted in surprise. Daphne widened her eyes in shock as 2 bone chains attached to her wrists and pushed her back from Harry. Harry! Daphne shouted, seeing Harry being subdued by the bone chains. A 3rd chain trapped Scylla in the ground, making sure the basilisk couldn't move, and Dobby was trapped by other 2 bone chains. Master! Dobby shouted in horror, seeing Harry's arms being widened as Harry was forced to his knees, powerless to resist. What is happening? Harry growled, trying to use his own magic to fight back the chains, being unsuccessful. The ground started to glow an ominous red, depicting runes traced in the ground, formerly unseen but now powered and quite powerful. Then, much to Daphne and Dobby's horror, Harry started to scream in pain as his eyes became darker in front of them. "It is time, brothers and sisters," Verardthoth claimed in glee, and the barrier protecting him and his 6 acolytes fell, revealing the 7 men and women to the world, all of them feeling the happiness and the excitement their leader felt tonight. A god will walk the earth again. RHASSEL, Thoth shall rejoin the world of the living. My life for the Great One's return. They all chanted as one as the Hierophant drew the dagger from his robes and started to walk towards Harry, all of them taking their places and starting the chanting of the ritual. "Harry!" screamed Daphne, earning only the screams of her boyfriend as a reply. Much as Dobby, Scylla, and even Zale and Cale, she was trying to free herself, but with no success. She widened her eyes when she saw the 7 people appear out of thin air, not recognizing them, especially when one of them, carrying a dark staff and strangely a leather book at his waist, took a dagger from his robes and walked towards Harry. Daphne tried harder to break the bone chains spell, wanting to do something to help and protect Harry, but was unsuccessful. The Hierophant approached them in a steady pace, dagger in his hand, mumbling the words of the ritual. In his mind, there was only the ritual to bring his master's greatness into the world of the living once again, as a real god of death and undeath. That and his master's victory laugh. "Harry!" called Daphne over his screams, just before the spell fire started all around them. Several people appeared into the graveyard and started to curse the cultists, some of them running with weapons in hand, amidst the colorful curses crossing the air. "MEHARGHAI?" Many of the newly arrived warriors shouted, and most of the cultists broke their chanting, turning their magic on their age-old enemies with a snarl. "Protect the ritual circle." Verardthoth shouted with a snarl as he recognized their enemy's Warcry. Raising his staff, a wall of purple flames appeared, separating the cultists and their prisoners from the Meharjai. "Complete the chanting," he shouted again, raising the dagger and turning to Harry with a distressed look. Daphne widened her eyes as she heard the Warcry of the newly arrivals, not hearing what Dobby spat in those moments. If those were the Meharjai, then it was quite obvious who the people attacking them were. When their leader turned once again to Harry wielding the dagger, she tried harder to free herself, being unable to. She ignored everything else around them, the purple flames separating the Meharjai from them, the spells flying through the air, the screams and cries. Some of the Meharjai warriors wielding their weapons jumping over the purple flames with the help of some of their wizard companions' magic, while the others cast their own curses to counter their enemies, and tried to bring down the flame wall. She didn't realize the glowing red traces in the ground, or that some of the tombs exploded, revealing previously prepared Inferi rising from the earth to fight their master's enemies. All she focused on was Harry, who had stopped screaming in pain, but seemed to be spasming in the ground, and the cultist with the dagger over Harry. "Harry!" she screamed again, to no avail, her own scream overheard over Dobby's and Scylla's hiss, who was trying to gaze at the monkey threatening her pet, being unsuccessful, for the simple reason the man's eyes never crossed Scylla's. "I know not why you are so important to my master, but Rasselthoth will rise once again," the man mumbled in his native tongue, rising the dagger over Harry's spasming chest. "Your life for." "No!" Dobby screamed, a surge of magic coming from him and successfully blowing up the bone chains around himself. He rose his hands against the man, and a blue flash threw the Hierophant away from Harry, giving him enough time to free the others from the chains. Free from their chains, Zale and Cale darted against the Hierophant, already on his feet and glaring against the elf and the group. Dobby stood in front of his master, who was still on the ground, and Daphne knelt beside Harry while Scylla took its place at Dobby's side, intending to protect her pet. "Harry!" Daphne called, casting a few minor medical charms she had learnt from Madame Pomfrey in the previous months, to no avail. "Mistress, we need to take the master away from here," Dobby said, casting a red spell which splashed against the Hierophant's red shield. With but a wave of his staff, the Hierophant cast a purple spell that blew up Zale into pieces and a yellow one into Cale. The yellow spell intended to subjugate the massive snake to his will and have it on his side. Unfortunately for him, Cale was not a living creature but a golem. The yellow spell splashed against the powerful jaws of the fast-approaching snake, and Verardthoth was barely able to cast a blue curse that destroyed the golem's head. "You will not stop me," the man shouted in anger, the red shield shimmering around him. Daphne turned to the Hierophant, seeing the two snakes' bodies near him, and recognized the red shield around him. "Dobby, that shield stops all kinds of magic," Daphne told him. "Use indirect or physical attacks." At once, Dobby threw a tombstone against the Hierophant, who was forced to cast a spell to blow it. Then a powerful blue spell splashed against the Hierophant's shield, and everyone's attention went to the newly arrival older man who stood before Dobby and Verardthoth. "Elf, take your master and your mister and leave this place," the older man ordered in barely a whisper, defending himself from a purple curse from the Hierophant. "That scum is mine." Wards were raised. Dobby replied, not recognizing the older man from their previous life. "Then stand back," the man replied, and focused on the battle with the Hierophant. Dobby looked back and noticed a hissing Scylla next to him. Daphne was still at Harry's side, looking very protective and concerned. Harry saw himself in the center of a cave. Not just any cave, but the Chamber of Secrets in his own mind. Normally, that wouldn't be any surprise. The fact that he seemed to be ethereal, and that all around him a maelstrom of magic was raging. A maelstrom that seemed to be centered in himself was quite the surprise. Then he looked up and saw a black and green shadow entering his mind from a rip in the ceiling, being fought back by the maelstrom of magic, and surprisingly, a flying Bale, supported by his magic. The shadow seemed to be winning against Bale and the maelstrom, which seemed to be receding. What the hell? Wasn't enough to wonder about what was happening. "Do something," Harry heard his own voice shout. "I know you can't listen to me, but do something. Stop him. Fight him." "Who is there?" Harry asked in surprise, looking around and seeing no one else. "You can hear me?" the voice asked in surprise. "Yes," Harry replied, recognizing the surprise in the voice. "Then do something. They can't do it alone and I can't help." The voice replied, and Harry felt the anger in the voice directed at him. "Fight the shadow. Help them as they helped you." Harry didn't move, surprised with what was happening. "Please, help them," the voice whispered one last time. Harry just focused his magic and tried to focus against the incoming shadow of the invader, not understanding what was happening, knowing only that dark shadows in his mind were a bad thing. "There is something in him," Dobby said, feeling something blocking the link with his master, something dark, evil, and powerful. He shivered. Is it?" Daphne mumbled in shock, unable to believe. They had levitated Harry's body and were running from the battle, having no interest in being a part of it, the Thoth. Dobby nodded, very concerned. "How?" Daphne asked, and Dobby shrugged, noticing the glowing red lines on the ground among the tombstones. A ward, Dobby thought, seeing following a line with his eyes till a tombstone near where a savage-looking warrior of the Meharjai just ripped the head of an inferi with his own hands. It's not just a ward line. It's an artificial ley line, a ritual line, and all rituals can fail with the slightest tampering. Formulating a plan, Dobby turned to Daphne with a face of resolve. "Mistress, if I don't return, tell Harry that it was an honor for me to serve him. I wish him all the best and make sure he lives happy. He deserves it." "What?" Daphne asked as Dobby drew a knife and started to run along one of the red lines. Scylla hissed in surprise, seeing Dobby running away from Harry and Daphne was shocked, not being able to do nothing but see Dobby leave. Dobby cast a spell that blew a leg from an Inferius attacking a Meharjai and cast a fireball curse against an enemy wizard who was overpowering Anally Wizard. Before reaching the tombstone he had identified. With a quick check to it, he saw several hieroglyphs on the base of the tombstone. Dobby groaned. He couldn't read the hieroglyphs to know what it was. That left only one option, the desperate one. Dobby cast a curse against the tombstone, reducing it to rubble in a flash. The red lines vanished and everyone felt the magic surge in the graveyard, selected few smirking at that. A huge explosion threw Dobby against another tombstone and the elf hit his head, feeling drained before becoming unconscious. His last conscious thoughts were that the tombstone was no mere node of the ritual. It was also a trap. Daphne saw Dobby being thrown back and gasped as she saw one of the followers' witches noticing her. The woman used a yellow curse on one of the Meharjai warriors, and Daphne saw and heard the man scream as his skin rotted and melted at the same time. With a crazed growl, the witch turned to Daphne and rose her wand against the younger witch, who lost no time and cast a curse of her own. The elder witch slapped Daphne's curse aside with a shield and tried to subdue her with an Incarcerus-like curse. Daphne dodged the spell and cast 3 high-level curses, a bone breaker, a lightning spear, and a confringo, all of which the elder witch defended. "Is that it?" The eldest witch mocked in heavily accented English. "Is that the best the famous Daphne Greengrass can do?" "You know my name, but I don't know you," Daphne replied with a scowl, not knowing what to do. "I am Jarissa Anavari, and I will deliver you to the Great One in chains like he requested of his servants. I don't know what he wants with you, but the ritual is nearly finished. Today, through the vessel of your boyfriend, Rasselthoth will return." "No," Daphne gaped in shock. She suspected something from the necromancer, but she definitively didn't suspected that. "I will not let you touch Harry. It's not like you have a choice, little girl." The woman spat, amused. "Lower your wand and surrender, and I will show you mercy." "No," Daphne spat in anger, casting a few spells defended by the other witch. Daphne quickly felt her anger turn to fear and desperation as her opponent blasted a tombstone next to her. "I will say it again. Surrender and I..." "Ch-ch-ch-ch," Jarissa cried out in pain, feeling sharp fangs pierce her thigh. Jarissa looked down in pain, and the last thing she saw was the yellow eyes of Scylla, its fangs pumping venom into her flesh. When Daphne's desperate cutting curse hit her neck, the older witch was already dead. "Impressive," a new voice said from behind Daphne, and Daphne turned back to see a blonde woman kneeling before Harry. "Who are you?" Daphne almost shouted in surprise, her wand shaking against the newly arrival. "My name is unimportant. All you need to know is that I am an enemy of your enemy and that I can be your friend. I can also help your boyfriend." "You're a Meharchai," Daphne stated, although the question mark was heard by the woman, who rose an eyebrow. "I am. How do you know that name? Does it matter?" Daphne replied, her wand having stopped shaking. "I guess not." The woman replied with a soft smile to Daphne, turning to Harry. "I can help your boyfriend on my own, but with your help it will be easier." "How?" Daphne asked, kneeling in front of the woman next to Harry. Scylla slithered next to her, still suspicious of the new woman, but if her pet's mate trusted her, Scylla would too. "He's under a heavy possession." The woman replied, "The very easy way to deal with it is to kill the vessel." Daphne growled at that, and the woman smirked. "I don't like it, as I am a healer and a priestess. I prefer to exorcise the vessel, no matter how hard it can be. I don't like to waste innocent lives, unlike some of my companions." What do you need me for?" Daphne asked, and the Meharchai took her left hand, telling her to put her right one on Harry's chest. "Don't worry," the woman said as her hands started to glow golden, making Daphne feel warm. "Focus on your boyfriend and call to him. I will take care of the rest." Harry felt the pressure of the foreign shadow on his body, his magic and his soul. He somehow knew that if the shadow won, whatever it was, he would be doomed. The pressure increased and droplets of sweat fell from his ethereal brow. He knew he was losing the battle and didn't know what to do to prevent it. "We're going to die, aren't we?" the voice asked in resign. "No," Harry growled and tried to push his magic against the shadow. "They were able to protect us that other time, but he's too strong for them now." The voice told him, and Harry rose an eyebrow. "Not even with their help you can fight him." "Who are they and who is this he?" Harry asked. "And who are you?" "You don't know," the voice mumbled. "What?" Harry asked. "I think he is your enemy from your other life," the voice said, and Harry almost gaped in anger. "Oberon and Titania." Harry growled. "No," the voice shouted. "The necromancer, the Thoth something." "Rasselthoth." Harry widened his eyes, looking to the shadow above him. "Yeah. How?" Harry shouted, and fear was heard in his voice, especially when the shadow pushed harder. "I don't know," the voice replied. "Who are you?" Harry asked, more demanding. "Why are you in my head?" "Your head," the voice replied in anger. "Last time I checked, this was my head. You were the one that forced your way in and trapped me in my own body." Harry widened at that. You, Ray," Harry mumbled in shock. "That's... I am you. I am the Harry Potter who existed before you came back and trapped me in my own body." The now identified voice claimed in anger. "One day I was brooding over my friend's betrayals, and suddenly I am trapped in my own mind, unable to do anything. I can't move, I can't talk, and yet I can see and experience what my body is doing with another controlling it. Then I was able to see your memories as if they were mine, and I discovered who you were and what happened." The younger Harry's voice replied in anger, much to Harry's bafflement. He was brought from his surprise by another strike from the shadow above. "I hate you, you bastard," the voice said, adding a whisper, "but I understand why you did all you did." Harry didn't say anything for several moments. We merged. We should have," Harry replied. "Not all of us did." The voice replied as a sudden crack was heard. Harry looked up and saw Bale falling to the ground, its skull broken. "Shit," swore Harry at the sight. "He's too strong." Younger Harry's voice replied in desperation, "What can we do?" "I don't know," Harry replied as the pressure increased on his magic and himself as the shadow came down to devour everything in its path. "I really don't know." Harry looked to the shadow above, and for the slightest moment, he believed he could see two glowing figures in the roaring maelstrom of his magic, fighting the shadow that apparently was Rasselthoth. "Harry!" A distant voice was heard, and Harry recognized it as being Daphne's. "Harry, listen to me." The voice called again. "I love you and you need to come back. You need to fight Rasselthoth possessing you. You need to come back. Daphne." Harry mumbled to himself, somehow starting to feel warmer, the entire cave starting to warm up and glow, the sound of chanting starting to fill the cave. Harry felt a surge of benign magic and felt restored to his best. "What is happening?" Younger Harry's voice asked in awe, experiencing the same feelings. "I don't know, but I won't waste this chance," Harry replied, redoubling his efforts. This time, assisted by the strange magic which seemed to hurt the shadow, Harry was able to push the shadow back. Above in Maelstrom, two empowered ethereal figures felt the pressure of the necromancer's advance relent, starting even to be forced to retreat. With a black curse, Verardthoth killed his older opponent, who died with a scream of pain. The tired Hierophant looked around and saw that 4 of his brethren were dead, although 10 of the damned Meharjhai were also dead, either by spell or in furious bite and claw. Of the Inferi they had previously created, only 3 remained, assisting his 2 remaining brethren, who were in a bit of a standstill against wizards. Of the Potter boy, his master's intended vessel, there was no sign. Verardthoth had stopped feeling his master several minutes before and assumed all was well. When he felt pain and anger lashing at himself, he feared things had gone wrong. "Kill THEM! Kill all the MEHARJHAI!" His master's voice shouted in his mind, forcing him to flinch under its power. They dared to interfere and sabotage MY plans. Kill them all. "My lord, most of your servants were killed," Verardthoth informed, feeling his master's rage. "The rebirth ritual is crippled." "Then you have failed me. My lord, I beg you for another chance. Your rebirth can still happen," Verardthoth begged. "It is within your power." Rasselthoth remained silent for some moments, planning his next move. Thanks to his minion's failure, he had lost the chance to take Potter's body as his vessel. He could take another vessel, but the flesh was weak and would destroy itself in few days, unable to house his great power. His greatest failure, perhaps. In all his power, in all his plans, he never accounted that his godlike self's soul and power would be unable to be housed in a mere construct, like Voldemort had done. And he had tried for centuries even. He had lost several of his artifacts in the process in exchange a few days among the living, but now, with Potter, he had a chance to walk the earth once more, to use the boy's body in a carefully crafted ritual to rise once again. He had no other chance, though. "Fulfil your oath to me," he ordered, and felt Verardthoth uneasiness for a small moment. "You mean, do it, my servant, prove your loyalty to me." Verardthoth's hands trembled as he fell to his knees. However, it was not for fear but for excitement. "I have learned the words from my father as his father before him," Verardthoth mumbled to himself, happiness filling him for being chosen by his master. "I always believed in them, and I will live by them." Verardthoth opened his robes, revealing his dark skin under it and an ornate dagger. His hands clasped the hilt and lifted the dagger. "My life for the Great One's return." Verardthoth stabbed himself in the chest and at once felt magic from the dagger invading his body. Blood should run from the wound, but none flowed. It started with cold gripping his chest, making him gasp, and a shock took his body, making him opening his arms wide and stiffen, looking to the sky, all the while feeling an immense pain as his own soul and magic were consumed by his master. "My life. For your return." Those were the last words spoken by Verardthoth, Hierophant of the followers of Rasselthoth necromantic cult. "Harry," Daphne called the moment Harry opened his eyes, ominously glowing yellowish green. "Daph," Harry asked in a rasp, feeling the girl's hug. "My pet, you're awake." Scylla hissed, but her words weren't heard by Harry, who had heard another voice. "Curious, that was easy," the blonde woman spoke, her eyebrows raised in surprise. Harry turned to her and recognized her. "Mother Danica." Harry whispered, and the woman widened her eyes while Daphne looked surprised, looking from Harry to the blonde woman. "How do you know my name, child?" Danica asked, curious but not overly concerned. The Thoth, is he? Harry asked, trying to get up, being immediately forced down by Daphne. Harry noticed Danica shiver. I see you know things you shouldn't know. The woman spoke. How in Morana's name do you? My life to stop his return. Harry spoke in an obscure language that Daphne didn't understand. She did, however, see the eyes of Danica widen. How? She asked, and Harry shook his head. He tried something with me. He tried to possess me. Harry spoke, and Daphne felt the fear and apprehension in Harry's words. Why and how? I know not, little brother. Danica replied, looking to Daphne. You didn't tell me you were one of us. I'm not, Daphne replied, looking at Harry, still laying on the ground and looking at her. Daphne needs to leave. Harry spoke, and Daphne looked at him, anger taking shape on her lips. I have to leave, she asked. What about you? Harry started, only to be interrupted by Danica. You both need to leave, she spoke. You have done enough today, and this battle doesn't need to be yours. Besides, we need to discover why the great enemy is interested in you, Harry Potter. Now stay put and I will heal some of your wounds. Danica spoke, starting to chant. Daphne was curious with the healing magic and didn't see Harry's thoughtful look. Harry, are you there? Harry thought to himself, Harry, do you hear me? He asked, having no response from his younger self in his mind. There, that should be enough to. As Danica spoke, they all felt a surge of magic, a new power starting to form back among the tombstones where they had been. Danica looked shocked. Harry got up slowly from the ground, still sore and hurt, and Daphne shivered, feeling the power greater than Voldemort, Dumbledore, or even Harry. What is that? Daphne asked in almost a whisper. Danica paled dramatically. Harry was unsure. You need to leave. Now, Danica shouted, only for them to see shots of purple light hit two Meharjai and send them back, instantly dead. They looked to the source of the spell and saw none other than the Hierophant with his back to them. A Meharjai warrior wielding an axe shouted a Warkri and charged against the wizard, only to be trapped in place mere 7 steps from his target. One blackish-green spell later, the man's body started to dry as leather, as did his entire body, losing muscle and mass. In few horrible moments for those who saw it and pure agony for the victim, nothing but dust remained. The followers fell to their knees, all thoughts of battle forgotten. The few Meharjai remaining who were winning the fight stepped back. None saw their leaders around, and the last thing they saw was the purple flames appearing in thin air, engulfing them. They all died screaming. You have to leave. Danica nearly shouted in fear, leave now. The Hierophant turned back to the sound of the voice, having heard it in the distance. Daphne noticed the man had a dagger stuck in his chest and blinked, surprised. Suddenly, the Hierophant is only a few feet from them. Danica tried to cast a spell, but with a wave of the Hierophant's hand, her throat was slit. Harry drew his secondary wand, having no idea where his main one was, and cast a blue spell, only to have it splashed on the familiar red shield spell. Harry glared at the man, standing between him and Daphne, and widened his eyes when he saw the Hierophant's eyes. They were pure black. Harry Potter! The man spoke in a low voice, and yet it seemed that the sound had not come from his mouth but from somewhere else, distant and deeper. It was a dark voice, a sibilant one, and one that carried a lot of power. Harry knew at once who or what was before them. He had felt the same magic once before in his past life and another in his own mind, defending himself from the attack. You! Harry whispered, and Daphne, who was terrified, saw something she never thought possible. Harry was nervous and scared of the thing before him. Daphne gasped when the thing waved his hand, and the both of them dropped their wands before being lifted in the air, their arms and legs spread, forming an X with their bodies. Harry! Daphne called, trying to free herself, much like Harry. Scylla attempted to attack the new enemy but was captured with a spell, its entire body immobile, much like under a stunner. You are Rasselthoth! Harry spoke with a scowl. How are you here? Why are you here? Harry asked in new anger. What do you want with me, with us? He asked, looking at Daphne by the corner of his eye. From your woman I want nothing. The Thoth spoke, walking towards Harry and grabbing his neck, making the teen look at his black eyes. From you, I want your soul and your body. You will pay for destroying my artifact, and I will use your life and your flesh to create myself a new vessel. Soon, the word will bow before me once again. What are you talking about? Harry asked with a scowl. I destroyed nothing. Don't be an idiot, Harry Potter. Rasselthoth replied with a mix of amusement and irritated scowl. Don't tell me you haven't figured it out already. What? Daphne asked, widening her eyes, attracting the attention of the necromancer as Harry widened his own eyes in shock. Daphne Potter, your wife. Rasselthoth spoke, younger than I remember from your memories, but unmistakable. He turned to Harry once again and noticed that his remaining servants had approached them. Great one! One of them dared to ask in awe, only to receive an angered look from their lord and master. You failed me, Rasselthoth spoke, casting several spells. Each one found its mark, and all of his servants died, much to the shock of Harry and Daphne. Then the two of them saw the world shift, and all of them were near the cauldron where the followers had been hidden. HOW! Harry shouted in anger and confusion, gaining the attention of the necromancer and of Daphne. How are you here? It was all thanks to you, Dark Lord Potter. Rasselthoth mocked Harry, starting to bleed all the bodies to the cauldron. How? Daphne asked in pure disbelief as Harry gaped. I am the greatest wizard that has ever lived. I am a god of life and death, and I am immortal. Rasselthoth proclaimed. I crawled back from the pits where you sent me and recovered my power. I was weak for a long time, but soon I was able to establish a small link with my last tool and escape my torment. When you designed the ritual to come back, I followed, no matter how weak. I came back and merged my memories of my future self with the ones of my present self, and I planned my revenge and my return. Who was it? Harry asked, seething. Who discovered it and betrayed me? Who else? Rasselthoth asked in a condescending tone. Yourself. What? Harry asked, shocked, as did Daphne. Did you really think you had won? Rasselthoth demanded in anger. Did you really think you, an insignificant ant, could defeat me? A yellow spell was cast against Harry, and he screamed in pain. Daphne knew at once that it was way worse than the Cruciatus. Harry, fight back! He can't, Daphne Potter. Rasselthoth spoke after some moments, lifting the spell and looking at Harry. Not anymore. I admit, it was frustrating at times, especially at that Christmas holiday of yours, where you would attempt to kill yourself. Luckily, my power grew, and I was able to influence you enough to stop your whining, although not enough to do my bidding. Then a suggestion here, a small push there, and you started to look for a way to come back, just as I wanted. Well done, my loyal servant. Rasselthoth laughed as Harry paled and looked shocked. Daphne looked at Harry and saw the disbelief in her boyfriend's eyes. Harry, don't believe him, Daphne demanded. And now, thanks to you, Harry Potter, I will walk this world again. Rasselthoth proclaimed, noticing that all bodies were bled to the cauldron, Danica's included. I planed carefully this day, and I even sent my servants to propose an alliance to your kin Voldemort. He was nothing more than a step in my plan, necessary to have you here. Those weeks ago, was it you? Daphne asked. Was it you when Harry had that weird attack? Rasselthoth scowled at Daphne's question. I was expanding my power and managed to establish a link. I was not expecting your strong defenses. He said, glaring at Harry, I decided to stay low after that. I needed to weaken you before claim you. All I need was blood violently shed in sacred ground and in my name. He looked around. Much was spilled here tonight, and even more. I need a sacrifice of a soul with ties to the new vessel, to power the transformation, hence the grooming of Voldemort for you to kill him, and finally, you, my new vessel, weakened and compliant. For a moment, I thought the Meharjai would ruin everything and force me to speed things. What are you talking about? Harry demanded. How can I be your new vessel? Because, Harry Potter, I claimed your soul that day on Longbottom Manor. Rasselthoth spoke again with a laugh. You're lying. Harry spoke in defiance and anger, and Daphne looked shocked at Harry, not hiding a small tinge of pride on her boyfriend's, while Rasselthoth looked to Harry in anger. I studied you. You lie, you corrupt. You always make yourself look greater than you are. You're not the god you claim to be. You're an overpowered maggot that should have turned to dust a long time ago. Careful now, Rasselthoth threatened. Words bring consequences. If you could do anything, you would have done it already. Harry replied defiantly, as it turns out, you need me for something and I will not help you. You have no choice. Rasselthoth replied with anger. He looked to Daphne and had an idea. You are correct, though. I need you. I need only you, and even then I only need your body. But what should I do with her? He asked, and Harry paled when he realized he was speaking of Daphne. Leave her out of this, Harry shouted. You are in no position of making demands, Harry Potter. Rasselthoth replied, amused with the girl's fear and the boy's anger. But don't fear, I had a simple idea. Why should I risk possessing your body with only one soul to power the ritual when I have your wife's soul right here? He asked, and Harry paled. No, Harry shouted as Rasselthoth laughed. Now should I have you kill her? He asked, curse her as you did Voldemort, or, he laughed when he saw Scylla's body still under the spell, or we can use your pet basilisk. He stretched his hand and the body of Scylla flew into it. No, leave her alone. Harry shouted in panic, trying to free himself from Smagic. Daphne paled and closed her eyes, terrified. Walked to Daphne, making sure Harry would see it, and raised Scylla in the air, placing its head in front of Daphne, who still had her eyes closed. "Wake up, Basilisk!" Rasselthoth whispered, and the spell was lifted. Scylla twitched. "Scylla, whatever you do, don't look at Daphne," Harry shouted. "My pet?" Scylla asked, unable to move. "Amusing." Rasselthoth hissed back, and Harry looked shocked at the body that contained the soul of the necromancer. "Use your glare with the girl and kill her." "No," Scylla replied defiantly, realizing what was happening. "You think you can defy me, little snake?" Rasselthoth asked, casting a spell on Scylla that made the young basilisk hiss in pain. "Look at her and kill her, and the pain will stop." "I will not kill my pet's mate," Scylla replied defiantly once again, and the necromancer chuckled, amused. "Then I will force you." For her part, Daphne tried to ignore the hissing, maintaining her eyes closed, thinking on what to do. "Harry," she whispered over the hissing of Scylla. Harry turned concerned to her and saw a tear falling from a closed eye. "We're not going to survive, are we?" "Of course we are, Harry replied nervously, but Daphne ignored him. "Whatever happens, I want you to know that I love you and that I am very proud of all you did in both your lives." "Stop talking like that, Daph," Harry ordered, fearing the worst. A Gryffindorish attitude from Daphne was not what he wanted. "Even if we die today, thank you for this chance. For us." She replied again, lowering her head. "Daph," Harry whispered, his eyes tearing. He tried his best to release himself, not wanting to accept he would lose her again. "Love," Rasselthoth rebuked in a mocking tone, so pathetic. "Now open your eyes, Daphne Potter." "Don't open your eyes, Daph, Scylla, close your lids." Then a blue spell splashed against Scylla, throwing the basilisk away from Daphne, surprising the three. Harry looked at the source of the spell, as did the necromancer. Daphne opened one eye at the commotion and the silence that followed it. Leaning against one tombstone, tired and bleeding, was Dobby, carrying 2 wands with him, his master's wands. "Dobby," called Harry, noticing the injuries on his best friend. "You're still alive, elf?" Rasselthoth asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "I am a Potter elf, you expired mummy." Dobby retorted with some wheezing, "Leave my master and my mistress alone." His response was a raised hand against the elf. "Always rewarded loyalty." He spoke in a low tone. "I shall grant you a quick death as a reward for your loyalty, even in the face of death. Before you kill me, you should know." Dobby wheezed with a smirk. "Caught by Harry, my master has one last servant to fight you." Daphne rose an eyebrow at that and could swear that Harry gaped after listening Dobby's words. "Except shit," Harry spat, having forgotten the secret weapon. Dobby smirked. "Oh, and who would this be?" Rasselthoth mocked in amusement. "You. Who are dying where you stand." "Vael!" shouted Harry, as loud as he could, making the attention of everyone fall on him once again. "Come forward and destroy your master's enemies." 2 things happened then. A magic surge happened near them, and a green pillar of magic surged against the sky. The light widened in width, and what appeared to be lightning cracked in it. In the silence of the graveyard, they could hear the crack of the magic and an ominous sound as the light started to get darker and somehow started to getting a shape of something huge, something gigantic. Daphne looked from the pillar of light to Harry, remembering a memory Harry had showed her during Christmas, a memory she hadn't really thought about in many months. Flashback: "You are Vael, the big and most powerful one, the strongest ever that can protect us and everyone else and fight the bad people." Replied Daffy with a shy smile. "You're the daddy." End flashback. Vael took the shape of a giant black snake. Daphne was amazed at its sheer size. Vael was much bigger than Baal and the basilisk of the Chamber of Secrets. She was able to see the emerald green eyes of the snake flaring as it took solid shape, as well as the sword-like fangs when it opened its jaws to roar, not hiss. Vael also differed from Baal, Zale, and Kale by having a hood which opened a moment before Vael threw itself against Rasselthoth. Daphne cried out seeing the giant snake throwing itself against them, but to her surprise, she felt herself being summoned towards Dobby, who summoned Harry as well. Rasselthoth didn't realize it, as he was shocked with what he saw. He protected himself with a shield of pure magic, creating a sphere around him the moment before Vael fell on him, his mighty jaws closing around the necromancer. Vael rose its head and body in the air again, the necromancer in its mouth, and shook itself, trying to break the barrier, having no success. On the ground, Daphne widened her eyes in shock at what she was seeing, already freed from the spell by Harry after Dobby returned him his wands. "Daph, we have to leave," Harry spoke after making sure Dobby was not too injured. That's Vale. You made Vale, Daphne whispered in awe. Daph, we need to go. Now, Harry insisted, and Daphne shook herself, looking at Harry. You're right, let's go, she replied, getting her wand from Dobby, who had also retrieved it. Vale roared again, and an explosion occurred in its mouth. They saw something fall from it as Vale fell backwards on the graveyard. Shit, he's still alive, Daphne spat with a tinge of fear. Daph, as much as I loathe the idea of putting you in danger, did you master the Fiendfire curse? Harry asked in a serious tone, much to Daphne's shock. And no, I didn't, she replied, knowing what he intended. Too bad. He replied, pulling her to himself and kissing her in the lips with passion. I love you too. Harry whispered to Daphne's ears, I loved you for so long, I missed you all that time, and now that I have you, I will fight even harder. You can't, Daphne replied, holding his arm, fear in her face. I have a plan, Daph, Harry replied with confidence, and Daphne knew they had no other chance either way. They had to fight the necromancer Dobby, take care of Daphne. Of course, wheezed Dobby, and Daphne frowned. I'm going with you. Harry frowned at that, but Daphne's glare was enough to make him change his mind. Just because I didn't master the spell, that doesn't mean I don't know how to cast it. If you can't control it. Another glare, fine, stay safe until I start the fight. Then you hit him as well. Daphne accepted the plan with a nod, and before they could share another kiss, a shout of anger was heard at the same time Vale started to twitch again. With one last shared look, Harry started to run through the tombstones, curses ready on the tip of his wand to unleash. He found the necromancer with his clothes torn, the dagger somehow still attached to the body's flesh, a broken leg that was being fixed by magic and with severe injuries, bleeding the already cold and viscous coagulating blood of Verard Thoth's body. Potter. The necromancer's soul in the body of his hierophant shouted in anger before unleashing a lightning spell that Harry dodged. I have had enough of your resistance. Too bad. Harry fought back with several curses. I couldn't help but notice your surprise when I summoned Vale. For one who claimed to have manipulated my life, you sure were surprised. Insolent little ant. I will claim your body and I will rise again. Rasselthoth shouted in anger once again, unleashing another barrage of spells. I don't know how you came back with me, but as I caused this, I will fix this. Am my life to stop your return? Harry shouted the Meharjai motto, and Rasselthoth growled. I should have known, Meharjai scum. The necromancer spat as the fight continued. Harry tried to resist, but soon felt overpowered under the necromancer's spells. A shadow jumped from the middle of the tombstones and attacked the vessel of the necromancer, grabbing the dagger's hilt in its jaws. If Scylla could have spat, it would, since the target was the throat of her pet's enemy. With one pull, Scylla dislodged the dagger from the body's chest, and as the dagger hit the ground, cried in anger and pain, feeling his own power weakening, his hold in the body weakening. Harry felt the change and charged with his spells, making sure he didn't hit Scylla. Scylla, get away now. He shouted, and Scylla did as it was told, slithering away. Even with his power diminished, was a fearsome opponent. Val! Harry shouted, and Vale rose its head once again, showing its jaw partially destroyed, not less fearsome despite the damages. Burn him. Harry didn't see it, but Daphne, who was waiting for the opportune time to strike, saw it perfectly. Vale's hood glowed golden with many runes carved in it, and the giant construct lowered what remained of its lower jaw. A torrent of fire, not normal fire but fiendfire, was expelled from Vale's mouth, hitting Rasselthoth. The necromancer had raised the red shield and tried his best to endure the flames, but was unsuccessful. With the dagger, which was his anchor he was using to maintain his hold in the body dislodged from his chest, his power was greatly diminished. He had to maintain his entire magic on the shield to hold the flames and had no chance to attempt to recover the dagger or draw power from the tome at his waist. Curse you, Potter! Fiendfyre! Harry shouted, and a second torrent of flames hit the necromancer before a third one, coming from none other than Daphne, came from the tombstones. Go back to whatever pit you escaped. Harry shouted over the roaring sounds of the fiendfire. Go back to whatever hell waits you and leave the living alone. Feeling the shield cracking, Rasselthoth saw himself possessed by anger and desperation. If his two artifacts were destroyed, he would lose everything. He would lose all but the link with Harry, and he couldn't do anything with it, unlike what he had claimed. And once again, he was defeated by an ant, by a mere mortal who dared to challenge a god. In anger and desperation, put all his power behind a black spell and cast him against Harry, who failed to see it over the flames. The screams of Rasselthoth were joined by the screams of Harry Potter when the spell hit him. "Harry!" Daphne shouted in panic when she saw the black lightning hit Harry, causing a dark flash around him. "And my pet!" Scylla hissed when she saw what happened. "Master!" Dobby shouted when he saw it, feeling his master's life fatting over the bond they shared. Harry fell on the ground at the same time. The flames consumed the body and the artifacts of Rasselthoth. "You may have DSTROAD my ARTFACTS, but your life is mine. Make no mistake, I will find a way to return to this world and I will take my revenge," the necromancer shouted before being engulfed in flames, screaming as he was reduced to nothing but ash. Not that it mattered to anyone. Vale stopped breathing the fiend fire the moment its master's enemy was destroyed. Being a construct, it just remained in place, waiting for new orders. Scylla slithered to Harry and hit its head against her pet, trying to make him wake up. She didn't feel anything from him. Dobby dragged himself to his master's side and fell on his knees, not feeling his master through the bond. His eyes teared, not believing what had happened. Daphne cried and held Harry, trying to wake him. Wake up, Harry, wake up." She cried, feeling his skin getting cold, not feeling his heart beating nor feeling his breathing. "Wake up, Harry, wake up." Daphne hugged Harry's body tight and cried. Scylla coiled itself on Harry's chest and hid its head in sorrow, shedding tears as Daphne rocked the body. "Harry, please, I love you. You promised me, you need to wake up," Daphne begged in tears. Dobby was the first to feel it, a small spark of magic in the bond. He gaped at his master's body, but quickly realized something was off. Scylla felt the beating of Harry's heart and rose its head in surprise that quickly turned to joy. Daphne only realized it when Harry gasped, scaring her. For small moments, Dobby, Scylla and Daphne all stood in disbelief looking at Harry as he coughed and tried to breath. "My pet! Harry!" Daphne cried out in happy tears before grabbing his face and kissing him passionately, only to stop the kiss after feeling his hesitance and shock. She looked at him, surprised for his hesitance, and saw a small blush taking hold of him. "Harry, what's wrong?" she asked, but the answer didn't come from her boyfriend. "Who are you?" asked Dobby in a mix of anger and shock, drawing one of his daggers and leaning it to Harry's neck, making him gulp. "Dobby, what are you doing?" Daphne demanded in shock over Scylla's hissing. "That is not my master." Dobby replied in anger, tears falling from his eyes and scowling at Harry, who was shocked. "You are not Harry Potter, I can feel it. You are not my master, my friend. Who are you to dare to use his face?" Dobby shouted and Daphne gasped, looking at Harry. Scylla looked confused and hissed at the elf, not that he would understand it. "My pet, what is going on?" "Dobby," not Harry, as Dobby called him in his mind, spoke. The voice was the same, and yet Dobby and Daphne noticed the same thing. Something was missing in Harry's voice. The voice used seemed to be somewhat sad, insecure, scared, and confused all at the same time. "I'm sorry, Dobby." "You too, Greengrass." "Daphne." Daphne flinched at those words, as did Dobby. Who are you?" "I am Harry Potter." Harry spoke, looking sad at Dobby, trying to not look at Daphne's confused and teared blue eyes, not understanding what was happening. "I am the Harry Potter that existed before you and your master came back to the past in November." Harry revealed, and both Daphne and Dobby gasped at that. Dobby even lowered the dagger in shock. "I have been trapped in my body ever since." "How?" Dobby asked in shock, and Harry lowered his eyes. "I have a message for you. He asked me to tell you that. He's thankful for all you did for him, for all your help throughout the years." Harry spoke, shedding tears but still not looking at Dobby or Daphne. "Harry?" Daphne asked, and Harry looked at her, clearly crying. "I also have a message for you, Green Daphne," Harry said, gaining his courage while looking to the blonde girl's blue eyes. "He asked you to be happy and to become the wonderful woman he knows you can become." "Harry, what happened?" Daphne sobbed, not understanding or not wanting to accept what was happening. "He's dead," Harry told her, shedding his own tears. "The man you loved, the guy who came to the past to save you, he's dead." Everyone was excited in Hogwarts in the early moments of the third task. The students, guests, and the paying audience started to sit in the stands, the Blacks all sitting together. Sirius was particularly excited, and he made sure to share his belief that his godson would win the task and the tournament. He was even willing to bet with his best friend, Remus Lupin Black, on the result of the tournament. Obviously, as both men supported Harry, the discussion of the bet quickly escalated for how much time Harry would take to complete the task. The remaining members of the Black family sat amused with their antics, and even Ted, add a few galleons to the poll. Draco Malfoy sat with the family. even if it was at his mother command, often looking with a scowl to his former and current Hogwarts houses. The Slytherins were engaged in a huge commotion, already celebrating their champion's performance. Sure, they wanted him to win and they believed in him, but even if he didn't, they would still celebrate. The members of the Black Wands decided to sit together in the center of the stands, showing unity and support to their leader. Some of the audience who didn't know about the proceedings of Hogwarts of the past months were surprised to see a multi-house group, but chose not to comment, noticing only how the group interacted. Reporters paid extra attention, especially when a little boy wearing Gryffindor colors sat among the Slytherin and Ravenclaw students. Everything was almost ready. Victor Krum, Fleur de Lacquer, and Cedric Diggory were already there, ready for their task. Only the fourth, unofficial, champion, and secretly the favorite of many, was missing. Everyone knew he decided to take a stroll with his girlfriend, and everyone wanted him to start the task, wondering what kind of a surprise he would pull this time. The teachers took their places in the stands, while the members of the jury took theirs, all ready to offer their support. Moody was acting as the chief of security and roamed around the champions, making sure everything was fine. Assembled near the stands, and next to the entrance of the maze, stood an assembled canvas where the progress of the 4 champions would be displayed, a champion per quarter of the canvas. The charms were ready to activate the moment each champion entered the maze, and his or her progress could be accompanied by the audience. All conversations ended suddenly, however, forcing everyone to look at the canvas. Somehow, the quarter where Harry Potter's progress was supposed to be displayed activated, showing Harry and Dobby appearing near the pedestal where the cup stood. All celebrations that could have been heard died the moment Harry opened his mouth. That son of a bitch dug his grave. Everyone gaped at that, looking wide-eyed at Harry, looking strangely enraged and furious as no one had seen him in months. Dobby, find Daphne and keep her safe. What? Shouted Astoria Greengrass when she heard Harry's words. Harry then hissed in Parseltongue and many shivered. The Slytherins didn't, and all gasped in shock the moment they saw a familiar but at the same time grown snake head appearing from around Dobby's waist. Is that Scylla? Eliza asked, surprised, and Brian gaped, as did many others. They were convinced Harry had killed the basilisk. He said he had taken care of it, Alastair mumbled, only to widen his eyes, his respect and apprehension of the teen lord growing. Harry had never said he had killed Scylla, clever boy. What about the Horcruxes? Asked Dobby, and as Harry scowled, many frowned, not knowing what that meant. Dumbledore, however, gaped, his eyes widening in shock and fear, knowing very well what Horcruxes were, fearing the worse. Albus, what is going on? Bagman asked, not receiving a reply from the shocked and trembling Dumbledore. Shit, I forgot. Go now and hurry, damn it. Harry ordered, and everyone saw Dobby popping away after a quick nod. No sound was heard as everyone watched Harry in anger and fury, circling the cup as an enraged lion would. What is going on? Asked Astoria again. What happened to my sister? She had no answer from anyone. After a few moments, Dobby popped again into view next to his master. It's done, master, Dobby replied, and Harry grabbed the elf's shoulder. Then let us go to war. Harry spat to everyone's shock as he went for the cup's handle. Daphne is the priority. All others are meaningless. They will all die. Dobby seconded before Harry grabbed the handle of the cup, both wizard and elf vanishing from view. As soon as it happened, the image on the canvas ended and the walls of the maze vanished, all the creatures in the maze being returned to their cages by magic and for safety, just as it was supposed to happen as soon as anyone touched the cup. Nothing of which mattered, as everyone had questions to be answered, and everyone decided to start shouting them at the same time. What the hell happened? Asked a Slytherin. What happened to my sister? Astoria demanded again. Something bad happened to Daphne, Jason mumbled to himself, still in shock. He had seen and felt Harry angry a few times and hoped to never feel that anger against him. Whatever happened and whoever had done anything to piss Harry that much was certainly doomed. DUMBLEDOR, HEADMASDRS, and members of the jury, what the hell is going on in here? The roaring voice of Lord Sirius Black echoed over the noise, thanks to a sonorous charm as he walked towards the jury stand. What happened to My Godson and Miss Giarian? Lord Black, we don't know. Bagman started, only to see an angry Remus Lupin standing at the Lord Black's side, as angry as the first man. You are supposed to be in charge. Are you telling us you don't know what just happened? The discussion went on for some time, as everyone demanded answers and no one had them. Accusations were made, shouts were all around, and Dumbledore was pale, still thinking on the Horcrux's revelations, not knowing what to think or do. What did Harry know about Horcruxes? How? He was dragged from his musings when Snape grabbed his arm in pain and shock. As the potions master grabbed his arm, Karkaroff did the same, he paling much more, almost fainting where he stood. On the Black family group, Narcissa widened her eyes when she saw a shocked Isabella grabbing her own arm, paling in fear. The youngest Black sister could swear she heard Andromeda growl in anger when she saw Bella go to her arm. Bella noticed her sister's glare, and for a small moment, she wondered what was worse, the Dark Lord's wrath or Andromeda's. No one noticed Moody flinch. He was still under Harry's Veritas Imperius spell and didn't react to the pain in his arm. "Severus, what's wrong?" Dumbledore asked when he realized which arm his spy was holding. I feel the Dark Lord's summon," Snape whispered, and a burning sensation took over his arm, making him shout in pain. He felt his skin burning, his flesh blister, and a horrible pain in his arm, in the place the dark mark was drawn. Isabella almost screamed in pain, saved only by Andromeda's quick intervention with a stunner. No one apart the Blacks noticed it, and since Remus and Sirius were still in a shouting match with the jury, none who didn't know Isabella's secret realized what happened. Karkaroff shouted in pain, falling from his seat and screaming as he felt the burn in his arm. He felt the pain and the agony before feeling his arm being burned. Madame Pomfrey intervened and stunned him after several moments of screaming, not understanding what was happening. The last was Mad-Eye Moody. When Moody grabbed his arm, shouting in pain, everyone found it odd, although only a few were shocked to see the war hero grab the arm in the exact same place Karkaroff and Snape had. Sirius was the first to make the connection, followed by Remus. 2 stunners hit Moody and the 2 furious men walked to the Auror, only to Remus to start casting several diagnostic spells. "What can you tell me, Moony?" asked Sirius in a very unserious-like tone, carrying all his power and lordly demeanor. "Whoever this is, he is not Mad-Eye," Remus replied with a scowl. "He's under Polyjuice." "Polyjuice?" a female voice asked, and both Sirius and Remus turned back surprised, meeting Amelia Bones face to face. "Director Bones, what are you doing here?" asked Sirius with a nod, which the woman complied. "My niece Susan called me through a 2-way mirror, claiming something had happened to Daphne Greengrass that had put Harry Potter on Warpath." Imagine my surprise when I arrive and find not only 2 known Death Eaters holding their arms, I find also my own mentor. I want answers, and I want answers now. "We are not sure of what's happening," Remus replied, taking the lead and starting to tell the director all that had happened so far. "If I hadn't read the news and known better, I would think you were mocking me, Mr. Lupin." Director Bones sighed, turning to the unconscious man on the ground using the face of her dear friend and mentor. If this man is under Polyjuice, then who is he and where is the real Moody? To that, no one had an answer, nor a cleansing filter to nullify the effects of the Polyjuice. Severus Snape seethed, holding his arm and falling to his knees, trying to hold the pain. Then the pain stopped, leaving only a burning sensation in his arm. A burning sensation and something else. Grabbing all his courage, Snape unwrapped his sleeve and gasped when he saw his forearm. McGonagall, who attempted to help her fellow teacher, gasped in astonishment when she saw it. Despite the blisters and damaged flesh, the dark mark that had once been on Severus Snape's arm was gone. It wasn't faint as it had once been, a dulled gray in the wearer's flesh. It was gone, leaving only scarred flesh instead of it. How? McGonagall gaped, and for once the collected potions master had no idea of what to say, think, or act. He just gaped at his forearm. Seeing it, Dumbledore took the initiative and approached Karkaroff, wrapping up his sleeve. Much like the potions master, the High Master's dark mark had vanished, leaving only damaged flesh. What is going on? Dumbledore thought to himself. "Professor Snape." Familiar voice called, and Dumbledore turned to see Amelia Bones and the Lord Black approaching Severus with, who was still looking at his arm, SNAPE. The woman insisted, realizing the man wasn't replying. "Madam Bones, it is lovely to see you. What are you doing here?" Dumbledore asked in a polite tone, although everyone could hear the man's nervous dripping from his words. "My niece called me saying that Harry Potter was on the warpath and that Daphne Greengrass had been kidnapped. Care to explain that? Or do you maintain what you said to the Lord and Mr. Lupin Black? Like I said, I have no idea what is happening. May I ask why you are calling for Severus? Let me ask you, have you ever noticed anything different about Alastair in these past months? Madam Bones asked, and Dumbledore frowned. Well, his teaching methods are rather extravagant, and he sometimes seems a bit off. But I assumed it was finally his old age getting to him. Mr. Pot, meet Mr. Kettle. Sirius mumbled, rolling his eyes and ignoring the looks he received. We need a cleansing filter to nullify the effects of the Polyjuice Alastair. Sirius deliberately inflected the name. Is under. Dumbledore was surprised. Snape recovered from his shock and immediately summoned a house elf to go to his personal stock of potions and bring him a cleansing filter for Madam Bones' use, while the woman summoned more Aurors. Less than 30 minutes later, Barty Crouch Jr. was arrested and taken to the ministry cells. Madam Bones massaged her temples, already predicting a huge headache concerning the supposed dead man. Aurors, spread and investigate the surroundings. I want to know exactly what happened before all this started. Madam Bones ordered, I promise you, Lord Black, Mr. Lupin Black, we will do our job and make sure we discover what is going on. Make sure you do, Madam Bones. Sirius replied, now if you excuse me, we will go back to our family and tell them what we know. Of course, Amelia replied, also wanting to find Susan and ask her a couple of questions. Sirius and Remus joined a confused group, but Sirius was the only one who noticed the change in a now-awakened Isabella. She seemed shocked and nervous, but at the same time she seemed to have the tiniest smile on her lips. She seemed to be protective of her arm, and Sirius needed all his training to refrain from gaping when he realized that what had happened to Snape, Karkaroff, and the fake Moody had probably happened to Bella. Their eyes crossed, and Sirius saw the unshed tears behind in the woman's unmistaken black eyes. Mad-Eye Moody was a Death Eater, Ted asked, flabbergasted. How? For how long? Most importantly, how did he escape Azkaban? He was supposed to be dead. Andromeda added, it is still unknown. He's still unconscious, and he will remain like that until he's in the ministry cells. And what about? Narcissa started, only to be interrupted by a massive pop. The screams and shrieks started immediately, panic spreading as a gigantic snake appeared where the third task maze had been before. What the bloody hell is that thing? Someone shouted from the stands as the panic spread. The adults drew their wands, ignoring the panic, and attempted to protect the students. However, their fears were unfounded as a familiar voice was heard. Stop! The voice of Harry Potter shouted, and everyone looked in shock at the snake, now noticing the 3 figures on the top of its head. The snake lowered its head until it rested on the ground, allowing Harry and Daphne to jump from it. Harry! Daphne! Many shouted in recognition and happiness, the Slytherin, Black Wands, and the Black family most of all. Sirius chose to embrace his Gryffindor side and rush to his godson, being followed closely by Remus. Much to their surprise, they saw Daphne and Harry, who carried the Tri-Wizard's cup on his hand, talking to Dobby, and surprise, the coiled snake on Dobby's feet, on the top of the giant snake's head. The giant snake rose again and opened its jaws, dropping 7 bodies on the ground, shocking everyone who saw it. Then Dobby put his hands on the snake head, and he, the giant snake, and Scylla vanished with another pop, leaving the 2 teenagers side by side. Harry! Sirius shouted. Harry turned back and widened his eyes as Sirius approached them with a rant ready. Daphne realized it, and noticing Harry's nervous demeanor, she grabbed his arm and entangled it with hers, pulling herself to Harry's side, not hiding a small scowl. Harry blushed at the contact but made no gesture to free his arm. Harry! Ms. Greengrass. Sirius spoke again, recognizing the protective stance Daphne had assumed. What happened and who are? Sirius widened his eyes when he saw the robes and the masks the bodies were wearing. Death Eaters. What? Asked Remus, not realizing they had been followed by pretty much everyone. That group arranged for my kidnapping from the school grounds. Daphne explained, still holding Harry's arm. Obviously, they had help from within, and I am sure you will know who it was when you identify the Death Eaters. Daphne stated, not hiding a scowl. Harry and Dobby went to my rescue and defeated them. Daphne stated, looking to Madam Bones, who stood at Sirius' side, I will not add anything else unless we have a proper and official meeting. I am most interested in hearing about it, Ms. Greengrass. Amelia Bones said with a nod. I, as well. I would like to offer my office to deal with this situation immediately. Dumbledore offered at once. I am certain we all appreciate it, Headmaster, but as of right now, I think our priority should be visit Madame Pomfrey. Daphne replied promptly with a minor scowl. Sirius looked at the two teens with an amused smirk and immediately lost it, noticed their injuries for the first time, Harry looking the most injured of the two. Sirius looked attentively to his godson and noticed the boy's uncomfortable demeanor, realizing he hadn't spoken a word yet. "Harry, is everything all right?" Sirius asked, and the boy felt the attention of everyone on himself. "Yeah," Harry replied in almost a whisper, looking down embarrassed. Only Sirius noticed Daphne's elbow hitting Harry softly in the ribs, almost instantly making Harry change his speech. "I'm fine, Sirius, exhausted but fine." "Good," Sirius replied, refraining himself from commenting what he saw, putting his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Come, let us meet Madame Pomfrey. I want to make sure the two of you are fine." "I'm fine," Harry replied in almost a whisper. "Please, Harry," Daphne replied, and Harry nodded after a small glance to the blonde girl. Sirius laughed while Remus just smirked. "That reaction right there just reminded me of your father," Sirius laughed. "If Lily wanted him to go to the healer, he's always do as he was told." Daphne felt Harry flinch at Sirius' words, feeling his hand ball into a fist next to her, hidden from view. "Yeah," Harry said with what seemed to be a very forced smile. "Women tend to be smarter than us guys. They know better." Everyone laughed, although some of the male frowned at that. Madame Bones gave the orders and several Aurors went to the bodies of the Death Eaters to start the identification process. Daphne was jumped by Astoria, who hugged her sister and started to fire questions, triggering the questions asked by everyone. Even Dumbledore seemed to want to make his own questions, but Harry was saved by Madame Pomfrey herself, who stepped forward with her wand in hand. "What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into this time, Mr. Potter?" the matron asked. Although this time there was a clear sliver of pride, respect, awe, and amusement behind her words. "Just the usual, Madame Pomfrey," Harry replied, and the matron chuckled, waving her wand around Harry and making him glow softly blue. When the glow went from blue to purple, Madame Pomfrey gasped, her eyes widening and her movements became more stiff and serious. "This can't be," she mumbled, and everyone around them quieted down. "What is it, Poppy?" asked Dumbledore, genuinely curious. "Mr. Potter, you were hit by a curse," Madame Pomfrey stated, and everyone focused their attention on her and Harry, a powerful one. "Yes," Daphne replied, her sister still next to her, wide-eyed and fearful with what she heard. Madame Pomfrey turned to her unofficial apprentice and saw everything she needed to know in the girl's face. She turned to Harry again and saw him looking to the ground. "How are you alive, Harry?" Madame Pomfrey asked, and many gaped. "Love," Harry whispered, turning his face away, trying to hide the tear falling from his eye. "Excuse me?" asked Dumbledore. "Isn't that what you have been preaching for all this time?" asked Harry defiantly, looking coldly at Dumbledore, much to everyone's surprise that the power Voldemort knew not was love. Dumbledore hesitated, noticing how many people were looking at him. "I don't believe this is a conversation to have in public." Harry scowled. "This is not a conversation to have, period." Harry replied strangely defiantly, looking at Dumbledore. "It's none of your business." "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore started, feeling the anger from the boy Harry. "I just want to understand." "So did I," Harry replied, looking at Dumbledore, "and you didn't tell me anything when I asked all those years ago." Harry snorted. "So why should I bother to tell you anything? I'm not my father. I'm not your faithful follower, and I don't care." Harry replied, balling his fists in anger, ignoring serious attempts to calm him. "Dobby, get me the hell out of here." Two pops were heard, and Harry vanished with the second, leaving everyone gaping and extremely confused. Harry appeared in the dorm area of the chamber with Dobby at his side and immediately threw up, his accumulated nervous finally breaking through his weak masks. He threw up twice and tears fell from his eyes, making him hide his face behind his hands. At his side, Dobby vanished the vomit and cleaned his young master, remaining in silence while Harry cried. Dobby raised his hand and put it on Harry's shoulder, softly squeezing it. "Master, do you need to talk?" Dobby asked, but Harry didn't reply, crying behind his hands. "You were family to him," Harry replied in a muffled tone. "He saw you as a brother." "I know," Dobby replied with a soft smile, all the while hiding his pain. "Thank you," Harry whispered. "Thank you for being there for him. Taking care of him. Before being my master, he was my friend." Dobby replied. What happened to him?" He was." Harry hesitated, not sure of what to say. "At first I hated him for all he did to me, trapped me in my own body, unable to do anything. I hated him, but then he told Greengrass the story of his life, and I don't know, when we died." Harry's hands fell to the ground, shivering. When we died, He silent sobbed once again without saying another word, and Dobby stiffened. Master, mistress is summoning me. Harry didn't react to that master. Do as you wish, Dobby, Harry replied, cleaning his tears and stopping his sobbing and shivering. Dobby considered Harry's words and popped away. He knew his old master, but the child before him was much younger and in need of other kind of support. He remembered from his former life that his mistress was a huge support for his master. Maybe she could become it again. Harry stumbled away from the room into the main chamber and saw Vale coiled there, not moving. Harry looked at the giant snake and sighed, balling his fists. I'm sorry, Harry mumbled to himself in the silence of the chamber. You deserved better than oblivion, it's not fair. Harry cleaned a tear. I'm sorry for what I said. You didn't deserve any of it. He didn't speak for a few moments. What happened? Asked Daphne Greengrass's emotional voice from behind him. Harry didn't react to it, standing his ground and looking to the giant snake. What happened to him? I told you what happened, Harry replied. You told me he died, and now you said he deserved more than oblivion. Daphne replied, tears falling from her eyes. Tell me the truth, Potter. He's gone, Harry replied. That's all that matters. I want to know, Daphne replied more forcefully. Harry closed his eyes. Yeah, I know, he replied. I know you loved him. The way he said it shocked Daphne, as if there was bitterness and envy behind his words. Yes, I loved him, Daphne admitted, looking down for a moment before looking at Harry again. But you're still here, you're him. That's not. I love Harry Potter, Daphne replied strongly. I loved him, the Harry Potter who stood at my side, helped me, encouraged me, true, but I know you are him. I'm not him, I'm not as powerful as he was. I don't care about that. Daphne replied in anger. I don't care if you're not as powerful as he was. I don't care if you're not as charismatic as he was. You are him, you can become everything he was. All that matters to me is that you are as supportive as... Her tears started to fall and Harry looked shocked, closing his eyes. I want that, he admitted, surprising Daphne. No, I need to become all that he was, apart being a bitter and lonely old man. Why? Daphne asked, curious, her tears vanishing. I want everything he had, Harry replied enigmatically, making Daphne frown. I don't understand, Daphne replied. I can't just explain it, Harry replied sadly. I want to be greater than him. I need to. For the sake of both him and me, I want to do it for the both of us. Daphne said nothing for some moments, looking at the boy before her. I can help you, she said, hopeful, and she could swear she saw a small smirk in Harry's lips. I hoped you would, he replied, and Daphne smiled softly. I will need your help, that's for sure. However, how about us? Daphne asked, dreading the answer. Harry blushed slightly at that, looking at Daphne, uncertain of what to say. Harry felt the words stuck on his throat and blushed. Yet he looked at Daphne and tried to clean his throat 3 times before he was able to speak up. I want a chance, Harry whispered, and Daphne widened her eyes in surprise before jumping at him and kissing him with passion. In the shadows, Dobby chuckled at the sight. There is something I need you to know, Harry spoke when they broke the kiss after several moments. What is it? Daphne asked, leaving his embrace, noticing how Harry awkwardly and nervously tried to put his arm around her waist. She didn't complain and encouraged him by leaning into him. Dobby, Harry called, and Dobby stepped out from the shadows. I want the 2 of you to know what really happened when we died. Are you sure, Master? Dobby asked, and Harry nodded. Daphne said nothing, guiding Harry to the pensive. Do you know how to do it? Daphne asked. Extract the memory, or do you need help? I think I can do it by myself, Harry replied, taking his wand to his temple and removing a sliver of silver from it into the bowl. Harry looked at the substance in the bowl for some moments, and both Daphne and Dobby saw his demeanor stiffen. I just want you to know one thing before we start, he said, having the attention of both witch and elf. Despite what I may say at the beginning, I came to greatly respect the other me. With that, the 3 went into the pensive. Harry, Daphne, and Dobby saw themselves in a white void, unlike the King's Cross they remembered from older Harry's memories. There were no shapes and no buildings. All there were 2 bodies laying on the floor, one clearly a young boy and the other an older man wearing battle robes. Dobby and Daphne knew at once who the 2 were. The 2 started to moan at the same time, and the boy was the first to rise from the ground, noticing the older man near him. You! Younger Harry claimed in surprise. What? Why? How? What the hell? The older Harry asked, getting up and feeling his entire body complaining with pain in every muscle and joint. You're younger me. Yeah, the one you trapped in my own body, you bastard. Younger Harry snapped back in anger. What the hell happened? Last thing I remember, you stopped hearing me and went on to fight the Toth in the real world, and then... Older Harry looked around and recognized the unnaturalness of the place. I was hit by a spell while fighting the Toth. Older Harry remembered with a sigh, I guess I died. We died. Younger Harry replied in anger before shock took him, if we're dead, then where are we and where are all the people? This is much like the place I was after being killed by Voldemort. Older Harry realized only it's a big white void instead of a copy of King's Cross. Older Harry sat on the floor and looked at the young boy before him, angry, scared, and glaring at him. Out with it, boy. Older Harry demanded, getting up from the floor and standing before his younger self, who tried his best not to flinch at the look the older man gave him. Say all you have to say. You clearly want to. I, Harry tried, trembling in anger. Why the hell did you do it? Why did you trap me in my own body? Why did you do all those things? Why did you kill them? The questions followed, and tears filled younger Harry's eyes. You were no better than Voldemort, mad and a murderer. That's harsh. Older Harry replied with only a shrug. Despite the anger and the vitriol in younger Harry's words, older Harry put his hand on the boy's shoulder. Younger Harry stiffened, but he didn't push older Harry's hand away. You're a bastard, you son of a bitch. Older Harry chuckled, enraging younger Harry. I could say a lot of things, boy. Older Harry replied with a sigh, but I won't lie to you. If you were aware when I told Daphne my tale, then you know why I came back. I killed hundreds of people in my original life, and I am not sorry I did it. I don't even care about it, and I would do it again given chance, for the simple reason it was the right thing to do. The right thing? Asked a baffled younger Harry. How can murder be the right thing? The Paladins had a lot of blood in their hands. Their sympathizers often hunted dark creatures for sport, or to send them to the medical camps, or simply paid money for the research. Older Harry replied with a scowl. Some were more guilty than others, and I killed all those I could. That's what they deserved. They are dead, and I am sure they paid for their crimes against me and my people. Ron and Neville hadn't done anything yet. Younger Harry replied, enraging older Harry. So what? Older Harry hissed in anger. Do you really think they deserved a second chance? Are you that much of a fool? They took everything from me for no good reason, and I would take everything from them. It was a shame that Weasley and Longbottom died quickly, but sometimes there are things more important than vengeance. My only regret is that I didn't kill Granger, and by the gods, I would have given chance. You, younger Harry started, only to be interrupted. Are you really going to tell me that you would forgive the people responsible for killing your entire family? The people you loved the most? That's what they took from me. They took my wife, my unborn child, and my daughter. They took my family from me. Older Harry roared, not against the younger one, but in anger. I had lordships, I had money, I had respect and a good life, but Daphne was everything to me. She was my partner, my best friend, the woman I loved, and the one person I trusted in the entire world. She always gave her best and expected nothing less from everyone else. She made me a better person instead the mess I was, and I loved her for that. Tears fell from his eyes. It didn't matter how bad my day could have been. The moment I saw her, I always smiled and felt happy. He confessed, tears falling freely. One thing was to lose my parents when I was a baby. I don't remember them, never did, but Daphne. Daphne died in my arms. Give thanks you will never feel helpless while a person you care or love is dying in your arms, and there's nothing you can do. Older Harry said nothing more, balling his fists and scowling, trying to control his own emotions and anger. Younger Harry listened everything he said in silence. Had older Harry noticed, he would have seen the boy's anger slowly diminish into sorrow. All I wanted was to be with her again, to have the life that was stolen from us. Older Harry said, looking up to have her back, whatever it took. He sighed, is that wrong? He asked, not hearing the boy's reply. At least I had her in my arms for a few months after decades of loneliness. Younger Harry stood there and said nothing. He tried to glare at older Harry, but it was clear he was having a conflict of emotions. Stay away from my son, you dark bastard. A new male voice shouted from their left, forcing the two to look that way. Both were surprised to see James and Lily Potter, James already 2 paces in front of older Harry with his fist ready to punch. Caught by surprise, older Harry dodged away the punch only to be tackled to the ground by an enraged James Potter. "Dad?" Younger Harry asked in shock before being embraced by an angry and scowling redhead mum. "Everything will be fine, darling." Lily tried to calm her son, but it was difficult enough when she was scowling and in anger. James snarled and was thrown away from older Harry when he used his legs to push him away. getting up to a fighting stance while drawing his wand in what was an instinctive movement. In a blur, older Harry was pointing a wand at James Potter, much to everyone's surprise, including himself when he recognized the elder wand in his hand. "James, enough!" demanded Lily Potter after a moment of shock, recovering her scowl. Older Harry glanced to Lily, and to his surprise, her scowl was not directed at him. "But Lily, he's dark." James spoke. "He possessed our son. He killed all those people and children. He is your son," Lily roared, much like the lioness everyone always claimed her to be. James scowled at that. "Come on, Lily, not that again." James shot back. "He is not Harry. He can't be our Harry. He is dark. He's a murderer. He claims to be a Dark Lord, and he's a Slytherin." "There's no way that's my son. My son would never be a snake." Younger Harry sagged his shoulders, and Lily barely felt it as she looked in shock to her husband. Older Harry, however, cast 2 spells, one which silenced James and another which bound him. "Enough!" Older Harry scowled, cold and powerful, enough to silence Lily's further comments. He scowled at the woman, but his attention was drawn to the boy in her arms. "Harry," older Harry asked, noticing the boy's sagged shoulders and his shivers. Looking to the ground, "Harry, talk to me. Are you all right?" "Harry, darling, are you all right?" asked Lily in concern, embracing her son. Mum," younger Harry asked in an almost sob that broke the woman's heart. "Do you also think your son could never be a Slytherin?" "Oh, honey," Lily whispered, her heart aching for her son. She lifted his head with her hand, making sure their green eyes were locked. "I don't care what house my child is in, as long as he's happy." With a sob, young Harry threw himself at Lily, who hugged him back with closed eyes, not even trying to hide her tears. Older Harry lowered his wand, and for a few moments he paid attention only to the mother and son's reunion, feeling a pang of jealousy in his heart. He remembered the times when all he wanted was to be with his parents, to be in his mother and father's arms and feel the love of a family. He never had it until Daphne entered his life, and that had been taken from him. Another pang of jealousy hit him, as well as a horrible thought. He was dead. Daphne was not. Daffy was not even born yet. Neither of them were dead, which meant he had no one to see in the afterlife. Well, there were his parents and his entire family, but to be perfectly honest, he hadn't thought of his parents' deaths that often during the decades of his long life, except on Halloween. His trauma had always been his wife and daughter. He had failed them. Sure, he had killed Oberon and destroyed, but so what? He had come back to the past for a new life with the woman he loved. He was dead, and Daphne was alone. Besides, there was his younger self to account for. They were supposed to merge, but never did, and now they were both dead. At least Lily had already reclaimed her role after reuniting with her son. Good for the kid, but he was alone. Older Harry sighed and noticed the fallen James, not bothering to hide the scowl that formed in his face. He knew his father hadn't been the brightest in his group, but he never thought the man was such an imbecile. Making a decision, he ignored Lily and Harry's muffled conversation filled with sobs and knelt near James, who glared at his much older son, receiving a hateful glare in return. "You know, Dad, I don't care if you accept me as your son or not. I really don't give a shit." Older Harry spoke in a low tone, making sure only James heard him. "I am dark. I am a murderer, a Dark Lord, a snake, and I am proud of all that. The only thing I am not proud in my life was fail to save my wife and my daughter," Older Harry said. Looking directly at James' angry brown eyes, "I just realized I will never see them again. I will never hold my wife and my daughter in my arms. I will never kiss my wife's lips. I will never hear their voices again. I will never." Older Harry mumbled, and his emotions hid his words, forcing him to stop talking and close his eyes before a sob and tears do it instead. "I see now that I never really thought about the consequences of my time travel." He mumbled, more to himself than to his fallen father. "Maybe I was too sure of my own power. Hubris, I believe it's called. But you don't care about my problems, do you?" Older Harry scowled and raised his wand against James' forehead, who widened his eyes in shock. "Did you even care that your son, your 14-year-old son, died? Or am I to feel honored for having all your attention?" Older Harry scoffed at the fallen man. "I remember being that age. Being him. Being the boy who wanted nothing more than a loving family. If I were in his place, I would be very disappointed that my father paid more attention to a dark bastard than his own son, who he was seeing for the first time in over 13 years. Harry chuckled darkly at the man's reaction. His own disappointment was clear behind the laughter. "I don't care about you," he admitted, "but I guess I owe the kid." Older Harry pressed the elder wand against James' forehead, Veritas Imperio. James' eyes glazed for a moment before going back to normal. Go be a proper father to your son. Older Harry ordered, ending all spells on James. Older Harry never realized younger Harry's eyes were on him, and that in the silence of the white void, both younger Harry and Lily heard every word he said to James. Older Harry didn't care to turn back to them, although he did lower his wand and half heard James' excuses to his son. A loving family. Older Harry thought bitterly, although none of the bitterness was directed at his younger self. He shook his head and stepped away from them. There was nothing for him there. Wait! Younger Harry shouted when he realized older Harry was leaving. Where are you going? Why do you care, brat? Older Harry replied softly, enjoy your family. Harry James Potter, you came back this instant. Lily shouted in anger, making both older and younger Harry flinch. Your son is there with you. Older Harry replied, stepping away until he felt a pain he had never felt before, making him cry. You are my son as much as that, Harry, Lily declared, having somehow walked the distance between them and grabbed older Harry by the ear. Younger Harry was shocked, seeing his mother pulling his taller and older self by the ear back to where he was. He couldn't help a smile that quickly became a laughter. James, still under the spell, only found it amusing. That bloody hurts. Older Harry complained, only to feel a tighter pull from the smaller woman. Language, Lily admonished. You are going to stay with us and you are going to tell me everything about your life. I'm very sorry for all you lost, and I want to know everything about this lovely Daphne of yours and your daughter. I am very, very impressed with all you achieved, even if you became a Dark Lord, but that doesn't mean I am less proud. I am very, very proud of you, Lily said while dragging him. Older Harry had no idea of what to say, his words dead on his throat with the shock of Lily's words. His mother words, your father is just being an idiot. He has moments, don't worry. He and I will have a conversation and he will behave. You can release him from the spell. Way to go, Mum. Younger Harry mumbled in amusement and a chuckle. Even a Dark Lord is powerless against his mother. Lily smiled at her younger son's words and looked to both Harrys. I am not going to call you Harry 1 and Harry 2, so from now on you are Harrison, Lily said, pointing to older Harry, turning afterwards to the younger one, and you are Harry. The newly named Harrison caressed his ear, mumbling something about crazy red heads, earning an amused glare from his mother. You should have met my mother, Lily replied. In fact, you might when we leave here. Oh, there's so much I want to know. She turned to her sons. First of all, I ought to spank you both for your craziness in your first years. Jump to the back of a troll, facing a 1,000-year-old basilisk alone. Last year with the Dementors, I am so proud of you both to be able to cast such a difficult charm at 13, but really, what are those imbeciles at the ministry and the school thinking? Lily seethed. Lily, dear, I am sure Albus. James tried, only to be rebuked by his wife, who snorted. Oh, I can't wait for that decrepit moron to get here. I have a thing or two to tell him, McGonagall and Severus. That decrepit moron, Harrison quoted, and Lily raised an eyebrow. What else could he be, putting so much faith in divination? Old age clearly got him. Lily, Albus is a great man, James tried to say. Shut up, James, Harrison hissed, and James did. Harrison, he is your father, Lily admonished him. According with his words, I could never be his son since I am a snake, Harrison replied coldly, noticing Harry's dejected look and Lily's flash of anger in her eyes, so I don't care. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder and his younger self turned to him, sadness clear in his face. Harrison said nothing, looking to the boy. It hurts, Harry said, knowing somehow Harrison wanted him to talk to now he thinks like that. Slytherin was the hat's first choice. Really? Lily asked, surprised. Mine too. It only didn't put me there because I'm a Muggle-born and we were living dangerous times. The three males looked surprised to the woman, one looking slightly betrayed. It all made sense when I discovered my ancestry, but I don't regret it. I made some good friends in Gryffindor. I didn't, Harrison replied with a snort, looking to Harry. It doesn't matter what he thinks. Personally, I hate Gryffindor because most of them sided with the so-called light side during the Mudblood War, but those are my reasons. You went back to the house, didn't you? Harry asked, after your first task. Yes, I did, Harrison replied with a sigh. I shouldn't have, but I was lonely and I was a brat. They apologized, and even though I didn't trust them. He shrugged. I don't know. I probably wouldn't have if I had someone to talk to, but I was scared and hurt. I get the feeling. Harry replied, looking down. Loneliness breaks the spirit. Harrison replied, I should know. But according with your story, you didn't break. You had a family. Harry replied, and Harrison nodded. I had a sister-in-law as lonely as I was. She was the sister I always wanted and never had. I had a godson who I loved like a son, even more after he ruined his grandparents, and I had nephews and nieces from the Knotts and the Zabinis. But then what? None of that was enough, and I couldn't find myself to move on, as many demanded of me. Astoria was the only one who understood my loss. But you endured, Lily replied sadly, putting her hand on Harrison's chest. That says enough about your character. I endured because Daphne and Daffy would be disappointed in me if I hadn't. Harrison replied, I tried to remain strong for them, but you have no idea how many times I just wanted to give up. You foolish man. A voice whispered behind them, and the four realized they were no longer alone. Daddy! Harrison's neck snapped to the voices, his eyes widening when he recognized the blue-eyed blonde woman and the green-eyed dark-haired girl that looked much like the adult. Daffy? Harrison asked in shock, and the two girls looked surprised, looking at each other and then him. You can see us, Daphne asked, hope flaring in her chest, feeling her heart wanting to burst through her chest. Daddy. Daffy cried in glee, running to her father's arms, her eyes in tears. Harrison held his daughter tight, still in shock but realizing she was real and solid. Daffy said nothing, pouring her heart and eyes in happiness against her father's chest. Daffy! Harrison whispered, feeling his daughter hugging him tighter. Daphne caressed his face with one hand, her teary blue eyes filled with love looking at him. You foolish man, Daphne whispered, my love. Daphne pushed his head to hers, and Harrison made no complaints, nor did Daffy, sandwiched between her parents while they kissed. Daphne hugged her husband tighter by the neck and felt one of his arms hold her by the waist while the other held Daffy. Meanwhile, the other three Potters were baffled and shocked, unsure of what was happening. James was surprised and Lily was baffled, not stopping a tear of happiness for her oldest son. A grin took shape in her lips when she saw her son, her daughter-in-law, and more important, her granddaughter together. Questions could wait. Harry saw his older self's interaction with his wife and daughter, and inside of him, something changed. The way his older self held his daughter and his wife, the happiness the three showed, the love. It was not what he felt with his parents. It was so much more. I would do everything to have them back, whatever it takes, his older self had said, and now Harry understood him. He found himself agreeing. How? Harrison asked after a very long and passionate kiss, his head leaning to his wife's. How is this possible? How can you be here? We have always been here, Harry. Daphne replied softly. I never moved on after my death. I stayed with you even if you never felt me or saw me. And I stayed with Mummy to look after you, Daddy. Daffy added, we would never leave you alone. Harrison's eyes widened in surprise and shock. I was there every day. When you killed Weaslet, when you went to Azkaban, when you grew insane, when Dobby took you out and while you healed. I was there when Millie told you about Daffy, and I was as shocked as you, but your reaction made me happy enough. I was there when you were being a father to our daughter, and I was there when you went to battle. I didn't tell you when you summoned me to meet Daffy, because I didn't want to ruin the moment. I held Daffy in my arms, and we both cried as you cried when she died. When you killed Titania, we were there and we were somehow bared from you when the book tried to possess you. I remember. I think I saw you, Harrison replied. Behind a glass wall, Daffy asked, and Daphne nodded. We tried so hard to help you, but he was so powerful. Then, obviously, we were there as you grew in power, as you led the country in politics and in war, and we were so proud of you. Continued Daphne. You were amazing, Daddy. His daughter said with glee, you're the best ever. Then she frowned, except on Christmas. You were always so sad. She's right, Daphne replied, holding his astonished face in her hands. I don't know if I should slap you for even considering suicide, but I guess all our screaming in your ears was for something. If only you had used the bloody stone instead of crying and drinking yourself to oblivion. She frowned and scowled, and despite everything you did, I ought to curse you badly for your stupid idea of traveling back in time, risking your own soul in the process. Daphne said in anger, more, I should curse you for cheating on me with my younger self. Her voice was louder and Daphne fumed in anger. Harrison gulped, realizing what she meant, and Daffy giggled, untangling herself from her father. Mummy is angry with you, Daddy, Daffy added with a giggle. I'm a jealous witch, Potter, and I don't like to share, not even with my younger self, she replied, fuming before shaking her head. I will curse you later, she said, pushing him to her and kissing him again, this time pressing her body to his. Daffy giggled because of her parents' antics and noticed the other three present. Hi, she said shyly to those she knew to be her father's younger self, her grandmother Lily and her grandfather James, whom she recognized from her father's album. Lily actually squealed and hugged her granddaughter, who squealed back in surprise. "You're so precious." Lily started to rant, "So pretty, so cute, so precious." James mumbled, unsure of what to think or say. Harry smiled. "Should we?" Harrison asked his wife, distracted from the kissing by the squeals and seeing Lily fussing over Daffy. "No," Daphne replied before kissing him again. Unseen to everyone, a figure had seen enough. He was a medium-sized man with combed and straight black hair, thin, and was wearing a suit with a cloak and a cane on his hand. His lips were straightened in a way that would make McGonagall jealous, and his black eyes showed no emotion at all. With a thought, he made himself visible to the family of 6, and the aura of power around him alerted them all to his presence. Harrison felt his power and instantly recognized it. It was the same power behind the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak. "Who are you?" asked Daffy, and the man's dark eyes fell on her, making her uncomfortable. The man then turned to Daphne and Harrison, ignoring the other 3 Potters. "You're the power behind the Hallows, aren't you?" Harrison asked, and the man nodded as everyone looked surprised. "What should we call you?" "I have had many names throughout the millennia." The entity replied with a cold and raspy voice, "You can call me Death." Everyone gasped, and Death leaned on its cane. "You are the annoying protozoa that goes by the name Harry Potter." "Yes," Harrison replied. "I wasn't asking." Death replied, and Harrison gulped. "Are you going to attempt to invoke the mantle of my master?" Death asked, and Harrison snorted. "I never believed the Hallows give me any sort of power over you." Lily, James, and Harry looked to Harrison in shock. Daphne and Daffy smirked, knowing how Harrison thought. "I can't find myself to believe death would give 3 mortals the means to its own enslavement." "Then you are a protozoa slightly smarter than most," Death stated in a condescending tone. "What would happen if I did attempt to claim the mantle of Master of Death?" Harrison asked, curious. "I would obliterate your soul." Death replied naturally, and all flinched at the coldness of his voice. "You are correct in one thing, though. The items you mortals call the Hallows are mere tools, empowered by me, but simply tools." "Why did you make them?" asked Daffy in a burst of childish curiosity, although none would admit they were wondering the same thing. Death looked to the girl, as if measuring her worthy of the truth. "As an attempt to bring some order to the chaos you protozoa tend to create around you," Death stated, saying nothing else. "Sorry, but I thought you were bested by the 3 Peveril brothers," asked Lily, confused. "Do you really believe 3 mortals could best me?" Death asked coldly, and Lily fell silent, embarrassed and fearful. They were useful fools, and I did have hopes they would be more useful. Death snorted. "They failed the tasks I gave them even before they started." Death turned to Harrison. "I am not here to speak about my items. I am here to speak about you." Death looked to Harrison with a penetrating gaze that made him shiver, and the 2 of you. Death looked to Daphne and Daffy. "Why are they here, then?" asked Harrison, pointing to Harry, James, and Lily. "I was curious, which is something I can say doesn't happen often." Death replied bluntly, "You 3 are not supposed to exist." "What do you mean?" Harrison asked in shock. "I think he means the time travel, Daddy," Daffy whispered to her father, heard by everyone. "Your spawn is smarter than you," Death replied. Before Daffy could react beyond a blush or Harrison a frown, Death continued, "You are not supposed to be here. You are from decades in the future. I can sense the threads of time and magic on you." Harrison started to speak, only to be stopped by Death. "I was curious when I felt someone had united my items, only to find out my items were still separated." Death continued, looking at Harrison. "I could feel my item's mark upon you. Tell me, why have you never used them in your past life?" "I kept the wand as a replacement, and the cloak had sentimental value." Harrison replied, feeling a compulsion to speak the truth, not that he thought about lying. "I didn't like to use the stone." "Why not?" Death asked. "I was afraid to use it to contact the people I love," Harry replied, feeling his wife squeeze his hand. "You could have used it to learn, Daddy," Daffy replied, and everyone's attention fell on her, especially Death's eye. "I mean, you could have called for Merlin." Daphne mumbled, shocked with her daughter's thoughts. "I never thought about that." Harrison smiled and knelt before his daughter. "I could, but I would disturb Merlin's soul having his rest, and you know why I didn't like to abuse the power of the stone." "You're right, Daddy," Daffy replied after some moments. Embarrassed, "It would be like disturbing someone for selfish reasons." "Exactly," Harry replied with a smile, and Daffy smiled back. "A sensible decision." Death replied, looking at the child regardless. You united the 3 items in your original timeline and barely used them. Had you used them together, I would be able to speak to you and inform you of the lingering connection between you and Rassel Toth, the same he exploited when you traveled back in time. It was true. What he said about having come back with me, Harrison asked, and Death nodded. As far as I know, through you and him, he attempted to manipulate you unsuccessfully. He was too weak. However, I also sense or the other me, was willing to offer you a quick passing to be with your family. It was your wife and daughter's interference that prevented you from taking your own life. What? Asked Daphne. You wanted my daddy to kill himself, Daffy asked, outraged. It would break the connection with Rassel Toth and would free yours and your mother's soul, Death replied. Can you explain why Daphne and Daffy remained with me? Asked Harrison, and Death rose an eyebrow. Your wife made a vow upon your marriage. You would be together forever. Death replied after some moments, there are some things not even I can break. Harrison looked at Daphne shocked, and she smiled a bit smugly. Your daughter simply didn't want to leave you both. Is Rassel Toth dead now? Completely dead? Daphne asked, and Death nodded. Your husband's actions made sure Rassel Toth will not be a threat to anyone from now on, Death replied. Why didn't we merge together when he came back in time? Asked Harry, attracting the attention of everyone else. Death looked at him and slowly replied, because unlike the elf, who recognized himself and accepted his older counterpart to better serve his master, you subconsciously resented your counterpart for forcing himself upon you. Death replied, and Harry and Harrison looked at each other. A partial merge was achieved, but not a total one. No soul can be forced upon an unwilling. Your soul was simply repressed because his was stronger. I see, Harry replied, looking down. Daphne elbowed her husband softly in the ribs and nodded to Harry with a small glare when she got his attention. Harry, Harrison started, tasting the words he somehow knew his wife wanted him to say. I'm not sorry for all I did, but I'm sorry for forcing my soul upon yours. Harry said nothing. Instead, Daffy went to him and hugged him tightly. When I was sad, Daddy always hugged me to get happier, she replied. You seem to need a hug. I did. Harry chuckled, caressing the girl's head, who giggled while looking at him. You really look like your mother. But I have my daddy's eyes and hair color, Daffy replied with a smile, not noticing her parents' huge smiles. Lily sighed wishfully at the scene with a huge smile, shared with Daphne. What now? Harrison asked Death after a few moments. We are dead. Are we to move on? No. Death replied, looking at Harrison, earning a surprised look from everyone. Lily and James Potter will return to their afterlives. The boy Harry Potter will be returned to the world of the living. What? Harry asked in shock. Why? But my son died. Lily replied, confused. Shouldn't we take him with us? Shouldn't we all go together? Oh, Daphne and Harrison replied at the same time. What? Lily asked, while Harry looked surprised to Harrison and Daphne. When someone dies, only one soul has to cross over, Daphne replied, remembering what Harry had told her of his experience when Voldemort killed him. There were 2 souls and only one has to go on. The same thing happened with Voldemort's Horcrux, Harry explained, his arm around Daphne's waist and the other around Daffy. But I can't go back, Harry replied in shock. I can't. I'm not strong to maintain what you did. I'm nothing like you and people would notice. Harry complained in shock, trying to find a good argument. You need to go back. It must be you. I don't want to go back, Harrison replied bluntly, even though he had a smile on his lips, hugging his wife and daughter. Not anymore, never again. To that, Harry had no reply. However, what about Greengrass? Harry asked, but Harrison had no chance to reply. You seem to be under the impression that you have a choice, Death stated, and all turned to him again. You don't. The boy will return where he belongs, and the paradox created by having the 3 extra souls will be fixed. How? Asked Lily. Death gazed to Harrison, Daphne, and Daffy. Their souls will be destroyed. They all gasped. Destroyed? Harry demanded in shock. Daffy was terrified, and Daphne held her daughter close to her. Lily and even James were shocked. Harry looked to Death in pure disbelief. Will we be together? Asked Daffy over her father's indignation. Harrison turned to her, as did everyone. If you wish, Death replied, and Daffy hugged her father tightly with one arm, holding her mother's hand with the other. Harrison and Daphne looked at each other and felt Daffy crying. They both hugged their daughter tight. At least tell us why, Daphne asked. Like I said, your souls should not be here. Death replied, your presence affects the natural order and creates unbalance and a paradox. And we need to be destroyed, Harrison asked in anger. Death gazed coldly to Harrison, and the man shut up under the weight of his gaze. Yes, Harry Potter. You, your wife, and your daughter need to be destroyed for the sake of existence. I could have done it any time without even address you, but I chose not to for the sake of mercy. I saw your greatest desire and granted it to you as a reward. No more, no less. Now, your time is over and I will do what I must. Death replied more forcefully, and Harrison felt Death's power over him, making him almost unable to breathe. Harry, Daphne spoke, caressing her husband's face. There is nothing we can do, is there? She asked, and Harry already knew the answer, even before Death shook his head. At least this time we are together. I just got you back, Harrison replied, tears threatening to fall just like his wife and child. Mummy is right, Daddy, Daffy replied, and Harrison hugged his daughter, kissing his wife. I screwed up, Harrison mumbled to himself, realizing he could only blame his own actions, his time travel for this. Daphne snorted, her amused smile contrasting with the tears falling from her eyes. She looked to her husband's younger self and walked to him, kneeling in front of his shocked and very confused self. If you are going back, there are a couple of things I would like to tell you, Daphne spoke, noticing the boy was still in shock. He nodded stiffly. I was raised to always use this. Daphne pointed to Harry's head, but because of my husband's influence, I learned that using the heart is a good thing. Just be sure you are not allowing your emotions rule you and you will be fine. Harry gulped, but he nodded. Listen and think before acting. There are many ways to solve a problem, and many times the easiest way is not given by the first impression. Harry nodded again, and Daphne smiled. You are powerful in your own right, even before my husband took your place. All you need to do is apply yourself, and you will grow in power and knowledge. I know what I am talking. That's how we did it in our 5th year. Daphne added, Finally, I am not sure how my husband's influence may have influenced the other Daphne, but if she is anything like me, then she will probably want to remain at your side should you continue to be supportive of her and treat her as a partner. She will also be able to help you in whatever situation regarding politics and society. Keep her close should you want to. Daphne told him with a smile. That's how my husband won my heart and I have never regret it, although the few back rubs also helped. Daphne chuckled. Remember, fortune favor the bold, and those cunning enough to make their own fortune. Was it worth it? Harry mumbled, and Daphne smiled, caressing his face under Lily's gaze. The time you spent with him, were you happy as he was? Every moment, Daphne replied, and Harry nodded, a tear falling from his eyes. Daphne leaned into Harry and gave him a soft kiss in his lips. Oi, Harrison spoke as she kissed the boy. You have been kissing another me for months, Daphne replied without turning to her husband, ignoring Lily's outraged look and James' mix between jealous and shock. You don't get to complain. Duh, Harry mumbled, his brain having short-circuited with the kiss. Daphne rose and walked back to her husband and daughter. Daffy giggled and Harrison glared at his younger self. Mummy, you broke younger Daddy, Daffy laughed, earning a smile from her mother. Of course I did, Daphne replied smugly, and I got a small revenge on your father as well. I'm sorry for kissing another you, Harrison replied bluntly, looking at his wife, who rose an eyebrow and showed an amused smile. Please don't do that again. Jealous? Asked an amused Daphne. Of yourself? Yes, Harrison replied, and Daffy laughed. Good, Daphne replied, pushing his head to her and kissing him, both holding their daughter. Humans! Annoying protozoa, Death mumbled in exasperation, rolling his eyes. With a snap of his fingers, the family of 3 exploded in ethereal smoke. NNNOO, Harry shouted, forcefully dragged from his shock. He fell on his knees, tears flowing from his eyes, and was held by Lily. None of them noticed the spell being lifted from James, who just blinked. Now it's your turn, boy, Death replied, turning to Harry. Time to go back. Wait, Lily spoke, at least give us a moment. Your son will have the resurrection stone available to him. Death replied, annoyed. You can have as many moments as you wish. Death snapped his fingers again, and the memory swirled. Everything became blackness, and Harry looked around, not understanding what happened. The memory was supposed to continue with their conversation in the graveyard. Looking to his companions, Harry noticed Dobby had lowered his head in sorrow for his master and his family, and Daphne was crying. Their hands were still linked, though. Daphne, are you all right? He asked, and Daphne nodded, holding a sob. I'm fine, she replied in a low tone. Harry didn't believe it. He used his other hand to hold her, and Daphne allowed herself to be hugged. For a few moments, none spoke. I want everything he had, Harry finally said, caressing her back in a nervous way, attempting to give her a back rub as older Daphne had implied. I want to be greater than him. Daphne looked to him with and nodded. I think you can. As long as you're there with me, he asked nervously and attempting a smile, making Daphne smile amused. Bold words, Potter. It is said fortune favor the bold, and those cunning enough to make their own fortune. Harry replied in an attempt of a sagely tone. Daphne rose a curious eyebrow. I listened what the other you told me. I am not a complete dunderhead. Harry replied nervously, and Daphne laughed, hugging him tightly. What do you want, what you really want? She asked. I want the same he had, the same you saw. Harry replied softly, appreciating the smell of Daphne's perfume. I want a wife to love, who is my best friend and my partner in whom I can trust. I want children and a family to call my own. I want to be powerful to protect them, and I want to be my own man, not the boy who lived or the man who conquered. What about the wizarding world? Daphne asked, and Harry thought about it for a few moments. I don't know, but maybe we could do something. That is, if you want to, he asked, and Daphne chuckled, not feeling the nervous in his stance and words. Maybe we can work something together, she replied with a teary smile, looking at Harry for a few moments. Harry returned her gaze and her smile. Kiss me, you foolish boy, she said after some moments, after which nothing happened. Harry stiffened but leaned to Daphne as she had told him to, and she leaned into him with a smile. I never really understood why humans feel the need to change fluids to show their appreciation towards one another. A familiar voice spoke, shocking the two humans and the elf, who was there watching his master and mistress. Harry and Daphne turned to the voice and saw none other than Death, wrapped in its cloak and holding himself against the cane. Death stared at the group of three with a cold look, and the three felt a cold shiver running through them. Dobby stood nervously in front of his master and mistress. Between them and Death, and both Harry and Daphne stood their ground, feeling fear. Stand aside, elf. I am not here for you. Death spoke, and Dobby gulped, although he stood his ground. Then why are you here? Asked Harry, feeling a surge of bravery. I thought you said you couldn't interfere in the mortal world. We are not in the mortal world, Harry Potter. Death replied, waving his hand. You are in a pocket dimension connected to a memory of a time and place in the realm of the dead. Death gazed at Harry. My realm. But why? Harry asked. I thought all was well. The other me, Daphne and Daffy, are gone. You destroyed their souls. I lied. Death replied bluntly, and the three held their breaths. Then what? Asked Daphne, her hand holding Harry's. Why are you here? For a Slytherin, Death drawled the word. You certainly seem not to understand manipulation, girl. They raised their eyebrows. I have no real need for the elf, but I don't oppose to his presence, Death said, raising his hand. Harry stood in front of Daphne, but instead of an attack, Death snapped his fingers. From nowhere, the souls of older Harry, older Daphne, and Daffy appeared, the two parents still kissing. Master, mistress. Little mistress. Dobby broke their shock and the kiss. The gaze of the three-time travelers was directed at Elf, the teens, and Death. Dobby! Daffy squealed, jumping from her father's arms and hugging Dobby, who almost blushed. Thank you for taking care of my daddy and always be there for him. You are the best elf ever. Unsure of what to say, the elf just hugged his second favorite human. Older Daphne smiled at the elf and raised an eyebrow to younger Daphne while holding her husband's arm in a possessive way. Not realizing it, younger Daphne held younger Harry's arm the same way. Harry, Daphne, older Harry said, looking at the teen's Death. What is going on? I thought you needed to destroy our souls, not that I am complaining. I lied. Death repeated himself, leaning on his cane, ignoring the confused elder wizard and witch. I never had the need to destroy your souls. I don't even have the power to destroy or create souls. Death confessed, despite breaking the rules of nature, you served my purposes with both Rasselthoth and Voldemort, in this timeline and your original one. They were never a real concern for me, but I am pleased they were shown the folly of their actions and sent my way. I will make sure they learn no one escapes me, Death said, for the first time showing an emotion that wasn't apathy or boredom. Death's look was vicious. More, you also united the Hallows, and despite not having used them, you didn't abuse its power nor let their power get to your head. You did this also twice. Wait, I don't have the Elder Wand. You did defeat Dumbledore in his office a few months ago in a battle of legilimency. Older Daphne replied, and Death nodded. Your wife is correct. Death replied, you earned the allegiance of the wand that day. How did you think you managed to summon it against your father? Older Harry replied with a thoughtful look. What does it mean for Harrison? Asked younger Harry, and everyone turned to him. What? Mum gave you the name. Harrison shrugged. It means, younger Harry Potter, that since I feel I owe your older counterpart a reward, I have two options. I do nothing and guide their souls to the afterlife, where they will remain and you two will live your lives, grow old and die, or I can do another thing. Death suggested, looking at the younger ones, this is entirely dependent of the two of you young ones, and it is also the reason why I lied. I needed to have the two of you here at the same time, and I predicted Harry Potter would show Daphne Greengrass the memories of the event. What is it? Younger Daphne asked, curious. Should you wish and consent it, I will merge the older soul with the younger one. Should you accept the merging, and since I will do it, balance will be kept and two souls will become one, as you wanted to do with your ritual. Death said to Harrison, and all widened their eyes, although Daffy and Harry gaped a bit. Daffy closed her mouth after a sharp look from her mother. When you mean merge the souls? Older Daphne asked. What does it entail? What would happen to the personalities? The younger souls would remain the dominant personality. The memories, experiences, personalities, and even the magic of your older selves would be incorporated in your younger selves. The merge would be complete. You would do that? Younger Daphne asked in shock. Death turned to her and nodded. Like I said, I feel there is the need of a reward for Harry Potter's actions. I am not ungrateful, and like I said, I can use the contacts with the mortal world. What about my daughter? Both parents asked the same time. They looked at each other and then at Daffy, looking to the ground. They put their hands on their daughter's shoulders, waiting for a reply. You should accept it, Daddy, Daffy replied with a sniff. She raised her eyes and looked to her parents with a huge and honest smile. You would live again and could be happy. It doesn't matter, sweetheart. Older Daphne whispered, caressing her daughter's face. Your mother is right. Older Harry replied, we are a family and families should keep together. I'm not losing you two again. Your child is a most peculiar case. Death replied, looking to the little girl. She doesn't exist in this timeline, therefore she is not a paradox. Death thought about it for a few moments, closing his eyes. What do you want, child? Me, Daffy asked back, and Death nodded. Feeling herself with courage, Daffy stepped up. I want my mummy and daddy to live and be in love and happy. Tears fell from her eyes. I would like for us to be a happy family. Daffy's words touched each of the mortals' hearts, especially her parents, who held their daughter tight. Death looked from the child, to her parents, to the teens. I am willing to keep the child's soul for a time and merge her with the soul of the first female-born child born from Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass before a soul forms in the womb. Death replied, looking to the teens. Younger Daphne gulped, looking to her counterpart and daughter. Harry looked to his older counterpart, older Daphne, fighting the need to blush and feeling younger Daphne's hand in his own and Daffy. You would merge our souls, but I would remain in control, Harry asked, and Death nodded. It would still be you, only with extra memories, powers, knowledge, and some personality influences. Harry looked to Harrison, green eyes looking into green. You would do all this as a reward. Partially. Death replied, like I said, it would be useful to have someone powerful guarding my items and putting them to use, should I require, shall we say, a favor. Ah, younger Daphne replied. At the same time, older Daphne crossed her arms and older Harry raised an eyebrow. What kind of favors? Show a wizard the error of his ways. Perhaps. Death replied, and they all knew they wouldn't have a better reply. Remember, I keep balance in the universe. It would be easier for me to have someone in the mortal world willing to help. Are you willing? Daphne asked to her older counterpart. Older Daphne looked to her younger self and smiled. Are you? It is an interesting offer. Younger Daphne replied stoically, and older Daphne laughed. If you call several years of magical knowledge, healing knowledge and memories of a happy marriage and family interesting, then yes, it is. Younger Harry looked to younger Daphne. Both of them looked to their older counterparts, who looked at each other and then to their daughter. Daffy smiled and nodded to her parents, who nodded to each other and to their younger counterparts. Harry had made his decision. Daphne nodded slowly. When the three were ejected from the pensive, only Dobby was conscious and with a happy smile on his lips. Daphne Greengrass finished writing her very last spell on the new family grimoire, the same one started by Harry on their 4th year, before their lives changed. For the better. 3 years had passed since the Tri-Wizard tournament, the deaths of Voldemort and Rasselthoth, and the merge of their older selves with their younger selves, leaving both Harry and Daphne with memories, knowledge, and power of their future selves. It had taken considerable knowledge of occlumency to sort the memories, but things had worked out even better than they imagined. Little by little, Their younger selves grew into the power and personalities of their older selves, becoming something different and better. Daphne no longer had the necessity of being the Ice Queen. She often smiled and laughed among her peers. She was still cold and stoic, but only when necessary. She also started to visit the hospital wing to train her healing skills. Of course, she had to hide her skills to make sure Madame Pomfrey didn't suspect anything, but during the 3 years that had passed, Daphne had gained the confidence and respect of Madame Pomfrey, who saw her as an unofficial apprentice and a peer of sorts. Things had also changed for Harry. At first, even with the memories, Harry felt nervous to be among the snakes, even if everyone wearing silver and green saw him as their leader. With the memories and Daphne's support, Harry grew into his position and his own power. First, due to his lordship of Slytherin House, Harry was granted a position in the Triumvirate. Due to the fact that he won the Tri-Wizard tournament against 3 older students and the power he had exhibited, his position was assured. Adding to that, Harry joined the Quidditch team in their 5th year as Seeker and led the team in victory against the other houses, showing great in-game strategic skill. When confronted by Daphne on how impressed she was with his in-game strategic skills, Harry admitted he adapted them from his older self wartime memories. In addition, having the memories of their older selves, their grades skyrocketed to the top charts of their year, with Daphne in first position and Harry being the follow-up. Daphne smiled at her thoughts, lowering the quill and waving her wand over the page to dry the ink. Satisfied with her work, she closed the tome, a large book with a black cover and the crest of Potter Slytherin. "Dobby!" Daphne called, and the elf popped at her side, ready to serve as he always did. "Mistress, where is Harry?" she asked. "Outside, speaking with Scylla," the elf replied. Daphne nodded. While Scylla was young and small, Harry was able to take it home in the breaks. However, in the past year, Scylla was significantly bigger, almost the size of a large anaconda. Scylla stayed in the chamber during their last year, and when they finally graduated from Hogwarts, just a few days away, Scylla was going with them to Potter Manor. Maybe one day Scylla would be returned to the chamber and become its guardian for the future generations of Potter Slytherins. Daphne smiled at the thought. "Is everything ready at the manor?" Daphne asked after some moments. For the past years, Harry had lived in number 12, Grimmauld Place with the Blacks. Now that they were graduating, Harry wanted to move in the Potter Manor, and Daphne wholeheartedly agreed, especially since Harry had already proposed, and they intended to marry sooner this time around. The copies of the Slytherin Library were added to the Potter Library, and the rooms have been cleaned and decorated as you commanded. The manor is ready for you to move in. The cave for Scylla was excavated in the cellar, and as the master insisted, a training area and a vault were also added. "Very well, thank you, Dobby," Daphne replied, getting up from the table. Dobby popped away, and Daphne walked to the main chamber, where she found her betrothed and Scylla, just like Dobby had said. Scylla was coiled in front of Harry, with its head risen at eye level, hissing in conversation, and a dead goat at their side. Scylla's appetite had diminished in the latest years, but Harry liked to have some food ready for the basilisk. It was only fair, considering Scylla offered them its poison and its skin when available. Harry and Daphne had made many galleons selling them as raw materials. Harry noticed Daphne approaching them and caressed Scylla's muzzle. "We'll be leaving now," Harry hissed to the basilisk. "Make yourself ready, and in a few days, we will all go home and you will have your cellar with access to the pond and a big rock to get some lazy sleep under the sun." "Finally." Scylla replied in a giddy tone, "I am getting tired of being stuck here." "I thought you liked it here," Harry replied. "You certainly never complained." "I was a hatchling, I didn't know any better." Scylla replied in an amused tone, "I prefer dark and damp, but a bit of sun never harms anyone, as long as I don't have to hunt." "Lazy reptile." Harry replied amused, "You're supposed to be our family guardian." "And I am." Scylla replied, "The moment I am seen, your enemies will all run away in fear of my power and the power of our family." Scylla had grown in size and personality in the past years. However, the childish arrogance remained, tempered with many discussions with Harry and the wisdom of the other older and friendlier snakes of the Forbidden Forest. Scylla's arrogance was well earned, though. Never had Scylla found an enemy in the Forbidden Forest that wouldn't be defeated by its gaze, and more rarely, by its poison. That was not to say that Scylla didn't know how the former guardian of the chamber had been defeated. Thanks to the snake gods, Scylla had never had the need to face a bird or worse, a damned phoenix. Scylla went back to the nest inside the statue, and both Harry and Daphne started to walk back to the dorm chambers. "How is your work?" he asked. "I'm done," Daphne replied proudly. "And it only took you 10 months. He replied amused, and Daphne elbowed him in reply with a chuckle. "Says the one who took over 2 years writing his spells." She replied, "Now come on, headboy, we are late to our patrol." "Of course, headgirl," Harry replied with a smirk, putting his arm around her waist and taking a parchment from his pocket. "Shouldn't take long. 3rd floor, right?" Daphne nodded, and uttering the passphrase, Harry activated the map. With a quick call to Dobby, the head students were popped to the 3rd floor. "Shall we, my lady?" Harry asked, offering his arm. Daphne smiled and took it, both starting their rounds. After their 4th year, their grades were among the best of their year, if not the very best, and that led to their nomination for prefects in their 5th year. They kept their badges in their 6th year, and because their popularity, their grades, and their work, they were nominated head students. "Do you have any idea for Cassie's gift?" Harry asked after a few steps. "Cassie's birthday is only in August." Daphne replied with a smirk, knowing her boyfriend loved and liked to spoil his little cousin. Daphne loved the child as well and saw Sirius and Isabella's black toddler as a great practice to her own future children. It was Christmas when Andromeda found out Isabella was with child. The older black female demanded a name and threatened to curse whoever was responsible, only for Sirius, who was gapping, to rise from his chair and kneel in front of Isabella, asking if it was true. A very red and embarrassed Isabella nodded and saw herself twirling on Sirius' arms, who ignored everyone else while laughing. A quick wedding took place a few days later, after many pureblood jokes, and Isabella had been the Lady Black ever since. It was a complete shock to everyone, though. While Isabella was often seen with Sirius, in events and on Diagon Alley, no one ever suspected there was a relationship between them. Another shock was to see Sirius Black as the proud and protective father of a little girl called Cassiopeia Black. "I think a big stuffed animal is a good choice," Daphne added after a small moment. "She's too young for anything else yet." "That's true," Harry replied, thoughtful, speaking about August. "I received Istanbul's confirmation this morning." "That was quick," Daphne replied, surprised. "I thought you sent out the request only last week." "I did, but as you know, they really want to talk to us." Harry replied with a chuckle, and Daphne nodded to herself. For their families and friends, Harry and Daphne would have the traditional world tour in the early months after Hogwarts graduation. They did intend to travel through Europe and Asia, guided by both the memories of their past lives and their desire of exploration and curiosity. However, they would also make a detour in Istanbul, where they were to meet a friend from Harry's former life, who had entered in contact with them in the aftermath of their 4th year. Requesting details on what happened with Rasselthoth, Count Bahadir Asul had traveled to Britain in that summer and requested a meeting with both Harry and Daphne at their discretion. The two came to discover that the Meharjai had been in contact with their superiors, and their names had been uttered before the communications went silent. Harry and Daphne knew they had no interest in having the Meharjai as enemies, so they agreed in sharing memories of the battle and tell them part of the truth. Harry began the meeting by saluting the Count in the standard Meharjai way, confusing the vampire. Despite it, the meeting ended well, and a few days later, Harry received a letter from the Count stating his membership among the clan had been reinstated, as well as extending Daphne an invitation for membership. There was also an invitation to meet the Meharjai Council, but due to the fact they were minors back then, the invitation was extended to their early convenience. Now that they were both graduating and were adults in the eyes of their families and the wizarding world, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Both of them were excited with the opportunity. "Have you decided about the mastery?" Daphne asked, changing subjects. "I think it's better to retake the defense and dark arts mastery," Harry explained with a shrug. "It would be the perfect disguise should anyone question my skills, even if I have already taken it. Maybe I should play the Prodigy card and finish the mastery in half the time. At least I wouldn't be too bored." "Well, thank you for the support," Daphne replied sarcastically. She had the same problem to obtain her healer qualifications, and much like Harry and the mastery, the healer training period were 3 years, and unlike it, there was no way Daphne could graduate sooner. "What if we just elope for a few years to travel and then come back and say we took our degrees abroad? At least we wouldn't be stuck doing what we already did," Harry suggested, looking at Daphne, who looked surprised at the thought, just you and me enjoying ourselves all alone in white sand beaches with clear water, travel throughout the world while learning what we can, making contacts. What do you think? I think you make compelling arguments. Daphne replied wishfully, don't the Blacks have a private island in Greece? I think so. Harry replied thoughtfully, why? Are you thinking of moving in for some time and maybe graduate in healing from Greece? That wouldn't work so well when coming back to Britain. Daphne replied, taking the map to herself from Harry's hands. You know how close-minded some people are. However, I don't object to spend some extra months. Daphne's words died in her lips the moment she looked to the map, seeing two familiar names in a broom closet down the hall. What's wrong? Harry asked, noticing Daphne's grin. He looked to the map and saw the names. We finally caught them. Daphne replied with a laugh and Harry chuckled. I guess you want to go first? Daphne nodded and drew her wand, being followed by Harry, who put a severe look much like hers. Harry pocketed the map and crossed his arms, standing next to Daphne, who waved the wand over the door and broke the security spells. Well, I am impressed. This is not shoddy work, Daphne mumbled, appraising the spells. With the last of the spells broken, she waved the wand and the door opened, revealing none others than Astoria Greengrass and Jason Halleys, their clothes romped, their hair messy and both blushing. Get out here, both of you, Daphne ordered in a cold tone, hiding her amusement at the sight behind her occlumency. The fifth-year Slytherin and the fourth-year Gryffindor walked out of the closet slowly, making sure they fixed their clothes and their hair. Hi. Jason mumbled, earning a glare from Daphne and an amused smirk from Harry. What are you doing here? Asked Astoria, distressed. I thought you didn't patrol tonight. You thought wrong, sister, Daphne replied. It was well known Harry and Daphne always found everyone hidden in the closets. Thank magic for the Marauders map, start explaining, Daphne ordered, crossing her arms. We were doing nothing wrong, we were just, Astoria babbled. Improving inter-house relations, Jason added in a blur. Yes, that. Astoria blushed with a smirk while Jason looked directly to Daphne's glare. Really? Because it seems you were just snogging with a bit of hands roaming too, Harry replied dryly. Astoria blushed, Jason grinned, and Daphne glared. Wipe that grin from your face, Halleys, Daphne ordered, before I do it for you. Daphne, leave him alone. Astoria replied outraged. Jason did nothing wrong. Except for being in the corridors after curfew, as are you. Harry replied, maybe a detention with Filch would teach you a lesson. Astoria groaned and Jason shrugged. It was well worth it. The boy mumbled with a grin directed to Astoria, who smiled shyly and caught his hand, intertwining their hands with a smile. That was when neither Daphne or Harry could hold their amusement anymore. Both of them laughed, surprising the younger ones. So, how long has this been going on? Asked a smiling Daphne, pocketing her wand. Astoria mumbled, confused, looking at her sister and Harry's amused looks. We found out 2 months ago, Harry supplied promptly. We didn't say anything because we decided to show some trust in you too. I hope it wasn't misplaced. 4 months, Astoria admitted as Jason smiled. And we did nothing that would break your trust in us, Jason added seriously, to which Harry nodded. Only Daphne noticed the disappointed look that flashed through her sister's eyes. Then, how did it start? Asked Harry, and Jason put his arm around Astoria's waist. It was Malfoy, actually, Astoria admitted, surprising both Daphne and Harry. Excuse me, asked Daphne. Remember when I told you I thought Malfoy was attempting to gain my attention? Astoria asked, and Daphne nearly growled, thinking about it. Harry rose an eyebrow. When was this? He asked. A few months ago, Daphne replied, looking to Astoria, encouraging her to continue. Well, it started before that. Astoria said, Malfoy had approached me twice before I told you, complimented me and spoke some drivel about pure blood and how old families such as ours should be united. At first, I thought he meant it as an alliance, but then he asked me to a date, and I will be honest, I was horrified. Son of a... Harry mumbled to himself, noticing Daphne trembling in rage. Lucky for me, I saw Jason entering the library at that time, and I came up with a plan on spot that I thought would make Malfoy leave me alone. She embraced her inner Gryffindor and snogged me in the library, right in front of Malfoy. Jason added with a grin, and Astoria blushed while Daphne and Harry rose an eyebrow. Jason, Astoria mumbled, mortified, slapping his shoulder. It was awesome. Jason replied, still grinning. She called me to get my attention and then came over me with that look she has when she's mad. My first thought was, oh shit, what did I do now? And then she grabbed me by the shirt and snogged my brains out. I swear my brain froze there for a moment. All I noticed was the strawberry taste from Torai's lipstick. Anyway, Astoria spoke embarrassed, a red tinge taking hold of her face. Malfoy left, and I explained everything to Jason. I also asked him for a favor. You asked me to help you to keep the blonde creep away. Jason replied, and being the noble Gryffindor I am, how could I say no when such a fair lady was in distress, clearly needing help? You said you'd help gladly if you get a few more kisses like that, Astoria replied, and Jason grinned. If I can get something more out of it, why not? Jason replied, and Astoria snorted. You're spending too much time with us Slytherins. Is that a bad thing? Jason asked back, and Astoria raised an eyebrow. Yes, they are not me, she replied, making her point across with her finger jabbing Jason's chest. Both her and Jason laughed while Daphne and Harry chuckled. We started to pretend dadding whenever Malfoy was around, but we also made sure to be inconspicuous. Astoria continued. Malfoy approached me once or twice more, but he never bothered Jason. He was probably intimidated by him, Astoria said somewhat proudly. For some reason. Jason shrugged. In the years that passed, the boy had become a rising star in power, skill, and even contacts. He had slowly risen in the House of the Lions until he became a voice to be heard. There was no official leader of the house, despite the many tries from Malfoy, but Jason was both respected and feared by the most diehards in the House of the Lions. The fact he was friends with several of the most powerful students in the school, namely the Black Wands, added some influence as well. That was also when Granger decided to make her move on Malfoy. Astoria continued, and both Jason and Harry laughed. Hard. Sorry, Harry replied, seeing Daphne's raised eyebrow and the silent snort in her lips. I still can't believe they're a thing, and it has been going on for a few months. Yes, well, that took Malfoy's attention and he left me alone, but by then, I enjoyed my time with Jason and we tried a serious date. We've been together ever since. And I am a very lucky and happy guy. Jason added, making Astoria smile. Nice story and congratulations. Harry said, but for now, go back to your respective common rooms before we have to dock points. Yes, we were already caught, Astoria replied, somewhat disappointed. Daphne and Harry noticed it, and Jason hugged her by the waist and kissed her cheek, mumbling something in her ear, making her laugh. Astoria hugged Jason and kissed him for a few moments, dazing the younger boy for a few moments. Now, that's enough. Harry ordered, and Astoria let Jason go with a smile. I love it when you do that, he mumbled, making Astoria smile. It took a few moments for him to get his bearings on and left after a glance to Astoria, who waved him goodbye. Astoria sighed wishfully when Jason got out of sight. What's wrong? Asked Daphne, knowing something troubled her sister. How do you know when you're in love? Astoria asked, looking to the older students, her sister and future brother-in-law. They just chuckled, looking at each other and then to Astoria. If you need to ask, then chances are you already know your answer, Daphne replied, her hand entangled with Harry's. I'm happy for you, Tory. You could find someone much worse, but I have the feeling you won't find much better. I really like him, Daph, Astoria replied, looking to her sister in the eye. I don't care if he's a Griff, younger than me, or a Muggle-born. I like him. I have no problems with him. Daphne replied with a smile, as long as you're happy and he doesn't hurt you, obviously. Daphne turned to Harry. What? He asked. I have no problems whatsoever. He's the only Griff I actually respect and like. Besides, he's a good kid. Thank you, but you two are not the ones whom I'm worried about, Astoria replied, and Daphne knew what she meant. Don't worry about mother and father. If there's need to it, I will deal with them, Daphne said, and Astoria looked surprised to her sister now. Go back to the common room and get some rest. We'll talk more tomorrow. Astoria nodded and waved them goodbye, leaving Daphne and Harry alone in the corridor. It's funny how sometimes things just happen, Harry mumbled, and Daphne nodded. My sister and Jason. Yes, Harry replied, putting his arm around Daphne's shoulders. All they needed was a chance to meet. I'm happy for them, Daphne replied as they started to walk again. Maybe this time they will be happier. Things will work out for them if they have you looking out for them, Harry replied with a smile before laughing, even if that means getting Granger and Malfoy together. Daphne laughed with Harry. Truth was, after their souls merged, Daphne had demanded the right to deal with Granger, and Harry had agreed. In the aftermath of their 4th year, after the 3 Weasleys admitted they had helped their brother Bill to kidnap Daphne, and their consequent expulsion from Hogwarts and departure from the country with their bother Charlie, they served no prison time thanks to Dumbledore's interference. Granger was alone. In the beginning, Daphne always worked better than Granger, performed better work, and had better results. Then, she started to sabotage the other girls' work to the point the Muggleborn spent all her time paranoid. A couple of compulsions cast on Granger by the time of the OWLS made sure her results were shameful, which the teachers passed them as a consequence of stress. In their 6th year, Granger repeated the 5th year to attempt the OWLS again, and the results weren't much better, much to Daphne's amusement. Her plan was sounded. She would undermine Granger in every opportunity, taking her hopes and dreams and making sure she would never find a proper job with influence. Only then would Daphne be merciful. Plans changed when Astoria approached her sister with the story how Malfoy was showing interest on her. Remembering what happened in their former life, Daphne borrowed Harry's Veritas Imperio spell and Malfoy's plan, using them on Granger. Granger was to brew a love potion keyed to her, give it to Malfoy in low doses so no one would suspect anything, and both of them were supposed to destroy the Malfoy family's name and reputation, spend all their money, and make sure the line ended. It was a vicious plan, but at the same time fitting. Harry and Dobby laughed and rolled on the ground when she told them the plan, and Harry wholeheartedly agreed with it. Malfoy and Granger had been dating for several months, and they had already made waves in the wizarding world, much to Daphne and Harry's amusement and Narcissa Malfoy's worry. Unknown to everyone but the Lord Black, Narcissa wanted to drop the Malfoy name for the Black name. Regardless of all that, Granger and Malfoy would pay dearly for what they had done in their other life, and Daphne and Harry would be there to watch them fall and, who knew, maybe urge them on. "Come on, let's end this patrol and go the common room," Daphne said, leaning her head on Harry's shoulder. For 7 years, Slytherin had been Daphne's house. Harry had been a snake for only 3 years, but he knew that was where he belonged, his real home. Proof of that was when they entered the common room and were greeted by their friends who sat together in front of the fireplace. Theo and Tracy were to get married, both wanting to be Aurors, although Tracy showed interest in the law. Theo's father had shown his displeasure over his son's allies and companion, only to disappear around Christmas time of their 6th year. Despite being a suspect of his father's disappearance, Theo and Tracy had alibis with their allies, and Theo chose not to spend time and money looking for a former Death Eater. Blaise and Millie had no date set for their marriage, but a proposition had been made. Proof of it was the Emeralder ring Millie wore in her finger. Blaise had started his import-export business using his family contacts, and Millie was beginning her studies to be a potions mistress. She had the talent and the drive. With Blaise on her side, she was able to get several exotic ingredients for her work. Pansy, Greg, and Vince wouldn't get married, but they had plans to move in together. Without the Malfoys' influence, the Parkinsons, the Crabs, and Goyles saw their influence decrease. Their children were close and were allied with Potter and Greengrass, and through them, with the Blacks. They thought they could manipulate their children to their benefit, only for the plan to blow in their face. Pansy, Greg, and Vince were not to be manipulated by their parents, nor would they do their bidding. They had plans for their future, but insisted in keeping them a secret. Although it was known among them, Vince loved creatures and Greg excelled in herbology. Blaise had approached them several times seeking their expertise on finding ingredients. Daphne and Harry sat with their friends and spoke about their plans for the future, made plans and discussed possibilities. Harry knew one thing for sure. He trusted the young men and women sat around him, and he knew he could count on them, way more than he ever did with any Gryffindor or Dumbledore follower. 3 years had passed since Voldemort's demise, and despite those news hadn't been made public after a meeting with Madame Bones and Dumbledore himself, the older man had taken to himself to pester Harry, looking for signals of dark influences and corruption. Harry had admitted he found out about the Horcruxes and that he destroyed them, but he didn't explain how he found them or how he destroyed them. "Voldemort is dead, and none of you need to know how. I never wanted to be dragged to any of this, but when I asked for help and explanations, you gave me nothing but empty platitudes," Harry told to Dumbledore. "And you, Madame Bones, I have no trust in the minister, his Death Eater's supporters, and his lackeys. It's nothing personal. I simply choose avoid to answer as the lord of 2 ancient houses. I took care of a threat to my family. That is all." Obviously, Dumbledore didn't leave him alone, and among several plans to convince Harry to talk, Dumbledore had decided to offer Harry training, show him Voldemort's history, and even invite him for meetings to talk. Nothing useful. Harry shook those useless thoughts from his mind. He was about to graduate. He had already won the Quidditch Cup for Slytherin, and they were also winning the House Cup. Soon, Dumbledore wouldn't be able to bother him anymore. Harry focused on what Tracy was saying. And by meeting on the Leaking Cauldron around 8, we can have dinner before going out on our celebratory party. I was able to gather that the Duffers are meeting there around 7, as are the Ravens. Sounds like a plan, Pansy replied before adding a new thought. We are not going Muggle, are we? I don't really see the need for it, Tracy replied. There are many places where young wizards and witches can have fun throughout the night. I believe the old Rowan will be having live music. Weird Sisters, actually, Blaise added. I'm in, Pansy replied, and they all laughed. Things change, but some remain the same. Theo chuckled, accompanied by all. What about you two? He asked, turning to Harry and Daphne. You're going on your trip around the world, and then what? I'm taking a Dada Mastery. Daph is taking a healer's degree. After that, who knows? I may go into the dueling circuit, join the Auror Corps for a time. I don't really know. I am planning on making him run for minister in a few years, Daphne replied, having everyone's attention. First, though, Harry has to use his Wisengamot seats. To that, Harry groaned. Sirius will be delighted in knowing that I plan to take my seats. He replied sarcastically. He'll probably give me proxy of his seat as well. And that's a bad thing, how? Daphne asked, and everyone laughed. Well, mate, I sure hope you two come back quickly. Theo said things won't be the same without all of us together. Here, Blaise said, producing a bottle of fire whiskey from his robes. And where did you get that? Daphne asked with a frown. Don't get all head girl on me, Greengrass. All I want is to use this opportunity to make a toast. Blaise complained while Millie waved her wand and conjured glasses for everyone. Harry, make a speech, Tracy ordered, and Harry looked surprised. Why me? Blaise was the one who got the drink. Harry replied, earning a smirk from said young man. You're the boss, Harry, Blaise stated simply, as if it would explain everything. You were the one who began all this, Millie replied with a smile, waving around. Who rid us of Malfoy? Pansy added. Besides, you need to practice for both Wisengamot and your minister tenure, Tracy added, causing a general laugh among the 9 of them. Harry turned to Daphne, who smiled at him. Oh, fine. He replied, getting up from his seat. I gain nothing by complaining, except lost time. Truer words have never been spoken, Pansy replied with a grin. Harry took his filled glass and looked to his friends, thinking on what to say. 7 years ago, I was a scared boy with no place in the Muggle world. I was brought back to the world I belong, a world of magic filled with promises of adventure and a proper life with people like me. I sat under the Sorting Hat. And that night I made a mistake, Harry admitted, snorting. I was young and I was afraid. I knew nothing and allowed myself to be influenced by others. That night, the Hat wanted to sort me into Slytherin, saying it would be the best house for me, the one that would guide me into greatness, but because I was afraid, I rejected his sorting and demanded another. That was my mistake. Harry said, his eyes closed. When the Lions cast me out, I dedicated myself to my studies, having no shackles imposed by jealous year mates and their bigotry, and yet, something was missing. Harry looked to his year mates. Have I ever told you how the Hat told me I told you so? He asked, and his friends laughed. Well, he did. He smiled to Daphne, who smiled back. Our 4th year was an eye-opener, and I got the chance I never knew I wanted, and now, just like the Hat said, Slytherin gave me all I wanted and needed to rise to greatness. By being Slytherin, I gained a family, I gained friends and allies, and I even got the lordship of an ancient and noble house. Slytherin House. Harry stated with a smirk, looking at every one of them, taking some extra time with Daphne. This house, this Hogwarts house, may share nothing else than the name with my house, but at the same time it's a symbol. Harry rose, a symbol not only of power but also of leadership. For too long has our house been a symbol of darkness and bigotry. It's time to go back to what our house was supposed to be when Salazar was alive, to make his vision true once again. We are to be leaders, protectors of the magical world, not blood purity bigots or racists. We are all magicals, and we are supposed to lead the world into a new age, not the old farts that screwed up the last 100 years. The future is ours. Let us make it a reality. Yeah, a 3rd year exclaimed, and for the first time, Harry noticed the other people in the room, all of them cheering for his words, clapping. Harry looked around and saw every Slytherin clapping and cheering him. Theo and Blaise rose from their seats and held Harry on their shoulders as everyone sang his name. "Harry for minister!" Someone shouted in the room, and cheers and laughter doubled. Daphne laughed as Harry was thrown in the air, proud of him and all he had become since he was a little boy, shy and weak. She remembered how he had been before everything changed in their past life, and in the current one, and she was proud to be able to say she had been an influence on his growth. Harry had become powerful, influential, and a leader for the future. He was also a protective cousin and an honorary son to his godfather, the likes many pure-blood lords would kill to have. Her own mother and father had made many attempts to court Harry's influence, but unfortunately for them, Harry's influence was only for him and those he trusted and cared about, some of them in that same room. They had become a family in the past 3 years, and they were slowly becoming the family they had been in their former lives. Her hand moved slowly to her womb, and she smiled wishfully. There was someone still missing for them to be a proper family. Soon, Daffy. Very soon, you will be with Mummy and Daddy, and we will all be a family again with you and with your brothers and sisters. Daphne lost her train of thought when Harry dropped in front of her and hugged her, giving her a kiss. "What are you thinking about?" he asked, and Daphne smiled. "Nothing important," she replied with a smile, and Harry leaned to her. "Then allow me to make a better use of your attention," he said before joining his lips with hers. Daphne chuckled and hugged Harry, who twirled her around. They were powerful. They had influence. They had no dangerous enemies. Granger and Malfoy didn't count, as they were virtually their slaves and were more useful in their current state. They would soon pay their debts to them, in blood. Their lives were their own, and they would live them to the fullest, until the very end, which hopefully would be many years to come.
Thanks for watching. If you'd like to see more, please subscribe to my channel.